Chapter 1, Everyone Back in Their Place. Wearing sunglasses and a face mask with headphones around my neck and my long hair cascading down, I emerged from the airport arrivals area carrying a small suitcase. My slender, fair legs drew several glances from passers-by. They probably mistook me for some celebrity. I paused and adjusted my sunglasses when a middle-aged man in a suit appeared before me. Bowing slightly, he addressed me, "Young mistress." I removed my glasses and casually tucked them into my collar. The beauty mark beneath my peach blossom eyes accentuated my enchanting appearance as I asked, "Have father and mother both returned?" He replied, "Yes." I showed no expression of joy or nervousness upon hearing it. To me, they were just like strangers. I said to him, "Butler Chen, remember to bring the remaining luggage." He responded, "Yes, they will be delivered to your room shortly." I nodded and walked straight out of the airport. Butler Chen followed behind me. Though his expression remained unchanged, I could sense his inner admiration for my composure. Had it been him, learning he was a switched-out birth child while traveling abroad, he'd probably have been too unsettled to do anything but rush to book a flight back immediately. At the airport entrance, someone was already holding the car door open for me. I got in without a second thought, put on my earphones, and the car drove smoothly toward the Tang residence. As I watched the scenery outside the window, my emotions remained completely placid. When I learned that I wasn't the biological child of the Tang couple, I was somewhat stunned, but more than anything, I felt relieved. The Tangs never shortchanged me materially. In fact, the monthly allowance I could freely spend far exceeded what most peers in my social circle received. Yet beyond this financial provision, our relationship went no deeper. For them, having children was solely about continuing the family lineage and cultivating exceptional heirs. Having 3 children simply ensured 2 viable inheritance options. They never invested much emotional energy in parenting. Every desired privilege had to be earned through academic achievement. When we came of age, we'd inevitably be shipped off to elite international boarding schools, expected to cultivate connections among the global elite. I'm a girl who gets whatever she wants without having to work for it, but unfortunately, my parents have never paid me any attention. Even my birthday gifts were arranged by assistants. As a child, I studied my hardest to earn their notice, yet received no praise. Later, when I rebelled, they didn't care in the slightest. I realized then that I wasn't needed. My only value lay in an arranged marriage as an adult to secure the Tang family's prosperity. Now that the true heiress has returned, it works in my favor. Thanks to her, my escape plan was bumped up by a year. Sure, there have been a few hiccups along the way, but you've got to stay flexible. "We've arrived, miss," Butler Chen said, opening the car door as I stepped out. He mentioned my luggage would be delivered to my room later, and with a quiet acknowledgement, I started up the staircase. The door was wide open. Aunt Lu was waiting for me at the entrance, saying both the madam and the master were inside, and she'd even laid out slippers for me. I asked her to bring me a cup of tea, then after changing shoes, I strolled on hurriedly into the main hall. In the living room, Mr. and Mrs. Tang sat upright on the main sofa, while a frail-looking girl occupied the side couch with her head lowered. Her hair obscured her profile as she wept softly, as if bearing some unbearable grievance. But this was the Tang residence, and the Tang couple remained unmoved. Her delicate demeanor instantly killed my interest. The exhaustion from travel, coupled with those faint yet persistent sobs, began to irritate me. After greeting my parents and taking my seat, Aunt Lu brought over the tea. I took a delicate sip, the aroma of the black tea soothing my nerves slightly. So this must be my elder sister. The girl concluded her solo performance, adopting a pitiful subordinate position. What a shame her acting was so poor. No one at the table took the bait. She'd inherited Su Yao's delicate eyebrows and could be considered pretty, but the comparison between us was stark. The envy in her eyes was painfully obvious. I'd already grasped her temperament. It matched the profile quite well. Let's hope she's smarter when facing the 2 young masters of the Tang family. "These are your biological parents' records." Tang Xing slid the documents toward me. I accepted them with grace, elegantly opening the folder. From the moment I'd entered, I'd maintained nothing but perfect poise. If she and I stood on either side of Tang Xing, no one would guess she was the true daughter of the Tang family. As I flipped open the documents, the first 2 pages contained information about the parents. A quick glance confirmed my earlier suspicions. No wonder they suddenly came knocking at this moment, I thought. Keeping my thoughts to myself, I casually turned to the next page. When I saw the photo, my hand stilled. With a slow sigh, I murmured, "Seems I'll have to adjust my strategy again." She mistook my sigh for distress about the bleak future ahead. Lowering her head to conceal her smirk, she looked up again with tear-filled eyes and said, "Sister, my adoptive parents aren't very well off. Please don't be too upset. Don't call me sister, it sounds awkward." I couldn't care less whether the Tangs were present or not, nor did I want to put on an act. I am sorry. She clutched the hem of her skirt, her voice faint. I know you're used to living as a young lady, sister. It must be hard for you to return. Daddy, if sister wants to stay, let her stay. Even though I'm your daughter, sister grew up by your side all these years. She must be reluctant to leave you too. Her eyes welled up as she looked at Tangxing, like an innocent little white flower. I arched an eyebrow, picked up the teacup for a sip. Unfortunately, the tea had gone cold and tasted unpleasant. As soon as I set it down, Aunt Lu promptly replaced it with a fresh cup. Tangxing ignored her performance, and I didn't respond either. What are you planning? Tangxing asked me. Everyone returns to their original positions. I took a sip of tea, suppressing the corner of my lifted lips. Chapter 2, I'm your sister. As soon as I finished speaking, the butler entered with another man in a suit, both carrying cases. The girl's eyes fixed hungrily on the boxes, her gaze brimming with greed. That box was the latest limited edition, something she desired but couldn't obtain, while I could effortlessly own the entire collection. Sir, madam, miss, the butler spoke. What is this? Suyao asked. Just some little souvenirs I bought during my travels abroad. I answered first. In that case, let's take them all together. These things meant nothing to the Tang family. Mom, it's not that I don't want sister to take them, it's because my foster family's home is too small, and there might not be enough space for sister to store. Her voice was tiny, rising in pitch at the crucial moment. I didn't mean anything else. I'm just worried that my adoptive parents might feel uncomfortable when the time comes. It's wonderful that my sister is coming home, but bringing so many things might give my adoptive father a bad impression. After all, it's our first meeting. The clumsy acting made Suyao frown with displeasure, yet Tang Zi seemed oblivious, mistakenly thinking Suyao's irritation was directed at me. I curled my lips slightly. No need to worry about that. I'll handle it well. Dad, Mr. Tang, Mrs. Tang, thank you for the 17 years of care and upbringing. I, Tang Wan, am not an ungrateful person. I'll remember what should be remembered. It's good that you remember. Later, I'll have my assistant transfer $1 million to you. That should last you a while. Beyond that, you'll have to manage on your own. Truly, Tangxing knew exactly how to handle people. Suyao had no objections either. They would never block their own path, nor would they easily make enemies with anyone. I'm not stupid. Of course I'd take free money. These days, money isn't easy to come by. 1 million. Tang Zi clearly couldn't hold back any longer, her smile becoming rather strained. Any objections? Tangxing lifted his eyelids slightly. No. Tang Zi lowered her head. I just envy my sister for receiving our parents' love. She resembled a delicate and pitiful little white flower. What a pity. This is the Tang family. The Tang family won't mistreat you. There's a project keeping me busy lately, but once it's done, I'll hold a recognition banquet to formally introduce you to everyone. Tangxing, having been entrenched in the business world for years, could see through Tang Zi's little act with ease. It wasn't even worth his attention. I raised an eyebrow, not missing that smug smirk at the corner of Tang Zi's lips. I take back what I initially said about her being clever. I wonder how the Meng family raised such a character, outwardly sharp, yet the moment she opens her mouth, she exposes her own foolishness. Don't tell me Meng Jilian is the only sane person in that household. It was only out of gratitude for his past help that I made the snap decision to visit the Meng family. Otherwise, given my temperament, I'd have chosen to strike out on my own the moment I left the Tang residence. I always repay grudges, and as for favors, I help when I can. Though I may be somewhat selfish, I still have basic moral principles. Pulling my thoughts together, I stood up. Very well, then I won't intrude on Mr. Tang's family reunion any longer. No distress, no quarrels, things were proceeding with such unsettling smoothness. Butler Chen was impressed by me again. No, by Manhwa now. I was clever enough to recognize the situation was settled, so I made a clean break decisively, avoiding awkwardness for both sides and even managing to gain some benefits. Miss, good luck. Outside the gate, Butler Chen and Aunt Lu stood with complex expressions. I curled my lips into a smile, waved at them nonchalantly, then turned and left the place I'd lived for 17 years, carrying only the small suitcase I'd brought back from abroad. It was strange. Despite having lived there for 17 years, I felt little attachment. Even my belongings were pitifully few. It was as if I'd always had a premonition that I didn't belong here. Suyao transferred the money quickly. By the time the payment arrived, I'd just managed to find the Meng residence before sunset. It wasn't that I couldn't navigate, it's just that the Meng family's place was quite remote, surrounded by clusters of old residential buildings that looked like they'd been standing for decades. As I passed by, a few shirtless loiterers crouching at the corner whistled at me. I ignored them, refusing to even glance their way, dragging my suitcase door to door without stopping. My strong wariness of strangers meant I didn't ask for directions from anyone, which was why it took me so long. The decrepit building had rust-streaked windows. Even though the sun hadn't fully set yet, peering inside, the darkness was unnaturally thick. The Meng family lived in one of these units. Hard to imagine they'd once been well off, now reduced to inhabiting a place like this. The once pampered young lady had fallen to such straits, no wonder she was in such a hurry to reclaim her family lineage. I shook off my thoughts and walked straight in. The residential complex was so outdated that the main gate might as well have been decorative. Anyone could come and go as they pleased. The long corridor was cluttered with all sorts of junk, and the stench of rotting food hung in the air. I rubbed my nose and frowned. The Meng residence was located in the farthest corner on the second floor. Despite their fallen fortunes, they still maintained some dignity. The doorstep was clean and tidy, standing in stark contrast to the neighboring households. After double-checking the house number, I raised my hand to knock just as the door swung open from inside. Fortunately, my reflexes were quick. I sidestepped just in time to avoid a collision. A head peeked out from inside, clearly alarmed as well. "Sorry, are you okay?" The voice carried a cool yet gentle tone that naturally inspired goodwill. "I'm fine." I was about to knock. "Who are you here to see?" The other person opened the door fully, and only then could I make out his face in the dim yellow light of the hallway. He was quite tall, nearly 1.88 meters, and had to deliberately bend his head slightly when going through doorways to avoid hitting it. His eyes and brows carried a gentle demeanor, completely non-threatening. Even under the dim yellow light, his fair complexion was noticeable. The white server's shirt of the Western restaurant suited him well. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist made him stand out conspicuously in any crowd. "Are you heading out?" I asked in return. "Yes, I'm going to my part-time job," he replied patiently, following the flow of our conversation. "Let me get straight to the point. I'm most likely your sister, biologically speaking." My tone was earnest, though the revelation came rather abruptly. "What?" Meng Jili froze. "Jili, you haven't left yet? Remember to pick up your medicine before work, don't forget." A woman's voice came from inside, and both of us turned toward the sound. "Mom," Meng Jili called out, just as I happened to meet her gaze. The woman was wearing an apron, dressed plainly with a few strands of white hair, yet none of it could hide her graceful demeanor. "Hello." I took the initiative to greet first. "Hello there, little girl. Who are you here to see? It's not very safe here at night. Did you come alone?" The woman wiped her hands on her apron, her tone full of concern. Meng Zi, no, I mean Tang Zi now. Didn't she tell you about me?" I hadn't anticipated this kind of situation either. "Zi?" At the mention of her name, a flicker of disappointment passed through both their eyes. "To put it simply, there's a high probability that I'm your biological daughter. We were switched at birth. Since she has returned to her rightful family, it was only natural for me to move out. The rest, shall we talk inside?" Chapter 3, The Meeting. The two of them clearly couldn't process it right away, but they still invited me inside. A glass of warm water was set before me, yet despite being the hosts, they seemed visibly uneasy. "Weren't you about to head out?" I asked the manager for leave. Meng Jili answered my question obediently. "Aren't you getting medicine?" I continued to ask. "I can go tomorrow too." I nodded, and the three of us fell into silence. "Don't you have any questions to ask?" Seeing Chini fidget uncomfortably, I took the initiative to break the awkward silence. "I've spoken with Dad and the others, they're on their way back." Have you eaten yet?" "There aren't many dishes at home. Tell me what you like, and I'll go buy some." Chini wiped her hands on her apron, her expression uneasy and somewhat ashamed. "Just call me Wan Wan, I'm not picky, it's fine." I picked up the water glass and took a sip. While drinking, I glanced around the small house. A 3-bedroom apartment, though not particularly spacious, with walls showing some peeling and yellowing, yet it was evident the owner had put effort into maintenance, remaining generally quite clean. Noise came from the entrance, snapping me out of my thoughts as my gaze shifted toward the door. All three of us looked outside simultaneously. The first to step in was a middle-aged man with a prominent nose bridge, dressed in a suit, his face unable to conceal his distress. Following close behind was a man about as tall as Meng Jili, who carried himself with quiet composure, dressed simply in jeans and a white t-shirt. Finally, there was a white-haired man who bore an 8/10 resemblance to Meng Jili, yet carried a sharper, more impatient air, with a guitar slung across his back. They stood lined up, making the already cramped space feel even more crowded. Meng Jili had emerged from his room unnoticed, followed closely by a 7 or 8-year-old boy. The boy pressed his lips tightly together, head lowered, clutching Meng Jili's clothes with one small hand. "Hello everyone, my name is Tang, Meng Wan, your biological daughter. If you don't believe me, we can do a paternity test." In reality, it wasn't necessary. The moment I stood here, anyone could see we were family, with identical features. "I've been briefed on the situation. I'm your father, Meng Buchuan." Despite being a parent-child reunion, the atmosphere felt more like a first meeting between business partners. "Hello, I'm the eldest, Meng Ziyuan." As Meng Ziyuan introduced himself, he was also studying me carefully, his brows furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. I'm second brother, Meng Jili. He and I are twins, and he's your third brother, Meng Jilian. He's the youngest child, with the formal name Meng Jiao and the nickname Yao Yao. I nodded. Apart from Mr. and Mrs. Meng, who were seated, the remaining 4 were sitting directly on the ground. Excluding the youngest child, the other 3 were tall figures sitting cross-legged on the floor, looking somewhat pitiful. Have I seen you somewhere before? A cliched opening line, yet no one found it amusing. The Meng siblings got along well and understood each other's personalities thoroughly. They knew eldest brother Meng Ziyuan wouldn't say such a thing without reason. I still owe you for the taxi fare. After that day, I couldn't reach you, and then I went abroad again. Sorry, I said to Meng Ziyuan. He replied, don't worry about it. I already said you didn't have to pay me back. Truthfully, I knew he probably never expected me to return the money. At this point, Chini asked, what's going on? Ziyuan, do you know Wanwan? I nodded and said, not exactly. That day I was hanging out with friends and left in a hurry. Didn't realize my phone was dead. I was planning to walk home, but ran into him on the way. He said someone was following me and warned me to be careful. Then he helped me get a taxi. I called him Big Brother so naturally that they didn't immediately notice the change in how I addressed him. Meng Ziyuan continued, yes, I happened to be heading back to school after my part-time job that day. He didn't elaborate further. To him, it was just a small gesture. I suppose he was thinking that if it were his sister in this situation, she'd be utterly terrified. Noticing this, I caught a fleeting shadow of disappointment in his eyes. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward until Chini smoothly changed the subject. Wanwan just got back. She must still be adjusting. Dinner's ready, let's eat while we can. It's rare for the whole family to sit down together like this. I'll clean up the room for Wanwan after dinner, Chini said with a smile as she stood up. But the others pressed their lips together tightly. She probably knew her husband had something to say and quietly put away her somewhat stiff smile. Meng Buchuan patted Chini's hand and looked at me. Wanwan, right? I'm sorry for not raising you a single day in these 17 years. Now that we're bankrupt, we have to ask you to come back and suffer with us. I can't provide a better life for you now. If you don't want to stay with us, I'd understand. There's not much I can give you, but here's what little savings I have. Keep it safe. I pushed the bank card he placed on the table back toward him. No need. Meng Buchuan froze for a moment, his hands fidgeting nervously. It's not much money, but it's enough to rent a place. I'll send money on time every month. I quickly explained, that's not what I meant. I was saying this place is quite nice. If you don't find me a burden, I'd like to stay. Third brother Meng Jilian stated firmly, you wouldn't get used to it. I raised an eyebrow but didn't rush to argue back. Looking up at them with what even seemed like an innocent expression, I asked, so, are you going to kick me out? No, how could that be? Dad absolutely didn't mean it that way. Meng Buchuan reached out and smacked Meng Jilian on the head. Apart from the youngest brother who kept his head down silently, the others also shot dissatisfied looks at Meng Jilian. Meng Jilian opened his mouth, at a loss for words to defend himself. In the end, he pressed his lips together and averted his gaze. After what I said, they didn't dare bring up me moving out again. Chini and Meng Buchuan, who had originally only cooked enough food for 3, went to the kitchen to prepare more dishes, leaving us kids alone in the living room. Meng Jilian slung his guitar bag over his shoulder and said, I've got another gig later, so I'm heading out first. Mom, Dad, no need to cook for me. The boss is providing meals. Chini's response came from the kitchen, all right. Eldest brother Meng Ziyuan instructed, be careful on the road, don't cause any trouble. Got it, Meng Jilian replied while glancing at me. Sensing his gaze, I met his eyes squarely, my expression silently asking what he wanted. He cleared his throat awkwardly, that's not what I meant earlier. I smiled, dimples showing as the corners of my eyes curved. I know. Meng Jilian's ears turned red, probably embarrassed by his earlier action. That's good then. He coughed uncomfortably, rubbed his nose while standing frozen for several seconds before dumbly walking out the door. Meng Ziyuan explained, he means no harm, he's just not good with words. I nodded while suppressing a chuckle. The Meng family was quite interesting, 5 children with 5 distinct personalities. The eldest was steady, the second gentle, the third Sundara, the fifth taciturn, and then there was the spoiled 4th one. Meng Ziyuan told me, I'll go prepare your room. You should rest first. Normally we're all out during the day, with only mom and the youngest at home. Save my phone number, call me if you need anything. Okay. After we exchanged contact information, he entered one of the rooms. As people dispersed, the originally cramped hall became empty and spacious, with the aroma of food permeating the small house. I glanced at the family group chat on my phone and slightly curled the corners of my lips. I walked toward my future room, expecting it to be narrow and cramped, but to my surprise, it was clean and tidy with a large window that would surely let in plenty of daylight. Their adoration for Meng Zi exceeded my expectations. Watching Meng Ziyuan making the bed for me, I asked, this is the master bedroom, isn't it? Yeah, the sheets and quilts are all freshly washed and sun-dried. As for the room, Mom cleans it every day, spotless. He smoothed out the mattress, got up, and brushed non-existent dust off his hands. I asked again, just 3 rooms, where do you stay? I live in the dormitory, while Jillian, and Jiao share one room, and Mom and Dad have another. I casually remarked, you all treat Meng Zi pretty well. My offhand comment plunged the atmosphere into awkwardness. Meng Ziyuan quickly said, don't overthink it. Since you've decided to stay here, whatever Zi has, you'll have too. We won't treat you any differently. Everything here is usable, just let me know if you need anything, and I'll try my best to get it for you. No need, it's all fine. I knew he misunderstood, but I didn't want to explain. To me, the Meng family was just a place to stay until I came of age. Although staying here had something to do with Meng Ziyuan, it was more about finding some amusement in my otherwise dull life. I was genuinely curious about how they would behave after their fall from grace. I'll leave you to it then. I placed the suitcase by your bed, Meng Ziyuan said as he turned to leave. Wait, I called out to stop him. What's wrong? Let me preface this by saying I mean no harm. Since we'll be living together for a while, I think it's better to clarify some things up front. You're part of the family now. There's nothing you can't ask. He closed the door. Before coming here, the Tang family gave me your files. They mentioned Meng Jiao has autism, is that correct? Yes, he admitted bluntly. However, there's no need to be afraid. Jiao is very well behaved. He usually prefers to stay quietly in his room drawing and has never shown any aggressive behavior. Jiao's condition is partly our negligence. When we were better off financially, we didn't notice it, and now even if we wanted treatment, we can't afford it. The corners of his lips curled slightly, his gaze gentle. Even so, Jiao is a good child, so I hope you won't look at him differently. You two share a close bond. He walked over and ruffled my hair. I froze in place, feeling a tingling sensation on my scalp. I can't judge Ziyi's affairs, but since you're willing to stay, Big Brother will absolutely work hard to give you both a good life. That determined look in his eyes, I'd only ever seen it on one other person. It was as if there were a cliff behind them and flames ahead, with no choice but to push through. The meal that followed was simple yet unexpectedly delicious. The Tang family had chefs earning millions annually, yet somehow, this was the most flavorful food I'd ever tasted. Chini asked carefully, I'm not sure what you like. Is the food alright? Meng Buchuan quietly placed the only plate of meat dish in front of me. It's delicious. Your cooking is excellent. Seeing me eat heartily, Chini realized I wasn't being polite and finally relaxed a little. If it's good, eat more. Meng Buchuan picked up some meat for me with his chopsticks. Just tell Mom what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you. I nodded. This meal felt like a true exchange. One of the rare moments of warmth I'd experienced in my 17 years of life. Maybe it was the atmosphere, or maybe I just couldn't refuse such hospitality. Normally my appetite is quite small even when faced with delicacies, but this time I devoured an entire large bowl of rice. If the young master of the Tang family finds out, another batch of cooks would have to leave the Tang household. After the meal, the awkward atmosphere dissipated somewhat. Meng Ziyuan returned to school, and I went back to my room under the pretense of packing my luggage. I didn't have much, so it didn't take long to wrap things up. Lying on the bed, I could smell the sun and detergent on the sheets. The little fan creaked as it spun, and even without air conditioning, I didn't feel the heat. Outside, the low murmurs of the Meng couple drifted in, and through the window, faint noises from neighboring houses could be heard. Coming from a quiet villa area, I actually found them nostalgic. I remember having such experiences when I was very young. After all, just as the Meng family wouldn't remain prosperous forever, the Tang family hadn't been powerful from the very beginning. I also went through difficult times in my childhood, but fortunately, after just 2 or 3 years, I began living the life of a young lady, a life I've maintained until now. For some reason, those nearly forgotten days have unexpectedly resurfaced in my memories. Are you asleep? She's asleep. The child must be exhausted too. Don't disturb her. Poor thing. I noticed she really liked the stir-fried pork. I'll buy some more tomorrow. Good. How's Jilly feeling today? I only heard a sigh, and then knew nothing more. I thought I wouldn't be able to sleep, but surprisingly I slept soundly all night without any dreams. When I woke up, there were only 3 people left in the house, me, Chini, and the youngest, Meng Jiao. Wan, you're up. Did you sleep well last night? Chini was mopping the floor. When she saw me, she smiled, her gentle eyebrows and eyes reminiscent of the graceful Jiangnan beauties described in classical poetry. Yes, the blanket smelled wonderful, and I slept very comfortably. That's good, the porridge is still warm. Let me get you a bowl. Your father and brothers have all gone out and won't be back for lunch. Anything special you'd like to eat? I'll make it for you. Rich households wouldn't bat an eye at 10 extra mouths to feed, while poor families breathe easier with just 1 less. Yet despite this, I could still feel their genuine care. No need, I can help myself. Is there anything I can assist with? Not right now, but would you like to come with me to the market later? Okay, I nodded. It was indeed better to find something to do rather than just sitting blankly in the room. After quickly finishing breakfast, I conscientiously washed my own bowl. Chini didn't stop me and simply smiled as she took the washed dishes from me, gently showing me where things were usually kept. There was no awkwardness between us, perhaps because Chini naturally carried an air of gentleness, so I found myself blending in effortlessly. Once everything was tidied up, Chini picked up a grocery basket. I was already a step ahead, waiting at the door in my shoes. Will he be alright alone? I couldn't help asking as the door was closing. Yao Yao usually enjoys drawing alone in his room. The market is too crowded, taking him would only make him uncomfortable. I nodded and asked no further, casually taking Chini's vegetable basket. She paused briefly, then simply smiled faintly and took my hand. Her hands were slender, yet slightly rough in the palm, like someone who had never done hard labor before but had suddenly taken it up, earning faint calluses in the process. I'm not the type to enjoy close physical contact with others, but after a moment's hesitation, I didn't pull away. I could sense the person beside me exhale softly in relief. Does Wanwan have any dietary restrictions? I don't particularly like tomatoes. I wasn't being falsely modest, our conversation flowed naturally. Then you take after your dad. He doesn't like them either. Chinyi's face softened with a gentle smile. Is there anything you'd especially like to eat? I'll cook it for you. Arm in arm, they looked exactly like any mother and daughter you might meet on the street. I noticed, and the corners of my mouth curled slightly as my gaze softened. I'd been to supermarkets before, but this is truly my first time at a wet market. Watching Chini skillfully greet the vendors and haggle over prices, I couldn't help but wonder how Suyao would handle herself in this situation. Would she lower herself to engage in back-and-forth bargaining, persistently haggling over mere pennies? I shook my head, thinking it more likely she'd maintain an icy expression while negotiating with vendors. Someone who rose from poverty and someone who fell from grace, their personalities stand in complete contrast. One forceful, one gentle, this realization struck me as remarkable. In this densely packed wet market with vendors' overlapping cries filling the air, one either had to whisper closely or raise their voice to be heard above the din. At first, I found it novel, then it felt noisy, and by the end I just stopped thinking altogether, obediently following behind Chini as she weaved through the crowd, explaining which vendor offered better prices and which ones were prone to shortchanging. When we stepped out, the clamor in my ears suddenly dissipated. I took a deep breath, inexplicably feeling as if an entire lifetime had passed. At this same hour yesterday, I'd been fast asleep in one of the world's most prestigious hotels. Was it too noisy for you? Chini immediately picked up on my subtle disquiet. I've never been fond of crowded places, I replied with a faint smile. I'm sorry, I thought you'd be bored alone. No, next time if possible, bring me along again. Unexpectedly, I made this request. Chini was puzzled. Bargaining with street vendors is quite fun, and there are things you won't find in supermarkets. It's really enjoyable. When I go shopping, most of the time I just wait in the VIP room for staff to bring me the styles I want. This kind of experience is genuinely my first time since birth. Making sure I wasn't forcing myself, Chinyi's expression finally relaxed. This is the largest vegetable market in the vicinity, and also the one that closes latest. The earliest ones start selling around 4 or 5 a.m. and pack up by 8 a.m. When I first came here, I didn't know about it. Luckily, the elderly neighbor told me, so I found this place. Chini spoke cheerfully, sharing with me about the help she'd received since arriving here, along with her little bargaining tricks. I responded occasionally as we walked, each holding one side of the vegetable basket, making our way back through the narrow path. While responding to Chini, I glanced around to familiarize myself with the surroundings but caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure. What's wrong? Chini stopped when she noticed me halting abruptly. That person, doesn't he look just like Dad? Following the direction of my finger, Chini also raised her gaze. With just one glance, a hint of sorrow colored her eyes, and the corners of her lifted lips slightly drooped. Mang Buchuan sat on a bench downstairs in the neighborhood, dressed in a neat suit with a briefcase by his side. His head was bowed low, the white hair on his crown reflecting the sunlight, appearing forlorn and heartrending. I'll go call Wanwan, shhh. Chini pressed a finger to her lips and gave a slight shake of her head. Understanding, I averted my gaze, and the two of us quickly walked down the path. Wanwan, when your father comes back later, don't ask him anything, okay? I understand. I was clever enough to realize Chini was trying to protect Mang Buchuan's dignity. It wasn't hard to imagine what a once high-ranking person might go through after sudden bankruptcy, forced to find work again to support his family. Mang Buchuan must be feeling uncomfortable inside at this moment. Chini's eyes showed relief. The Tang family raised you well. You've suffered by following us. I shook my head but didn't mention my circumstances in the Tang family. The members of the Tang family were either heartless or insane. That I turned out relatively normal was largely due to someone's influence. By the time I returned home, Jeannie was already in the kitchen preparing lunch. Sitting on a chair, I replied to messages. Miss Meng, have you finished with your official duties? It was 10 a.m. Clearly, this person knew my biological clock well. Are you mocking me right now? I typed swiftly, sending the message at 11:30 a.m. Despite the hour-and-a-half gap, the reply came instantly. How dare I? Yen Yen sent a kneeling emoji begging for mercy. I curled my lips slightly and responded with a pounding emoji. Seems like you're doing just fine. Otherwise, you wouldn't have dumped 2 suitcases on me and then exiled me to the cold palace like this. I've grown accustomed to his unreliability, so I just casually sent a meme as a half-hearted response. When can you come over? The reply came swiftly. Find some time to go over in the next couple of days. How about getting you a new place? I rolled my eyes and ignored Nyen's sudden madness. Getting up and heading to the kitchen, Jeannie casually tossed me a piece of meat. My satisfied expression clearly pleased her, earning me another piece as reward. Mom, you should open a restaurant. It'd put 5-star hotels to shame. Sweet talker, Jeannie patted my head, clearly not taking me seriously. Go set the table now. Dinner's almost ready. I raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything more, obediently going to fetch the bowls and chopsticks. Meanwhile, on the other side, a somewhat inexperienced-looking young man was dressed in a dull suit, holding a phone in one hand while absent-mindedly twirling a pen with the other, his expression seemingly deep in thought. A knock came from outside the door. Come in, Yen Yen said without changing his posture, not even lifting his head. Young Master Yen, here's the latest bidding proposal for your review. Leave it there. His voice was slightly deep, having already passed through his voice change. Understood. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yao Qinglin's face remained stern, a man of 25 who carried himself like a 50-year-old fossil. Wait. Yen Yen stopped spinning his pen, crossing one leg over the other as he watched him. Any further instructions? You said, how can we get that girl to move into the villa in the southern city? She just glanced at that birthday gift once on her birthday and never went back. Doesn't she like it? If you don't like it, just say so. That place in the West District is almost fully developed now. Why live in such a tiny apartment? It's smaller than even one of her rooms. She's been pampered since childhood. When has she ever endured such hardship? Yan muttered under his breath. As an ordinary office worker, Yao Qinglin once again had his eyes opened by the gifts from the wealthy. Nonetheless, he remained professional and responded to Yen Yen. I heard him say, Miss Tang is a very thoughtful person with strong opinions of her own. Yen Yen shot him a glare and said, do you think I don't know that? Can't you come up with a solution? Sorry, that's not within my job scope, Yao Qinglin calmly replied. Yen Yen clenched his jaw, his lips twitching slightly. Yen Yen said with an unusually mature expression, Assistant Yao, at this age and still without a girlfriend, you really should reflect on yourself. You don't have a girlfriend either. Yao Qinglin clasped his hands in front, appearing quite deferential. Right now, my relationship is called puppy love, but if you don't start soon, yours will be overdue. Yao Qinglin fell silent, and Yen Yen, triumphant, raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. Alright, he said, I'll send you the bid response this afternoon. Okay, by the way, we'll have to call her Miss Meng from now on. Got it. Assistant Yao didn't pry further. It was part of her professional code as both an employee and a top-tier executive assistant. Yen Yen put down his phone and started working, while I had just set down my chopsticks when Dad came home. Chapter 6. I ranked first in grade, exempt from tuition. Hearing the noise, I looked up and called out, Dad. Dad changed his shoes and entered, a smile on his face, showing no trace of his earlier despondency. Wan, how did you sleep last night? Pretty well. I even went grocery shopping with Mom. It was quite a novelty. 4 sets of chopsticks were laid out on the table. Dad's eyes suddenly grew moist, and he lowered his head under the pretext of setting down his briefcase. When he looked up again, he had composed himself. You're back. Go wash up quickly. Dinner's ready. Old Huang specially saved this fish for me today. It's incredibly fresh. Just one more dish to go. It'll be ready soon. Mom smiled as she spoke, her expression perfectly normal. Alright, I'll give you a hand, Dad responded as he walked into the bathroom. They both knew the truth but chose not to voice it outright. This family had endured far too much hardship already. What they needed now was mutual support, not finger-pointing. Everyone was striving to make this household better, and that in itself was enough. Wan, could you go call Yao Yao for dinner? Mom set the pot on the table and wiped her hands on her apron. I nodded and headed toward their room. Out of courtesy, I knocked first. When no response came after several seconds, I tried turning the doorknob. The door was unlocked, and I opened it smoothly. I was taken aback for a moment but quickly composed myself. The room was pitch black, with only a small desk lamp illuminating a tiny corner. Meng Jiao sat curled up on the floor, absorbed in her drawing under that faint light. Beyond the door, it was high noon outside, but inside, it felt like midnight. Unlike my bright and spacious room, this one barely had any space left after fitting a double bed. The only small window was blocked by the neighboring building, cutting off the sunlight. Even so, a small corner had been cleared out, occupied by a low table and an easel. A stack of books sat atop it, with a few nearly dried-up paint jars scattered below. I pursed my lips and carefully walked over to Meng Jiao's side, crouching down. He was deeply engrossed in his creation, and judging that the painting was nearly finished, I silently knelt beside him to watch. As I continued to observe, my brow furrowed. Meng Jiao's artwork brimmed with vibrancy, his strokes flowed gracefully, the composition was bold yet harmonious, and his color choices were daring yet perfectly blended. Yet beneath it all lay an undercurrent of oppression. Even the brightest hues in his hands ultimately transformed into endless black holes, suffocating and stifling to the viewer. I had studied painting for a while, and according to my teacher, I possessed innate creativity but lacked technical skill. While I had a unique eye for composition and color, my hands simply couldn't keep up. No matter how much I practiced, my figures always ended up looking like stick drawings, nearly driving my instructor to despair. Lost in my thoughts, I barely noticed when Meng Jiao set down his final brushstroke. As he turned to tidy up, my sudden presence startled him. Fortunately, I swiftly reached out and steadied him just in time, preventing any mishaps with his freshly completed masterpiece. Time to eat. Noticing the wariness in Meng Jiao's eyes, I said nothing more. After making sure he was properly seated, I released his hand and stood up, brushing non-existent dust off my clothes as I spoke in an even tone. Meng Jiao remained silent, but I paid it no mind, turning to leave the room. Within a minute, he followed me out the door. Eat more, you're both at that growing age. And you, Mom said as she busily served dishes to the three of us. The head of the household needs to keep your strength up. She didn't take a single piece of meat for herself. You're the one running around all day, you should be eating more. If anything, Mom and Dad's relationship had grown more affectionate after the bankruptcy. My hand holding the chopsticks paused as I looked at Mom and said, Mom, have you ever thought about setting up a food stall? Wanwan is so sweet, Mom said, thinking I was complimenting her cooking skills. She couldn't stop smiling, but Dad, noticing my expression, understood my words held 80% seriousness and 20% testing the waters. Wanwan, you think it's feasible then? Yes, Mom's cooking is excellent. She'd have no problem running a small food stall. Mom put down her chopsticks, her face showing a trace of self-doubt. I can manage cooking at home just fine, but if we go out there, we might lose money. Besides, these are just home-style dishes. How could they possibly make for a proper business? I think it's worth a try. Say what you will, but isn't third brother the pickiest eater? And yet, ever since you've been cooking at home, hasn't he eaten the most every single time? Times have changed. Despite her words, I could tell Mom was wavering inside. Seizing the moment, I pressed on. Profit or no profit, there's no harm in trying. You could start with some low-cost dishes first. Over these 17 years, I certainly haven't been idling around as some useless young lady. With both time and financial resources at my disposal, plus having the Tang family heir and Yen Yen, two business prodigies, by my side, anyone with half a brain would have picked up some useful skills. The moment the idea of setting up a stall crossed my mind, a complete implementation plan instantly unfolded before me. Coincidentally, school is about to start in a couple of days. Setting up a stall at the school gate selling sandwiches or kimbap wouldn't be a bad idea. If your homemade dishes are good, you might also check if there are any construction sites being developed nearby. You could contact the foreman and offer to supply lunchboxes for the workers. Alright, then I'll take these 2 days to learn and give it a try. Once school starts, I'll set up a stall, Mom said, ever the one to act without delay. After Mom moved in, her mental state remained consistently poor. Plus, with the youngest sibling's situation requiring attention, we discussed it and decided to let Mom stay at home while the four of us would handle earning money. Mom, however, felt she was holding everyone back and could only endlessly repeat household chores each day. The moment she stopped, overwhelming guilt would engulf her entire being. Dad naturally noticed Mom was carrying too heavy a psychological burden, a situation that would undoubtedly become problematic if prolonged. My proposed solution clearly resolved his dilemma. But your health. I can handle it. Sandwiches and seaweed rolls are easy to make. It won't tire me out, Mom said with determination in her voice, even carrying a hint of hope for the future. Dad pursed his lips tightly, as if pondering something. Seizing the moment, I voiced my real intention. Just to be safe, Dad, why don't you go help Mom with the stall? That way the workload will be lighter, and you can keep each other company during slow moments. But, Dad frowned, worried that this would mean one less working hand at home. Actually, I think Wanwan's suggestion is quite good. When husband and wife work together, the labor doesn't feel as hard. If you can't make enough money, you can always look for a job later, there's no rush to decide right now. Mom cut off Dad's speech, her whole face flushing with a healthy glow. Indeed, we'll probably see results in about a week. These years street stall economy is booming, so trying it wouldn't hurt. Mom and I took turns persuading Dad. Let's settle it for now then. We'll discuss further when your second brother and the others come back tonight. Oh, by the way Wan, where's your school? I'll transfer your tuition to your card in these 2 days, almost forgot this important matter. I'm at the Foreign Language Private Academy, and you don't need to worry about tuition. I'm top of my grade, so it's free. There was a hint of pride in my voice. My parents exchanged glances, looking completely stunned. Worried they might not believe me, I opened my phone and searched for the class group folder, ignoring the 99 plus unread messages. I could guess without even looking that the group was just gossiping again. I found the folder and handed the phone to them. The name Tangwan stood at the top, followed by a string of high scores and, finally, the rankings. Class 1, Grade 1. Chapter 7, They Won't Sell Me Off Anyway. Wan is so impressive. Chini smiled gently, her eyes brimming with genuine pride. Mangwan curved her lips slightly and put away her phone. Rather than worrying about tuition fees, you should think about when to update my household registration and change my name. No need to make a special trip, just hand me the household register directly. Can you manage alone, or should I go instead? Mang Buchuan's words carried no trace of distrust. I can handle it, don't worry. Unable to dissuade Mangwan, Chini dug out their household register and handed it to her. But to both women's surprise, Mangwan had already settled the matter by that same afternoon. In the evening, Mangjili returned home. As the fan spun lazily overhead, Chini and Mang Buchuan recounted their midday discussion to him once more. During the rush hours when students arrive and leave school, there are always many snack stalls outside our school. Even those with average-looking and mediocre-tasting food are surrounded by students. Mom, your cooking skills are so good, I think this could work. Mangjili inherited Chini's gentle and kind personality, resembling a refined nobleman from ancient times who was well-educated and courteous. One could truly say that he lives up to his name. But setting up a stall would require a stall cart. That won't be necessary. There's no need to worry about this. Mangwan had just begun speaking when Mangjili's voice overrode hers. Though not loud, it caused her to abruptly lose her breath, sending her into a fit of coughing. The others' attention shifted toward him. Mangwan frowned slightly at the sight of his pale face. The gesture was subtle, gone unnoticed by everyone else. Take your time, don't rush. Chini patted his back to help him catch his breath, while Mang Buchuan poured a glass of water and handed it to him. The restaurant where I work part-time has an unused food stall cart in the backyard. The boss bought it years ago and doesn't need it anymore. I'll message him now to ask if we might take it off his hands. This family seemed utterly unfamiliar with the concept of wait a moment. Their efficiency was astonishingly high. The moment they set their sights on a goal, they could promptly decide on a general direction and put it into action. The boss appeared quite fond of the part-time worker Mangjili and quickly sent a message, essentially saying he had been planning to discard it anyway, and if they didn't mind, they could just take it. The group was delighted and soon began calculating material costs, labor expenses, and so on. Before they knew it, the conversation had dragged on until midnight, though the couple usually went to bed by 10. Seeing everyone still wide awake, Mangwan hesitated briefly but eventually decided to voice her plans. I was thinking of rearranging the rooms tomorrow. Would that be okay? The three of them were taken aback. Are you not sleeping well? Mangwan shook her head. I checked out the 3 rooms this afternoon. Mine has the best natural light, followed by Mom and Dad's. The worst is second brother's room. It's small and gets no sunlight at all. I thought Mom and Dad could take my room. I could divide yours into 2 sections, one for me and Yao Yao. He's always painting under the desk lamp, and it won't be long before his eyes start suffering. Eldest brother hardly comes home anyway, and younger people have stronger resistance, so he can keep his room. At least it won't be too crowded that way. Mangwan spoke with sincerity. Under the dim night sky, the once lively discussion atmosphere grew heavier and quieter. Wan, before you came, Ji was the one staying in that room. There's no reason for you to take it over now. I don't agree with that. Chini averted her gaze, her smile completely gone. I don't agree either. When the family was prosperous, you never got to enjoy that privilege. Now that times are tough, it shouldn't fall on you to suffer. Though your father can't offer you a better life right now, at the very least, we want to give you the best within our means. So, I don't agree with this either. Caught off guard by this outcome, Mangwan froze momentarily and instinctively turned to look at Mangjili. Mangjili avoided her gaze, his stance clearly aligned with their parents'. Mangwan sighed, unable to articulate exactly what she was feeling. If that's the case, at least let Yao Yao come stay with me. I'll divide the room. He's still young, and living in a room without sunlight could affect his growth. I'll talk to Yao Yao about it tomorrow. Can we decide this between the 2 of us? Besides, when school starts, I can apply for a dorm. Rather than leaving the room empty, wouldn't it be better to make proper arrangements? Have you been planning to move to campus from the very beginning? The subject shifted again and again. You don't have to stay either. Manhwa shrugged, making it impossible to guess her true thoughts. If staying at school makes you feel more at ease, I won't stop you. East or west, home is best. Manhwa's words made everyone present burst into laughter. Alright, it's getting late. Let's all rest early. Mang Buchuan glanced at the clock. Okay. The moment the words left his lips, Mang Jili's expression changed as he turned his head away and began coughing violently. The couple gathered around him, their faces filled with concern. If you don't mind, may I take your pulse? Manhwa spoke only after Mang Jili had recovered. Of course. Mang Jili extended his hand without hesitation. You know how to do this too? I learned a bit from an older mentor. Manhwa placed her fingers directly on Mang Jili's wrist. Despite being a grown man in the height of summer, his hand was as cold as ice. It's no small miracle you've made it this far. Manhwa's words took Mang Jili by surprise, yet he didn't feel offended in the slightest. Jili and your third brother are twins. During the ultrasound, one doctor said your second brother had little chance of survival. When I heard that, it felt like the sky was falling. Thankfully, heaven had mercy. Though Jili was immediately admitted to the ICU after birth, at least his life was spared. Chini wore a worried expression. Yeah, all these years it's been thanks to all sorts of weird concoctions that's kept my sorry little life going till now. Mang Jili said this with an expression of utter ease, as though trying to lighten the heavy, somber atmosphere. Then why are you still in your senior year of high school? Manhwa lowered her hand, smoothly steering the conversation elsewhere. I was often sick as a child, so I took a year off from school. Understood. What medication are you currently taking? Chinese herbs, Angelica sinensis, astragalus, ginseng. Mang Jili recited the prescription one by one. Upon hearing this, Manhwa didn't show any signs of relief. Instead, her frown deepened. These are just basic ingredients. Ahem. Mang Jili coughed lightly, interrupting Manhwa's words. Manhwa understood immediately that Mang Buchuan and the others weren't aware of this matter. Mom, Dad, it's getting late. You should go to bed too. Don't you have to prepare for the stall tomorrow? But what about you? I'll be fine. It's just the same old problem, and the doctor didn't say anything worrisome today. Wan, there's no issue with the prescription, right? Manhwa nodded. There really wasn't any problem, though truth be told, it wouldn't make much difference either way. Though reluctant, the two were ushered into the room by Mang Jili. Only when the door closed did he finally relax. Turning to Manhwa, he placed a finger to his lips, his mouth curving into a gentle smile. I see, she said, raising her eyes to meet his. But, did you memorize this prescription, or? I wrote it myself. Don't let my appearance fool you. I grew up steeped in herbal medicine and picked up a thing or two. My condition is what it is. Every extra year I live as a bonus. No point wasting money on it. Manhwa nodded, thoughtful. When will you be free? Just one last day at work tomorrow. I'll be heading back to school the morning after for the opening ceremony. Then I'll be free after that. Want to go somewhere with me? Sure. Don't you want to ask where I'm going? Anyway, you wouldn't sell me off. Mang Jili wore a gentle smile, like a mature and reliable older brother. Not necessarily. Though she said so, Manhwa wore a smile on her face. Mang Jili didn't say anything. He just raised his hand and ruffled her hair. By the way, write down that prescription you made for yourself and give it to me. Chapter 8, Speech Tool Man Yen. After a good night's sleep, Manhwa sat up, drew back the curtains, and stared blankly at the scenery outside for a while. Coming to her senses, she picked up her phone to check the time, 9:30 in the morning. Just as she was about to put her phone down, a call popped up. Hey, Manhwa, who had just woken up, unconsciously let her words trail off with a soft, lilting tone, gentle and almost coquettish. Yen fumbled with his pen, dropping it onto the desk, his ears now tinged with a faint pink. Gone was the fiery bravado he'd had before making the call. Just woke up? His voice, slightly husky, carried a note of exasperation, yet it somehow rekindled Manhwa's drowsiness. She replied languidly, her eyes barely open. After I helped you, you stopped replying to my messages. Is the young miss too busy? Though accusatory, there was a hint of grievance in his tone, like a big dog neglected by its owner. Yesterday was spent discussing matters until midnight, and I just fell right asleep. Manhwa shamelessly yawned without a care for appearances. Yen frowned. Did something happen again? Nothing major. By the way, I'm going to visit Elder Chen the afternoon after tomorrow, bringing my second brother along. Old man's definitely gonna complain that you only come to him when you need something. Yen smirked. Manhwa rubbed the tip of her nose, offering no rebuttal. By the way, I'll make you a list later. Get those things delivered to me. Listen, Miss Manhwa, I may be a CEO, but you treat me like some errand boy every damn day. Seriously, am I just a glorified tool to you? Yen, the human tool. Yen voiced his extreme displeasure. School starts menu. Got it. Your delivery will arrive in 1 hour, young miss. Please be ready to sign for it. Mangwan laughed and cursed before hanging up, her drowsiness somewhat dispelled. Yen Yen whistled cheerfully, even finding assistant Yao, who entered with coffee, much more agreeable. Stepping out of her room, Chini was in the kitchen arranging sandwiches and kimbap. Seeing Mangwan emerge, she smiled and beckoned. Before Mangwan could speak, Chini immediately popped a small piece of sandwich into her mouth. How is it? Chini's eyes were full of anticipation, yet tinged with a hint of insecurity. Mangwan chewed and swallowed, then nodded. Delicious. Not too dry or tough, just right. Try this one too. Chini, now relieved, cut another piece of seaweed roll and fed it to Mangwan. Mangwan's eyes lit up as she took another bite. These were all bought fresh at the market early this morning with your dad. I negotiated with the vendor, and they agreed to give us a better bulk price later. Seeing Mangwan being so appreciative, Chini's eyes were filled with contentment. Nice. Mangwan nodded. By the way, where's dad? Your second brother and your dad went to retrieve the cart first thing in the morning. After Zhili brought it back, he headed straight to the shop to work. Your dad is downstairs cleaning the cart. Then I'll go check on him. Alright, and don't forget to bring your dad some water and food. Mangwan responded and went downstairs with the cup. Having only been in this household for barely 2 or 3 days, Mangwan had already blended right in, everything felt effortlessly natural. At the doorstep, Meng Buichuan was rinsing the small cart with water. It looked nearly cleaned already, gleaming under the sunlight. Dad, Mangwan greeted. Take a break and have something to eat first. Hearing her voice, Meng Buichuan smiled at her, turned off the tap, and walked over. He took the water and gulped it down noisily. Within moments, more than half of it was gone. Well now, old Meng, who's this? A woman carrying a trash bag stepped out of the building and greeted them warmly. My daughter, Wanwan. Say hello to Auntie Chen, Meng Buichuan said casually. Aunt Chen, hello. Mangwan greeted obediently. What a lovely and polite girl. Old Meng, is this your eldest or second daughter? Aunt Chen nodded approvingly, her face full of admiration. I only have this one daughter. Meng Buichuan's expression subtly darkened as he spoke. But having once held high office, his emotions remained unreadable. Combined with Aunt Chen's straightforward nature, she naturally failed to notice. Is that so? Aunt Chen felt an inexplicable sense of something being off. The Meng family happened to run into her while moving in, and they exchanged a few words. She only remembered that the Meng boys were quite polite, bustling about helping with the move. There was just one girl, dressed in what looked like an expensive skirt, wearing a large and rather pretty straw hat, whining shrilly about how this place was shabby, dirty, and cramped. When she saw her, the girl just scoffed before heading upstairs. Her attitude was incredibly haughty. At the time, she hadn't gotten a clear look at the girl's face, and the details had mostly blurred in her memory. In any case, she hadn't left a good impression. But today, this child didn't feel like the same person at all. But since the parents had said so, Aunt Chen naturally didn't dwell on an unsolvable question. Auntie Chen, my mother made these seaweed rolls. Would you like to try some? Mangwan offered the fork to Auntie Chen with a gentle smile, presenting the demure appearance elders always favored. Chini made these? Then I must have a taste. Mangwan remained silent, quietly waiting as she sampled them. As expected, they received glowing 5-star praise. Mom plans to set up a stall at the school gate when the semester starts and has been looking for people to taste test these. When Dad and I said they were delicious, she didn't believe us, but now that you've said so too, Auntie Chen, she's bound to be convinced. Right, Dad? Exactly. The father-daughter duo responded in perfect harmony, their impeccable coordination evident in their banter. A school stall? That's wonderful. There are so many kids in this neighborhood. Just the other day, Aunt Wang and I were complaining about having to wake up early to cook for them. Those little rascals refuse to eat proper meals, always running off to buy who knows what from who knows where. With all those shady food vendors around these days, no matter how much we warn them, they just won't listen. At the mention of children, Aunt Chen forgot all about taking out the trash. She pulled her foot back and launched into a lengthy tirade about the hassles of raising kids. Mangwan smiled, chiming in with the occasional agreement. Why don't you drop by our place later, Aunt Chen? My mom's busy upstairs whipping up all sorts of things. Sandwiches, seaweed rolls, tea eggs. She'd be thrilled to have you over. That's wonderful. Aunt Chen clapped her hand on her thigh. In that case, Aunt Chen will take Aunt Wang and the others to your place later for a look. If it's good, we'll be your first customers. Oh my, that would be fantastic. Mangwan sweetened the conversation with more pleasantries, charming Aunt Chen so thoroughly that she nearly forgot to take out the trash and kept turning back to wave at Mangwan as she left. Mangwan stood there obediently, gently waving until Aunt Chen disappeared from view before lowering her hand. Wanwan, how did you know Auntie Chen has children at home? Meng Buichuan asked casually. There was a blue backpack strap in her garbage bag. That color is quite bright. Young people don't use those much nowadays, while elementary school students still do. Mang Buchuan nodded, his tone full of admiration. Wan, you're very clever. I just got the ball rolling. Whether we can close the deal depends on Mom now. Mang Wan blinked her eyes, spirited and lively. Mang Buchuan suddenly laughed, as if he had let go of something. Chapter 9, the eldest miss of the Tang family. Need any help? No, just drying up and finishing here. Don't get yourself all wet later. Mang Buchuan packed away the remaining seaweed rolls, then shoved the empty box and water cup back into Mang Wan's hands. Go ahead upstairs and tell your mom first. Mang Wan nodded, then turned and went upstairs to recount the incident to Qini. Qini didn't blame Mang Wan for acting on her own initiative. Instead, her face was filled with nervous excitement as she wanted to do even more. But after pacing back and forth in circles for a moment, she suddenly found herself unsure where to begin. Mom, you go ahead with your work. I'll go discuss the room arrangements with Yao Yao. Good child, go on. Qini could no longer process anything else at this moment. Mang Wan chuckled and shook her head before walking toward the room where Meng Zhiyao was. As usual, she knocked on the door, expecting once again that no one would answer. Just as she was about to push the door open herself, the doorknob turned on its own. Mang Wan looked down, and Meng Zhiyao's little face peeked out through the crack of the door. I have something to discuss with you. Is that all right? The other was only 8 years old, but Mang Wan didn't use the tone one would with a child. Instead, she spoke as if communicating with someone her own age. This child, though the same age as the Tang family's second young master, had a personality that was the complete opposite. Meng Zhiyao didn't speak, but after opening the door, he returned to his little corner. Mang Wan noticed he was holding a brand new can of paint, seemed he'd just gotten up to fetch new supplies before coming to answer the door. Even in such circumstances, the Meng family still went out of their way to meet the child's needs. Later I'll divide my room into 2 areas. You'll take the inner section, quieter, with sunlight, better for painting. I'll stay in the outer area and won't disturb you normally. What do you think? Meng Zhiyao glanced up at her, then lowered his head again to adjust the colors he wanted. My room has a window that offers a beautiful view outside. During the day, you can see little birds perching on the telephone wires. In the afternoon, you watch sunlight filtering through the trees and spilling into the room. At night, you might spot a pedestrian or two passing by under the dim yellow street lights. Mang Wan's voice was soft, carrying a kind of magic that made Meng Zhiyao unconsciously pause what he was doing. Painting shouldn't confine yourself to a small, dark corner. You need to see the world beyond. I promise I won't disturb you while you paint. If you agree, just nod. If not, I'll bother you every day until you can't paint at all. She wasn't a saint, but she wouldn't take others' kindness for granted either. Upon hearing the last sentence, Meng Zhiyao's eyes suddenly rounded with unmistakable accusation. Seeing him display emotions typical of a normal child, Mang Wan chuckled happily and ruffled his hair. Not bad, definitely much cuter than that bratty kid. Just as Mang Wan was thinking this, her hand was swatted away by Meng Zhiyao. She arched an eyebrow. What's your problem? The latter hesitated for a moment before nodding, proving to be much more agreeable than Mang Wan had imagined. That was just as well. She wasn't particularly patient herself, and now she'd saved herself some trouble. With Meng Zhiyao dealt with, Mang Wan stood up. Then keep drawing. I'm going to clean up the room and call you when it's ready. With that, she walked out without another glance at Meng Zhiyao. Meng Zhiyao, on the other hand, stared at the half-finished painting before him for a long while without moving. Having settled everything, Mang Wan took a glance around the room. After sketching the general framework in her mind, she sent the drafted outline and the required materials to Yen Yen. Yen Yen acted swiftly. Though he had promised an hour, in less than 30 minutes, a group of workers arrived upstairs carrying their tools. Mang Wan had given prior notice, so when the knock came, Meng Buchuan hurried to open the door. Expecting ordinary workers, he froze momentarily upon seeing the visitor, his eyes filled with disbelief. Ji Xing? Hello, is Miss Tang Wan available? The man leading the group wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, with a linen cap on his head, minimalist yet stylish. Ji Xing, what brings you here? Mang Wan came out of the room upon hearing the commotion but was momentarily stunned when she saw the man. I heard from Yen Yen and decided to drop by. Mang Wan nodded, first ushering the workers inside and briefly explaining the situation before stepping out again. When she reappeared, she saw Meng Buchuan walking alongside Ji Xing, inspecting the entire house. Your old habits acting up again? Mang Wan didn't spare his feelings either, giving him a crisp pat on the back that startled Meng Buchuan. Seeing Ji Xing show no reaction, she breathed a sigh of relief. Dad, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Ji Xing. He's in architecture. Mang Wan introduced casually, while Ji Xing seemed accustomed to it, properly addressing him as uncle. Architecture? Wan, Mr. Ji is renowned both domestically and internationally, hailed as a genius architect. Meng Buchuan's lips twitched. You know me, Uncle Meng. Just call me Xiaoxing. Wan and I have known each other for years, no need for formalities. Jixing's enthusiasm somewhat overwhelmed Meng Buchuan, who had once witnessed the young man berating a nouveau riche tycoon. At that time, the Meng family needed to negotiate packaging design matters with G Group. Coincidentally, Jixing happened to be both the son and sole heir of the company's chairman. The vulgar scene, with his relentless, inventive curses, had echoed through 2 office doors straight into the conference room. Yet seeing this polite gentleman before him now, Meng Buchuan began doubting his own memory. But soon, Meng Buchuan confirmed he hadn't mistaken the person. The couple crouched by the door, listening to the voices inside, their eyes filled with worry. You don't think the kids are fighting, do they? Dad, maybe you should go check on them? Sounds like it might be an argument about long-term plans. Meng Buchuan was also concerned and was about to go in when the voices inside stopped abruptly, and the door swung open. Mom, Dad, both sides were startled. Wan, let's talk things out properly, don't argue. Chini was full of concern, but Mengwan burst into laughter. Mom and Dad, don't worry. This guy just gets like this when he's immersed in work. He's not actually scolding anyone. Sometimes construction sites are noisy, so he unconsciously speaks louder. Of course, Mengwan wouldn't mention how sharp Jixing's tongue could be when dealing with those who lacked common sense. Really? Mengwan simply pushed the door open to reveal a perfectly harmonious scene, Jixing discussing something with the foreman. If one overlooked his disheveled hair, go prepare the ingredients. Aunt Chan and the others will be coming over soon, won't they? Be good now, don't argue. Take this tea inside, Chini urged with concern. Got it, Mengwan replied, taking the tea and closing the door again. Chini and Meng Buchuan exchanged glances before finally returning to the kitchen. Inside the room, Jixing swallowed nervously and walked back to Mengwan's side. The foreman, used to such scenes, simply chuckled and went back to directing the workers. Can't you just tone it down a little? Please, hissed Jixing, his voice rising in pitch before hastily softening under Mengwan's sharp glare. After a moment's thought, his tone took on a wounded edge. Me, a top-tier talent, who would dare manhandle me like you did? And tell me, was it really for nothing when I cursed those people out? Those nouveau riche types actually think their money gives them the right to boss me around? Is it just about money? Name your price. I can afford any amount. Do you even know who I am? I'm the eldest daughter of the Tang family. Designing a mere room is nothing. Consider it an honor to design for me. Don't be ungrateful. Jixing mimicked the tone of the person on the phone, laying on the sarcasm as thick as humanly possible. TCH, as if I'd miss her measly few million? Talk about inflating your own importance. Which idiot gave out my number anyway? What a damn nuisance. Jixing was ranting furiously, yet Mengwan's attention had drifted slightly off course. Miss Tang? Chapter 10. Does he grind his teeth while sleeping? Mengwan raised an eyebrow, a smirk curling at the corner of her lips. Quite quick to settle into the role, aren't we? News has already spread everywhere. Seriously, no problem at all? Jixing suddenly sobered his expression. Such trivial matters aren't worth my concern. She needs to cling to the title of the Tang family's eldest lady, do I? Mengwan's eyes sparkled with liveliness, brimming with confidence. Jixing chuckled. True, where could you possibly not thrive? But isn't this place way too small? Didn't Yan give you a whole house? If not, you could take mine. Jixing glanced around the room, frowning slightly with a hint of disdain. Can you even stand living here? I have my own plans. Jixing shrugged. Knowing Mengwan's temperament, he said nothing more. The workers moved quickly. After a brief consultation with Mengwan, they redecorated the room in under an hour. Mengwan discussed with Jixing and took the opportunity to rearrange the layout of Meng Zhili's room as well. With Jixing's presence, the space was utilized to its maximum potential. As for other areas, they remained unchanged. Jixing wanted to make additional adjustments, but Mengwan refused, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Mengwan took advantage of the moment to have Meng Zhiyao move in. Your bed is inside, this outer section is mine. Mengwan pointed to the inner bed, explaining the room's layout to him. The room was vertically divided into 2 areas by curtains, ensuring sunlight could reach both sections. The bed was placed at the very back, separated not just by curtains but also by 2 bookcases. Near the window stood 2 desks, with the corner belonging to Meng Zhiyao featuring a small cabinet packed with various paints and brushes. Mengwan's bed had an additional curtain partition that could be drawn at night, creating a private little space unaffected by others coming and going. We'll keep to our own sides during ordinary days, neither disturbing the other. You paint your paintings, I do my things, coexisting peacefully. Consider this my bribe to you, agree? Meng Zhiyao held her paint box, her gaze never leaving that storage cabinet filled with paints. Alright, go pack your belongings. Mengwan patted his head, and this time Meng Zhiyao didn't resist. The corners of Mengwan's lips curled slightly. Kids are so easy to appease. Once Meng Zhiyao was settled in, the boys' room was quickly completed. Manhwa glanced around with satisfaction. With Jixing supervising matters, she wasn't worried about any problems arising, whether it was space utilization, architectural elements, or overall layout. Jixing always had a knack for creating visually striking designs while attending meticulously to every minute detail. He was born for this job. Thank you for your hard work. Don't mention it, Miss Tang. Just let us know directly if you need anything next time. The lead worker carrying the toolbox replied with a hint of honest simplicity in his tone. My surname is Meng now. Manhwa's words left the two in the kitchen stunned. Qin Yi's eyes reddened instantly, and she could only lower her head further, shaping the seaweed rice rolls to hide her emotions, yet the slight tremble in her hands still betrayed her feelings. Meng Buchuan also felt a bit unsettled. He patted Qin Yi's back lightly with his clean hand. After wiping his hands, he walked over to Manhwa's side. Understood, Miss Meng. The lead worker had collaborated with Manhwa several times before. Contractors who could deal with them were naturally shrewd individuals. Then I'll take my leave too. Call me if anything comes up. Jixing hung up the phone that had been ringing repeatedly again, deftly blocking the caller. Got it. Thanks for today. I'll treat you to a meal once this busy period is over. Jixing remained silent, bumping fists with her in acknowledgement. Uncle, see you next time. Apologies for the poor hospitality. Thank you for coming. Please visit again when you're free. No sooner had they sent Jixing's group off than Auntie Chen's family arrived. Meng Buchuan originally wanted to speak with Manhwa, but had to abandon the idea and instead joined Qin Yi in welcoming the new guests. The entire house grew boisterously loud. Disliking such clamorous atmospheres, Manhwa excused herself and retreated to her room. It wasn't even noon yet, but Manhwa's energy reserves were already dangerously depleted. Lying on the bed, the plush mattress instantly relaxed her. After all, she was a pampered young mistress who'd been raised in luxury for over a decade. There was a world of difference between merely falling asleep and sleeping well. Yen had probably known this too, which was why he'd even gone as far as replacing Manhwa's bed. After rolling around a couple of times, just as she was about to doze off, her phone rang. Separated only by a curtain, Meng Jiao focused on her painting while Manhwa answered the call without hesitation. Hello, she murmured lazily, her voice lacking any vigor. Has the young mistress Meng taken up hard labor? Why do you sound so listless? Send me 50, and I'll tell you the legendary tale of how I struck gold. Yen smirked slightly, his fingers gliding across the screen while his mouth kept up the idle chatter. Everything settled? I really am such a spoiled young lady, Manhwa sighed sincerely as she lay on the bed. Just as he was speaking, his phone let out a ding, and a transfer notification popped up, yet another million. Wow, young Master Yen is being so generous. Should I bow in gratitude? Manhwa accepted it without hesitation. After all, her money was deposited directly into Yen's account. Their relationship was far closer than outsiders imagined. His voice, youthful and laughing, came through slightly deep over the call, tickling the ears. You've got a house to live in. How long do you plan to keep playing around? Manhwa sat up, casually smoothing her flowing hair a couple of times. It's quite amusing actually. Let's keep it like this for now. When evening came, Meng Ziyuan and Meng Zhili returned together. Zhili's back. Go take your bath quickly. You've got school tomorrow. Hearing the door open, Qin set down what she was holding. Yeah, I talked to Big Brother about the street stall thing yesterday. He waited for me at my shop after work, and we came back together. Is Ziyuan back too? Have you eaten? Yes, we have. So what about setting up the stall? Everything's pretty much settled. Speaking of the stall, we owe it to Wan. She pulled some strings to get the business license sorted for us. Saved us a lot of trouble. Yes, I forgot about it too. It only dawned on me when they delivered it to our doorstep. Meng Buchuan handed the business license to Meng Ziyuan. Wan, is this capable? Meng Zhili looked astonished, just as Manhwa emerged from the bathroom. I asked a friend for help. It was easy for him, not really a big favor. Speaking of friends, Wan, how did you and Jixing meet? Your father doesn't mean anything by it, just curious. Afraid Manhwa might misunderstand, Meng Buchuan quickly explained. We've known each other since childhood. He's a good guy. When he scolds people, there's usually a reason. Don't worry about it. Jixing? Meng Ziyuan was taken aback. Yeah, Wan said he was a friend who works in architecture. I was quite surprised when I opened the door and saw it was Jixing. A genius is a genius. He redesigned the 2 rooms, and they're so much better now. Wan wanted him to do our room as well, but our layout is fine, so we didn't trouble him. Right, speaking of that, once my internship ends and I wrap up this project, we can move to a bigger place. Wan, if you feel it's inconvenient, just let Yao move back to her old room. There's no reason for you to feel uncomfortable after coming home. Does he grind his teeth when he sleeps? Taken aback by the unexpected question, Meng Ziyuan froze for a moment. while the others in the living room burst into laughter. No teeth grinding. Ziyuan sleeps very well, Meng Ziyuan replied, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Mengwan raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Everyone understood that pressing the topic further would be tiresome, so they left it at that. All these renovations must have cost quite a bit, right? Wan, you keep your own money safe, I'll cover the decorating expenses. Speaking of this, Dad, once the customer base becomes steady after setting up the stall, I'd like to invest in a storefront for you guys to run. Of course, I'll take a cut of the profits. How does that sound? Chapter 11. Where did you get this second brother from, you little brat? Mengwan decisively changed the subject. Just in time, isn't elder brother studying law? Let's draft a contract. My judgment won't be wrong. Mom has already secured several orders before even opening for business today. At this rate, it'll actually be me profiting. That. I'm touched you'd think that way, but let's not rush these matters, Dad. Don't be too quick to refuse yet. Wan's idea has merit, but we should discuss the specifics further. For now, let's focus on solving our immediate issues and assessing recent results before making decisions. As the eldest, Meng Ziyuan carried an air of composed reliability that naturally inspired confidence. As the conversation circled back to familiar territory, Mengwan no longer pressed the matter and retreated to her room to rest. Changing the bed indeed improved my sleep quality significantly. Mengwan glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock. Just as Meng Ziyuan had said, Meng Jiao slept very quietly. Even when awake, he would sit quietly in a corner and draw. If not for the sound of unscrewing a cap, it would seem as if no one was there at all. Not wanting to disturb him, Mengwan opened the bedroom door and saw Meng Buchuan and the other two sitting around the living room, counting something back and forth, occasionally murmuring a few words to each other in barely contained excitement. Morning. Wan, are you awake? Did we wake you up? No. Did you have good results at the stall today? Perhaps infected by their smiles, Mengwan's voice lifted slightly as she spoke. Yes, it's our trial run today, and we didn't make much, but everything sold out. We made nearly 200 yuan. Qini held a handful of 5 and 10 yuan bills, her eyes sparkling, completely different from her usual gentle yet sorrowful demeanor. All thanks to Wan. We'd sold quite a bit before even leaving the building. Meng Buchuan subconsciously straightened his back. This actually reminds me of my early entrepreneurial days. The excitement of landing my first order feels quite similar to today. Meng Buchuan's voice was full of emotion. He lowered his head, rubbing the crumpled stack of loose change in his hands, his expression complicated. Dad, tomorrow's the official start of school. There'll be even more people, much busier than today. Don't be as flustered as you were today. Meng Zhili sensed his father's mood and quickly changed the subject. Yes, luckily Zhili came to help right after school, Qini chimed in. By the way, are you hungry, Wan? Let me fix you something small to eat now. Lunch will be ready soon. Thanks, Mom, Mengwan replied without refusing. Oh, and this afternoon, second brother and I are going out for a while. Kids bond so quickly. Perfect timing, Buchuan, give Wan some money, since it's rare for you to go out. Buy whatever snacks or drinks you'd like. Qin Yi's eyes curved into crescents, genuinely delighted that the siblings could already venture out together after such a short time. The two kids, aged 17 and 19, exchanged a glance, equal parts exasperated and amused. In the end, Mengwan couldn't withstand the combined persuasion of Meng Buchuan and the others. At the bus stop, she stared helplessly at the loose change in her purse, something that would never ordinarily appear there. Don't overthink it, just accept it. Meng Zhili recognized Mengwan's hesitance immediately. Mengwan was a peculiar sort. When met with toughness, she could outstubborn anyone, yet found herself utterly disarmed when confronted with genuine sincerity. She never quite grasped how to graciously accept these unassuming displays of warmth. At the bus stop, Mengwan boarded first while Meng Zhili followed behind to deposit fares. Their destination proved closer than expected. After disembarking mid-route to make brief detour purchases, they transferred to another bus. All told, the entire journey barely spanned 30 minutes. Meng Zhili gazed at the alley before him that resembled those from the Republic of China era, his eyes softening. I never expected a place like this still existed in S City. Your temperament actually matches this place quite well. Mengwan's candid compliment inadvertently made Meng Zhili blush faintly. The deeper they walked, the stronger the scent of traditional Chinese medicine lingering in the air became. Can you identify what herbs are in there? Mengwan suddenly seemed intrigued, turning to Meng Zhili with curiosity. Meng Zhili met her gaze, catching the lively and mischievous sparkle in her eyes. With an indulgent smile, Meng Zhili slightly twitched his nose and actually managed to name several medicinal herbs. Mengwan curled her lips without comment, leading him through twists and turns until they finally stopped before a rather inconspicuous wooden door. The door was slightly ajar, and through the crack, one could see an elderly man lounging leisurely in an armchair, fanning himself with a fan and occasionally humming along to the crackling radio. Assorted pastries and snacks were laid out beside him, a picture of pure contentment. Out of politeness, Mangjili only glanced briefly before averting his gaze, missing the scene inside. Mangwan raised a finger to her lips in a shush gesture, and Mangjili tactfully stepped back behind her. But instead of entering immediately, she waited until the old man was about to pop a snack into his mouth before suddenly pushing the door wide open. "Old Chen, caught you red-handed. How could you snack on these again?" Mangwan's sudden voice startled the elderly man, whose first instinct was to hide the snacks behind his back. "What snacks?" Mangwan smirked coldly. "How about swallowing that potato chip in your mouth first?" Qin Xiong sat up straight, knowing he was in the wrong. Mangwan picked up the teapot and skillfully brewed the tea before presenting it to Qin Xiong with both hands. It was polite, but only barely. Qin Xiong felt thirsty after eating potato chips, but gulping down a cup of tea brought him considerable relief. It was good tea, brewed by someone who knew their craft. Qin Xiong nodded, somewhat reluctant to finish it. "Hand it over." Mangwan extended her hand, her expression stern. "Hand what over? Brat, you haven't visited me in so long. You probably forgot this old man even exists." Qin Xiong played dumb, instead grumbling that Mangwan had only visited him twice all summer. "Still want those pastries from you and Feng's Eye or not?" Hearing this, Qin Xiong snorted coldly. "Your hands are empty. You've learned bad habits, deceiving an old man like me." Mangwan sighed helplessly. "Give me the snacks, and I won't deceive you. Second brother, come in." At the sound of the voice, Mangjili, who had been standing outside the door the whole time, finally stepped inside. "Grandpa Chen." Mangjili entered, holding a box of pastries in his hand. Hearing the voice, Qin Xiong turned his head to look. As their eyes met, Mangjili nearly dropped the box in his hands. His lips parted slightly as he stared at Mangwan, then shifted his gaze to Qin Xiong, his expression filled with disbelief. Qin Xiong, second brother, don't be nervous." Mangwan patted his shoulder and took the box from him. Mangjili swallowed hard, suddenly unsure where to place his hands and feet. His eyes still carried a trace of fervor and admiration. "You little rascal, must be here with some business for this old man." Qin Xiong sized up Mangjili with a glance, though his words were clearly directed at Mangwan. "Visiting you is also genuine." Mangwan handed the box to Qin Xiong, and while he was busy accepting it, swiftly snatched the snacks from behind him. Qin Xiong's eyes widened in surprise, yet he couldn't do anything about it. "All right now, didn't I send Yannian over with other snacks for you? These high-oil, high-calorie ones, you really should cut down. How can an experienced Chinese medicine practitioner like you be so careless about dietary restrictions? What does a little girl like you know? I'm already halfway into the grave, each meal might be my last. So isn't that exactly why I'm helping pull that half-buried foot of yours back out?" Mangwan's words amused Qin Xiong, who couldn't maintain his stern expression any longer and instead turned his gaze toward Mangjili. "Let me introduce you, this is my second brother, Mangjili. Old as I am, I'm not senile yet." "Where did you get this second brother from, young lady? Something's happened, could you take a look at it for him?" Hearing this, Qin Xiong lazily lay back down again. "What symptoms?" "It's a constitutional weakness from birth." Mangwan went on to describe some specific symptoms, mixing in quite a few technical terms. Mangjili suppressed his astonishment, keeping his expression unchanged. "Then why don't you just go to the front courtyard and get some medicine yourself?" Chapter 12, She has an elder brother. Though he said this, Qin Xiong still beckoned to him with a wave. Mangjili quickly stepped forward, extending his hand. Qin Xiong's slightly wrinkled hand came to rest on his wrist, pausing briefly before his expression darkened. "Young man, your family must have spent quite a fortune to keep you alive this long. This is indeed a precious life." "We did spend quite a bit in the early years," Mangjili answered respectfully, appearing somewhat nervous. Withdrawing his hand, Qin Xiong called out, "Xiao Lu." Before long, a teenager of about 14 or 15 came running out from the inner room. "Master, what are your orders this time? I'm telling you, you really can't eat any more. If that little demoness Tangwan finds out I've been buying you snacks again, she'll beat me up." Just as Chen Lu was speaking, he abruptly met Mangwan's face, half smiling yet unsettling. Chen Lu gulped and turned stiffly. A hand clamped down on his shoulder, and Chen Lu wore a look of helpless despair with his back turned to Tangwan. Slowly pivoting around, he had already plastered on an obsequious grin. "Oh, I was wondering who could be so stunningly beautiful that one couldn't look away. Turns out it's my drop-dead gorgeous celestial fairy, Miss Tangwan, the great beauty who could make fish sink and birds fall from the sky, outshine the moon and shame the flowers." The topic changed too abruptly. Mangjili suppressed a smile at the corner of his lips, while Mangwan also wore an exasperated expression and immediately pinched his earlobe. I was wrong, Sis Wanwan, I was wrong, I was wrong." Chen Lu let out a series of exaggerated howls, making it sound as if Mangwan had subjected him to some unspeakable torture, though in reality, Mangwan hadn't even exerted any force. Alright, quit yelling or you'll make me deaf. Manhwa gave him a light tap on the head. We'll settle the snack issue later. Hearing this, Chen-lu, who had been clutching his head pretending to be wronged, immediately broke into a grin. Qin paid no attention to their playful bickering, clearly accustomed to such scenes. He beckoned, and Chen-lu promptly straightened up before walking over to stand by his side, bowing slightly in respect. Xiao-lu, go get everything ready. Yes, Chen-lu, who had been grinning mischievously moments before, immediately straightened his expression. He responded promptly and went to handle the matter without the slightest delay. Qin prepared to stand up, and Manhwa immediately stepped forward to support him. Though they might joke around, proper etiquette and respect were absolutely never to be neglected. Manhwa took in everything with his eyes before lowering his gaze. It was unclear who crossed his mind, but a fleeting look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Second brother, Manhwa said as she lightly supported Qin into the room. Turning her head, she noticed Manhwa remained motionless where he stood. Regaining his composure, Manhwa suppressed his emotions and smiled at her as he followed behind. Passing through the rooms, they arrived at the central courtyard where Chen-lu was already waiting by the door of one of the chambers. Spotting Qin, he stepped in to replace Manhwa's position, supporting the elder as they entered the inner quarters. The room carried a faint medicinal fragrance, not bitter, but rather pleasantly soothing to the senses. Manhwa found himself drawn to this scent, his nose subtly twitching as if lost in contemplation. Manhwa glanced at him but remained silent. Sit down, place your hands here. Qin tone was completely different from before. Manhwa and Chen-lu stopped their horseplay, each standing properly on either side, no longer fooling around. The room was quiet, with only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Qin asked several questions, which Manhwa answered one by one. Occasionally, he would suddenly direct a question at Chen-lu, and if Chen-lu couldn't answer, Manhwa would step in to reply. The atmosphere grew inexplicably tense, and Chen-lu's expression gradually became uneasy. In contrast, Manhwa remained composed, sometimes even raising an eyebrow at Chen-lu, her provocations unmistakable. Manhwa observed their little exchange with a faint smirk, choosing to remain silent. Little six. Yes? Chen-lu responded nervously, expecting another question. Look at you, so easily flustered. Learn from your sister Tangwan here. She could answer any question perfectly even when she was half your age. As Qin spoke, Manhwa shot Chen-lu a triumphant grin, while the latter could only glare at her resentfully, too frustrated to retort. Later, copy down all the questions you couldn't answer today and come see me again tomorrow. Yes, Chen-lu replied like a wilted eggplant, his tone listless yet not daring to argue. Alright, take this and him to the front courtyard to fetch the medicine. Chen-lu took the prescription, glanced at it, then looked at Manhwa. After acknowledging, he led him out. The door creaked shut, and under Qin's gesture, Manhwa took the seat previously occupied by Manhwa. When did you suddenly gain a second elder brother? Treating illness seems just a pretense, while recognizing connections is the real purpose, isn't it? Qin didn't miss the slight tapping gesture of Manhwa's fingers, seemingly casual, yet perfectly matching the quantity of medicinal herbs Chen-lu needed to mention in his response. The illness itself isn't hard to cure, but in his current condition, he won't live to see 25. Bringing him here is the only way to nourish his qi under your care. Manhwa showed no trace of guilt at having her true intentions exposed. Smoothly pushing a neatly folded piece of paper toward Qin, she deftly picked up the tea leaves and began brewing tea. Every precise movement, lifting, measuring, clearly betrayed specialized training in the art. Let's set that aside for now. Tell me, what exactly happened? Qin glanced at the note before placing it aside. He recognized Manhwa's handwriting, and with just that glance, he had a rough idea of what was going on. Manhwa brewed a fresh pot of tea and handed it to Qin before recounting the recent events in broad strokes. It's good that you left the Tang family, but why not come here? You can pick any room you like, and no one would stand in your way whatever you wanted to do. Why on earth would you suffer at the Meng family instead? Qin frowned, but Manhwa calmly shook her head. It's not suffering. You silly child, such a big thing happened and you didn't even tell me. Didn't I come to tell you first as soon as everything was settled? The Meng family seems to suit your taste. Manhwa curled her lips slightly, neither confirming nor denying. During this year together, I'll help where I can. Once they go off to college, everyone will go their separate ways. What becomes of them then will be up to themselves. Qin looked at her, his murky eyes revealing nothing. After a long pause, he finally let out a slow sigh. Whether the Tang family or the Meng family are worth your attachment, this old man can't say. But there's always a place for you here. Manhwa curled her lips and poured another cup of tea. I know, Grandpa. Let's go. We'll do the acupuncture after your condition improves. These things can't be rushed. As for the rest, we'll see. Qin carefully put away the note and stood up. Manhwa stopped what she was doing and stepped forward to support Qin. Whatever you say. Qin Xiong patted the back of Meng Wan's hand with fatherly affection and tenderness, conveying more than words ever could. In the front courtyard, after Chen Lu led Meng Jili into a private room, he went to the counter to prepare the medicine. The prescription contained many rare herbs that weren't kept out in the open, so Chen Lu had to retrieve them personally. Meng Jili sat inside, gazing through the window at the main hall. If not for the modern clothes worn by those coming to fill prescriptions, he would have suspected he'd traveled back in time to an ancient apothecary. The flow of people wasn't insignificant. Ordinary folks were present, as were high-ranking officials and dignitaries, some covering their faces to obscure their features. Strangely, the entire hall remained hushed, with only the occasional murmured exchange breaking the silence. The same aroma lingering in the previous room filled the grand hall. With nothing better to do, Meng Jili took out his phone and began jotting down notes. Take this medicine in 2 doses, morning and evening. The amount of water needed is all written on the paper. Come back again when you've finished it. Chen Lu suddenly spoke, jolting Meng Jili back to reality. Thank you. How much is it? Hearing this, Chen Lu eyed him with undisguised suspicion. Did I say something wrong? Meng Jili asked, perplexed. What's your relationship with Tang Wan? How come I've never seen you before? Boyfriend? That can't be right. Would Yan Yan really let you off the hook? Chen Lu rubbed his chin, furrowed his brows, and rattled off a string of questions, leaving Meng Jili momentarily at a loss. I'm Wan Wan's second brother, Meng Jili. Meng Jili had no idea who Yan Yan was, but his instincts told him not to ask. Second brother? How come I didn't know she had an older brother, cousin or half-brother? Chen Lu leaned forward, skeptical. Full brother, Meng Jili replied, slightly uncomfortable with the close proximity as he subtly edged back. Full brother? Don't joke around. She has an older brother named Tang Qi, and he's someone truly formidable. Chen Lu rebutted without hesitation. Chapter 13 Becoming a Disciple. Meng Jili was pursing his lips, pondering how to respond, when Meng Wan suddenly appeared and smacked Chen Lu on the head. Chen Lu clutched his head in pain and scurried behind Qin Xiong seeking protection. Shifu, look at her, hitting me again. Talk too much. Deserve hit. Qin Xiong didn't hesitate for even a second. Chen Lu pouted, but dared not talk back. This is my real brother. I was switched at birth. Meng Wan spoke candidly, which only made Meng Jili feel more guilty. Chen Lu widened his eyes, looking back and forth between the two of them. So you got kicked out by the Tang family? When did that happen? I've been keeping the room in the east wing tidy. Should I get the bedding ready for you later? Meng Wan curled her lips into a smile, ruffled his hair, and softened her tone. Anyway, my name is Meng Wan now. Remember that. I got it. Chen Lu dared not ask further. That room, not needed yet. Oh. Listening closely, there was a hint of disappointment. Meng Wan's smile never left her lips, and Meng Jili could tell she was in high spirits. She had never worn such an expression while at the Meng household. Most of her smiles there had been strained and distant, unlike now, when her entire being radiated warmth. The medicine's all packed, and it's getting late, so we'll be heading off now. No snacking. Next time we'll bring you some other treats to try. Got it. Little girl, you're so naggy. Wonder who you took after. Qin Xiong complained, but his tone was full of delight, clearly enjoying Meng Wan's scolding. If I ever catch you sneaking that junk food to Grandpa again, you can look forward to a one-way ticket to the haunted house from me. I was wrong, sis, my only sis. I won't dare do it again, really won't dare. Chen Lu clasped his hands together, practically on the verge of kneeling. May I ask a question? Meng Jili suddenly spoke up, drawing the attention of all three towards him. Both the room and the hall carry a medicinal fragrance. I've listed the components, but I feel like I've missed one scent. If it's convenient, could old Master Chen help this junior solve this puzzle? Hearing this, Qin Xiong showed some interest. He glanced at Meng Wan, who curled her lips slightly, indicating she hadn't prompted Meng Jili to say anything. What materials have you listed? Agalwood, benzoin. Meng Jili listed them one by one, estimating the approximate weights with remarkable accuracy. Qin Xiong nodded. All right, little one, speak the last ingredient. It's Angelica. Angelica dehurica? Meng Jili sounded surprised. Yes, but the dosage was very low. It's quite remarkable that you could detect it. Meng Jili's sudden display of skill also left Meng Wan slightly stunned. You're precise about rare medicinal herbs but overlook the common ones, Qin Xiong added. Did you study this in your earlier years? I grew up soaking in traditional medicine since childhood. After drinking so much of it, I naturally picked up some knowledge and understand the basics, Meng Jili replied respectfully. Qin Xiong nodded, seemingly deep in thought, his gaze lingering on Meng Jili's face. Did you write this yourself? Qin Xiong pulled out a piece of paper, which Meng Jili immediately recognized as the prescription Meng Wan had asked him to write earlier. Surprised, he acknowledged before turning to look at Meng Wan. Meng Wan remained silent, appearing rather innocent. What does it treat? The question sent Meng Jili's heart racing. Suppressing his excitement, He forced himself to appear composed as he carefully articulated his thoughts. After he finished speaking, a heavy silence fell over the room. Mangjili dared not breathe, his lips pressed tightly together, those elegant long fingers interlaced, each gesture betraying his nervousness. How would you like to learn a few things from this old man? Mangjili's pupils dilated as he instinctively looked toward Mengwan, who raised an eyebrow with a slight curl at the corner of her lips. Your meaning is, an old man like me has no wife or children. Talented youngsters, I've seen my fair share, but none had the heart for this profession. Chen Xiong glanced at Mengwan, implying something unspoken, then quickly shifted his gaze back to Mangjili. You've got decent talent, and you seem like a steady kid. Since you'll need half a year of recovery here anyway, if I teach, would you be willing to learn? Mangjili couldn't conceal his astonishment, his mouth slightly agape as he remained speechless for quite some time. Unable to bear watching him like this, Mengwan pressed on his back, making him bow deeply towards Chen Xiong. It's an honor to learn from you. I've admired you ever since I entered this field. I've read your papers and works over a dozen times, each time gaining invaluable insights. I even plan to study traditional Chinese medicine in university. I've always looked forward to meeting you one day. I will study diligently and live up to your teachings. Mangjili's heart pounded violently, his ears burning red, his voice trembling slightly. Chen Xiong narrowed his eyes with a chuckle, appearing exceedingly pleased. The matter came up rather suddenly, but proper etiquette must still be observed. Skip the complexities, though offering tea is non-negotiable. Xiao Lu, bring the tea over. Yes, sir. Chen Lu immediately complied. He wasn't particularly talented, though he had been tagging along with Chen Xiong to learn a thing or two. His skills remained middling at best. His strength lay in his efficiency and reliability when it mattered. Despite calling Chen Xiong master every day, he knew his own limitations and feared tarnishing Chen Xiong's reputation if he stepped out of line. Hence, he had never formally taken him as a master. Mengwan, on the other hand, had genuine talent, and Chen Xiong would have gladly accepted her as a disciple, but her aspirations lay elsewhere. So, this tea ceremony marked the first time Chen Xiong was truly being honored as a master. He narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded. If it had been anyone else, Chen Xiong would surely have hesitated, but since it was someone Mengwan had brought, his mind was already 70 to 80% at ease. It was rare to come across a gifted child, and he didn't want to miss the opportunity. Mangjili had caught his eye. What unfolded next exceeded everyone's expectations. On his way back, Mangjili still couldn't quite believe it. The whole journey passed in a daze, as if he were walking through a dream. That's Chen Xiong we're talking about. Even when I was little and went to the Chinese medicine hospital, I'd always hear people talking about him, a titan in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Practically a figure from the textbooks. And now someone that incredible is my master? Yes, Mangjili asked several times, and Mengwan answered each time with rare patience. Wan, was it you who asked old Master Chen for this favor? How could he suddenly take me as his disciple after just one meeting? And that note, Wan, what's your relation to Master Chen? You seized the opportunity. The old master values talent. Keep working diligently and you'll learn much from him. Don't disappoint his sincere intentions. Mengwan didn't clarify her relationship with Chen Xiong. I'd originally intended to apply to a traditional Chinese medicine university for the college entrance exams. Never thought. Mangjili stood before Mengwan, suppressing his inner excitement. Wan, thank you. Since you returned, I haven't been able to help you with anything. On the contrary, it's thanks to you that I became Master Chen's disciple. Do your best. Mengwan patted his shoulder, her tone flat and devoid of fluctuation. As the first member of the Meng family to accept her, Mangjili had silently kept an eye on Mengwan from the very beginning. If he noticed mosquito bites on her hands, mosquito repellent liquid, spray, and electric swatters would appear at her doorstep the next day. There were many instances like this. He quietly observed everyone's emotions and just as quietly comforted them all. Chen Xiong was right. She could absolutely help Mangjili on her own without needing to take him along. But when it comes to connections, forming relationships is one approach, and nurturing one is another. Originally, she just wanted to test his capabilities, never expecting him to exceed her expectations. If she, as the guide, merely led Mangjili to the doorstep, then this door, he pushed it open entirely on his own. He seized the opportunity perfectly, and it was no misfortune for either him or her. Chapter 14, Opportunity. I'll have to tell Mom and Dad when I get back. Mangjili continued to mutter under his breath, but Mengwan suddenly stopped in her tracks. I'm going somewhere, so I won't be heading back with you. Don't bother preparing dinner. Alright, just let me know when you're back and I'll come downstairs to meet you. The alley isn't safe at night, Mangjili said without pressing further, simply offering this reminder. Mengwan wasn't actually worried about this, but since the other party brought it up, refusing outright would only lead to several rounds of polite back and forth, so she simply agreed. At the fork in the road, Mengwan turned a corner and disappeared around the street under Meng Zhili's gaze. Holding onto the bag in his hand, Meng Zhili sighed with a wry smile tugging at his lips, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. If it were Meng Tangzi here, he wouldn't hesitate to ask a few more questions. But with Mengwan, though concerned, he feared pressing further might only annoy her. How to make Mengwan feel relaxed and at ease, he was still pondering that. In the courtyard, Qin Xiong was already reclining on the same grand armchair, enjoying the pastries Mengwan had brought over. Master, what's the background of this Meng Zhili? Apart from brother Yannian and sister Wanwan, no one else has passed that incense test, right? Could sister Wanwan have leaked the questions in advance? Qin Xiong grinned and waved at him. Chen Lu walked over and crouched down in front of him. The moment he crouched, Qin Xiong flicked him on the forehead, making Chen Lu grimace in pain. You don't know what kind of person sister Wanwan is? She wouldn't bring someone incompetent here. How long have you been with me? At least 5 or 6 years, right? And yet you can't even answer half as many questions correctly as she can. Sister Wanwan's brain is practically mutant. How could I ever compare? All these years, only Yannian has been her equal. Chen Lu grumbled indignantly. How much you're worth, don't I know? And you dare compare yourself to Wanwan Jia? I was talking about Meng Zhili. What? He didn't say a word the entire time. Chen Lu's voice rose sharply. Qin Xiong stuffed a piece of pastry into his mouth and thrust the note into his hand. Alright, go help out in the front yard instead of getting in my way. As he spoke, Qin Xiong lay back down, but his mind's eye kept seeing Meng Zhili quietly answering questions, his fingers absently tapping against his trouser seam. At first he thought it coincidence, only after several questions lined up perfectly with the prescription counts did he become certain. Yes, of course, we all know your precious Wan girl never gets in your way. Chen Lu mumbled through a mouthful of pastry, spraying crumbs as he spoke, which annoyed Qin Xiong so much he nearly got up to hit him. Unfortunately, Chen Lu was quick on his feet. He dashed away before Qin Xiong could stand up, even snatching another pastry as he fled, leaving Qin Xiong both furious and amused. Only when he reached the front courtyard did Chen Lu unfold the slip of paper. The names of the medicines were listed with precise dosages, though it was a basic prescription. To achieve this level of accuracy without formal training, relying solely on book knowledge, Chen Lu tucked the note away and nodded to himself, almost unconsciously. On the other side, Meng Zhili opened the door with mixed emotions. There was some movement in the kitchen. Meng Buchuan was preparing dinner inside. Qin Yi, who had initially been playing with blocks with Meng Zhiyao in the living room, came out when she heard the commotion. Mom, where's Wanwan? Didn't she come back with you? Qin Yi glanced behind him. Wanwan said she had something to take care of and won't be back for dinner tonight. Then go down to meet her when she comes back in the evening. All sorts of people hang around the building, and it's late for a girl like Wanwan. I know. Meng Zhili's voice was tender. Oh, and what did you buy this afternoon? Qin Yi noticed the bags in Meng Zhili's hands and assumed they were the siblings' afternoon haul. Speaking of which, there's something I need to tell you. Meng Zhili smiled faintly, his tone light and cheerful. Qin Yi immediately picked up on Meng Zhili's mood, her lips quirking up in response. You little rascal, already playing mysterious. What good news do you have? Meng Zhili didn't answer, instead placing the items on the table. Following his gesture, Qin Yi opened the bag, only for her expression to shift. Medicine? What's this for? Sensing the sudden tension, Meng Zhiyao tore his attention away from his building blocks and quietly settled beside Meng Zhili. The latter ruffled his hair gently. Don't panic, Mom. It's nothing serious. But take a guess, who prescribed this medicine? Who prescribed the medicine? Qin Yi froze for a moment, while Meng Buchuan, appearing unnoticed, had already come out and sat down beside her. It surely wasn't Wanwan, was it? It really was thanks to Wanwan. Meng Zhili stopped beating around the bush and recounted everything that had happened that afternoon in detail. So, you're saying Wanwan not only got old Mr. Chen to examine you but also had him take you on as his apprentice? Meng Buchuan's mouth dropped slightly open, hardly able to believe it. Qin Xiong, is that the same Qin Xiong your attending physician mentioned during your hospital visit? Yes. Meng Zhili smiled faintly and nodded, giving them both a firm yet succinct confirmation. We spent a fortune trying to book an appointment with him but couldn't even. Appointment? We couldn't even locate the man, interrupted Meng Buchuan. Yes, is it true? How did Wanwan manage this? Forget taking disciples, just getting you to take a look at me would have me thanking the heavens. The old man must have smiled upon us. Zhili, what did old Mr. Chen say? Is he alright health-wise? I just mean we'll need to make a few more trips later, but I was already planning to go there on weekends anyway, might as well learn something while I'm at it. Good, this is your opportunity. Make the most of it. Don't let down Wanwan's trust or old Mr. Chen's expectations, Meng Buchuan urged, his tone grave. I understand. If your health can't take it, you must tell me. I'm truly happy for you that you're chasing your dreams, but if it's too much, you can always take another year off from school. After everything I've been through, I've come to understand this, having our family healthy, safe, and together means more than anything in this world. Mang Jili nodded in agreement, while Mang Buchuan said nothing but gently patted Chini on the back. One of the best things about the Mang family is that when the children have their own ideas, Mr. and Mrs. Mang never stand in their way. They offer sensible advice and set acceptable boundaries, then let the children weigh their options themselves. This approach has made all the Mang children remarkably level-headed and independent in their decisions. And now they were beginning to understand that when it came to Mang Zi's education, they had indeed been wrong. Unconditional indulgence and favoritism had, paradoxically. By the way, Jili, you mustn't mention that Wanwan knows old Master Chen or that you've become his disciple. Firstly, we don't want to cause trouble for Wanwan, and secondly, since you haven't achieved anything notable yet, speaking about it would only bring no benefit to both you and old Master Chen. Understood. Ever since Wanwan came to our home, not only have we failed to give her a better life, but rather, thanks to her, our own lives have improved quite a bit. Somehow, the atmosphere at home has become much more relaxed too. When speaking of Mang Wan, Qin Yi's eyes were brimming with emotion. Although we're family now, we haven't raised Wanwan for a single day. Jili, you must remember this day. When you achieve success in your studies, never forget that Wanwan was the one who guided you. Mang Jili showed not the slightest impatience and responded to each query. Unaware of the Mang family's conversation, Mang Wan rounded the alley to find a girl in biker gear waving at her from atop a motorcycle. Surveying the moaning hooligan sprawled around Lan Xing, Mang Wan shook her head in resignation. Must you always make such a spectacle? Lan Xing lowered his sunglasses slightly, revealing his striking peach blossom eyes, and winked at her before casually tossing a helmet her way. Mang Wan merely smiled, donned the helmet, and swiftly mounted the bike. The roar of the motorcycle echoed through the alley as the two departed without so much as a glance at the figures lying on the ground. Chapter 15, Not Worth a Glance. The rumble of the engine and the howling wind whipped past their ears as they sped across the road, eventually turning into a narrow lane where they came to a stop at its end. The shop door stood wide open, its exterior unremarkable, with only a scattered few inside cleaning up, awaiting the arrival of night. Mang Wan removed her helmet and casually smoothed her long hair a couple of times with her fingers. Lan Xing's short hair was neat and tidy, requiring just a few quick strokes before she left it alone. It was Mang Wan who couldn't stand it and helped flatten the unruly strands for her. The attendant noticed the two and immediately stepped forward to take their helmets. Lan Xing handed over the car keys as well and, wrapping an arm around Mang Wan, led her inside. Though Mang Wan stood at 168 centimeters, Lan Xing still towered over her by nearly a head. So, what do you think? Followed the design you gave me. As the minor boss, you didn't even show up for the grand opening. The moment they stepped in, Lan Xing eagerly began showing off her little tavern to Mang Wan. You know I prefer to stay out of the spotlight. As an apology, didn't I send you some little gifts? Someone as magnanimous as our esteemed Miss Lan surely won't hold it against me, right? Mang Wan held her face in her hands and winked at Lan Xing. I wouldn't dare be angry with my generous patron. Blue Star's gaze drifted toward the row of glasses and bottles displayed behind the counter, clicking his tongue twice with admiration. Yes, just a little trinket worth nearly 80 million. This was precisely why she wasn't the least bit worried when she learned Mang Wan had left the Tang family, whose pampered young lady, barely of age, could casually drop 80 million on whimsical trinkets while also throwing in an extra 10 million to fund the dreamy little tavern of this family black sheep deemed hopeless by her relatives. Mang Wan didn't respond to her, simply walking a full circle around the tavern. Lan Xing stopped speaking further and quietly followed in her footsteps. Unlike ordinary taverns glittering with multicolored lights, this establishment wasn't dimly lit either. Instead, it maintained an amber-hued atmospheric glow, though the lighting carried none of the usual ambiguity, instead exuding an air of refined luxury. Any connoisseur entering would immediately recognize that everything inside, from the smallest cup to the bricks in the walls, was meticulously curated. Some items weren't mere trinkets obtainable simply by having deep pockets. After completing her survey, Mang Wan casually chose an obscure corner to settle in. With a snap of Lan Xing's fingers, a server promptly brought over a cocktail and a soft drink. Lan Xing tossed her hair back, one hand picking up the cocktail glass while the other rested casually on the sofa, appearing effortless and carefree. So, my dear patron, are you pleased with what you see? Mang Wan raised an eyebrow, took a sip of juice, then set it back down. Not bad. With Ji Xing and his team overseeing things, there shouldn't be any major issues. How about Qing Ling? He should be able to come back in the second half of the year. That's good. This guy keeps telling me everything's fine every day, but when something really happens, no one can hide it better than him. Last time, he almost lost his life. If I hadn't been a bit more careful, she would still be keeping me in the dark to this day. Knowing that Lan Xing would get angry whenever this topic came up, Mengwan changed the subject. But you suddenly asked me to come over. Is there something important? Nothing particularly important, but I poached a singer from another bar. He's quite good looking. Let's grab dinner first, then stay for a couple songs in the evening before leaving? Though not particularly interested, Mengwan nodded anyway. By the way, I heard you took your second brother to the Chinese medicine clinic. Jixing told you? Mengwan arched an eyebrow, catching the slight unease in Lan Xing's expression. He came by for a couple of drinks yesterday. Did he just come to drink yesterday, or does he come every day? Mengwan deliberately asked, her tone full of teasing. Lan Xing pretended to take a couple of sips from her cup, choosing to remain silent in response to Mengwan's question. Don't change the subject. What do you think? After all, we'll have to live together for a year. Consider it a repayment. Dying at 25 would be a bit of a waste. As for the person, well, he's alright, and with some talent to boot, so it seemed natural to do him a favor. The old man's been going on about taking a disciple, and now we've found him a ready-made one. At least that'll keep his nagging at bay for a while. Lan Xing nodded approvingly. That suits your personality. You'd never settle for someone without skill. And if Elder Chen took them as a disciple, there must be real talent. No need to see it to know. Getting along well? If not, don't force yourself. It's not like you have nowhere else to go. Mengwan shook her head. She'd lost count of how many times she'd explained, yet her patience remained unshaken, with not a hint of irritation toward her dear friend's concern. Pausing for a beat, Lan Xing suddenly seemed to recall something. She crossed her long legs and leaned slightly forward, fixing her gaze on Mengwan. I received the Tang family's banquet invitation. It's a recognition banquet. Seems they're paving the way to formally acknowledge the true heiress. What do you plan to do? Should I go and vent some anger for you? Mengwan chuckled lightly. You call that venting a little anger? Lan Xing awkwardly rubbed his nose. That incident at the Hu family's banquet last time was truly unexpected. I just exposed his schoolyard bullying tactics. Who knew Hu Feng would lose his composure so easily? What kind of man can't out-argue me nor outfight me? Utterly useless. In the end, this whole affair started because of Mengwan. Hu Feng was notorious as a playboy, spending his days at school slacking off and constantly harassing Mengwan instead of studying. Unfortunately, the Tang and Hu families had business ties, preventing Mengwan from openly cutting ties with him. As a result, Lan Xing had been the one stepping in all along, but the entire school knew Lan Xing and Hu Feng were like oil and water. After a period of stalemate, the Hu family happened to host a birthday banquet for Patriarch Hu. The Tang family purposely arranged for Mengwan to interact with Hu Feng, which led to Lan Xing publicly screening footage of Hu Feng bullying students from less privileged backgrounds. Unexpectedly, Hu Feng couldn't control his temper, hurling insults like slut and bitch while attempting to strike Lan Xing right in front of the guests. But Lan Xing was no pushover. Despite wearing formal attire, she swiftly flipped him to the ground. The crowd erupted in shock, and Patriarch Hu's face turned pitch black with rage. The perfectly fine birthday celebration was completely ruined, and Hu Feng was sent abroad by the Hu family to fend for himself. However, on the very first day overseas, he encountered local bandits and nearly lost his life. Though he was rescued, his lower body. Upon hearing the news, Lan Xing burst into laughter, and the engagement plans between the Tang and Hu families were quietly abandoned. That guy totally deserved it, though I can't shake the feeling it wasn't just a coincidence. If I had to guess, it sounds like something that lunatic Tang family heir would pull off. Hearing this, Mengwan glanced up at Lan Xing, realizing her slip. Lan Xing blinked and mimed zipping her lips. Speaking of Tang Chi, shouldn't those two from the Tang family return for the recognition banquet? I don't know, Mengwan answered truthfully. Wait, you came from the Tang family, haven't they contacted you at all? Mengwan shook her head, her expression calm. Blue Star clicked her tongue disapprovingly, her tone laced with displeasure, typical of the Tang family, each one colder than the last. Mengwan curved the corners of her lips slightly, offering no comment. And then there's that Tang. Tang what's her name? Tang Zi, Mengwan promptly supplied. Exactly. Lan Xing slapped his thigh. I've heard about the situation too, seems like she's no pushover. Rumor has it she's transferring to our class. You've met her before, right? Tough to handle? Don't worry about it, she's not worth your attention. Lan Xing harbored no doubts about Mengwan's confidence. Seeing her disinterest in continuing this topic, he checked the time and took her out for a meal. By the time they returned, the tavern had already opened for business. Chapter 16, Making Trouble. There were no dazzling lights that hurt the eyes, just two types of soft illumination rotating gently, paired with the jazz music playing in the bar, creating a uniquely tranquil atmosphere different from other taverns. Most of the seats in the bar were occupied, and if one paid a little attention, they would notice that the majority of the patrons were women of wealth and privilege, no less. Well, look who's here, the boss. Some customers greeted Lan Xing openly when they saw her. Miss Hua, you're early today. Brought a new friend along? Yes, it was really hard to get a reservation. That's entirely my fault, AMU. Serve 3 of our new drinks at Huajia's table, on the house. Though Lan Xing usually acted carefree, his emotional intelligence was surprisingly sharp, instantly picking up on Huajia's hint of complaint. Sure enough, Huajia immediately beamed with delight. The two chatted about this and that, but when Huajia asked about Mengwan, Lan Xing skillfully deflected the question without introducing her. Many were closely watching Lan Xing's every move, just about to conclude their friendship was shallow when, unexpectedly, he casually threw an arm around Mengwan's shoulders, a gesture of protection too obvious to ignore. Ordinary office workers were unaware of Blue Star's identity, while some socialites came purely for the atmosphere. There were undoubtedly those who sought to cultivate ties with Blue Star, and she was deliberately putting on this display precisely for their benefit. So what if the Tang family replaced their young mistress? She was the sole heir of the Blue family. Anyone with half a brain should be able to weigh who carried more influence. Was there any renowned entertainment venue in the imperial capital not owned by the Blue family? At least 80% of all business deals across the city were settled on Blue family turf. If someone earned their displeasure, finding a new venue would be the least concern. The real damage would be the loss of status and plummeting social capital. Having achieved her objective, Blue Star led Mengwan upstairs to the second floor. The upper level featured private booths designed for intimacy, compact spaces accommodating just 2 to 4 people. Any larger gathering would disrupt the carefully cultivated ambience. The private booth featured one-way glass windows, allowing a clear view of the first floor even from the second level. The attendant adjusted the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature, set down a fruit platter and drinks for the 2 guests, then discreetly withdrew. Almost time. This one was specially recruited, quite distinctive vocals, and most importantly, exceptionally handsome. In just 1 week here, he's attracted quite a few clients for me. Mengwan nodded, suddenly realizing she'd forgotten something. What's today's date? 30. What's wrong? Nothing, just forgot something, but it's not a big deal. Mengwan took a sip of her drink while calculating something in her mind. Lan Xing wanted to ask more, but the music in the shop suddenly stopped, and there was some commotion below. However, overall it remained quiet, and the more exaggerated reactions were promptly soothed by the attendants who came forward. That dramatic? Mengwan raised an eyebrow, glancing downward. Exactly, thanks to him, the turnover has increased considerably compared to before, and it's attracted quite a few new customers too. Mengwan didn't respond, and the 2 of them looked outside together. The light shone on the man's silver head, creating a gleam. At first, the light was a bit harsh, and Mengwan could only see a blurred outline. But when the guitar started playing, the light softened, and Mengwan could finally make out his appearance. Meng Jilian? Do you know him? Blue Star looked at Mengwan with some surprise. My third brother. Mengwan remained composed, glancing briefly before averting her gaze. Third brother? Blue Star raised an eyebrow, turning her gaze toward Meng Jilian with a teasing tone. What a coincidence. Didn't you do any background checks beforehand? No, that day I just saw some trouble at his bar, stepped in to help without thinking, and ended up getting his pay docked. So I figured I might as well scoop him up. Lan Xing spoke casually, yet it suited her personality perfectly. Mengwan wasn't surprised and was just about to remind her when Meng Jilian tapped the microphone, drawing everyone's attention to him. Mengwan looked over and saw Meng Jilian with lowered eyes, gently plucking the strings of his instrument. Though she couldn't see his expression, she inexplicably felt an aura of tenderness around him, completely different from the rebellious air he had carried during their first meeting. Meng Jilian's voice was deep and magnetic, his posture relaxed and languid as he sang the soothing love song, like whispers to a lover. The tavern gradually grew quiet, with only an occasional murmur of conversation. Beautiful things always evoke special fondness, whether it's a voice or a person. Some know to admire from a distance, while others desire possession. Just 2 songs in, commotion erupted below. The soothing melodies were abruptly cut short as complaints rose from the audience. The troublemakers continued pointing and arguing, yet Meng Jilian sat motionless with his guitar, completely detached as if unaffected, not even lifting his gaze from where it rested. In this moment, none of his earlier warmth remained. Instead, he radiated an icy aloofness that warned strangers to keep away. Mengwan exchanged glances with Lan Xing. The latter signaled and descended the stairs while Mengwan remained in the private booth, observing the unfolding scene below. What's going on? Lan Xing calmed the surrounding guests before walking over to the waiter. The guest had 2 drinks and is now demanding that Jillian come down to have a drink with her. She said she'd order the most expensive wine in the house if he comes. Lan Xing frowned upon hearing this. Didn't you tell her we don't have these inappropriate drinking companionship services here? We did, but the guest refused to listen. We tried to escort her out, but as soon as we touched her, she started recording with her phone, threatening to sue us for harassment. Hearing this, Lan Xing actually laughed. I've only heard of creepy guys, but creepy girls? Now that's something new. Alright, you can go now. Calm the guests down, give discounts where needed, comp meals when appropriate. The waiter wanted to say more, but seeing Lan Xing cracking her knuckles, tilting her head with an excited expression, he chose to keep quiet. Waving over the other two waiters, he went to pacify the customers. What's so special about some liquor seller? How's this place any different from others? Get him down here. It's just money. I've got plenty. Why bother singing? Might as well come down and sing for me. I'll make sure you live the high life. Lan Xing looked at the two empty bottles on the table. The alcohol content wasn't particularly high, but its delayed punch was strong. Downing two bottles like this, no wonder they were wasted. Though she'd still taken their money, that didn't stop her from making over these two perfectly good bottles of liquor being ruined. Hey, mister. With just one glance, Lan Xing understood the situation. A husband who'd strayed, drowning his sorrows here. How pathetic. The man was still clutching a bottle of liquor. Seeing the waiter gone, he tried to make his way toward the stage but was blocked by Lan Xing. Li Ying squinted at her, while Lan Xing returned the gaze with an indifferent look, clearly not giving her a second thought. If anything, she seemed mildly disgusted. Li Ying wasn't old, but her tacky outfit aged her by several years. Thick, chalky foundation, bright red lips, a leopard print scarf, a handbag, every possible spot for jewelry on her hands and neck was laden with gold pieces. At least this was happening domestically. If it were abroad, she might as well have been screaming, I'm loaded, come rob me. Looking at her nouveau riche attire, Lan Xing felt physical pain in her eyes. Chapter 17, Worlds Apart. Who are you? Trying to steal my man too? Li Ying slurred drunkenly. I'm the owner here. Sis, take your drunk act elsewhere. You've got two choices, walk out yourself, or let me throw you out. Pick one. Boss, is this how you talk to customers? You little slut running a business, must have seduced someone's husband again. I've seen plenty of your kind, mark my words, you'll die a horrible death, you shameless little tramps. Something in Lan Xing's words must have struck a nerve. The woman shrieked hysterically, the piercing sound making Lan Xing frown in discomfort. Listen, if your husband cheated, shouldn't you be confronting him instead of causing trouble in someone else's shop? Are you alright, ma'am? How dare you? The woman's voice cracked. Hearing the surrounding laughter, her face darkened with rage. Glaring at Lan Xing, she raised her hand to strike. Blue Star didn't even spare her a glance and was just about to teach her a good lesson when a shadow fell over her. Before she could react, she'd already been pulled into someone's arms. You slut. You've been hooking up with this pretty boy for a while now, haven't you? Li Ying's face grew increasingly twisted as she saw the intimate way the two were nestled together, as if she was seeing something else through them. Thanks. Blue Star paid no attention to Li Ying's hysterical words and calmly extricated herself from Meng Jilian's embrace. Meng Jilian said nothing, his expression impassive as he stood behind her. Meanwhile, when Meng Wan saw Li Ying was about to make her move, she stood up and left the private room. Had enough of this madness? Throw her out, the both of you. Blue Star had no patience left to waste on idle talk. If they dared utter another insolent word, she wouldn't hesitate to take matters into her own hands. What are you trying to do? Get away from me, or I'll report you for sexual harassment. Get lost. Lan Xing was so furious she nearly laughed, waving her hand to dismiss the others. But Li Ying misinterpreted the gesture, thinking Lan Xing was intimidated, and grew even more brazen. She glanced past Lan Xing at Meng Jilian. Handsome, what's so great about that little girl? What does she know about the tricks in bed? Why not come with me? You'll live in luxury, have all the money to spend. With me, you'll be satisfied both physically and materially. Li Ying took a step forward, and Meng Jilian recoiled in disgust. This retreat instantly ignited Li Ying's fury. She turned around and directly swung the wine bottle in her hand, smashing it against the table. A scream erupted around them. Lan Xing immediately shot a glance at the waiter, who understood and began dispersing the surrounding crowd. The scene quickly descended into chaos. If you've got the guts, why don't you go home and throw your drunken tantrum there? Lan Xing's last shred of sympathy for her vanished, her expression turning dark. She cracked her neck and stepped forward. Li Ying, driven berserk by alcohol, hadn't expected Lan Xing to be even more unhinged. That step forward forced Li Ying to instinctively retreat. Perhaps the alcohol had muddled her mind. With that step back, her legs suddenly gave way beneath her. The next second, the liquor bottle rolled to the ground, and Li Ying's hands were roughly tied behind her back. Nice job. Lan Xing high-fived Meng Wan, who had appeared behind Li Ying without anyone noticing, while Meng Jilian froze in place the moment he saw Meng Wan. He was just about to speak when a girl rushed out from the crowd and called out Mom to Li Ying. Lulu, what are you doing here? Li Ying asked, her voice tinged with astonishment. The sudden encounter had sobered her up significantly. Mom, are you okay? Sun Lu rushed over, intending to untie Li Ying's binds but found them impossible to loosen. Her furious glare at Meng Wan was the spitting image of Li Ying's. Tangwan, what are you doing? Let my mom go right now. Mangwan simply spread her hands, wearing an innocent expression. I'll let you go, as long as you stop causing trouble. Causing trouble? What if we do? Do you still think you're the Tang family's young miss? Now you're just some nobody from God knows where. I could make your life miserable with just a flick of my finger. Sun Lu might not have had reason on her side, but her brazen confidence certainly opened others' eyes. Lan Xing stepped forward, but Meng Wan, as if she had eyes on the back of her head, raised her hand with perfect precision to stop her. Lan Xing knew Meng Wan had her own way of handling things, so she let her be. Not only did Meng Wan always show more restraint than her, but worst case scenario, if things escalated, Lan Xing had her back. What was there to fear? Just a mere Sun family. Even if her father showed up, she wouldn't hesitate to give them a cold look if they dared provoke her. Our business ends here today. As for what happened today, I'd appreciate it if everyone could give me, Lan Xing, some face and keep quiet, Lan Xing said, sweeping her gaze around the room with a clear warning in her eyes. Yet her words also offered everyone a way to step down gracefully. Only after seeing many nod ingratiatingly did Lan Xing curl her lips into a smile and soften her tone. Apologies for the unpleasant experience today. This round's on the house, and next time, everyone gets half off. At this point, sensible people naturally wouldn't press further. Those who frequented this place were all either wealthy or influential. Anyone with half a brain knew to weigh their words before speaking. There was no point in cutting off future opportunities for the sake of a careless remark. At their level, it wasn't just financial power that mattered, connections were even more crucial. As the future heir of the Lan family, which controlled 2/3 of the entertainment venues nationwide, who in the entire capital would dare to offend him casually? The waitstaff began clearing the area, and the gathered crowd dispersed. The doors were locked, leaving the shop suddenly deserted. Under Lan Xing's instructions, the servers started wrapping up their tasks, preparing to clock out. Just as Lan Xing was bustling about to wrap things up, Meng Wan was also confronting Sun Lu. The Tang family is about to hold a recognition banquet. I heard the real heiress will transfer into our class the day after tomorrow. As for you, do you even have the money to attend school anymore? Wait, let me rephrase. Do you even have the face to return to school? Sun Lu's mocking tone couldn't have been more obvious. Unfortunately, it caused Meng Wan no harm whatsoever, but behind her, Meng Jilian's expression shifted slightly. What's the matter? Since you can't latch onto my coattails, are you already scheming to cling to the Tang family's true heiress? Meng Wan deliberately emphasized the word true. Sun Lu's face stiffened at having her thoughts exposed, but she stubbornly maintained her bravado and glared at Meng Wan. Well then, I wish you success in your clinging. Meng Wan's words actually carried a note of sincerity, which only further stung Sun Lu's already insecure and sensitive heart. She and Meng Wan had known each other since middle school. No matter how many times Sun Lu tried to ingratiate herself over the years, Meng Wan remained unmoved. In her desperation to gain Meng Wan's trust, Sun Lu had even bullied the new transfer student, only to find that Meng Wan instead befriended that very transfer student and completely severed ties with her. As fate would have it, Sun Lu's father's company had long-standing business ties with the Tang family, forcing her to swallow her pride and endure this treatment for 5 whole years. Don't get too smug. What qualifications do you have to compete with me now? Just one summer vacation has made the difference between clouds and mud between us. Do you really think those people flattering you every day genuinely like you? It's all about transactional relationships. School starts the day after tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. The difference between clouds and mud? Meng Wan whispered the phrase to herself. Sun Lu mistakenly thought her words had struck a nerve, growing more emboldened without realizing how transparent her bluster appeared to others. Chapter 18, You two are quite interesting. How's life in the slums treating you? The lofty Miss Tang of the prestigious Tang family? You. Before Meng Jilian could finish his sentence, he saw Meng Wan stride forward and grab Sun Lu by the collar. She loomed over Sun Lu, her gaze devoid of anger, only calm. In contrast, Sun Lu's pupils trembled involuntarily, her eyes filled with fear and panic. What are you trying to do? Bitch, let go of my daughter. Li Ying, who was tied up, struggled fiercely. Meng Jilian yanked the rope hard, dragging her away without hesitation. Despite Li Ying's torrent of curses, he refused to release his grip, his brow knitted tight as he remained silent. Sun Lu, without the Tang family's status, I am still myself. But without the Sun family's status, are you still you? The difference between clouds and mud. Who are the clouds? Who is the mud? Care to find out? You're just relying on Blue Star's backing. Do you really think someone like you still deserves Yanian? Forget Yanian. Do you honestly believe your classmates can treat you with the same sincerity as before? Everyone's just putting on an act for their own benefit. Is that so? You're really pitiful then. Meng Wan gazed at her with sympathetic eyes. Sun Lu, who should have had the upper hand, found herself unwittingly led along by Meng Wan. Emotions had taken control of her. The outcome was already decided. Go home and get some rest. Let's consider today's matter concluded. Do whatever you want, provided you still wish to remain the well-behaved Miss Son of the Sun family. Understood? What do you think you're doing? In your current position, do you really dare threaten me? Threaten? Manhwa seemed to have heard something laughable. You're not important enough for me to threaten. This is merely advice. The Sun family has a big order coming up soon, doesn't it? Consider this a small lesson. Behave yourself, and we'll leave it at that. 'Cause any trouble, and the consequences will be far worse than this minor warning. Sun Lu's face turned pale. The Sun family had indeed been working on a major order recently, and her father was highly confident it would be secured. His good mood had even led to him giving her a generous allowance. If the order fell through, do you expect me to kneel and beg you? Don't be ridiculous. Tangwan, you've lost all standing. How dare you threaten me with my father's order? Fine, let's see what else you're capable of. Sun Lu clenched her teeth, as if she wanted to tear a piece of flesh off Manhwa. She refused to believe Manhwa still had such influence, yet years of feeling inferior to her stirred an inexplicable unease. Instead of responding, Manhwa merely curled her lips with an air of calm assurance, as if everything was proceeding exactly as she had planned. Star. Lanqing responded and immediately walked over. Throw it out. Upon hearing this, Lanqing's eyes sparkled. She took the rope with one hand while swiftly grabbing Sun Lu by the back collar with the other, moving so fast Sun Lu couldn't react. She struggled, but Lanqing's strength was surprisingly immense. The two of them actually couldn't overpower her and instead found themselves locked even tighter. By the way, as soon as Manhwa spoke, Lanqing stopped. Everyone's gaze turned toward her, some puzzled, others filled with hostility. Remember, my name is Manhwa. Don't mistake it next time we meet. Manhwa smiled warmly and kindly, like the girl next door. Yet, the others could almost swear they saw black wings with floating feathers behind her. As soon as she finished speaking, Lanqing shoved the two out. Sun Lu and Liying stumbled, barely managing to steady themselves, while Lanqing swiftly closed the door, holding a rope in her hand, which she had casually untied when pushing Liying out. Having dealt with the two men, Blue Star clapped his hands and casually tossed the rope into a nearby basket. Today's expenses are on me. I'll take care of the reimbursement. The rest is up to you. Lanqing didn't speak, just bumped fists with her, their unspoken understanding hanging in the air. Apart from a few close friends who knew Manhwa was the investor behind this shop, outsiders all assumed it was just her family giving her practice to prepare for inheriting the family fortune someday. But Blue Star could proudly swear that this shop hadn't cost her family a single penny. It wasn't that the Blue family refused to support her, she was simply too proud by nature. She just wanted to prove a point, to let them know that this so-called prodigal daughter didn't have to rely on the Blue family to survive, and that no one could ever control her. We'll head out first. Alright, see you when school starts. Blue Star glanced at Meng Jilian trailing behind Manhwa, realizing the siblings had things to discuss, so she didn't linger. After exchanging greetings, the siblings left the tavern. Neither spoke. Meng Jilian simply trailed behind her silently with his guitar slung across his back, his expression shadowed and unreadable. It wasn't until they exited the alley that Meng Jilian stopped walking. Tonight's troubles started because of me. As for the money, I'll pay you back. Want some ice cream? Manhwa ignored his words entirely. Without waiting for an answer, she strode into the convenience store across the street. Meng Jilian's unfinished sentence lodged in his throat, but he obediently followed her inside. Manhwa picked her favorite flavor while Meng Jilian, at her gesture, selected one of the cheaper popsicles. He dutifully paid at the counter while Manhwa waited outside. Only when he emerged did she resume walking homeward. Meng Jilian's strides were long, and within a few steps, he was walking beside her. I'll transfer you the money for the ice cream later. Meng Jilian frowned. No matter how broke I am, I can still afford ice cream. Plus, it's only natural for an older brother to buy his little sister ice cream. What's with the transfer? Oh, I didn't think you considered us family. My bad. Compared to Meng Jilian's slightly sharp tone, Manhwa remained utterly unfazed, calm and composed, as if it were the most trivial matter. Meng Jilian wasn't foolish. He understood Manhwa was responding to his initial offer of compensation. He pressed his lips together, looking somewhat uncomfortable. It's not that I don't consider us family. Besides, since I caused the trouble, how could I let my younger sister handle it? Meng Jilian tried reasoning with her, but Manhwa was never one for logic. She operated purely on whim. Should I transfer you the money then? Manhwa asked innocently, effectively silencing Meng Jilian. If she actually sent that money, what little familial warmth remained between them would likely snap entirely. Ahem. Meng Jilian coughed to mask his discomfort. What were you doing heading to a tavern so late at night? My childhood friend told me she poached a live singer, and it's brought her a lot more customers. She wants me to check it out. You and Boss Lan grew up together? Manhwa nodded. So now you perform as a live-in singer at night, and what do you do during the day? I just do some miscellaneous part-time work during the day. I've heard about the family matters from Jili, you've had a hard time. I find you guys quite interesting. Mengwan's words left Meng Jilian utterly perplexed. He tilted his head to look at her, only to find her face all scrunched up from the icy bite of the ice cream, adorably so. Unable to help himself, he burst out laughing. Mengwan pressed her temples and looked at him with a hiss, her gaze brimming with displeasure. Meng Jilian pressed his fingers to his lips, quietly averted his gaze, yet the slight upturn at the corners of his mouth simply refused to be suppressed. Chapter 19, Why not make a pact with me instead? What's so interesting about it? Meng Jilian asked. Having regained her composure, Mengwan tossed the finished popsicle stick into the trash bin without breaking stride. I, Mengwan, have never been one to heed others' opinions about what I should or shouldn't do. When I want to do something, no amount of discouragement will stop me. When I don't, no amount of coercion or temptation will sway me. My actions represent my own will. Yet here you all are, feeling indignant on my behalf before I've even said a word. After hearing Mengwan's words, Meng Jilian finally realized what the problem was. They always claimed to treat Mengwan as family, yet their actions clearly excluded her from the family. It was like dealing with a long-lost relative, outwardly warm but with underlying detachment and formality, constantly worried that the other person might feel uncomfortable or dissatisfied. They had been wrong from the very beginning. His lips parted and closed, but he couldn't utter a single word. Suddenly, Sun Lu's words flashed through his mind. Don't worry about the tuition fees. Although we can't provide you with the same lifestyle you had in the Tang family right now, your education won't be affected. You can continue attending the same school and studying the way you always have. No need to worry about that. Facing Meng Jilian's abrupt remark, Mengwan quickly realized he had taken Sun Lu's words to heart. Do you want to go back to school? Mengwan didn't rush to answer but instead tossed the question back to Meng Jilian. Ah? Meng Jilian was momentarily taken aback. Do you want to go back to school? Mengwan asked again with patience. Working part-time washing dishes during the day and being a lounge singer at night is pretty good. It's like realizing my dream ahead of schedule, really not bad. Meng Jilian uttered those last 3 words very softly, as if trying to console himself. Mengwan pursed her lips. I didn't ask about all that. I just asked if you want to go back to school or not. Meng Jilian gave a self-deprecating smile. Of course I think about it, but I studied at an art academy, which is expensive to begin with. Given the family situation, do you think I could accept my parents' money with a clear conscience while leisurely attending school every day? Realizing his tone had been somewhat harsh, Meng Jilian paused before continuing. Big brother didn't drop out because he's starting his internship this year. As for Jili, he's already in his final year of high school. I can't put pressure on either of them, neither time-wise nor financially. Me dropping out is the best choice. Not only does it save tuition, but the money I earn can also significantly relieve the family's financial burden. My tuition is fully covered, no need for you to worry about that. As for you, why don't we make a pact instead? Contract? Yes. Mengwan nodded firmly. I'll cover your college tuition for 4 years, but you'll have to work for me for 5 years. Work for you? I'll provide the resources so you can balance your studies while pursuing your dreams. After 5 years, you'll need to repay me the 4 years of tuition. As for the profits from commercial resources during these 5 years, the split is 40 to 60, I take 40%, you take 60%. After 5 years, you can choose to renew or walk away freely. How does that sound? Seeing Meng Jilian hesitate, Mengwan assumed he was dissatisfied with the terms she offered. A 60 to 40 split is already far better than what most newcomers get. This is the kind of treatment reserved for A-list artists. Back when Tong signed, it was only 30 to 70, with him getting 30 and me taking 70. Mengwan spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world, but her words completely short-circuited Meng Jilian's brain. And no, Meng Jilian's mind momentarily froze. Never mind the 40 to 60 split, Tong. The Tong you're talking about. Is that the same Tong who became an overnight top-tier star in his debut year with countless hit songs and exceptional vocal skills, then switched to acting and won Best Actor for his very first film? Are there other Tongs? So you're saying the company is Evening Year's Entertainment? Meng Jilian's pupils dilated sharply, his voice trembling slightly. Did I not mention that before? Compared to Meng Jilian's shock, Mengwan's response was much more offhand and indifferent. Is this something we haven't discussed before? Meng Jilian's mouth fell open, feeling an inexplicable sense of heartache. None of this matters. Seeing Mengwan's matter-of-fact expression, Meng Jilian found himself at an even greater loss for words. Not important? Here's what we'll do. Next Saturday, I'm heading to headquarters. Consider these next few days as time for you to think it over. If you're interested, join me on Saturday. Mengwan decided to cut through the nonsense and stop entertaining Meng Jilian's pointless chatter. Alright. You can discuss the contract details with Mom and Dad if you want, but make sure to cut out any parts about me, including what happened tonight, okay? One jaw-dropping event after another strangely calmed Mang Jilian down instead. With a smirk, he patted Mangwan's head. You really, never stop surprising us. Are you planning to use me? Mangwan spoke calmly, yet her words carried an inexplicable ache. Whatever your stance may be, as long as you agree, I'm confident I can mold you into the next big superstar. No, not this one. I just hope that one day we can also become your solid backing. Mang Jilian spoke with sincere tones and straightforward eyes, yet at that moment, Mangwan didn't know how to respond. There were many people around her whom she could trust, plenty were tied together by shared interests, and there certainly were those who could support each other steadfastly till the end, yet not one had ever said they wanted to become her solid backing. This sensation felt somewhat marvelous. Mangwan couldn't quite describe her current feelings, attributing it perhaps to the ice cream's effect, making this summer night seem less unbearably sultry than usual. The atmosphere between the siblings abruptly turned awkward. Simultaneously, they touched their noses and turned their heads to opposite sides. Wan, Jilian? Mang Jili's voice at this moment sounded like heavenly music to their ears. Both silently exhaled in relief, as they weren't the sentimental type to begin with. Second brother. Mangwan called out to him, but Mang Jilian merely raised his hand in greeting before reverting to his usual cool demeanor. Why are you standing here? I figured you'd be back soon, so I came down to wait for you. Mang Jili didn't mention he'd already been waiting nearly an hour, partly because he didn't want Mangwan to feel bad about calling him down, and partly because Chini and the others kept urging him to come wait. Only then did Mangwan realize she'd forgotten to inform Mang Jili beforehand. She glanced back and noticed several hoodlums leaning against the wall under the streetlights, smoking cigarettes. But how did you two come back together? We ran into each other on the way, Mangwan answered first. Mang Jili looked at Mang Jilian, who nodded in confirmation. Alright, it's getting late. Let's head back first. Are Mom and Dad asleep? Not yet. How's the street stall going? Not bad. They're fiddling with new flavors. At least it keeps them occupied, and the atmosphere at home has become much more relaxed. What about you? You seem to be off work early today? The boss had something come up today. The three of them chatted aimlessly about trivial matters while streetlights stretched their shadows long and drew their distances close. Mangwan was squeezed between the other two, their shadows leaning together without any intimate gestures, yet radiating warmth. Chapter 20, Partnership ends here. Upon arriving, Mangwan greeted them briefly, washed up, and retreated to her room. She drew the curtains, took out her laptop, and slipped on headphones, cutting herself off from the world. Just beyond the curtain, Meng Jiao was fast asleep. Outside the door, Meng Buichuan and the other three sat in a circle, their expressions tense. Jilian is right. We've been too cautious with Wan, which might burden her instead. This can't be rushed. We have to take it step by step gradually. Meng Jili's words made the others nod in agreement. By the way, what was that about signing a contract you mentioned earlier? I'm performing tonight, and a talent agent wants me to visit their company this Saturday to discuss potential collaboration. I've looked it up. It's Wanyan Entertainment, the same company He-tong is signed with. He-tong debuted merely 5 years ago, yet has already become a household name. I have heard of this company. Besides, this is your dream, nothing wrong with giving it a shot. What terms did they offer? Contract matters shouldn't be taken lightly, you must scrutinize every single word. Having spent years in the business world, Meng Buichuan naturally places greater emphasis on contractual details. They're saying a 60-40 split now, and they'll cover all my college expenses for 4 years, but I won't know the specifics until I actually go there. Meng Jilian didn't elaborate, so the three of them naturally assumed it was 60% for the company and 40% for him. That's actually quite reasonable. I've heard this industry really exploits newcomers, so getting a 60-40 deal is somewhat surprising to me. Meng Jilian realized Meng Buichuan had misunderstood, but fearing mistakes from over-explanation, he chose not to clarify. They're even covering your tuition? Meng Jili always felt something was off. Yes, but it has to be repaid after graduation. Only then did Meng Jili's doubts subside. You're an adult now and can make your own decisions. As long as the contract is sound, don't harm yourself. Just do what you want to do. Yes, and taking such a long leave from school isn't ideal either. Since the opportunity is rare, it's good to venture out while you're young. Chini chimed in as well. Meng Jili didn't say much, just patted him on the shoulder. Being twins, they understood each other's thoughts even without words. Meng Jilian let out a relieved sigh, feeling as if a weight had been lifted from his heart. Our family will definitely keep getting better and better. Yes, call me superstitious if you will, but I genuinely feel that since Wan came back, our family has truly been getting better and better. Chini looked at Meng Buichuan, who grasped her hand without a word, his eyes also conveying affirmation. Yes, so we need to work even harder. Thinking that both Meng Wan and Meng Zhiyao were asleep, the four lowered their voices and went their separate ways. Holding the door handle, Meng Wan eventually let go, placed the empty water glass back on the bedside table, sat back on the bed, and put on her headphones. The computer displayed the music production interface. The moment Meng Wan put on her headphones, the audio file had just finished exporting. After labeling it, she promptly forwarded it out. "Young mistress, still awake? I thought someone as noble as you might have forgotten the tune you promised me." The reply came swiftly. At times like these, Meng Wan often felt like rolling her eyes at He Tong. He Tong, who presented a mature, steady, and gentle image to the public, was actually quite sharp-tongued and scheming in private. Perhaps as she grew older, she became more uninhibited. Recent interviews had begun revealing glimpses of her true nature. Instead of losing fans, she managed to attract a whole new wave of them. Meng Wan felt the domestic entertainment industry was doomed. But thankfully, He Tong was someone she and Bai Liling had personally nurtured. Though his personality was a bit sharp-tongued, he was still a dedicated professional. No matter what he did, he gave it his all, and most importantly, there were no scandals. Surprisingly, he was an ambitious, career-driven type, so she simply let him be. After all, no one cherished this profession and the hard-won status and glory more than he did. 12 o'clock, just on time. Subconscious, not overtime, don't nag. Resting on set, He Tong curved his lips. Dressed in ancient costume, he resembled an exiled immortal, breathtakingly beautiful. People came and went around him, the fluorescent lights turning night into day. "Mr. He, the female lead will finish this scene soon, then it's your turn." "Good, thanks." He Tong glanced at the assistant, the corners of his mouth lifting into an attractive arc, his gaze carrying an inherent softness that seemed capable of stealing one's soul with just a look. You're welcome." The assistant blushed, fortunately hidden by the backlight that obscured her expression. Not daring to linger, she quickly finished her errand and hurried off, tugging at her lunch companion while whispering excitedly. Noticing their gaze, He Tong looked over, causing the two to immediately avert their eyes and pretend to be busy. Without calling them out, He Tong simply raised a hand in greeting before turning his phone screen back on. "I heard the company signed some rich kid as an artist, specifically requesting you to compose for him. Seems pretty loaded. Maybe I should seriously consider it." He Tong's smile widened. "Young mistress, we've been business partners for so many years. You can't just abandon me like throwing me away, can you? The world is vast, but making money matters most. I need to train a newcomer to take your place when your reputation collapses, don't I? Young mistress, what you've invested in is top-tier stock. It only rises, never falls." From across the screen, Meng Wan scoffed audibly. "I'm bringing a new recruit over on Saturday. As for that rich kid, leave him be for now. Sister Liling will handle it. My shoot wraps up this Friday too, so I'll be back just in time to record songs on Saturday. See you then, princess." After sending the message, He Tong handed her phone to the manager and began preparing for the shoot. Meng Wan responded with a perfunctory okay, then switched screens to open a document, the draft contract with the Sun family glaring back at her. Meng Wan skimmed through it briefly before opening another quotation sheet. After a pause, she finally switched to a different chat window. "Let's end the Sun family's collaboration here." "Understood," came the concise and prompt reply. "Assistant Tian, I'm not some heartless boss demanding 24/7 availability at 12:30 a.m. We're a respectable company. Rest assured, I just happen to be up for a glass of water. Besides, with a 200,000 yuan monthly salary, responding to this message is the least I can do." The reply was immediately followed by a "sleep is for the dead" meme. Meng Wan rubbed her forehead, exhausted by the eccentric company she kept around her. In the cramped rented room, Tian Wei had already booted up her computer. Without turning on the lights, the screen's glow cast an eerie green hue across her face. Adjusting her glasses, her expression was sharp and clear, bearing no trace of grogginess from just waking up. "Since you're online, we might as well discuss work. After all, your month-long radio silence has delayed quite a few matters." Every syllable dripped with one unmistakable trait, rigidity. Meng Wan sighed. She'd seen employees squeezing their bosses dry, but never one who reversed roles so thoroughly. Though she silently grumbled to herself, she quickly composed her professional demeanor. Tian Wei was methodical and meticulous in her work, having sorted out all important matters and documents requiring signatures into separate categories. Those requiring Meng Wan's personal presence at the company were additionally noted in a separate file. Thus, it took them less than an hour and a half to settle everything. Regarding the Sun family, their materials really aren't as good as the other suppliers, but the price is lower. I was planning to discuss it with you tomorrow. Don't ruin our reputation just for a lower price. Besides, there was a bit of unpleasantness today, and I intend to teach them a small lesson. 3 million, just written off like that. It was indeed a small lesson, though the other party suffered greater losses. Considering these 3 million and the long-term outlook, abandoning the Sun family was indeed a wise choice. Even after working together for 3 years, Tian Wei still occasionally marveled at Meng Wan's character. An angel or a demon, it all depended on her whims. Definitely not someone you'd want to cross lightly. Chapter 21, Confrontation. I'll handle the rest of the offline verifications when I go over this afternoon. Thanks for your hard work tonight. Permission granted to skip work tomorrow morning. Thanks boss, good night. Tian Wei replied swiftly without the slightest hesitation. Meng Wan had long grown accustomed to her ways and didn't respond either, simply closing her laptop. Subconsciously reaching for the water glass on her nightstand, she found it completely empty. With a sigh, Meng Wan put away her computer, stretched briefly, then got out of bed with the glass in hand. As she pulled aside the curtain, she unexpectedly met eyes so black they nearly gleamed. Goosebumps rose instantly across Meng Wan's skin until switching on the light revealed who it was, allowing her to release a relieved breath. Did I disturb you? The owner of those dark eyes was none other than Meng Xiao. His hand rested on the door handle, yet his gaze remained fixed on Meng Wan. He shook his head, turned the handle, and walked out. Meng Wan followed behind, watching as he headed toward the bathroom before she went to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water. After both had finished their own affairs, neither bothered with formalities. Meng Wan turned off the lights, and so concluded a rather restless night. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion from the day before, Meng Wan slept unusually well. A glance at the clock revealed it was still only around 10 in the morning. Stretching her body slightly, Meng Wan got up to wash up. The entire house was empty, with congee kept warm in the rice cooker. A sticky note beside it reminded her to eat after waking up. After finishing breakfast, just as Meng Wan was about to return to her room, rhythmic knocking sounded at the front door. Knock, 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 3 times, then silence. Meng Wan opened the door to find a delivery courier. Is this Meng Wan? Please sign for the package. The courier box bore the school's logo and name. Without further questions, Meng Wan signed her name and returned to her room after watching the delivery person leave. Upon opening it, unsurprisingly, it was the school uniform. Unlike other public schools, their uniforms came in 3 seasonal variations: spring, summer, winter, plus additional athletic wear, swimsuits, and equestrian attire. Renewed annually, these were delivered to every student before the new term began. The school's intelligence network had always been formidable, instantly notified of any changes in students' household circumstances. Thus, Meng Wan felt little surprise when the school's package arrived. Their school has another tradition: to maintain students' creativity. On the first day of each term, everyone is required to create designs on the standard white t-shirts provided by the school. In the end, students vote anonymously to select the top design in the creativity competition. The prizes vary each year. Although the students are all wealthy and privileged, and might look down on the school's modest rewards, these people have both money and time to spare. Combined with the inherent fun of this open-ended graffiti competition, participation rates are always high. While some overly competitive individuals might seek outside help, most participants simply enjoy the chance to let loose. So when other schools are groaning about the return of dreary academic routines, their students are acting like fools, competing to see whose design is best. Some even bring spray cans for live graffiti sessions. After 1 year when someone graffitied the school building itself, by their time students were restricted to designated areas for free-spirited artwork. Meng Wan looked at the white t-shirt inside and sighed. Fortunately, while her drawing skills weren't great, her use of color and aesthetic sense were always on point. Even though she didn't win first prize, she inexplicably sparked a brief trend of fashion doodles at school. Her sigh wasn't due to worry over the white t-shirt, but rather the foreseen dark moment she would face upon stepping into school the next day. Sighing aside, what needed to be done still had to be done. Meng Wan glanced around before remembering she wasn't at the Tang family's place anymore. Naturally, things like paint were absent. Though she'd asked Yen Yen to bring a small box last time, she'd given all of it to Meng Xiao without keeping a single tube for herself. Helpless, Meng Wan got up to borrow some paint from Meng Xiao. She knocked on the cabinet, the curtain swaying lightly in the breeze, but silence remained. Accustomed to this, she assumed the kid was lost in painting again and simply pulled the curtain aside. Yet, there was not a soul in sight. Meng Wan was about to lower the curtain when she was drawn to the painting by the window. A canvas of darkness, streaked with faint crimson, its image twisted eerily. Despite it being the height of a sweltering summer, the painting seemed to chill the surrounding air by several degrees at once. Instinctively, Meng Wan moved toward the painting. The moment she reached out, Meng Xiao appeared out of nowhere, seized her outstretched hand, and bit down hard. Meng Wan felt the piercing pain as teeth sank into her skin. It was as if the other was determined to tear a chunk of her flesh loose. Meng Wan gasped sharply. As she raised her hand, Meng Xiao shuddered violently, eyes wide with terror, and clamped down even harder. Meng Wan was acutely aware of emotions, and a subconscious impulse to deny flickered through her mind. Her brows furrowed tightly as the pain continued to radiate from her hand, yet she rested her raised palm atop Meng Jiao's head, giving it a gentle pat, as if offering comfort. The motion was incredibly smooth, as if Meng Wan had instinctively lifted her hand to comfort Meng Jiao the moment she felt the pain. The anticipated screams and struggles never came. Meng Jiao sensed Meng Wan's composed demeanor and the gentle care she exuded. He blinked his clear eyes, the fear having faded from them, and met Meng Wan's gaze. No trace of disgust, only resignation. Sorry for entering your space without permission. I just came to borrow some paint. Meng Wan squatted down to meet him at eye level, putting herself on equal footing with him. As for being bitten, Meng Wan didn't feel particularly upset. Leaving aside that she was wrong first, his level of attack didn't affect her as much as the impacts from those two in the Tang family. Meng Jiao also calmed down. He released his hold, shrinking against the wall with his knees tightly hugged to his chest. His already slim frame curled up like this made him look even more pitiful. Though not someone prone to overflowing sympathy, seeing Meng Jiao like this, Meng Wan couldn't help but frown. She wanted to say something but felt this wasn't the right moment. And, glancing at her bleeding arm, she sighed. Without lingering, Meng Wan stepped out of the room, leaving the space to Meng Jiao. She searched the living room briefly. It wasn't large, so she quickly located the first aid kit. The area around the wound was bruised purple, with tiny droplets of blood still oozing out. Her hand, naturally fair and delicate, made the bite marks appear startlingly vivid against her skin, almost frightful at first glance. Fortunately, it was her left hand that was injured, making it relatively easy to clean. Meng Wan twisted open the hydrogen peroxide and poured it on without so much as a blink. Bubbles foamed up furiously, and after wiping it dry, she swiftly reached for the iodine tincture to dress the wound. Her movements were crisp, eyes unwavering the entire time. Unwrapping the gauze, Meng Wan bit down on one corner while her other hand wounded around the wound. At this moment, the voices of Qini and the other two sounded outside the door, and in the next second, the door swung open. Chapter 22, Meeting Someone. Wan, what's going on here? Qini's smile froze on her face. Not even bothering to change her shoes, she hurried over to sit before her, hands clasping nervously, her expression both helpless and anxious. Meng Buichuan and Meng Zhili, who were in the middle of changing their shoes, rushed over at the commotion. Meng Wan was instantly encircled by the three of them, all while she remained frozen in her bandage-wrapping posture. It's nothing, just an accident. Meng Wan felt somewhat uncomfortable with this sudden concern. Let me see, is it serious? How did this happen? Qini reached for her hand, but Meng Wan instinctively withdrew. However, Meng Zhili didn't give her the chance to pull away and firmly grasped her hand, his expression serious. Meng Wan sighed and unwrapped the bandage herself. Qini's pupils contracted sharply as she covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with distress. Did Jiao bite you? Meng Zhili asked sternly, his brow deeply furrowed. There's no need for concealment. No matter how willfully blind one might be, Meng Wan couldn't possibly claim she bit herself. It was a misunderstanding. I crossed a boundary without his consent. Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital. It looks pretty serious. We don't want it leaving a scar. Meng Buichuan stood up, brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. No need. If you're really concerned, I'll stop by the pharmacy later for some ointment. It'll heal in a couple of days. Meng Buichuan sighed, turning to head towards Meng Wan's room with a hint of anger flashing across his face. Fortunately, Meng Wan reacted swiftly and grabbed his wrist in time. The tension in her left hand made the wound on it stand out even more. Dad, where are you going? No matter what, there's no justification for biting you like this. At the very least, he should come out and apologize to you. Hiding in his room like this is utterly unacceptable. Meng Buichuan, who had always maintained a benevolent fatherly image in front of Meng Wan, now wore a dark expression. This will only make things worse, especially since it's because of me. Let's handle it ourselves. The two remained locked in a stalemate until Meng Buichuan yielded, at which point Meng Wan finally released her grip. How does it feel? It must really hurt. What should we do about this? I'll manage, though it's hard to dress the wound by myself. Only then did Qini snap back to attention and cautiously bandage her wound with gentle movements, taking care not to cause her any more pain. Meng Zhili watched, recalling how Meng Zi had once cried as if she'd broken a bone from merely bumping against a table corner. The whole family had clustered around her with endless fussing. Those who receive excessive affection often grow particularly fragile. Yet Meng Wan's hand was injured badly enough to warrant a tetanus shot, and she remained utterly unfazed. What kind of life had she lived before? Was she truly some spoiled young mistress draped in silks? Mom, could Meng Jiao have experienced something traumatic, like bullying or kidnapping, that left him psychologically scarred? Meng Wan's words interrupted Meng Zhili's train of thought, causing both Meng Buchuan and Qini to momentarily freeze. They exchanged glances, mutual confusion reflected in each other's eyes. No, not at all. Qini didn't understand why Meng Wan suddenly asked this question, continuing her movements without pause as she tied a neat ribbon bow. Yao Yao has always been quiet, but never completely silent like now. When we noticed something was wrong later, we checked the kindergarten surveillance, everything was normal. The teacher said Yao Yao was very well behaved, attentive in class, and would quietly draw at his desk during breaks, occasionally playing with other children. But strangely, when he reached senior kindergarten class, he stopped interacting with others completely. He would stay alone all the time, ignoring anyone who approached him. Our family was going through difficult times back then, so we didn't pay attention until he had conflicts with other children. That's when we realized he was ill. Qinyi's voice was full of self-reproach. If only I'd paid more attention to Yao Yao. Those 2 years were hard for our family, so I often left Yao Yao alone at home and neglected him in daily life. Are you home alone? Did you hire any help? Yes, we did. Zhili and the others come back after school too. But Jilian and I work part-time on weekends, so we're not often home. Wan, are you saying someone has been secretly mistreating Yao Yao behind our backs, which caused him to become this defensive? Meng Buchuan grasped the implication in Meng Wan's words. But there were surveillance cameras at home. Our family situation wasn't great back then, so we only hired one auntie to handle our 3 daily meals. She would leave right after cooking, and during that period, Yao Yao stayed in her room all day long. There was no chance she'd ever run into the auntie. Meng Jili didn't find Meng Wan's speculation absurd at all. Instead, he answered her questions earnestly, analyzing their family circumstances from that time with her. However, Ziyi would often keep Yao Yao company and talk with her when none of us were home. Only after saying this did Qini realize what she'd revealed. She immediately glanced at Meng Wan, her eyes filled with cautious apprehension. Yet Meng Wan remained lost in her own thoughts, completely oblivious to Qini's nervous discomfort. Meng Buchuan and Meng Jili also looked at Qini and silently shook their heads. They weren't sure how Meng Wan felt about Tang Ziyi now. If she thought they still cared about Tang Ziyi, she might misunderstand them, and that wouldn't be good. The conversation ended there. Meng Wan knew that further discussion wouldn't yield any conclusions. Glancing at her neatly and beautifully bandaged arm, she muttered something before returning to her room. The room remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Meng Wan stood in front of the curtain, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately abandoned the thought of lifting it. After all, she didn't want her other hand to get bitten as well. She walked toward the bed, where her white t-shirt still lay. Everything was exactly as she had left it, except for a few small bottles of paint and some brushes now placed on the bedside table. Clearly, the owner cherished these paints. Though opened, each jar was meticulously clean. Meng Wan unconsciously bit her lip, her gaze lingering on the rows of paint cans before she turned and walked out. Dad, Mom. The couple was tidying up the leftover items from their morning stall in the kitchen. What's wrong, Wan? Meng Jili, who had come out to fetch water, also gathered around. Since becoming an apprentice, he had devoted all his spare time to studying, terrified that if he failed to answer a question correctly, Chen Xiong would no longer want him as a disciple. Although the pressure was immense, it was far better than his previous state of numb bewilderment, and even his body felt noticeably lighter. Can I take Xiao out next week? Out? You can, but will Yao Yao be willing to go? Qini looked a bit dazed but still answered Meng Wan's question. Where are you taking Xiao? Out of curiosity, Meng Jili casually asked. To meet someone. Meet someone? Wan, I don't mean to discourage you, but leaving aside whether this person can even be met, whether you can take Yao Yao out the door is itself a question. Yeah, everything's fine as it is. Why do you need to take him to meet someone? Could it be another industry big shot? Meng Jili suddenly recalled how Meng Wan had taken him to meet Chen Xiong with the same demeanor, but quickly dismissed the impractical notion. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible for her to know so many big shots in the industry. Never mind those powerful and wealthy people, Meng Wan is just a 17-year-old girl. At most, she might have met some outstanding individuals through the Tang family or sheer coincidence. But even so, she couldn't possibly know influential figures in every field, right? Meng Jili shook his head and took a sip of water. Qian Yishuan should be returning to the country next week. I'll take the kid to visit him. Qian happens to paint too, which might come in handy. Pfft. Meng Jili lost control for a moment, spraying water from his mouth. Chapter 23. Are you wealthy? His face turned red with suppressed coughing until Meng Wan couldn't bear it anymore. With a press on his arm, Meng Jili's coughing miraculously ceased. Huh? Who? Meng Buchuan wondered if age was making him hear things. Qian Yishuan, Meng Wan repeated deliberately, syllable by syllable, as if worried her grandfather might miss it again. But Wan, putting everything else aside, Qian Yishuan is famously elusive and unpredictable. How could you possibly know he's returning to the country next week? He said it himself. Meng Wan replied with natural assurance. but the other three were momentarily stunned by this sudden revelation. A flurry of question marks flooded their minds, yet when they tried to voice them, the words stuck in their throats, leaving them exchanging bewildered glances with visibly hesitant expressions. He happens to be skilled at painting, understands psychology somewhat, and has a very steady personality. I thought I'd take Xiao to meet him, it might prove helpful. Skilled at painting, and understands psychology. Meng Jili mechanically repeated Meng Wan's words, his lips twitching slightly. This was someone who'd already appeared in textbooks by age 25, a dual luminary in both the art world and medical field, renowned globally. Such individuals aren't the kind money can influence. They're the elite tier who command respect even from the most powerful figures. Meng Jili kept these words locked in his heart. After all, his sister had just returned. He couldn't afford to ruin his image as an older brother. Wan, what exactly is your relationship with Qian Yishuan? Given Meng Jiao's condition, it was no surprise their family had consulted doctors before, and knowing Qian Yishuan wasn't unusual either. Precisely because of this, they understood just how elusive the man was. Not even the paparazzi could track him down. Truth be told, he hadn't always been like this. It all started when an accidental snapshot from an artistic photo shoot went viral online. After the sudden fame, his achievements naturally drew widespread attention, and his private life became relentlessly scrutinized. Harassed beyond endurance, Qian Yishuan severed all online presence and vanished into the urban sprawl. From then on, unless he willed it, no one could locate him. Most of the time, the only shreds of news came from rare appearances at exhibits or academic discussions. And precisely because of this, the Meng Buchuan couple had never been able to secure a meeting with Qian Yishuan, let alone meeting him. They didn't even know where he was. Ah, him? He's actually pretty nice. When Meng Wan said this, her expression couldn't have been more innocent. Wan, men aren't really good people. You're still too young. Meng Jili swallowed nervously, searching for the right words to soften the blow, when Meng Wan suddenly burst into laughter. No, second brother, what are you thinking? I'm not even an adult yet. Meng Wan was torn between amusement and exasperation. Well done. Meng Jili patted Meng Wan's head somewhat awkwardly, hastily changing the subject. Meng Wan really wanted to retort about what exactly she'd done well, but held her tongue. Neither of them noticed that unconsciously, they'd already allowed each other to enter their personal intimate space. So what's the decision, Mom and Dad? Meng Wan hadn't forgotten the main issue. This reminder made all three realize they'd gone off topic. Of course we can. Even if Yao refuses to go out, I'll drag him along to meet you. Though you probably won't be able to accompany them. Meng Wan tried to phrase it as gently as possible. The couple fell silent for a moment, exchanged glances, then nodded in understanding. We completely understand. Just having Yao meet Mr. Qian would satisfy us. It's already infinitely better than doing nothing at all like we are now. Qini rubbed her hands together nervously. Wan, thank you. Meng Buchuan stepped forward, patting Meng Wan's shoulder with a heavy tone, his white hair revealing a touch of heartache. Meng Wan suddenly felt uncomfortable in her chest but didn't show it, merely pressing her lips together. She curved her lips into a smile, appearing casual and carefree, as if nothing mattered. Family, after all, she said. Meng Buchuan remained silent, just gently patting Meng Wan's shoulder again. The matter concerning Meng Jiao had temporarily come to an end, and Meng Jili and Meng Wan finally entered their final year of high school life. The two wore completely different school uniforms, one neat and proper, the other covered in paint stains, brimming with personality. Wan, aren't you wearing your school uniform? Qini came out of the kitchen carrying breakfast while Meng Buchuan had already left early to set up the stall. After these 2 days of trial operation, Meng Buchuan had quickly gotten the hang of running the stall and could now manage it alone just fine. After discussing with Qini, they decided he would handle the stall every morning while Qini stayed home. Later, when it was closer to school dismissal time in the afternoon, Qini would go over to help out. This arrangement greatly alleviated Qini's fatigue. Mom, this is Wan's school tradition, Meng Jili explained as he followed behind Qini, setting the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Yeah, the school gave us shirts to design ourselves, and we'll wear our creations on the first day of school. So, what do you think? Pretty cool, right? Meng Wan spun around confidently, showcasing her handiwork. The white tea was splashed with irregular patches of color, and upon closer inspection, you could even see the brushstroke textures. Bright hues were boldly blended together, radiating a carefree and unconventional vibe that inexplicably lifted the spirits. It looks amazing, Wan. You're so talented. Qinyi's voice brimmed with pride. After breakfast, the pair stepped out under Qinyi's reminders and embarked on their journey to school. As they reached the main road, quite a few students in the same uniform as Meng Jili shot glances their way, murmuring among themselves. The street was too noisy to hear their gossip clearly. Neither of the pair paid any attention as they boarded the bus one after the other, How could someone from our school be with someone from that elite academy, willing to take the bus for love? How noble. Isn't that Mangjili? Who's that girl with him? She's so pretty, could she be his girlfriend? No way. The only thing I'm looking forward to this semester is Mangjili's face. They don't seem like a couple, they don't even look familiar with each other. Why would a noble young lady take the bus to school? Don't even mention it, I'm kinda envious of them. Look at their opening ceremony, then look at ours. Why is the gap between people so huge? Seriously, who stole my silver spoon life? Most passengers on this morning's bus were students from number 1 high school, clustering in small groups. Their gazes held curiosity, disdain, or envy. Though keeping their voices low, in the quiet compartment, Mangwan inevitably caught fragments of conversation even when trying not to listen. Mangwan remained indifferent, but Mangjili found it somewhat unpalatable. Starting tomorrow, maybe I should call you a taxi instead. Huh? Why? Are you rich? Mangwan fired off 3 rapid questions, leaving Mangjili utterly speechless. If Mangjilian had been there, he probably would have snapped back immediately, but Mangjili had a sensitive and mild temperament, rarely clashing with others, so his approach to solving problems tended to be more roundabout. You used to go to school in a private car, won't this sudden change feel like too much of a drop? Mangwan understood. She glanced around at the people in the carriage, and those who noticed her gaze quickly lowered their heads to avoid eye contact. Brother, how much longer till we arrive? The voice wasn't too loud or too soft, yet it carried just enough for everyone in the carriage to hear. Chapter 24, Eternal Third Place. Th3. Mangjili stammered after a brief pause. As the words fell, the bus came to a halt precisely to pick up the next batch of passengers. The brief silence that had settled over the bus was soon replaced by renewed liveliness as new riders boarded. Did I hear that right? That girl called Mangjili brother? Her real brother? Isn't his sister Mangzi? Oh, I remember now. Shosho said Mangzi was taken back by her family. Apparently her biological parents are super wealthy. She won't be at our school next term. She's transferring to that elite academy across from us. What? Real-life princess hours? What insane luck does she have? Is she the heroine of some novel? Having 3 handsome brothers was already enviable enough. We all thought she'd be having a rough semester after her family went bankrupt, but turns out she's suddenly become a rich heiress? Comparison is the thief of joy. But, does this mean that young lady is the so-called fake heiress? Oh my god, what earth-shattering news. Suddenly today's classes don't seem so unbearable after all. But didn't their family go bankrupt? How can they still afford to send her to a prestigious school? You just don't get it, do you? The rich miss wouldn't want to transfer to our ordinary elementary school. She'd rather suffer than lose face. Mangjili couldn't bear listening any longer and was about to retort when Mangwan pressed down on his hand. Although his eyes burned with anger, he still patiently turned to look at Mangwan. That's how human nature's dark side works. If you argue with them, you'll just sink deeper into the quagmire of self-defense. Whether you win or lose the argument, they don't care about the truth. That's why spreading rumors only takes one mouth, but refuting them requires running your legs off. Mangwan's excessive calmness somehow pained Mangjili. It felt like after experiencing too much gossip, she'd seen through it all, no longer anxious to prove herself, but composedly watching others fabricate stories about her. Even when mentioning such matters, she could laugh it off with an indifference that tugged at one's heartstrings. If Tang Zi were here, she would undoubtedly drag him into causing a commotion with others in the train carriage. It wasn't that he thought such behavior was necessarily bad, it was just that in this moment, Mangjili suddenly understood the saying those who are favored always act without fear. No matter how much Tang Zi acted up, they would ultimately stand on her side and back her up. Mangjili pressed his lips together, and neither of them spoke another word until they reached their stop. The main gates of the 2 schools faced each other, yet presented completely different scenes. On one side were first-high students in uniforms, carrying ordinary backpacks, walking into school, some still holding the freshly bought kimbap or sandwiches from the food street behind campus. Across the street, the European-style school gates were lined with luxury cars. Black tuxedoed butlers opened car doors, watching as their young masters and misses entered the campus, each carrying backpacks worth tens of thousands, dressed in distinctive outfits as they stepped through the gates. Students from number 1 high school occasionally glanced over, some with curiosity, some with disdain, others with envy. Meanwhile, the private academy students paid them no mind, too engrossed in discussing today's championship contenders with their friends. Of course, there were always those eager to stir up rivalry. Same people, different fates, someone remarked, their tone laced with both envy and wistfulness. The person on the side snorted with extreme disdain. Look at you, not a shred of student-like matter, always playing these flashy tricks. No wonder you keep failing to outscore us. Well, if it isn't the exam-obsessed number 1 high school kids. A boy emerged from around the corner. He wore clothes that screamed edgy teenage rebellion, a cross-shaped earring in one ear, crimson-dyed hair, and a seaweed rice roll in hand. Pungsha, it's you again. Perennial third place, heard you're still ranked third in the city this time? Pungsha's tone was dripping with blatant mockery. Hong Yingqi clenched his fists tight, eyes brimming with resentment. A friend cautiously nudged his sleeve, only to have his hand brushed away violently. Besides your family background, what do you even have over me? All you can do is mock me for being a perennial third-place loser. Pathetic. Hong Yingqi's words could be considered vicious, yet Pungsha didn't seem the least bit angry. He wagged a finger at him with an infuriating smirk. No, you've got it wrong. Aside from my family background being several tiers above yours, my face is also streets ahead of yours. Pungsha narcissistically stroked his chin. Though infuriating to admit, Pungsha wasn't exactly lying. Compared to Hong Yingqi's face still bearing the marks of adolescence, Pungsha could even pull off that flamboyant red hair effortlessly. Despite his usually unserious demeanor, Pungsha had no shortage of admirers. Nearly every month, several people would confess their feelings for him on the school's confession wall. Some even came from rival schools. The overly sentimental posts were so dramatic that his close friends joked whether he'd hired people to write them himself. Once again failing to gain the upper hand in their verbal sparring, Hong Yingqi gritted his molars in frustration, glaring daggers at Pungsha. Forget it, Yingqi, let's go. Seeing more and more people gathering around, his companion cautiously persuaded. Hong Yingqi snorted and walked off with a toss of his head. Pungsha, however, found it amusing and waved mockingly at his retreating figure. That's right, eternal third place. His loud shout instantly drew everyone's attention, but he wasn't the least bit socially awkward. His tone grew even more cheerful. I remember you were at least 10 points behind me in English this time. Better luck next time. 9 points. What do you mean, 10 or so? Hong Yingqi retorted without a second thought. The surrounding waves of laughter only fueled Hong Yingqi's irritation. Unable to hold back any longer, he marched toward Pungsha. The crowd quickly made way, their faces alight with anticipation, while students from the opposing academy crossed the street to gather around. But before he could reach him, a woman's voice rang out. Pungsha. The voice was ethereal, yet utterly devoid of emotion. Pungsha's eyes lit up as he looked back, and the people crowding behind them tactfully made way. After layers of stepping aside, Meng Jili and Meng Wan appeared before them at the outermost circle. Late sis. Though he addressed her this way, Pungsha was actually a year older than Meng Wan. Ignoring Hong Yingqi, Pungsha hurried straight toward Meng Wan. That outfit is so cool. Look at mine, what do you think? I call it dark youth. Pungsha tugged at his collar, his expression screaming, praise me now. As for the black stick figures, the torn holes, and the aggressively stylish chain accessories on Pungsha's outfit, Meng Wan could only feel her eyes aching. What are you doing hanging around someone else's school gate? Nothing much. Pungsha flashed Meng Wan an ingratiating smile, entirely unlike the way he behaved before Hong Yingqi. Meng Wan certainly didn't believe it. Suspicious, she glanced back and just happened to lock eyes with Hong Yingqi. Sensing trouble, Pungsha blocked her line of sight and quickly shifted his gaze to Meng Jili, steering the conversation to a new topic. Isn't this our perennial second place Meng Jili? Wan Jia, why are you with him? Chapter 25, but what can be done? Before Meng Jili could say anything, Meng Wan directly kicked Pungsha in the calf. It wasn't a hard kick, but the warning was unmistakable. Pungsha felt wronged, he hadn't even said anything incorrect. Besides, the rivalry between their school and number 1 high wasn't new. Trading a few mocking remarks when they met was perfectly normal. Even when he went to buy breakfast, he'd get taunted by students from number 1 high. Burning with grievances but not daring to voice them, Pungsha wore an expression full of quiet resentment. That's my second brother. Pungsha's eyes widened suddenly, his gaze darting between the two of them. So, it's actually true? Meng Wan ignored him, instead turning her attention to Meng Jili. Second brother, I'll take my leave first. Alright, I'll wait for you at the school gate after class. No need to hurry, take your time. Meng Wan nodded slightly, giving Pungsha a meaningful look before the two set off towards school, one after the other. The liveliness had faded, and with school hours approaching, the crowd dispersed as everyone returned to their routines. As they stepped through the school gates, Pungsha visibly struggled to contain his curiosity. So that family reunion banquet was real? Did you receive an invitation too? Not exactly. Yesterday when the butler was sorting invitations, I happened to catch a glimpse. But I thought since I didn't know Tang Ziyi at all, it must be from some obscure Tang family, so I ignored it. When I saw everyone discussing it in the group chat this morning, I was actually going to ask you about it. What's going on anyway? What else could it be? Now that the real one's back, this fake has to step aside. Meng Wan chuckled, showing not the slightest trace of sorrow. Hey, wait. Tang Wan, no, wait, Meng Wan. A girl walked over, cutting off Pungsha's words. Meng Wan raised her hand in greeting. News travels fast with you. In our circle, any family gossip spreads 100 miles in seconds, Su Ping said, bumping fists with her. Don't forget to give me that outfit after school. You're still thinking about clothes even when I'm like this? Manhwa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Had no idea you were such a penny pincher before. Su Ping looked at Manhwa with an expression that clearly said, "What kind of nonsense are you talking? If you don't want the Tang family, then don't. It's not like you're starving or lacking clothes. Besides, isn't this the perfect time to make money? The profits from selling always end up in your pocket. Feel sorry for you? I'd rather pity myself, you sly little thing." Pfft. Pungsha overheard their conversation and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Ping shot him a glance, and Pungsha immediately wiped the smile off his face, making a zipping motion over his lips. "Alright, I knew you'd want one, so I prepared an identical one in advance. I'll leave it in your locker in the dressing room later. Did you look at the design drafts I sent you? The new Chinese-style Cheongsam one is pretty good. I'll send you the revision plans for the other styles tonight." Su Ping nodded and stopped talking to them, then walked straight away. Both parties went their separate ways. To outsiders, it seemed like two vaguely familiar but not close classmates who ran into each other and had no choice but to exchange greetings. "So you two really have that fake dead or forced dead or you'll die kind of relationship, huh?" Manhwa rolled her eyes at him. "With your level of English, do you really think you could become a diplomat?" Pungsha brushed a hand through his red hair, his expression brimming with confidence. "Of course." Manhwa couldn't help but laugh and patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go. I don't want to be late because of you. Though I heard the Meng family moved somewhere else after declaring bankruptcy, with debts and not doing too well. Are you used to living like that? Would Brother Yen really let you suffer? If you don't want his help, you can stay at my villa for now. I can even hire a housekeeper and a driver for you. Wouldn't that be much more comfortable than your life with the Tang or Meng families?" Manhwa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was everyone around her the type to gift villas at the slightest disagreement? "I didn't even accept Yen's help. If I accepted yours, are you sure you could handle it?" Manhwa looked at him, eyebrow raised. Pungsha paused, belatedly breaking out in a cold sweat. Never mind Yen. The people around Manhwa were notoriously prone to jealousy. If they found out she'd accepted his help, he'd probably have to consult a Taoist priest every time he left the house to ensure the day was auspicious enough to venture out. He gulped and silently took a step back. "Thank you, Sister Wan, for sparing my life." Manhwa laughed wordlessly in exasperation and stopped bothering with him. The classroom was much noisier than expected, with everyone presenting their designs, some brilliant, some bizarre, creating plenty of humorous moments. But the moment Manhwa stepped into the classroom, the entire class fell silent in an instant, their expressions a little odd. "What? Did I get plastic surgery or a sex change? Why the weird faces?" Manhwa's words lightened the classroom atmosphere considerably. "Wow, saying that, which hospital would be so bold as to lay hands on our Sister Wan's face? Yeah. If you're considering a sex change, think about me, won't you?" A girl threw Manhwa a flirtatious glance. Before Manhwa could speak, a hand was already placed possessively on her shoulder. "I'm the rightful queen here." Everyone stepped back. With that, she planted a firm kiss right on Manhwa's cheek. Manhwa grabbed a tissue from the podium, using actions to express her disdain for such overwhelming affection, though the corners of her mouth were curled upwards. "Lan Xing, you're so gross." Manhwa's retort sent the entire class into fits of laughter. But every class always has some less than harmonious groups. Ugh, some people really have no shame. Stealing someone else's privileged life and still daring to show up at school. If it were me, I'd have transferred overnight. Exactly. Though I heard her birth parents are in debt, probably can't afford to transfer schools anyway. Oh dear, doesn't our school waive tuition for the top student in each grade? Oh my god. Could it be she's only sticking around here because her family can't pay the fees? The two of them immediately burst into laughter at their own words. With a loud bang, two shrill screams pierced through everyone's eardrums, making many frown in disgust. "Lan Xing, what are you trying to do?" There was panic in the girl's eyes. "I want to sew your mouth shut. Scoop out those empty skulls filled with nothing but water and give them a good shake. Then dig out your hearts to see just how black they must be to fester such darkness." Lan Xing smiled gently, but the look in her eyes sent chills down one's spine, making it seem like she truly would do such a thing. The two girls instinctively grabbed each other's hands, yet refused to hold back their words. "We never mentioned anyone by name. Why are you in such a hurry to label yourselves? But what can you do? If it were you probably wouldn't even be able to attend school, right? After all, you're incapable of topping the class standings?" Manhwa patted Lan Xing's shoulder while keeping her eyes fixed on the two girls. Her eyes sparkled, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, betraying none of the anger one might expect after being provoked. Chapter 26, The Transfer Student. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone gathered around, and waves of teasing remarks rose again. "Admit it, we used to say the school rewards were useless and called them stingy," someone said. "But seems they turned out to be somewhat useful after all. Hey class president, didn't our class have an outstanding student award and a financial aid scholarship for needy students? No one wanted them before, but now that we finally have an impoverished student in our class, shouldn't we arrange this for them? Oh my god, I can actually witness the day Manhwa becomes a financial aid student. I finally have something to boast about in front of her. Sister Wan, please, I beg you, be my private tutor. I'll pay you double the market rate. No, 5 times. Everyone's tone and gestures were excessively exaggerated. Manhwa found it both amusing and exasperated. Alright, cut it out. Don't you normally ask me enough questions? That's enough now. Any further teasing would be impolite. The classroom was noisy and chaotic, and for a moment, no one noticed the homeroom teacher's arrival. What kind of behavior is this, making such a racket on the very first day? Everyone immediately fell silent and quickly returned to their seats. Although this was a prestigious academy, it didn't mean these students were fundamentally different from those in ordinary schools. Those who feared teachers still did. They wouldn't disrespect or defy them just because of their family backgrounds. The academy imposed extremely severe penalties for disrespecting teachers and staff. In an ordinary school, students might brush it off, but this institution's founder was rumored to be one of the most powerful figures in high society. Every student enrolled had been sternly warned by their parents not to cause trouble before being sent here. Of course, some refused to believe the rumors and ended up vanishing without a trace. Once might have been a coincidence, but twice, 3 times, that became truly terrifying. Being expelled was the least of their worries. Dragging their families down would spell utter ruin. Unaware outsiders assumed their aristocratic academy was full of spoiled heirs idling their days away, but only they knew just how fiercely competitive they were among themselves. For ordinary students, grades might be their sole ticket upward, but for these elites, mastery was required across multiple disciplines: finance, politics, foreign languages, and more. Being the top-ranked student in their school held a significance leagues beyond the valedictorians of ordinary institutions. It wasn't just about standard university entrance exam subjects. Equestrianism, aesthetics, economics, and other elite disciplines weighed just as heavily. To them, a citywide academic ranking paled in comparison to their school's internal hierarchy. Those who graduated didn't necessarily attend the nation's top universities, but without exception, they became defining figures across every elite field in the years to come. Manhwa still having supporters after bankruptcy is proof enough that rankings far outweigh family background at this school. In this class, 2/3 are future heirs to their families, where every stance must be carefully weighed. Accumulating more excellent connections benefits both oneself and one's family. Since it's the first day, I'll let it slide. We're all old comrades here. Let's support each other through this final year and make the most of it, alright? No problem. Good. Also, we have a new transfer student this semester, Tang Zi. Please come in. Everyone's faces showed mixed emotions as they glanced at each other before finally turning their gazes toward the lectern. Lan Xing exchanged a look with Manhwa, who responded with an enigmatic faint smile. Hello everyone, my name is Tang Zi. I was accidentally switched at birth and only recently found my biological parents, Tang Zi said timidly, stealing a glance at Manhwa as she spoke. Her demeanor made anyone think Manhwa had done something to her. Were Manhwa to react now, she would instantly be labeled as the vicious bully tormenting the true heiress. I know you're all very capable, while I haven't received proper education. I hope you won't laugh at me, and that we can get along well this year. Thank you, she concluded. Tang Zi stood in a delicate little white couture dress, her long hair cascading down, with slightly reddened eyes that gave her an air of fragile vulnerability. If it were anyone else, they might have turned their accusations toward Manhwa, seeking to vent their anger on Tang Zi's behalf. After all, Manhwa, as a fake heiress, had enjoyed over a decade of privileged life as the young lady of the Tang family, while the real heiress had endured untold hardships before returning home. Put in her shoes, anyone would be furious. Unfortunately, as Tang Zi's voice faded, the classroom remained eerily silent. Lowering her head, Tang Zi gritted her teeth in frustration, clutching the hem of her dress. To outsiders, she appeared like a helpless damsel in distress. Yet despite reaching this point, the classroom still hung heavy with that strange, suffocating silence. Clap, clap, clap. Sudden applause broke the silence. All eyes turned to Manhwa, whose lips curled into a smile as she stared fixedly at Tang Zi on the podium. An undercurrent surged between them, yet both faces remained perfectly composed. I didn't expect to see you here, sister. We'll have to take care of each other from now on. Tang Zi spoke as if just noticing Manhwa's presence. Manhwa raised an eyebrow, deliberately putting on a pondering expression before speaking with feigned confusion. I have 3 older brothers and 1 younger brother, but it seems I don't have a sister? Tang Zi's expression froze. She lowered her head, and when she raised it again, her eyes were red. She twisted her hands together, looking utterly lost and pitiful. Pungsha choked back laughter and silently gave Manhwa a thumbs up behind her back. These people have seen it all. Their privileged upbringing exposed them early to the true faces of every social stratum. Tang Ziyi's little act didn't merit their effort to expose. They simply enjoyed it as amusement, and no one gave it a second thought. Who's real and who's fake doesn't matter. What matters is whether this person is useful. Clearly, Manhwa doesn't need the Tang surname to matter, but Tang Ziyi without it would be nothing at all. These folks are each more cunning than the last. Among those of the same age, they can generally analyze someone to about 70 to 80% accuracy just by observing a single sentence, gesture, or even a glance. As for someone like Tang Ziyi, they hardly need to exert any effort to see right through her. They respected Manhwa, but certainly not because of the Tang family. Everyone knew the future heads of the Tang family would be those two young masters. Even if Manhwa was a Tang by name, her competence spoke for itself, and that carried far more weight than lineage ever could. Everyone firmly believed that no matter which field Manhwa ventured into, she would achieve success. This was precisely the best time to win her over. If Tang Ziyi thought that becoming the eldest daughter of the Tang family would allow her to throw her weight around and bask in their admiration, just how far had their family's standards fallen? Alright, that's enough introduction. Go find yourself a seat. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, the homeroom teacher waved her hand dismissively and motioned her to step down. Thank you, Professor. Tang Ziyi's voice carried a tinge of grievance, effectively cementing her delicate and pitiable persona. Manhwa actually knew what she was scheming, nothing more than trying to stir up conflict, making others believe that she had stolen her privileged rich second-generation life and was bullying her, just to garner sympathy and admiration from others. Manhwa couldn't understand why Tang Ziyi bore such animosity toward her. From the moment Tang Ziyi returned to the Tang family until her departure, Mang had cooperated fully. Could it really be just because she'd accepted those purchased gifts and that 1 million yuan? Logically speaking, the Mang family had once been quite prominent, so their upbringing shouldn't have been lacking. But when it came to Tang Ziyi, well, it was rather hard to put into words. The other children of the Mang family weren't like this at all. Manhwa wasn't one to obsess over things she couldn't figure out. Besides, Tang Ziyi wasn't even worth her attention, so she simply let her do as she pleased. Chapter 27 WP. The photos everyone took yesterday have been uploaded to the official website, and the voting channel is now open. You can participate in the selection yourself. Teacher, what's the prize for first place this time? This year we've added several new awards: Most Creative Award, Unique Style Award, and Most Popular Award. We're no longer having just a first place, so there'll be more chances to win. Besides basic prizes for winners, there's also an opportunity to collaborate with WP. Students interested in this should put in some extra effort. WP? The classroom buzzed with excitement. Had I known, I would have taken it more seriously. Why did the school keep this so secret? Probably afraid someone would cheat. Is it too late for me to campaign for votes now? With that outfit, don't you have any sense of self-awareness or taste? Who do you think in our class stands a chance? It's gotta be Su Ping again. Isn't there still a Best Creative Award? What if it's me? As soon as Pungsha spoke, the people around him who were still discussing immediately shot him looks of disdain. Not a word was said, yet everything was conveyed. Pungsha rubbed his nose, his gaze shifting somewhat aggrievedly towards Manhwa, who had no choice but to toss him a candy. Personally, I think it might be Sister Wan. I really liked her design. If WP releases a limited edition, I'd definitely grab one. Actually, I'd better cast my vote for Sister Wan right now. I think so too. It's strangely exquisite, setting aside everything else. While late sister's painting skills might be pitiful, her aesthetic taste is truly unmatched. My family has collaborated with WP before. Their eye for quality is frighteningly sharp, especially when it comes to fabric standards. My mom spent a fortune just to meet their demands. No pain, no gain. At least your family got the collaboration. I heard the Yu family approached them 5 or 6 times and couldn't even get past the front gate. How could the Yu family compare to ours? My dad's been looking for new fabric recently. Any leads from your end? Alright, I'll keep an eye out for you. That's why having one more ally is always better than having one more enemy. Intelligence sharing is sometimes the only way to achieve win-win outcomes. What they value isn't winning awards, it's that spirit of collaboration. Teacher, amid the lively class discussion, Tang Ziyi's delicate voice rang out, but it was drowned out by the classroom clamor. Left with no choice, she resorted to raising her hand high. Classmate Tang Ziyi, is there something you'd like to ask? The group halted their discussion, eyeing her in small clusters. Teacher, I'm the new transfer student. Can I still join? Fang Liang furrowed his brow. The school uniforms were supposed to be delivered to every student yesterday, and all related event information was already announced. Didn't you see it? Tang Ziyi's face flushed red and then paled. Of course she knew about it, she simply didn't want to participate. Considering the event childish and beneath her status, she had no intention of joining at all. Besides, why would she wear a bland white t-shirt on her first day at a new school when she could wear couture dresses? The real reason was naturally unspeakable. Tang Ziyi silently blamed Feng Liang for embarrassing her, yet her face maintained a wounded expression. I didn't notice. Our housekeeper packed my things. Manhwa knew she was lying immediately. Aunt Lu always paid meticulous attention to details. Even if Tang Ziyi had instructed her to prepare the uniform, she would have sorted things properly and informed her, especially regarding official school notices. The photos were uploaded yesterday. If you want to participate, you'll have to wait until next semester. In case you didn't get it, let me repeat, don't forget to wear your school uniform tomorrow. Feng Liang always dealt with matters strictly by the book and had no concept of tact. Having worked for many years, he'd seen all kinds of students. Tang Ziyi's little trick was hardly worth exposing, but she still needed a warning. Lan Xing burst into laughter without bothering to hide it, sparking waves of snickers around them. Tang Ziyi's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head and sat back down. Her fists clenched tightly around the hem of her skirt, eyes burning with humiliation and resentment. Sun Lu observed this, casting a complicated glance toward Manhwa. Manhwa met her gaze, and Sun Lu seemed on the verge of speaking but stopped short. Manhwa's enigmatic smile chilled her heart. All right, everyone, pack up. Get ready for class. Thank you, teacher. The bell rang, finally marking the end of the homeroom session, but the topics of discussion lingered. Small groups clustered together, some chatting about which brand had released new products, others sharing vacation stories from summer break, and a few grumbling about being assigned small family companies for internships. Tang Ziyi felt like an outsider, unable to blend in, with no one speaking to her. In contrast, the fake heiress Manhwa still had many people gathered around her. Hey, Lan Xing, how's that tavern of yours coming along? My family just imported a new batch of liquor. Interested in checking it out? Don't bring me any low-quality stuff. Knowing your taste, would I give you anything subpar? Wan, were you able to get the things I asked you to buy earlier? Yes, and mine too. In an instant, several people crowded around Manhwa. For ordinary items, they could manage on their own, but Manhwa had a knack for obtaining rare finds they'd never normally come across. So every holiday, they'd ask Manhwa to bring back some unique little treasures for them. This time was naturally no exception. Could I ever forget about this? Don't worry, I brought it. But I left the item with Yan Ian. I'll have someone bring it over later. Miss Mang, you're really treating me like some kind of tool, huh? Only remembered me when you wanted a gift. Just as Manhwa finished speaking, a youth dressed in a simple white tee and faded jeans appeared at the classroom door, dragging a suitcase behind him. The boy had sharp features and a fair complexion, exuding an air of maturity uncommon for his age when unsmiling. Yet the moment he grinned, a roguish charm overtook his expression, instantly drawing everyone's attention, including Tang Ziyi's. Among the four Meng brothers, even the youngest, Meng Zhiyao, showed subtle hints of exceptional facial features. Naturally, Tang Ziyi unconsciously compared them to other boys, and for a long time, the three Meng brothers had been the objects of her pride. At first she reigned as the untouchable campus goddess, largely because no other boy could match the looks of the Meng brothers. Even those with ordinary backgrounds earned her disdain. This time, she again weighed Yan Yan against the Meng brothers, and for once, Yan Yan came out on top. She sized him up, then frowned at his simple attire, her eyes flashing with a trace of scorn. Just a delivery boy, after all. Tang Ziyi smirked upon spotting the familiar yet irritating suitcase. Though beneath her standards, snatching him away from Manhwa, Tang Ziyi had crafted a beautiful world in her mind, completely unaware that a single pair of Louis Vuitton jeans worn by Yan Yan cost over 10,000 yuan, let alone his shoes and wrist accessories, whose combined value could buy an apartment in the suburbs of a first-tier city. Chapter 28. Is this considered an invitation? Brother Yan, long time no see. Pengzhe fist bumped him as several others nearby greeted him with obvious familiarity. Manhwa simply watched his approach quietly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Thought you weren't coming today. How could I refuse? When the young mistress gives an order, how could I not accomplish the mission without fail? Yan Yan ruffled her hair, the gesture so natural it seemed as though he'd done it 1,000 times. Surrounded by cheers from quite a few onlookers, neither of them seemed awkward about it. On the contrary, they appeared utterly comfortable, as if completely accustomed to this kind of interaction. All the gifts are here, everyone can claim their own. Pengzhe, I'll trouble you to help distribute them. How could it be any trouble? It's my absolute pleasure. Pengzhe took the suitcase. Sister, Manhwa. Pengzhe was just about to head to the back of the classroom to distribute gifts when Tang Ziyi, appearing as fragile and delicate as ever, somehow managed to squeeze in unnoticed. Lan Xing rolled her eyes without a care for her image, but before she could make another move, Mengwan blocked her way. Lan Xing pouted but ultimately didn't take any further action. Yan Yan didn't even glance at Tang Ziyi, letting out a mocking chuckle as he perched himself on Mengwan's desk. Tipping his baseball cap downward, he exuded the rebellious aura of a campus troublemaker, yet without coming across as vulgar or crude. The group formed a semicircle around them, their protective stance unmistakable. Tang Ziyi's lips twitched as she struggled to mask the envy blazing in her eyes. Just a bunch of fakes, these clueless idiots. No wonder they're so dumb, they always lose to number 1 high school in major exams. But stupidity is good, easier to manipulate. If I can use them to benefit the Tang family, I might climb higher in their ranks. Tang Ziyi was lost in her sweet delusions, but Mengwan had no patience to indulge her fantasy. What's wrong? Not eager to play the cheap little sister anymore? Tang Ziyi's smile stiffened briefly before she pretended not to hear. Pointing at Pingzhi's luggage with exaggerated innocence, she pitched her voice higher. Mengwan, is this the suitcase you insisted on taking even when Dad kicked you out? So this was all for your classmates? I'm sorry. If I'd known, I would have definitely put in a good word for you with Dad. An eerie silence spread as everyone exchanged uneasy glances. Pingzhi, didn't you call them yourself last time and fail to get it? Yan Yan idly twirled a strand of Mengwan's hair around his finger while asking. Fail? They nearly hung up on me. I only got it after dropping Sister Wan's name. Only Sister Wan could have pulled this off. That collectible I'd asked everyone about but couldn't find anywhere. When I gave it as a gift, it totally made my dad look good. He immediately bought me that phantom I'd been dreaming about. Pingzhi reacted quickly, speaking rapid fire like a torrent of beans pouring out. Right, I'm not the Tang family's young mistress anymore. Maybe you should ask the real Tang family young mistress for help with this in the future? Mengwan said with a smirk. Don't be like that, Sister Wan. My grandfather is celebrating his 60th birthday next week, and I'm counting on you to help me find some unique little treasures. Pingzhi pouted, looking rather pitiful. This remark made everyone realize they had nearly been led down the wrong path by Tang Ziyi's ploy. At their social status, anything that can be bought with money is trivial. When it comes to gift giving, price tags have long ceased to matter. It's the rarest little trinkets that truly showcase one's family background and strength. It's not that they hadn't tried making inquiries themselves. It's just that people wouldn't engage with them. But Mengwan was different. Whatever she promised, no matter how extraordinary, she could deliver, provided you had something worthy to trade in return. If you claimed this was solely because of her status as the Tang family's eldest daughter, who would believe it? Amidst the noisy clamor of the crowd, Lan Xing caught sight of Tang Ziyi's stormy expression and let out a bored yawn. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll definitely do my utmost for everyone. Tang Ziyi forced a smile, appearing magnanimous, yet inadvertently diminishing others' regard for her. Everyone present belonged to the same social stratum. Even if there were slight disparities in status, there was no need to humble oneself to such an extent. Moreover, the Tang family had been rising in prominence recently, with several prominent houses seeking collaborations with them. Even if Tang Ziyi did nothing, people would still approach her for conversations due to her family's influence. Yet Tang Ziyi, far from maintaining the dignified exterior befitting her family's standing, went out of her way to ingratiate herself with others in a bid to quickly integrate into their circle, a behavior that reeked of pettiness. Though no one would openly show disapproval, their private judgments had already been formed. But how could Tang Ziyi, accustomed to privilege at first high school, possibly comprehend these subtle social intricacies? Tomorrow is my family recognition banquet. If anyone has time, feel free to attend. My mother specially invited a Michelin-starred chef from abroad. Sis, Mengwan, you should come too. I know your adoptive family isn't well off, and you've never suffered hardships growing up. Don't worry, I'll put in a good word for you at the banquet to persuade Mom and Dad to bring you back home. Tang Ziyi spoke earnestly, his innocent gaze tinged with earnest concern, as if he had given Mengwan considerable thought. Thank you so much for going through all that trouble. Mengwan's light remark finally gave Tang Ziyi the satisfaction of having gained the upper hand over Mengwan. She pressed her lips together, feigning sympathy. Really, you, as soon as Mom and Dad said just a couple more words, you grabbed your suitcase and left. Now they're so angry they're talking about converting your old room into my dressing room. They even invited Ji Xing? Tang Ziyi pretended to be puzzled. I heard he's some famous interior designer or architect. I'm not really sure. Anyway, it was all arranged by my parents. But that's your room. No matter how much I argued, they insisted on remodeling it, saying I've suffered too much outside and now that I'm finally home, they should treat me extra special. Mengwan curved her lips, eyes crinkling with a smile. Tang Ziyi glanced at her, convinced Mengwan was just putting on a brave face. She then looked at the listless Lan Xing and thought their friendship wasn't all that close after all. After a pause, she sighed, her voice softening further, like an understanding older sister comforting a rebellious younger one. But Wan, don't be upset. Mom and Dad are just angry right now. Later if you show some remorse and I put in a good word for you, they'll definitely let you come back home. %. Congratulations to Miss Tang then. Yan's remark left others momentarily puzzled. Eyes darted among the trio as everyone held their breaths, gazes flickering with barely concealed curiosity for gossip. Yet Manhwa, one of the central figures, showed no reaction at all. Absently toying with Yan's fingers, her languid expression betrayed complete indifference to the conversation between the other two. Thank you, classmate Yan. You're actually the first to congratulate me. Tang Ziyi's lips curled as she glanced at Manhwa, her eyes flashing with subtle triumph. Except, is this your way of inviting us? Yan finally met her gaze properly. The faint smirk playing on his lips and the sharp line of his jaw made Tang Ziyi freeze momentarily, her cheeks flushing pink. Yes. I've just been recognized by the family and don't have many friends yet. If everyone would like to go, I'd be very happy. Since Mr. Tang dotes on you so much, why hasn't he hired an etiquette tutor for you? Or could it be that Mr. Tang and Mrs. Tang don't care about you at all? Chapter 29, Then let's redraw the boundaries. Tang Ziyi's face paled, yet she still maintained a strained smile, refusing to let her composure crack. What does classmate Yan mean by that? No one answered her. The moment their eyes met, they quickly averted their gazes elsewhere. For a banquet to begin, the host must send out invitations at least a week in advance. Verbal invitations not only don't count but are also disrespectful to the guests. During the awkward moment, Sun Lu, unnoticed until then, stood by Tang Ziyi's side and quietly explained to her. Is it concern or indifference? What's the matter? Need me to introduce you to an etiquette coach? Suddenly energized, Lan Xing's casual tone came across as outright provocation in Tang Ziyi's eyes. Tang Ziyi clenched her fists, forcing a strained smile. She looked at Lan Xing, desperately suppressing the fury threatening to erupt. Lan Xing, you're so humorous. It's just that my parents are busy preparing my homecoming banquet and can't attend to everything right now. They've already arranged someone for me. They just thought I might need time to adjust after coming back, so there's no hurry. Is that so? Well, you'd better hurry up then. Embarrassing yourself in class is one thing, but making a fool of yourself at a homecoming banquet, now that would be truly laughable. Lan Xing smiled innocently, while Tang Ziyi could only force a smile, gritting her molars. Thank you for your concern, Lan Xing. I'll be careful not to embarrass my parents at the banquet. Oh, by the way, did you say Mr. Tang has invited Jixing to design your dressing room? Yes, of course. Tang Ziyi's pupils contracted slightly as she nodded stiffly. Jixing, you're really not being fair here. How could you land such a big deal and not even tell your childhood friend about it? What the hell? Jixing's voice exploded through the phone, so furious that anyone could hear it. Is that Tang woman out of her mind? If this were a guy, I'd have kicked him already. Who does she think she is, ordering me around? Oh wow, I'm the Tang family's eldest young miss. How impressive. I'm so scared. Not. Absolutely ridiculous, talking nonsense like that. If this damages my reputation, will you compensate me? Huh? Could you even afford to? Jixing's verbal barrage left Tang Ziyi's face alternating between black rage and crimson humiliation. Her eyes reddened as tears streamed down continuously, like she'd suffered some unbearable injustice. Manhwa, you stole 17 years of my life. I bore no grudge, yet you've been targeting and ostracizing me at every turn, just because I reclaimed the life that was rightfully mine. With that, she didn't wait for Manhwa to respond. Pushing through the curious onlookers, she ran out without another word. Others might be unaware, but Manhwa knew the truth all too well. When the Meng family was thriving, the Tangs were just starting out. It was only in recent years, as the Mengs declined, that the Tangs rose to prominence. Tang Ziyi kept accusing her of stealing her life, yet she had never known hardship. So tell me, who really stole whose life? With the protagonist gone, the farce came to an end. Lan Xing hung up on Jixing without hesitation, cutting off his desperate attempts to explain himself in that groveling tone. Alright, are you guys gonna claim your stuff or not? Pungja spoke up, and the crowd immediately followed his lead. They trailed behind Pungja to the back of the classroom to retrieve their belongings, leaving the once cramped space suddenly much more open. That guy's calling again. I'll step out for a bit. Lan Xing glanced at the incoming call from Jixing, said a quick word to Manhwa, then pushed back his chair and walked out. Assistant Yao must be losing hair again, huh? Manhwa knew he had been buried in the merger case lately, precisely when the company couldn't spare him. He's pulling in 200 grand a month. Can't exactly dump all the work on me, right? What happened to your hand? He'd noticed it earlier when Manhwa reached over to play with his fingers. Bruised and purple, the faint wounds just beginning to scab over. He picked it up and examined it carefully, his distress clearly visible to the naked eye. Manhwa raised an eyebrow. Yesterday before heading to the office, she had stopped by the traditional Chinese medicine clinic to get her wound dressed. By this morning it seemed mostly healed, and thinking the bandage looked too conspicuous, she had simply removed it. She'd forgotten about it just now, never expecting Yen Yen would notice from that brief moment of raising her arm. The kid bit me. Yen Yen frowned. Did you bite back? Beat them up if you have to. If they dare say one more word about you, I wouldn't mind making things even worse for them. Manhwa chuckled softly, pinching Yen Yen's fingers. His hands were bony and slender, with faint veins subtly surfacing. She found them quite endearing. Don't end up being more of a hindrance than help. Besides, I was the one who crossed the line first. Then let's redraw the boundary. Such childish words paired with an aloof tone made Manhwa unable to resist. She cupped his face and gave it a squeeze. Yen Yen obediently leaned down, making it easier for her. By the way, I've terminated the collaboration with the Sun family. Knowing Manhwa was changing the subject, Yen Yen didn't call her out on it. Yao Qinglin reported to me, and he did a good job. Manhwa was mentored by Yen Yen, and their ways of handling things were so similar that they were practically of one mind. Leaving now? Yes, I have a 2-day business trip abroad tomorrow. Keep an eye on things at the hospital for me. Understood, don't worry. The old man has been by to check. No worsening news is good news. Their voices were both quiet, murmuring softly, creating such an intimate space between them that no one else could intrude. Pungja had finished sorting his belongings and was about to ask how to handle things while carrying a suitcase, but in the end, he just pursed his lips, set it aside, and left. I'll go over right after school tomorrow. Let me take care of things these 2 days. You should rest properly. Your dark circles are worse than a panda's. Yen Yen chuckled, his voice slightly magnetic. He licked the corner of his lips, then ruffled Manhwa's hair before gently scratching beneath her chin. I'm leaving now. Call me if anything comes up. If anyone dares to mess with you, don't hold back. Teach them a lesson. Never force yourself to endure nonsense. Manhwa nodded slightly, like an obedient yet proud cat. She knew Yen Yen had come specifically to back her up, unlike the others in the class. Some were future heirs, while others hailed from the periphery of their families, but Yen Yen alone ranked among those who could sit as equals with their parents. His attitude was of utmost importance. He had come here to make it clear to everyone, even without the Tang family, there was still his Yen family standing guard. It also explained why Lan Xing, that guy who clocked in precisely on time every day, had arrived uncharacteristically early today. Being spoiled feels pretty good. Perhaps the morning's verbal blows had struck a nerve, for Tang Zi became remarkably subdued and didn't trouble Manhwa again throughout the morning. When lunchtime finally arrived, Lan Xing grabbed Manhwa's hand and dashed toward the cafeteria. The college has 3 dining halls that offer cuisines from various countries, carefully catering to the tastes of students and exchange scholars from diverse backgrounds. The school takes great care with its food services, employing top chefs from around the world and changing the menu daily, all to entice students to dine on campus. After all, if even a single student were to fall ill from the food, the school would be plunged into endless troubles. These young masters and misses are all remarkably delicate when it comes to their health. Sun Lu certainly knows how to latch onto someone influential quickly. Following Lan Xing's gaze, Manhwa saw Tang Zi and Sun Lu walking toward them arm in arm. Chapter 30. It really is your fault. Tang Zi finally learned to behave better and didn't come over to stir up trouble again. Instead, it was Sun Lu who gave Manhwa a glance. Ignoring both of them, Manhwa quickly finished her lunch. I'm going to the supermarket to buy something. You can head back first. Alright, grab me a bottle of water. Lan Xing gave an okay sign and left, while Manhwa took the prepared outfit to the changing room. Just as everything was settled and she stepped out, someone blocked her path. Manhwa looked at Sun Lu standing in front of her without showing much surprise. The collaboration's been cancelled. You did this, didn't you? Sun Lu stared at her, the questioning tone carrying absolute certainty. She didn't believe this was just some coincidental twist of fate. Guess what? Manhwa tilted her head slightly, curling the corners of her mouth with an innocent look in her eyes. I apologize to you. What happened that day was my fault. It certainly was your fault. Manhwa spoke frankly, leaving Sun Lu utterly speechless. She pursed her lips and took a deep breath. The atmosphere at her home had been tense lately. Her parents were at odds, coupled with a failed business collaboration. The house was filled with endless arguments every day, and if this continued, her father would soon bring the woman he kept outside openly into their home. When that happened, she and her mother would end up with nothing. At this thought, Sun Lu could only suppress her temper. I'll do anything, but can we discuss the cooperation case? No. Manhwa's blunt refusal instantly darkened Sun Lu's expression. Manhwa, must you go this far? Sun Lu's voice carried urgency as she instinctively reached out to grab Manhwa's arm, only to press directly on her wound. Though Manhwa had a high tolerance for pain, the sudden flare made her reflexively shake off Sun Lu's grip. She thrust her injured hand before Sun Lu's eyes, her expression utterly exasperated. I didn't mean to. The collaboration deal is already settled. Instead of asking me to change, you'd better improve your product quality. As business people, they're not foolish enough to jeopardize profits over petty quarrels. The reason this deal nearly failed, you and I were merely triggers. The fundamental cause was one party failing to meet the other's requirements. That's all there is to it. Is there really no other way? Sun Lu's pleading tone made Manhwa furrow her brows. Sun Lu, don't pin your hopes for the future on someone unworthy of trust. If you want to gain something, you must strive for it yourself. If you seek recognition, you must put in the corresponding effort. And if you desire respect, then when things happen, your first thought should be to solve the problem, not to lower your head and beg for mercy. Do you understand? Sun Lu stood frozen in place, but Manhwa couldn't be bothered with further words as she turned to leave. Sun Lu watched Manhwa's upright figure, her hands gradually clenching into fists. What do you know? Fate has given you Yen Yen, given you Blue Star. Even if you weren't the eldest daughter of the Tang family, someone would still have your back. Someone would still flatter and protect you. But what about me? If I leave the Sun family, what do I have left? Not only would I lose everything, but it would pave the way for that damned mistress to walk right into our home. Just tell me, what right does she have? She roared as if expelling all the grievances and fury that had festered in her heart. Manhwa halted her steps and turned to look at her. Her eyes were like an abyss, calm, yet harboring boundless peril. Who said you could leave the Sun family? What? Hasn't personal gain always been your priority? As long as there's profit to be had, you can endure humiliation better than anyone. Isn't that perfect for you? After Manhwa left, Sun Lu remained standing alone in that spot for a long, long time, until class began when she finally appeared in the classroom. All afternoon, the two exchanged not a single glance, but by the time school ended, Tang Ziyi and Sun Lu had already grown close enough to be considered intimate friends. Chatting and laughing, the two left the classroom together while others gradually began gathering their belongings. At the school gate, Meng Jili was already waiting. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he stood outside First High School's entrance, his eyes fixed on the opposite side. But before Manhwa appeared, his gaze unexpectedly locked with Tang Ziyi's. Meng Jili looked at her with a storm of emotions crossing his face, while she merely paused briefly before shifting her gaze away, as though she didn't recognize him. What's wrong? Sun Lu followed her line of sight, but Tang Ziyi tugged at her hand. Nothing, but you must come to the family recognition banquet tomorrow. You're my first friend here. Your presence would make me feel much more at ease. Of course I'll be there, don't worry. Sun Lu withdrew her gaze, patted her shoulder with a sweet smile. My family driver's here, so I'll head off first. After getting in the car, Tang Ziyi waved at Sun Lu. By then, Sun Lu maintained her smile as she waved back, but her expression immediately turned cold the moment the car disappeared from view. She glanced briefly at Meng Jili before quickly looking away and entering her own car. Meng Jili remained rooted to the spot. He was certain Tang Ziyi had seen him, yet she'd pretended not to notice. He lowered his head, the corners of his mouth bending downward slightly. Yeah, bridges are for bridges, and roads are for roads. It's fine. His voice was soft, dissolving into the wind. Brother, the crisp voice made Meng Jili curve his lips upward again. With a smile, he waved at Manhwa, watching her take step after step toward him. Waited long? Not at all. How's your hand healing? He reached out to take Manhwa's backpack but was refused. The medicine your master gave must be top-notch. Meng Jili chuckled lightly and ruffled her hair. Let me introduce you. This is my childhood friend, Lan Xing. And this is my second brother. Meng Jili said hello. Lan Xing gave a nod, and that was about the extent of their interaction. Evening, I'm heading off first. Seeing Meng Jili, Lan Xing had achieved her purpose. The two of them interacted naturally. At the very least, Manhwa wouldn't let just anyone ruffle her hair. The tavern just got a new batch of drinks. I'm going to check them out, Lan Xing whispered into Manhwa's ear. Manhwa nodded. Go ahead, see you tomorrow. With a carefree wave, Lan Xing disappeared around the street corner. I'll go see if Mom and Dad need any help first. Why don't you wait for me at the bus stop? Huh? Why should I wait for you at the bus stop? Meng Jili rubbed his nose, and only then did Manhwa notice the gazes from those around them. A student from First High School together with someone from the elite academy. Now that was an unusual pair. Are you disgusted with me? Manhwa suddenly realized. How is this possible? Meng Jili's eyes widened in astonishment. Let's go then. But, without waiting for his protests, Manhwa took the lead, walking ahead of him. Left with no choice, Meng Jili could only follow. It's not that I dislike you. I'm just worried people from our school might see you in the backstreets and it could affect your reputation. Fearing Manhwa might misunderstand, Meng Jili hastened to explain. Did I do something illegal? No. Did you do something illegal? No, I didn't either. Where's the bad influence? Manhwa's gaze was filled with frankness when she looked at him, yet it made Meng Jili feel somewhat ashamed instead. His preconceived notion was that people from the institute would look down on those from First High, but now, it seemed the narrow-minded one was him. Chapter 31, Spreading Rumors. Dad, Mom, the two greeted them openly. The snack street was crowded with people bustling about. It was right after school, and many had gathered around the food stalls. Jili and Wanwan are here, Chini said softly, her hands never pausing in their work. Didn't we agree you'd go straight home after school? Why did you come all the way here? Are you hungry? Go see if there's anything you'd like to eat. Mang Buchuan handed a packed meal to a customer, then tucked the small amount of cash from the box into Mangwan's hand. Mangwan took it and gave Mang Jili a meaningful look. Understanding, Mang Jili blocked Mang Buchuan's view as he received the money and secretly slipped it into the gap between the box and a cart. After stowing it away, Mang Jili signaled an okay behind his back to Mangwan. She lowered her head to hide a smile, then looked up again, her expression perfectly composed. I just came by first to see if there's anything I could help with. There's nothing you need to help with. Go back and start cooking the rice first. We'll be home soon after we finish shopping. Between these words, the chime of change being received kept sounding intermittently. Most of the passers-by were students, who couldn't help but glance twice at the stall as they walked by. Boss, I'd like a serving of kimbap. Okay, what flavor? One original flavor. Ingchi, what flavor do you want? No response. Someone called his name again. Following his gaze, they silently thought, this is bad. Well, if it isn't our icy campus heartthrob from number 1 high? Heard your family went bankrupt. Didn't expect it to be true, huh? Hong Ingchi's tone was dripping with venomous sarcasm. Ingchi, at least we've been rich once, unlike you, who's been steadily poor all your life. Mangwan retorted, her tone flat and uninflected, yet laced with biting sarcasm. I was wondering who it was. If it isn't the former young mistress who got kicked out. Hong Ingchi's face stiffened, but she burst into laughter upon noticing Mangwan's attire. Mang Jili pulled Mangwan protectively behind him, his eyes faintly burning with anger. Classmate, how can you speak so rudely? Where are your parents? Mang Buchio wiped his hands and stepped out from behind the stall. Qin Yi's expression darkened as well, following him out to silently shield Mangwan. More and more people gathered around, most of them students. Jili, you and Wanwan should head back first. Mang Jili frowned but nodded nonetheless. Hong Ingchi had always been at odds with him, and this time was clearly deliberately picking a fight. It'd be better for both of them to leave. He doubted Hong Ingchi would dare cause a scene on the street. They wanted to leave, but that didn't mean Hong Ingchi was willing to let them go. His eyes darted, landing on the stall. How come I just saw a fly right into the food? Are you even up to hygiene standards? If you make us high school seniors sick and ruin our exams, can you afford to compensate us? No way. As a student, it's my duty to contribute to society. How about I call 12135 and let them check if this place meets hygiene regulations? Hong Ingchi's voice boomed, and the gathering crowd, initially just watching the scene unfold, naturally assumed it was a student complaint about unclean food after his outburst. Mang Buchuan, after all, had once been a CEO, calm and collected, not an ounce of panic. He knew that if this matter wasn't resolved now, the business might as well pack up for good. Such baseless slander was the most devastating blow to small stalls like theirs. Just as his mind was racing, Mangwan's voice emerged from behind the group. Neither too loud nor too soft, neither rushed nor sluggish, her words reached everyone's ears clearly, immediately silencing the previously noisy scene. Then please explain, since you neither ordered food nor approached the food cart, when exactly did you see flies entering the tightly sealed rice container? Mangwan stepped forward from between the two men and stood beside Mang Buchuan. Mang Jili knew he shouldn't stop her now, so despite his concern, he let go, allowing Mangwan to confidently express her thoughts. I saw it with my own eyes. He hadn't expected Mangwan to suddenly confront him. Stiffening his neck, he pulled at his companion. You saw it too, didn't you? His companion wore a conflicted expression, hesitating and mumbling, unwilling to raise his head. Whispers circulated around them, while Hong Ingchi's face was the very picture of exasperation at their hopelessness. How about this? I open it for you to see. If there's nothing inside, you'll have to buy all the remaining rice balls as compensation for our emotional distress. Or should I just report you for spreading rumors? What do you say? Mangwan's composed demeanor stood in stark contrast to Hong Ingchi's frantic movements. What's the point of calling 12135? Calling the police directly would be much faster. Let's see if it's really our hygiene standards that are subpar, or if someone's just being malicious, deliberately spreading rumors and slander. With that, Mangwan actually made the call. She deliberately put it on speakerphone, and the surrounding onlookers held their breath, their eyes barely containing their excitement. Beep, beep, beep. Hong Ingchi's Adam's apple bobbed as he finally couldn't hold back any longer. Just as the third ringtone was about to sound, he reached out to snatch Mangwan's phone. But Mangwan had anticipated this. She stepped back swiftly and hung up the call in one fluid motion. Seeing this, Mang Buchuan quickly positioned himself in front of Mangwan, arms folded behind his back, using his body as a direct barrier against Hong Ingchi. whose lying couldn't be more obvious to any discerning observer. With a stormy expression, Hong Yingqi jerked his arm away when his companion tried tugging at his sleeve to restrain him. "What's everyone gathered here for? What's the fuss?" Pungja's voice rang out from the crowd as he forcibly pushed his way through, creating a path for himself. Stumbling slightly, he entered the circle. "Ouch, who pushed me?" Pungja barely steadied himself and was about to turn around to see which annoying friend had betrayed him when he looked up and locked eyes with Hong Yingqi. "Well, if it isn't the eternal third-place loser." Pungja. Compared to Pungja's surprise, Hong Yingqi looked ready to grind his teeth to dust. "I heard only Meng Zhili from your school qualified for the competition. Missing by just 1 point. What a shame." Pungja continued talking to himself, completely oblivious to Hong Yingqi's darkening expression. "Second brother, it seems some people lack the ability to compete fairly and can only resort to sabotage." Mengwan feigned surprise. Wanjie? Pungja instinctively called out before finally realizing something was amiss. He immediately clamped his mouth shut and stood frozen in place. "Hong Yingqi, if you have questions about the scores or objections to my participation, I'll gladly accompany you to clarify with the teachers." "What exactly do you mean by coming here to pick a fight?" The topic had already strayed, and everyone's attention had long since moved beyond the so-called hygiene issue. Hong Yingqi glanced at the surrounding crowd pointing fingers at him, then lunged forward in an attempt to shove Meng Zhili. Unfortunately, Pungja was quicker, pinning him to the ground in one swift motion. People of their status more or less had to learn some self-defense techniques. A scrawny guy like Hong Yingqi wasn't even on Pungja's radar. Subduing him was almost effortless. "Let me go," Hong Yingqi roared, struggling futilely against the unyielding grip. "Hey, Auntie, that pack of rice from this morning was really good. Give me another one with a different flavor, will you?" "I'll take the megaburger." Ignoring Hong Yingqi entirely, Pungja remained cheerfully unfazed. Chini was also startled by this scene and responded blankly before starting to work. "Does anyone want to check if there are flies in the bucket? If not, would you like to try the seaweed rice rolls that helped nurture the top student in our grade?" Chapter 32, happened to purchase a few shops. Meng Wan's shout made the crowd burst into laughter, drawing everyone around. Neither Meng Zhili nor Meng Buichuan expected her sudden outburst. Their anger dissipated instantly. Exchanging a glance, they shook their heads in silent agreement, their eyes full of indulgence. The crowd grew larger, and the two stepped in to help. Meanwhile, under Meng Wan's signal, Pungja, the biggest contributor to the farce, had his two friends haul away Hong Yingqi and his companion. "Classmate, your Big Mac is ready." "Thank you, Auntie. I only managed a couple of bites this morning when my friend snatched it away. I've been craving your packed meal all day long." "Exactly. This rice was just steamed this afternoon, perfectly tender and fluffy. Go ahead and try some. I truly appreciate your help today, so consider this meal my treat." Chini had taken quite a liking to this straightforward young lad. "This doesn't seem appropriate?" As she spoke these words, her gaze shifted to Meng Wan, who nodded in response. Take it. If it's good, Auntie will save some for you tomorrow too, no charge." "Well then, thank you, Auntie." Pungja knew when to quit while ahead. Despite being from an elite academy, he showed no pretenses, simply standing to the side and munching away immediately. It wasn't until the crowd had dispersed and Qin Yi's group began packing up that they noticed Pungja was still there. "Thanks for today." Meng Zhili tapped fists with him. Heh. Pungja scratched his head. "I owe you an apology for calling you the eternal runner-up. You know how your #1 high school has always looked down on our school. Now that we finally have sister one from our school topping every exam by a huge margin over yours, of course we'd rub it in your faces non-stop." Meng Zhili replied with a gentle smile. "Pungja." The two men bumped elbows, a gesture that signified the past was now behind them. "Pungja." Meng Wan stood nearby, calling out to Pungja, who responded and walked over to her. Meng Zhili glanced at the two in the corner before returning to the stall to efficiently start packing up. The three of them divided the work seamlessly, cooperating with practiced ease. "Zhili, is that classmate Wan's friend?" "Must be. I saw him this morning too." "How was Wan today?" "Seems about the same as this morning. She walked out with friends after school." That's good. The elderly couple exchanged glances, visibly relaxing a little. "What about your classmate? What happened there?" "He seems to come from a very strict family. Once when he wasn't selected for a competition, his parents rushed to the school and slapped him twice right then and there." Chini looked utterly astonished, having never imagined parents like this existed in the world. What a poor child. As a mother, hearing such news always brings a bit of discomfort. That's someone else's family matter too. There are always people more talented and skies beyond skies. Does he think there won't be anyone more outstanding than him when he goes to university or enters society? Zhili, don't burden yourself too much. Just do what you ought to do. But be more careful from now on. If he acts out like today, you must report it to the teacher immediately, understand? Meng Zhili nodded with a smile and said nothing. Meanwhile, Mangwon pulled Pungja aside into a corner. Do you know that guy? I do, but not well. When I went out to eat with friends before, he complained a bit about failing exams and his family cutting off his allowance. Hong Yingqi was there too, running his mouth with some annoying sarcastic remarks at us. Help me look into him. Got it. You did well today. Didn't you want to throw a yacht party? Pungja's eyes lit up. Sis Wan, you're finally willing to lend it to me. In his excitement, Pungja reached out to hug her, only to have Mangwon swat his hand away. I'll have someone contact you. They thought the day's events were over, but after finishing dinner, Meng Buchuan and Chini called them over, their expressions unusually serious. Mom, Dad, is this about what happened today? We thought it over and decided to set up our stall near the elementary school's food street. Lots of kids from the residential buildings go to school there. It's nearby, and we know plenty of people. It's much better than going to the middle school's food street, more convenient. But didn't the urban management officers forbid setting up there? During the trial run last time, we barely managed half a day before they almost confiscated our cart. We barely found a spot, and still had to pay a 1,000 yuan deposit. Meng Zhili sounded impatient. If you're worried about today's incident, I'll talk to Hong Yingqi. We weren't in the wrong, why should we move? If we stand straight, we don't fear a crooked shadow. Why give ourselves more trouble? It's settled then, we'll handle it ourselves. You coming here after school every day to help isn't proper, you're at a crucial stage now. Don't worry about these matters, focus on your studies. Meng Buchuan's tone brooked no argument. Meng Zhili choked back his words, finally just pressing his lips together in silence. The atmosphere grew tense. Mangwon glanced at the three of them and tapped her fingers on the table. Going to the elementary school isn't completely out of the question. Wan? Meng Zhili hadn't expected Mangwon to say this, his face registering surprise. However, Meng Buchuan believed that Tang Wan's words must have their own logic. When it came to business matters, he had to admit that Mangwon was the most talented among his children. Wan, tell us your thoughts. The food street near the elementary school is indeed closer to home, with both the market and office buildings nearby. Setting up a breakfast stall there would be a good idea. The customer base would be stable, office workers, housewives, children, whether they're going to school, work, or shopping, they'd likely grab breakfast on the way. But there are already 2 or 3 breakfast shops there, and we'd have to dodge the city inspectors. It would be too cramped to set up. Chini also voiced her opinion. Who said anything about hiding from city inspectors? Mangwon was puzzled, and the other 3 shared her confusion. If we're not avoiding the inspectors, then we just stand there and get caught and yelled at? Chini voiced her doubts. Meng Buchuan patted Chini's head, the tension at the corners of his mouth easing slightly, while Mangwon finally realized what she'd overlooked. Who said anything about setting up a stall? When the street was being renovated before, I casually bought a few shops. Coincidentally, the tenant's family moved abroad just a few days ago, so they're empty now. We're quite lucky. That particular shop happens to have the best location on the entire street, right at the intersection of 3 areas. No matter which direction people come from, they'll pass by it. We just need to renovate it according to your ideas, and it'll be ready for use. As she spoke, Mangwon pulled up some documents she had found on her iPad and placed them on the table. What? You said you casually bought a few shops? Meng Zhili widened his eyes. He had always prided himself on being level-headed, but ever since Mangwon arrived, he seemed to be in a perpetual state of shock. Meng Buchuan remained relatively calm. After all, in just the few days since Mangwon had returned home, she had already given him plenty of surprises. He picked up the tablet, carefully examined the shop's layout and current condition photos, and only after a long while did he return it to Mangwon. Wan, where did the money to buy these shops come from? Chapter 33, Reflection. Meng Buchuan's words cooled the excitement of the two who had just been elated. Mangwon understood what Meng Buchuan meant. He was asking whether she had used the Tang family's money to purchase the shops. She curled her lips slightly. Just as she always surprised the Meng family, the Meng family's way of handling matters never failed to take her by surprise either. Don't worry, this is money I earned through my own investments. Not a single cent came from the Tang family, though if it were up to her, she'd rather use Yan's money. Despite Mangwon's reassurance, Meng Buchuan didn't appear particularly thrilled. Let's keep things separate, Wan. We should still settle the rent properly. How about we draft a contract to lease it from you at market rate? Instead of rent payments, I have a better idea. Mangwon batted her eyelashes playfully. 3 pairs of eyes stared at her, silently waiting for her to continue. The shop can be rented to you for free. That won't do. Chini immediately objected. Mangwon's expression remained unchanged as she gently patted Chini's hand to reassure her. Not only rent-free, but I'll also cover all the renovation costs. Of course, utilities will be charged separately. What are your terms? The two stood opposite each other like negotiators at a bargaining table. I'll invest, and the profits will be split 60 to 40. Your team takes 60, I take 40. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Prime location, excellent taste, there's no reason for failure. Manhwa's confidence radiated from within as she spoke. Let's discuss the specifics further. Later, have your eldest brother draft a contract, or see if you know any lawyers to review it together. Although we're family and shouldn't stand on ceremonies, even brothers keep separate accounts. We must be meticulous with every single detail. Manhwa nodded. Just let my elder brother handle it. The group continued negotiating some details until Manhwa yawned. Only then did they realize it was almost midnight. Hurry up and get to bed, both of you have school tomorrow, urged Chini upon checking the time. She swiftly gathered the scattered papers from the table and patted Mangjili, signaling them to finish washing up and go to sleep. The two were quite compliant and stood up to return to their rooms. Wanwan, Mang Buchuan called out to stop her. Mangwan paused in her steps, as did Chini and Mangjili. Don't flaunt your wealth, and always keep a bit of caution with others. Don't be too honest, even with family, you should hold some of your cards close to your chest. Understand? Mangwan was caught off guard by Mang Buchuan's sudden remark. She froze for a moment before an unconscious smile tugged at the corners of her lips. I understand, Mangwan nodded, her face still wearing that smile. Alright, off to bed, Mang Buchuan said, watching her smile. He wasn't sure if his words had truly sunk in, but fearing that pushing too hard might backfire, he decided against saying more. He knew Mangwan was a capable young woman, but he also worried her youth might blind her to people's true natures. Rather than teaching her how to see through others, he thought it wiser to keep a trump card for himself. After all, hearts are hidden behind layers of flesh. Who knows if today's friend might become tomorrow's enemy? At the very least, he didn't want Mangwan to follow in his footsteps. Upon returning home, Tang Ziyi seemed like a completely different person. The moment she stepped inside, she violently threw her expensive school bag onto the floor. Where is everyone? Dropped dead somewhere? Aunt Lu was startled and, with Tang Xing's permission, hurried to the entryway to greet her. Mississippi. She hunched her back, appearing somewhat timid. What are you standing around for? Where are my shoes? And my school bag? Can't you see it's on the floor? What? Are you still thinking about that Mangwan, that spoiled brat? She's a Mang now. I'm the one surnamed Tang. Tang Ziyi bore no resemblance to the sweet, well-behaved girl from school. She looked like a vengeful ghost, her voice shrill while her eyes gleamed with malice. She roughly grabbed at her own hair before giving Aunt Lu a vicious kick, venting her fury. Aunt Lu nearly collapsed to her knees but managed to steady herself at the last moment, yet she dared not speak a word of protest. Hurriedly, she picked up the school bag and fetched the prepared slippers, kneeling to place them at Tang Ziyi's feet. Absolutely no tact at all. Tang Ziyi shot Mrs. Lu a glare, growing increasingly irritated the longer she looked. She raised her hand to shove Mrs. Lu but froze upon hearing approaching footsteps. Her face paled, pupils contracting sharply as she hastily clasped her hands behind her back. Her trembling fingers betrayed her profound unease. Dad. Tang Ziyi swallowed hard, keeping her eyes fixed away from Tang Xing. Mrs. Lu, bring tea to the study. Yes, sir. Aunt Lu hung the school bag on a nearby rack and immediately headed toward the kitchen. Come here. Tang Xing didn't specify whom he meant, merely casting a glance at Tang Ziyi with an indifferent expression. Behind his back, Tang Ziyi clenched her fists, concealing the hatred in her eyes before carefully following. With the door closed, Tang Ziyi stood before the desk, head bowed, not daring to look at Tang Xing seated in the main chair. The air was thick with eerie silence as neither of them spoke. Dad, when did you get back? Tang Ziyi, being young after all, couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere and was the first to break the silence. Tang Xing tapped on the desk without speaking. The tap, tap, tap sound seemed to strike directly at Tang Ziyi's heart. Her hands trembled slightly, her eyes darted around incessantly, and the next moment, teardrops fell one by one onto the handmade carpet. Dad, I was wrong. I was just so terribly wronged and angry today. Tang Xing remained unmoved. Tang Ziyi had no choice but to steel herself and continue speaking. I don't know why sister has been targeting me, even turning other classmates against me. I don't understand why she treats me this way. If it's because of my adoptive parents' family situation, Dad, let's bring sister back home. It's all my fault, I shouldn't have returned, but I just wanted to find my birth parents. Tears rolled down as Tang Ziyi wiped them away with her hand, her delicate little frame trembling pitifully. You're saying Tangwan rallied others to ostracize you? Tang Xing finally showed some reaction. Tang Ziyi secretly rejoiced, thinking Tang Xing was about to stand up for her. Yet she also felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Tangwan was now Mangwan, while she bore the Tang name. But for now, she could overlook that. Nodding repeatedly, she sniffled. They even mocked me for not understanding etiquette. I just wanted to invite my friends and sister to the family recognition banquet, to tell them I've found my biological parents and share this joy with them. I never expected my sister would be the first to ridicule me for having no manners. She had been pampered growing up in the Meng family and was the envy of everyone at first. How could she ever have endured such cold treatment? With this thought, her tears carried a touch of genuine emotion. It's all my fault. I never received proper education in these matters, unlike my sister who's so graceful and considerate. When she travels abroad, she even remembers to bring gifts for every classmate. It's all my blame. Given my adoptive family's current situation, it's only natural for my sister to feel resentful. Even without the Tang family's support, Manhwa still has the students at the academy defending her. Yet here you are, bearing the Tang family name, being ostracized by everyone. Shouldn't you reflect on why you're losing to Manhwa? Chapter 34, was it because of the recognition banquet? Tang Ziyi, caught off guard by Tang Xing's words, abruptly raised her head, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Sir, your tea is ready. Just then, Aunt Lu knocked on the study door. Aunt Lu set down the tea and left, leaving Tang Ziyi standing frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. Manhwa has, after all, she's been classmates with the others for 2 years. It's natural they'd be closer. Tang Ziyi fumbled for excuses, even forgetting to use proper address. So when you can't measure up to her, you take it out on those beneath you? I'm sorry. Tang Ziyi apologized instinctively. With her head bowed, she missed the disappointment in Tang Xing's eyes. What are you apologizing for? Tang Xing's imposing presence required no anger as he glared at Tang Ziyi, looking at her as if she were a subordinate rather than his daughter, devoid of any paternal warmth. I shouldn't have taken my frustration from school out on the servants. Tang Ziyi kept her head lowered, hiding the resentment and humiliation in her eyes. Wrong. Tang Ziyi was confused but dared not argue. Tang Xing rose from his seat and approached her. She became even more afraid to raise her head, fixing her gaze on the leather shoes now standing before her. Look up. Tang Ziyi trembled with fear but slowly raised her head, forcing herself to meet Tang Xing's gaze. Her eyes were filled with evasion, yet it reminded Tang Xing of another pair of eyes, calm to the point of being utterly unreadable, like stagnant water that no ripple could disturb. Bullying the servants is fine, but only if you leave no traces for anyone to catch. If you want a place in your class, then fight for it yourself, use money, use connections, leverage everything at your disposal, turn people into your allies and carve out a space for yourself. I don't care how you do it. I only care about the result. Tang Ziyi's eyes were filled with disbelief, but Tang Xing merely stared back at her coldly. I don't care about your past. Now that you bear the Tang family name, you must conduct yourself with the dignity and manners befitting the Tang lineage. I cannot and will not accept someone who has taken the Tang name defeating a true Tang family member. Do you understand? If you can't meet these standards, I won't hesitate to bring Tangwan back. I can do it. I will do it. Tang Ziyi's ambition could no longer be concealed upon hearing that final statement. Her fists clenched tightly, eyes filled with determination and ruthless resolve. Tang Xing nodded in approval. I'll arrange an etiquette tutor for you. Tomorrow's recognition banquet is crucial. Don't make any mistakes. Understood. At last, a hint of satisfaction flickered across Tang Ziyi's face. Tang Xing nodded and waved his hand, signaling her to leave. Once the study door was locked, Tang Ziyi's legs suddenly gave way, and she nearly stumbled to the ground. Manhwa, I am the true heiress of the Tang family. You were born to be my stepping stone. All this suffering? You can bear it alone. With that, she flung her hand dismissively and stormed out of the study. One night, each with their own thoughts. The next day, the siblings took the bus to school as usual. When others saw them again, their reactions were no longer as exaggerated as before. Although the incident on the snack street had circulated online, Manhwa had anticipated this and suppressed it before it could gain traction. Everything still appeared calm and undisturbed. Upon entering the classroom, someone soon greeted her. Thanks for yesterday. The benefit of having extensive connections was that whatever you did became more time efficient, effortless, and effective. It was just a matter of saying a few words, much easier to handle than celebrity gossip. Actually, I should thank you for bringing me what I needed. Manhwa curled her lips slightly, saying nothing more. Classmates, I apologize for what happened yesterday. This is some alcohol-filled chocolate that my dad specially had someone bring back from abroad. If you accept it, I'll take it as you forgiving my rudeness yesterday. Tang Ziyi wore a sweet smile, her voice soft and tender, making it hard to refuse. She held out the box of chocolates, but except for Sun Lu who took one piece, no one else reached for them. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. Tang Ziyi's smile stiffened slightly as she turned her gaze toward Manhwa. Wanwan, I spoke inappropriately yesterday. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me? Manhwa looked at her with a faint smile, neither agreeing nor refusing. Tang Ziyi maintained her posture holding the chocolate box, her smile stiffening slightly as time passed. If you accept this, I'll take it as your forgiveness. Please? Tang Ziyi's affected tone gave Lan Xing goosebumps, her face openly displaying disgust. Mengwan curled her lips and reached out to take it, but Lanxing suddenly changed expression. You. Mengwan patted her leg with one hand while picking up a piece of chocolate with the other. She dangled it playfully in front of Tang Ziyi, her expression still carrying that faint, ambiguous smile. The corner of Tang Ziyi's mouth twitched as she clenched the edge of the box tightly. After taking a deep breath, she turned to face the others, her expression now perfectly composed. Since Wan has accepted it, everyone can rest assured, it's not poisoned. At Tang Ziyi's words, the others naturally couldn't make the situation any more awkward. After accepting the chocolates, they exchanged a few polite remarks before leaving. Pungsha took his but immediately passed it to someone else. Only Lanxing refused outright. Mengwan toyed with the chocolate in her palm, lost in thought, but Lanxing abruptly snatched it away. Mengwan chuckled lightly, offering no reproach, her demeanor faintly tinged with indulgence and tolerance. What the hell is she up to? It's like she's a completely different person tonight, possessed or something? Lanxing tossed the chocolate onto the desk and leaned close to Mengwan's ear, rubbing her arms with visible disgust in both expression and tone, no attempt to hide it whatsoever. Mengwan chuckled softly. Who knows? Lanxing arched an eyebrow and dropped the subject about Tang Ziyi. My old man's making me attend the family recognition dinner tonight. Heard the Tang siblings are coming back today. Go ahead, tonight should be quite interesting. Mengwan's tone carried hidden meaning. Really? Lanxing's previously disinterested face instantly lit up. Those two are just one lunatic and her little lunatic. But I remember Tangxing is notoriously obsessed with saving face. Would he really allow them to run wild at such an important event like the family recognition banquet? Mengwan raised an eyebrow slightly, the corners of her lips curling up. She said nothing, yet somehow said everything. Lanxing's lips mirrored the same upward curve. Then I'll have to secure a front row seat for a good view tonight. Time crawled by until dismissal finally arrived. Lanxing hadn't ridden her motorcycle today. Her driver was already waiting at the gate. As for Tang Ziyi, she'd been picked up by the Tang family's driver in the afternoon. No need to explain further. She was surely getting ready for tonight's banquet early. I'm off now. Wait for my live stream updates. Mengwan let out a light laugh, waving goodbye to Lanxing as Meng Zhili emerged from the school gate just then, walking toward her. Let's head back too. I need to go somewhere and will return later, so I won't be going with you. Meng Zhili froze for a moment. Is it because of the family reunion banquet? Chapter 35, Young Master Tang. I heard from classmates that today was the family reunion banquet. I know you're feeling down, but we're family. Don't bear it alone. If you want to cry, you can always lean on your brother's shoulder. As he spoke, Meng Zhili patted his own shoulder. His face was flushed red, clearly nervous. Mengwan realized Meng Zhili had misunderstood. Suppressing a laugh, she explained, my friend is going on a long trip and asked me to help with something. Really? Meng Zhili obviously didn't believe it. Really? Mengwan patiently gave a firm reply, which inexplicably made Meng Zhili's heart ache. He ruffled Mengwan's hair. Go home early. I'll pick you up. Mengwan nodded, knowing Meng Zhili hadn't believed her words but chose not to explain further. The bus home arrived first. After Meng Zhili left, a black car stopped in front of her. Without hesitation, Mengwan pulled open the car door and got in directly. The driver was a short-haired woman wearing black-framed glasses and dressed in a standard business suit, her face expressionless. Boss, why is it you who came? The newcomer was none other than Tianwei. I just went to confirm the latest progress on the cooperation and brought these for your approval. As she spoke, Tianwei picked up the documents from the passenger seat and handed them to Mengwan. Used to such routines, Mengwan took them and flipped through. What does the Sun family have to say? He came to make a scene twice, and the last time security had to drag him out. Later, we heard he found someone willing to take over, so he stopped coming. Mengwan nodded slightly, and silence settled inside the car. The car gradually headed toward the suburbs, where rows of standalone villas lined the streets, with only a few pedestrians passing by occasionally. The signed documents had long been set aside, and Mengwan gazed out the window, her expression growing heavier. As they approached the gate, Mengyao rolled down the car window and revealed her face. The next moment, the gate slowly swung open. Tianwei smoothly drove inside, where several gardeners in the front yard were meticulously trimming the plants. Without exception, they paused their work and bowed to Mengyao the moment they saw her. Miss Meng, the butler was already waiting at the door. I've been waiting for you here. Mengwan nodded and walked into the villa before her. Butler Zhang, how is Auntie doing? After changing her shoes, Mengwan effortlessly made her way up to the second floor. Same as usual, the housekeeper sighed. She had been working as the housekeeper for the Yan family ever since Yan Yan's mother married into the household. One could say Zhang, the housekeeper, watched Yan Yan grow up. It wasn't until the accident 2 years ago that she was transferred here, responsible for caring for Jiangyu, Yan Yan's mother, who became a vegetative state due to that incident, as well as overseeing all matters in the villa. Has my master come by yet? He was here this morning, performed acupuncture, and did another checkup. Manhwa nodded without further questions. Steward Zhang opened the bedroom door, and the evening sun streamed in through the sheer curtains. She stepped forward to close the window, leaving only a narrow gap. The surroundings were silent, with only the rhythmic beeping of medical equipment filling the room. On the bed, an emaciated woman lay quietly, yet her undeniable beauty still shone through. No matter how many times Manhwa looked at her, the sight always stirred mixed emotions in her heart. Jiangyu had once been lively by nature, but this vibrant soul had now been confined to this sickbed for 2 long years. Sitting by the bedside, Manhwan skillfully massaged Jiangyu's limbs. Steward Zhang poured a glass of water for Manhwan before discreetly withdrawing, leaving the 2 women in private. By the time Manhwan finished her routine, dusk had gradually deepened outside. She looked at Jiangyu, reaching out to gently smooth her hair, her movements tender, her eyes filled with heartache. "Auntie, you used to often say how nice it would be if I weren't the Tang family's daughter, if I could be yours instead? Well, your words came true. I'm no longer the Tang family's young miss now." At this point, Manhwan suddenly laughed, as if recalling something delightful. "If this had happened before, you probably would have dragged me straight to complete the adoption paperwork and caused a scene at the Tang family's place, wouldn't you? But don't worry, my biological parents are good people. I've got 3 older brothers and a younger brother now, all far kinder and more affectionate than those 2 brats from the Tang family." Manhwan held Jiangyu's hand, speaking softly about recent events until the housekeeper knocked on the door, bringing their conversation to an end. "Miss Mang, dinner is ready." "All right," Manhwan replied. After tucking in Jiangyu, who remained unresponsive, she stood up and left. Meanwhile, at the airport, a plane had just landed. Before long, passengers began trickling out from the arrival gate. As the crowd gradually dispersed, 2 figures, one tall and one small, emerged at a leisurely pace, followed by 2 bodyguards carrying their luggage. "Young master, second young master." Steward Chen stepped forward to greet them. "Where's father?" Tang Chi's brows were sharp and cold, his facial contours clean and precise, with a high bridge to his nose. Upon closer inspection, there was a mole on the tip that inexplicably added a touch of sensuality to him. He tugged at his tie, his expression slightly impatient. "He's in the banquet hall with the eldest young lady, confirming the final arrangements." "The eldest young lady?" Tang Chi fixed his gaze on the steward, who lowered his head, not daring to speak. "Where's my dog?" Tang Yu clearly showed no interest in the conversation between the 2, his large eyes darting around as he searched for something. His chubby face still retained its baby fat, with bright eyes that always gave the impression he was about to pull a prank on someone the next second. Though dressed in a tailored suit, he lacked even a trace of steadiness, doing as he pleased with an arrogant tone, the very image of a spoiled brat given boundless indulgence. In the car, hearing this, Tang Yu immediately sprinted outside. Butler Chen, long accustomed to such behavior, signaled one of the bodyguards to follow. Throughout the encounter, the 2 young masters exchanged not a single word, behaving more like complete strangers than strangers themselves. By the time Tang Chi arrived, Tang Yu and his dog had already taken up the entire back seat, playing excitedly together. "Young master," Butler Chen hesitated, wanting to suggest Tang Chi sit in the front passenger seat, but Tang Chi moved even faster. He opened the car door without a word. In the next moment, the German shepherd that had been playing joyfully with Tang Yu whimpered and obediently lay down. No matter how much Tang Yu tried to tease it again, it didn't dare to move. "Tang Yu, I'll give you 3 seconds. Either get your dog settled properly, or take it and get out." Tang Chi's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unmistakable air of authority that brooked no refusal. Tang Li was still quite young, only 7 years old. He patted the German shepherd, which immediately curled up at his feet, behaving with unusual docility. Seeing this, Tang Chi ignored Tang Li's accusatory gaze and got into the car. Butler Chen breathed a sigh of relief, his back already drenched in sweat. Not daring to delay, he closed the car door and followed suit, heading toward the banquet venue. In the banquet hall, Tang Zi was admiring her gift in the dressing room. Holding up the hem of her dress, she twirled around, her expression thoroughly pleased. The skirt was so long that her height proved insufficient, forcing her to wear 10-centimeter heels to visually elongate her proportions. Stylists circled around her, while the makeup artist applied the final touches. Everyone was bustling about for her sake. Tang Zi curled her lips, unable to conceal the smile on her face. She loved this feeling of being surrounded and adored by others. Chapter 36, Chaos. "It's about time, let's get ready to head down." Tang Xing approached, accompanied by the impeccably made-up Su Yao. "Dad, Mom." Tang Zi hurried over, lifting the hem of her dress, her voice brimming with delight. A rare smile appeared on Su Yao's face as she smoothed Tang Zi's hair, her lips curling into a practiced smile. "Running and jumping around, what if you fall?" Tang Zi stuck out her tongue and linked arms with Su Yao, looking utterly intimate. "Mr. and Mrs. Tang." You've worked hard, we've prepared some pastries for you in another room. Most of the makeup artists who came to work on them had connections in the industry. Unless someone was being unreasonable, the organizers would always properly arrange accommodations for the staff to avoid criticism. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Your family of 3 looks truly happy. Yes, Miss Tang takes after Madam Tang, sweet and adorable. Hearing this, the staff member knew today's work was effectively concluded, offering a few polite compliments. Suyao curved her lips and nodded, appearing quite satisfied with their words. Yet upon closer inspection, one would find not a trace of emotion in her eyes, a courtesy so formal it could hardly be more perfunctory. It's about time, the assistant whispered into Tang Xing's ear. Tang Xing nodded. Let's go. The banquet is starting. Tang Ziyi wore a smile on her face, unconsciously straightening her back and slightly raising her chin. Holding her hands on either side, Tang Xing and Suyao slowly descended the staircase under everyone's gaze. All eyes were on them, and Tang Ziyi grew even more pleased with herself. She looked down at the people below like a noble queen. Lan Xing and Su Ping stood in the corner. The latter showed no particular expression, while Lan Xing kept craning her neck as if waiting for someone to appear. Got ants in your pants? Su Ping couldn't resist asking. Now that you're standing here, it reminds me, that young mistress is actually your cousin, isn't she? Lan Xing's expression carried a hint of teasing, penny wise and pound foolish. Su Ping's pointed remark made Lan Xing's lips curl uncontrollably. Indeed, my Wanwan isn't someone just anyone can compare to. Hearing this, even the usually composed Su Ping's expression became somewhat complicated. Lan Xing showed no restraint whatsoever and even threw Su Ping a flirtatious glance. Their little exchange went unnoticed by others, as all eyes were focused on the stage. Thank you all for taking the time to attend the family recognition banquet I'm hosting. My daughter has been adrift for 17 years, and now she's finally returning to her roots. Tang Xing delivered his opening speech while Suyao held Tang Ziyi's arm intimately, the two appearing inseparable. No wonder they're biological, there really is some resemblance. Looks quite close, doesn't it? As for that impostor, 17 years of raising, just abandoned without a second thought. How deep could the feelings possibly be for this one? After all, there's blood tying them together. Handpicked midway through indeed makes a difference, neither the bearing nor the looks can compare to the other one. That kind of elegance doesn't come cheap, it takes 17 years of living as a young mistress to cultivate. But still, it's pretty ruthless to discard someone after raising them for 17 years just like that. The whispers continued below, while Tang Xing's speech unknowingly drew to a close. Ziyi, why don't you say a few words too? Tang Xing finished, beckoning to Tang Ziyi with a voice full of tenderness and eyes brimming with encouragement. Suyao patted Tang Ziyi's hand and led her forward, while Tang Xing stepped aside to make room. The two of them flanked Tang Ziyi protectively, their every gesture radiating care and defense. Tang Ziyi let out a breath, visibly tense. She glanced at Suyao, then turned her gaze to Tang Xing, both pairs of eyes brimming with encouragement. Good evening, uncles and aunties. I'm Tang Ziyi. Not long ago, I didn't even bear the Tang surname. As soon as the words were spoken, Blue Star covered her lips to conceal the smile on her face. Hearing you speak is just like hearing you speak? Su Ping turned her face away, visibly struggling to contain her emotions. Unaware of everything happening off stage, Tang Ziyi remained immersed in the tragic world she had constructed for herself. Her eyes were reddened, and her voice choked with emotion. Suyao also seemed deeply moved, gripping her hand tightly, while Tang Xing pressed his lips together and silently patted her shoulder. My foster family had 4 boys. After their financial situation deteriorated, the household became very oppressive. It was during this time that I discovered the truth about my origins. I was both nervous and hopeful. Fortunately, my birth parents quickly accepted me, giving me a kind of love I'd never experienced before. How revolting, she's insinuating that her adoptive parents mistreated her. Lan Xing couldn't bear to watch, her gaze increasingly drifting toward the exit. What if it's true? Su Ping retorted. Come off it. I've seen Wanwan's twin brothers, they wouldn't do such things. Besides, if they really abused her, would Wanwan have gone with them? Su Ping reserved judgment about the first part, but Lan Xing's final argument successfully convinced her. The conversation scene finally ended, with the 3 portraying an intimate image before the guests, appearing sweet and blissful. Just as the trio prepared to step down and begin introducing Tang Ziyi to everyone, the grand doors swung open. A dog's bark made Lan Xing's eyes light up. She swiftly pulled out her phone and retreated into the shadows of a corner, hiding herself. Su Ping was puzzled, but as all attention shifted to the newcomer, she squeezed in next to Lan Xing. The door slowly opened, and in that very moment, chaos erupted. A figure darted out from the darkness, charging straight toward the stage amid everyone's screams. Tang Ziyi tried to flee, but her 10-centimeter high heels and swaying skirt became burdens in that instant. She was knocked to the ground, and upon feeling something sticky on her face, she couldn't suppress a scream. "Get away, you beast! Get away!" she screamed, her carefully styled hair and makeup now completely ruined. But at this moment, she couldn't care less about any of that. Digging her nails into the dog's flesh, she shoved it aside with one forceful push. Getting to her feet, she aimed a vicious kick at the dog, but the German Shepherd reacted swiftly and dodged to the side. "You damn beast, I'll skin you alive today. You wretched animal, die, just die." Filled with humiliation and terror, Tang Ziyi grew even more furious when she saw her kick had missed its mark. Holding up her skirt and cursing nonstop, she advanced toward the German Shepherd and delivered another savage kick. The startled guests gradually regained their composure. Frowning, they watched Tang Ziyi behaving like a shrew. "What are the security guards doing? Get that dog out of here now." Tang Xing also snapped back to reality, his face as dark as coal. Watching Tang Ziyi's hysterical outburst, the veins at his temples visibly pulsed twice. He shot Su Yao a glance. Though also startled, she remained outwardly composed. "Ziyi," she said, softening her tone intentionally. Afraid Tang Ziyi might not hear, she even tugged at her hand, but the enraged Tang Ziyi abruptly shook her off. The guests' gazes fell upon the two face-conscious individuals like daggers. Even Su Yao found his expression darkening. "Tang Ziyi," Su Yao hissed in a low voice. Only then did Tang Ziyi realize what she had done. She froze mid-action, her pupils trembling, momentarily lacking the courage to look toward the audience below. Chapter 37, I should never have acknowledged you. "Tyrannosaurus, come back." The childish voice reached everyone's ears, and the German Shepherd lying nearby immediately ran over upon hearing the command. "Good boy." Tang Li stroked the frantically wagging Tyrannosaurus sitting beside him, smiling without a trace of guilt for having frightened others. The boy and his dog played together like this, completely ignoring everyone else's stares. "Steward Chen, take the dog away." Tang Chi appeared unnoticed behind Tang Li, issuing the cold command. Though displeased, Tang Li could only obediently hand the leash to Steward Chen. The dog was taken away, leaving the banquet eerily quiet. Crouching in the corner, Lan Xing couldn't stop grinning, her eyes nearly disappearing, as she sent out the video she'd recorded. After a moment's thought, she accidentally fumbled and posted the video in the class group chat, then promptly deleted it within the time limit. The class group chat fell into dead silence, but Lan Xing knew her goal had already been achieved. "You're sneakier than I thought," Su Ping teased with a hint of amusement. "Takes one to know one," Lan Xing shot back. Su Ping raised an eyebrow and fell silent, as she herself resented Tang Ziyi's sudden appearance. On the day Tang Ziyi returned, Su Yao immediately took her to meet the Su family. She was especially attentive to her male cousins and knew exactly how to please the elders, while deliberately or unintentionally using her female cousins as foils to highlight her own pitiable circumstances. Su Ping was accustomed to enduring such behavior, but others weren't. In the end, Tang Ziyi came out looking good. If someone wanted to embarrass Tang Ziyi, why should she stop them? "Where are you going?" Watching Lan Xing put away her phone and prepare to leave, Su Ping asked. "The show's over, time to leave. See you tomorrow." With that, he waved and walked away. Watching Lan Xing's carefree demeanor, Su Ping felt an inexplicable envy. Her partnership with Manhwa stemmed chiefly from their shared predicament. They were both mere pawns of the Su and Tang families. Even if they fought, they'd gain nothing. To escape this gilded cage, they had to keep strengthening themselves. Her gaze turned to the stage, where Su Yao had already discreetly taken Tang Ziyi away at some point. Tang Xing had just picked up the microphone when Tang Chi stepped forward and took it from him. Yet he didn't rush to speak. First, he executed a perfect gentleman's bow. A faint smile played on his thin lips, his effortless grace exuding the elegance of a bygone English aristocrat. "Apologies for my younger brother's immaturity, he has startled you all." As a gesture of apology, Tang Chi has prepared modest gifts for everyone. "I hope you uncles and elders can spare some face for this junior, and I assure you I'll visit each of you personally to show my respect." With these words, Tang Chi regained control of the gathering. The crowd below murmured in agreement, and the atmosphere, which had cooled, slowly warmed again. Seeing this, Tang Xing finally allowed a faint smile to appear in his eyes. The two descended from the stage and began mingling with the others, their conversations revolving around Tang Chi's early achievements and his experiences abroad, engaging in lively discussions. Until the banquet ended, no one mentioned Tang Ziyi, and even the troublesome Tang Yu was forgotten. As soon as the banquet dispersed, Tang Xing's expression darkened immediately. He scanned the room, noticing that Tang Chi, who had been beside him, had slipped away unnoticed at some point. "Steward Chen." "Sir." Hearing the call, Steward Chen immediately rushed over, clasping his hands and bowing slightly. "Where are Tang Chi and Tang Yu?" "Young master just left, and little master, after slipping away from the banquet, he hasn't been found yet. Find him for me. Bring him to the study once you find him." "Yes." Only after Tang Xing had stormed off did Steward Chen dare to raise his head. Not daring to delay, he gathered the staff, assigned them to search different areas, and went to the surveillance room himself to check the footage. With a loud bang, the dressing room door was slammed shut, startling Tang Ziyi. Standing by the window, Suyao showed no reaction to Tang Xing's presence, sinking instead into the nearby sofa and rubbing his temples with a weary expression. Tang Ziyi shakily got to her feet, her hair disheveled and her once immaculate makeup smeared by tears, utterly and completely disheveled. "Dad." Tang Ziyi's voice still carried a sob, but instead of the expected concern, she was met with a resounding slap across the face. "Disgraceful creature." Tang Ziyi's head snapped to the side from the force, covering her cheek, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had been coddled all her life, the main couple had never so much as scolded her harshly, let alone hit her. And now, her own biological father had struck her. She was the victim here. She was the one who should be angry and aggrieved. She covered her face, not daring to speak or look up, her body trembling uncontrollably. "If I'd known you'd make such a disgraceful scene, I never should have brought you back home." Tang Ziyi suddenly raised her head to look at him, her eyes brimming with grievance. "Dad, it was an accident. I was frightened too. A mere animal scared you out of your wits. What exactly are you capable of? Look at Tang Wan, why wasn't she frightened? Look at yourself. How are you any different from those shrews from the slums? You've utterly humiliated me, Tang Xing." "Tang Wan, it's Tang Wan again." Tang Ziyi clenched her fists tightly, burying all her hatred deep within her heart. Her eyes reddening, she said, "Dad, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise I'll never do it again. I was once chased by a dog, I was scared. I swear it won't happen again. Next time, get the hell back to where you came from." Tang Xing's greatest regret now was taking Tang Ziyi back just because he thought she was obedient and easy to control, clever on the surface, yet stupid and wicked at heart. No matter how stubborn Tang Wan is, where could she possibly turn things around? The more Tang Ziyi looked at Tang Xing, the more irritated she felt, and Tang Xing stormed off with a dismissive wave of his hand. The door slammed shut again, startling Tang Ziyi nonetheless. She was overwhelmed with panic. If she lost Tang Xing's trust, all her meticulously planned scheme to reclaim her rightful status as the wealthy heiress would be ruined. As memories of the shabby, sour-smelling apartment building flashed through her mind, Tang Ziyi's dread grew uncontrollably. No, absolutely not. She could never go back. Her mind raced as the clicking of high heels pierced her eardrums. Tang Ziyi clung to what seemed like her last lifeline, her eyes brimming with desperation and entreaty. "Mom." The voice was shrill and plaintive. Suyao halted, grasping her hand. Just as Tang Ziyi's smile began to form, Suyao gave her a cold stare while wrenching her hand away and flinging it aside. Tang Ziyi lost her balance and fell to the ground, her smile still frozen on her face. "Mom? I, Suyao, no longer need a daughter who brings me shame. Remember that." Suyao's voice was like a sharp knife pressed against her heart, or the final straw that broke her back. The door opened and closed, but this time Tang Ziyi wasn't startled. She knelt on the floor, her expression wild and unhinged. She let out a cold laugh, then seemed unable to control herself as she burst into hysterical laughter, laughing until tears streamed down her face and she gasped for breath before finally stopping. So what if the recognition banquet failed? As long as she behaves well and regains Tang Xing's trust, that's all that matters. As for today's incident, who would remember it after some time has passed? She is the eldest daughter of the Tang family. This fact alone ensures she'll enjoy wealth and privilege forever. Nothing else matters. As long as she has money, she needs nothing else. No matter how good Tang Wan is, what does it matter? She no longer bears the Tang surname. Everyone knows that she, Tang Ziyi, is the true heiress of the Tang family. Chapter 38. Getting even more shameless. "Hey, did you see the video I sent you? Oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. One's playing the good cop, the other the bad cop. What a perfect pair." On the other end of the line, Lan Xing's voice bubbled with unrestrained excitement. "Saw it." Mengwan replied from the car, her tone affectionate. "Is the banquet over?" "Nope, I ducked out after catching the fun part." "Are you back yet?" "On my way." "How is Auntie doing?" Lan Xing had already changed out of her evening gown. After greeting the guests, she headed straight for the second floor. Meng Jillian was singing, but the moment Lan Xing entered, his gaze unconsciously followed her until she disappeared from sight. "Still the same as always." Lan Xing sighed, momentarily at a loss for words. "How has my third brother been lately?" Lan Xing glanced down and said, "The situation's fine. We're steadily attracting customers. Don't worry, aside from him being your brother, just the fact that he's an employee at my shop means I won't let anyone bully him." "How's the search for a new resident singer going?" "Easier said than done. They've got to be good-looking and sing well. I finally found one, and you poached them from me. I'll keep an eye out and send someone your way later." "You actually have a conscience." Mengwan chuckled and said, "Hanging up now. See you tomorrow." "Okay, see you tomorrow." The car crawled forward until it was certain the alley was impassable before coming to a stop. stop here for today. Remember to fill out your overtime form when you get back. Manhwa stepped out of the car and casually sent a message to Meng Jili. There was no reply, nor did she mind. It was merely a task to be checked off. She put her phone away and walked alone into the alley. When she was nearly there, she happened to see Meng Jili standing under a streetlight talking to someone, with a car parked in front of them. Bro. Manhwa assumed he was a friend of Meng Jili, which would explain why Meng Jili hadn't replied to her messages. Without thinking too much, she waved her hand and called out to him. Wan. Meng Jili saw her, and the man who caught the sound turned his head, his gaze meeting Manhwa's precisely. Good evening, my sister. Tang Chi's voice was alluring in the darkness, but it sent chills down Manhwa's spine. She rubbed her arms but didn't stop walking. Tang Chi, what are you doing here? And I go by Meng now. Your sister isn't here. So cold. After all, we lived under the same roof for 17 years. Tang Chi wasn't angry. He leaned against the car with a smile that never reached his eyes. Manhwa ignored him, silently rolling her eyes. Who could rival the eldest son of the Tang family when it came to coldness, cruelty, and malice? Just as he approached, a dark shadow darted out, and Meng Jili's expression changed. Before the word Wan could leave his lips, he saw a hand raised. Tyrannosaurus, sit. Manhwa pressed her lips together, showing no sign of panic. Woof. Tyrannosaurus obediently sat down just before pouncing on Manhwa, then stuck out his tongue at her and wagged his tail vigorously, looking extremely excited. TSK, not fun at all, a slightly childish voice chimed in. Only then did Manhwa realize Tang Li was also there. He'd been blocked by the car when she arrived earlier, leaving only Tang Chi and Meng Jili's heads visible. Tang Li. Manhwa's voice held a trace of exhaustion. Tang Li stepped forward. Tang Wan, long time no see. An innocent smile that would make anyone think he was an obedient child. What are you all doing here? Take you back. Tang Li had long guessed that Tang Chi would come looking for Manhwa, so he hid in the car early on. Of course, Tang Chi was unwilling, but making a scene would only draw attention, so he had no choice but to bring him along. Take me back? Manhwa seemed to have heard something laughable. She walked over to Meng Jili and gave him a look, signaling that he needn't worry. Tang Chi saw what was happening, and his smile faded. Yeah, this place is filthy, shabby, and tiny. Why would anyone live here? Are you out of your mind? Tang Li, though young, was unnaturally precocious. Combined with the Tang family's extreme upbringing, it'd be a wonder if he didn't turn out twisted. I told you before you went abroad, if I hear you say those words again, I'll cancel all your gaming accounts. Tang Wan. My name is Manhwa. The two of them glared at each other, neither willing to back down. Surrounded by tyrannosaurs, as tensions reached a boiling point, they both turned their gaze toward Tang Chi simultaneously. Tang Chi, control your brother. Tang Chi, control your sister. I'm not his sister. Despite their bickering, Manhwa quickly refuted Tang Li's words. Tang Chi glanced at Meng Jili, giving him the chilling sensation of prey being locked onto by a hunter. Pressing his lips together, Meng Jili returned the gaze, but Tang Chi had already shifted his attention to Manhwa. I've set up an estate for you abroad. We're going to country Y the day after tomorrow. Tang Chi's tone brooked no argument. Hard pass. Manhwa took a step back. Like hell she would. After finally escaping the wolf's den of the Tang family, why would she jump into a fire pit? Then come with me to country M, Tang Yu insisted, unwilling to be left out. Manhwa bent down to eye level with Tang Yu and gave him a faint smile. Little brat, take your dog back to the car. Tang Yu was dissatisfied, his large eyes filled with accusation. When he was abroad, wasn't he pampered and coaxed by the villa's butlers every single day? Only Tang Wan dared to treat him like this. If she wouldn't delete his game save files, he would have long sicked his Tyrannosaurus Rex on her. Yet Manhwa paid no heed to the twists and turns in Tang Yu's mind. She straightened up, her gaze toward Tang Chi lively and bright. It's getting late. Young Masters Tang, you'd better head back soon. After all, your sister at home is Tang Zi. While my name is Manhwa. Manhwa deliberately emphasized the two surnames, enunciating each word with unmistakable clarity. Let's go, brother, home. Alright. Manhwa turned away, and Meng Jili immediately followed suit. He glanced back at Tang Chi, whose expression was obscured by the backlight. Only his tall figure, standing alongside a child and a dog, remained visible. Don't look, hurry up and go. Manhwa quickened her pace, a vague sense of foreboding creeping over her. Meng Jili took the hint and sped up as well. But the next moment, the sound of incessant barking echoed through the alley. The faster Manhwa walked, the more excitedly the dog barked, stirring up neighboring dogs into a chorus of yelps. Windows flew open as residents cursed loudly. Most of the elderly and middle-aged living here weren't known for their refined manners, hurling every vulgar insult imaginable. Tang Chi, you're becoming more and more of a dog. Manhwa gritted her teeth as she forced out these words. Wan. Instead of responding to Meng Jili, Manhwa stopped in her tracks, took 3 deep breaths before finally turning around. Still not following, Meng Wan's tone was far from pleasant, yet Tang Chi's face still bore a smile, as if he had already predicted Meng Wan would stop. The barking miraculously ceased, and the alley returned to silence. Chapter 39, You Still Have It Worse. Wow, how come this house is so run down? Wow, how come this staircase is so dark? Wow, what's that sour stench? Yuck, who left trash here? Disgusting, absolutely disgusting. With every word Tang Li uttered, Meng Wan felt the veins at her temples throb. Meng Zhili remained silent the whole time. When they finally reached the door, Meng Wan skillfully lit the way with her flashlight for him. With a click, the door opened. Mom, Meng Zhili called out. Zhili, have you picked up Wan Wan? Chini came over at the sound of his voice, only to notice that behind Meng Zhili were not just Meng Wan, but also two people and a dog. And these, who might these two be? Let's go inside first, Meng Wan said, feeling utterly exhausted. It's so shabby, so tiny, so cramped. Tang Li examined the narrow rental room with undisguised disdain. Tang Wan, are you some kind of masochist? Shut up. Meng Wan directly pinched his mouth shut, glaring at him warningly. Tang Li pouted resentfully and glared back, but could do nothing about Meng Wan. Meanwhile, Tang Chi sat on the main sofa like the master of the house, watching their squabble without intervening. In contrast, Meng Buichuan, the actual head of the family, sat awkwardly on a side sofa, looking rather uncomfortable. The house is indeed quite small. I just wonder what brings the two young masters of the Tang family here so late at night. Chini placed glasses of water in front of the two men. The bulldog lay beside Tang Li, panting with its tongue out while staring at Chini. Noticing this, Meng Wan promptly blocked the dog's line of sight, allowing Chini to finally relax as she took her seat beside Meng Buichuan. As it's getting late, I'll come straight to the point. Tang Chi crossed his legs and folded his hands over his knees, resembling an ancient monarch strategizing from his throne. Name your price, I'm taking Tang Wan away. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone except Tang Li and Meng Wan changed their expressions. Meng Wan pressed her fingers to her forehead and rolled her eyes, as if she had long expected Tang Chi to act this way. The Meng family members turned to look at him, but Meng Wan shook her head, signaling for them not to worry. Young Master Tang, as you can see, Wan Wan doesn't wish to leave, so no matter what you offer, we have no right to decide whether she stays or goes. As long as she doesn't want to leave, this home will always have a place for her. A place to stay? Tang Chi curled his lips. Tang Wan, you refuse to live in the manor I bought for you, choosing instead to squeeze into this rental where you don't even have the right to a room of your own? Yeah, Meng Wan responded with an equally bright smile, not a trace of hesitation in her voice. Your brain needs to be taken out and given a good shake. Your tongue can be pulled out too. Give me one reason. I thought you had some self-awareness. Meng Wan feigned surprise. The talks collapsed. No room for negotiation. Their words were like daggers clashing, every sentence seemingly aiming to kill the other, yet enclosed in such an impenetrable bubble that no one could interrupt. As you can see, I'm doing just fine, though admittedly, things would be even better without you showing up. A smile hung on Tang Chi's lips while his eyes turned frosty. Seeing this, Tang Yu reached out and grabbed Meng Wan's arm. If I help you chase that woman away, will you agree to come back then? She's dull and timid, no fun at all. Don't treat people as playthings, mind yourself and your dog. Meng Wan wasn't about to indulge him, giving his head a sharp rap with her knuckles. Tang Li pretended to be hurt, letting out a yelp. Seeing that Meng Wan paid him no mind, he tugged on Tyrant's leash. Tyrant, bite her, and I'll give you something tasty. Unfortunately, Tyrant merely nuzzled his leg ingratiatingly, showing no sign of further action. Pouting, Tang Li kicked the coffee table petulantly. What do you see in their dilapidated house? What do you see in their lack of money? Meng Wan frowned, about to reprimand him when the door suddenly opened. Everyone turned to look, but Meng Zhiyao merely glanced at them before heading to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water, then silently returned to his room. Not a single word was spoken throughout, not even an unnecessary glance spared. Tang Wan, who is he? Tang Li exploded the moment he regained his bearings. Meng Wan's expression darkened as she immediately stepped forward to cover his mouth, ignoring his struggles, and dragged him outside. Alright, you two young masters, your dear sister is waiting for you at home. Don't disturb our family sleep anymore. Have a safe trip. Meng Wan said these words as Tang Chi also followed her out. Tang Wan, who is he? You can only have me as your brother. Do you hear me? Tang Yu shouted muffledly with Meng Wan covering his mouth. Behave yourself, Meng Wan scolded. I'll pick you up after school tomorrow. In stark contrast to Tang Yu's commotion, Tang Chi appeared composed and quiet. Meng Wan didn't respond and closed the door. Finally seeing the two off, she breathed a sigh of relief. Had they stayed any longer, it would have been trouble once they started acting crazy. Stretching lazily, Meng Wan was about to wash up when he noticed 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him. The 2 young masters of the Tang family, my former brothers. Big bro, little bro. Upon hearing these terms of address, Meng Zhili could only smile wryly. You can tell they really care about you, they just don't know how to communicate it properly, Chini offered gently, trying to comfort her. Manhwa pursed her lips in response, showing she couldn't even muster a smile. Wanwan, come sit here, Mangbuchuan patted the sofa invitingly. Manhwa knew exactly what Mangbuchuan wanted to talk about, yet she still moved to sit beside him. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. You don't need to worry about Tangchi doing anything to you either. He may be a bit crazy, but he knows his limits. Wanwan, it's not that Dad fears what they might do to us, but I think they actually make a valid point. What valid point? You know our family circumstances. Although things are slowly improving thanks to you, to put it bluntly, we're still a burden. I've heard about the Tang family's eldest son, young but decisive, and clearly very conscientious about you, making a special trip this late at night. Honestly, you'd be better off with him than with us. Is this your way of kicking me out? Mangwan raised an eyebrow. Of course not. I've said this home will always have a place for you. But as family, we naturally wouldn't stand in your way if better opportunities arise. Then let's end this conversation here. It's getting late, you should get some rest. Wanwan. Mangwan didn't turn around, while Mangbuchuan exchanged glances with the two others, his eyes filled with concern. Dad, Wanwan has her own ideas. Don't worry too much. Mangboki sighed deeply but ultimately said nothing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tangli sat in the passenger seat with arms crossed, sulking in silence. The little Tyrannosaurus lay obediently in the back seat, making no fuss. How could she have a younger brother? After all, he was still a child and couldn't hold back his words. Why not? She's got 3 older brothers too. It was rare for Tangchi to bother responding to Tangyu. Hearing this, Tangyu raised his chubby little hands, showing 3 fingers on his left hand and 1 on his right, then glanced at Tangchi with slight pity. That makes you the unluckier one. Chapter 40, so your surname is Tang too. At the red light, Tangchi stopped the car, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the steering wheel. What evil scheme are you plotting now? Tangyu didn't show any fear. Instead, her face brimmed with excitement. None of your business. Come on, at least when it comes to getting Tangwan back, we're on the same side. Robbery? Was her heart ever truly here? As the light turned green, Tangchi shifted gears and drove toward the Tang residence. The 2 men and their dog got out of the car, only to find Butler Chen already standing nearby, unnoticed until now. Young masters, the sir has requested your presence in his study. Take my dog back. Tangli handed the leash to Butler Chen before the 2 brothers entered the villa one after another. They knocked on the door and stepped inside upon hearing a response. Dad. Tangxing stood by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, only turning around to sit in his leather chair after they called out to him. Did you go find Mangwan? I'm taking her to M Country. Tang Li's voice carried excitement. Tangxing's expression darkened. She goes by Meng now, not Tang. And what about that dog? You ruined the family recognition banquet in front of everyone for Mangwan's sake. Was this your way of showing me your displeasure? Tangyu curled his lips in disdain. Who told her to be so timid, utterly useless? After spending time abroad, you've become increasingly unruly. Your mother and I have discussed it. You'll stay in the country for now. Only when you've learned proper manners can you go abroad again. Why? Tangyu protested resentfully. He had no desire to be controlled. Back in M Country, he did whatever he pleased, accustomed to unfettered freedom. Naturally, he chafed at the thought of restraint. Don't think I don't know what you've been up to abroad. We gave you too much freedom, and now look at you, completely lacking discipline. Tangli puffed out his cheeks, his eyes full of accusation. Tangxing noticed but ignored him, instead turning his gaze to Tangchi. I don't care what goes on between you privately, but in public, you must uphold the Tang family's dignity. Got it, Tangli replied reluctantly, while Tangchi merely responded coldly with a single word, yes. Get out. If there's a next time, your dog will be sent away. Tangyu let out a quiet scoff, but she didn't dare to resist too obviously. The door closed again, leaving only Tangchi and Tangxing in the study. You'll graduate in 6 months, right? Yes. The Wen family's youngest daughter is returning to the country tomorrow. Find time to connect with her in the next few days. It's about time to start preparing for your return. In the second half of the year, I'll hand 2 companies over to you for practice. The Yen family's boy took over his company at 16. I won't have you lose to some orphan brat. Tangchi acknowledged the instructions with complete compliance. All right, get out. Yes, Tangchi had just taken a step when Tangxing called him back. Mangwan's surname is Meng now. Tangzi is the one who bears the Tang name. Remember that. Tangchi lowered his head, suppressing a smile. I'll remember. Stepping away from the oppressive atmosphere, Tangchi descended the stairs, only to bump into Tangli walking upstairs with his dog and Tangzi, whose face was deathly pale as she hovered indecisively between going up or down. Brother, big brother. Tangzi looked at Tangchi with a pleading tone, eyes brimming with vulnerability that could melt any heart. Yet Tangli remained utterly unimpressed, mimicking Zi's words with a mocking big brother, his voice dripping with sarcasm sharp enough to cut glass. Tang Zi gritted her teeth quietly, pretending not to see it at all. Brother, can you let little brother take the dog away? I'm scared. Tang Zi had long since changed out of her formal dress, her eyes rimmed red beside a shattered teacup. Brother? Tang Chi withdrew his half-raised foot and looked at Tang Zi. Tang Zi's heart leaped with joy. Yes, brother. I was too startled at the banquet earlier to greet you properly. This is our first meeting. I'm your biological younger sister, Tang Zi. She extended her hand, but Tang Chi made no move to take it, leaving her outstretched hand hanging awkwardly in midair. Don't call me brother. The Tang family doesn't indulge in such notions of sibling affection. His words were so blunt that Tang Zi froze momentarily before withdrawing her hand. Is there none, or is it only that person who can call? Tang Chi raised his eyes, meeting Tang Zi's gaze brimming with mockery. Heh, Tang Chi curled his lips. Who knows? So, today's family reunion banquet, was it deliberately ruined by you to get back at Manhwa? Before either of them could speak, Tang Zi poured out all the grievances in her heart. But was it my fault that I was taken away? I just wanted to find my birth parents. What did I do wrong? She enjoyed 17 years of the life that should have been mine, and now everything is simply being returned to its rightful owner. I am your real family. Family? Tang Chi took a step closer and lifted her chin. You're also surnamed Tang, aren't you? That's why you could abandon your family of 17 years and come to the Tang household, isn't it? Since we're birds of the same feather, spare us the nauseating act. It's disgusting. Tang Chi's voice was soft, like a demon's whisper, lingering by Tang Zi's ear. If you want to keep your position as the Tang family's young miss, behave yourself. Don't covet things that don't belong to you, like Tang Wan's room. Tang Zi's expression darkened. I just wanted a dressing room, that's all. There are plenty of rooms, aren't there? Your intentions are too obvious. Tang Chi released her hand, pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his fingers, then deliberately dropped it in front of her. Do you really think Manhwa will ever come back? Seeing no point in pretending familial affection, Tang Zi decided to lay all her cards on the table. Whether she returns or not is none of your concern, but I have 100 ways to make you leave the Tang family. Remember that? If you do, then behave yourself. With that, he ignored her and went downstairs. Tang Yu and Tang Zi's gazes met, and in the next second, the Tyrannosaurus made a move as if to pounce on Tang Zi. Startled, the latter collapsed onto the ground in fright. Ha, what a coward, utterly useless. Tyrannosaurus, let's go. With a tug on the leash, Tang Yu led the obedient Tyrannosaurus away, though it didn't forget to bare its teeth at Tang Zi one last time. Only when everyone had left did Tang Zi slowly pull herself up using the railing. Her hair disheveled and her face dark, she gripped the railing tightly, resembling a vengeful ghost risen from the depths of hell. Aunt Lu, who had rushed over, was startled at the sight but could only step forward. Young mistress, where did you disappear to? I was just helping the eldest young master and young master tidy their rooms. Tang Zi shot her a venomous glare. Are you blind? Can't you see the broken cup? Do I have to teach you how to do your job? I'll pack right away, be careful. Aunt Lu reached out to steady her, but Tang Zi abruptly shook her off. What kind of thing are you, daring to touch me? Aunt Lu looked a little flustered and awkward as she withdrew her hand, reflexively wiping it on her apron. Tang Zi didn't even glance at it, turned back to her room, and slammed the door shut with a bang. In the hallway, Aunt Lu sighed, carefully picking up the shattered pieces. This day was bound to be anything but peaceful. Chapter 41, We'll be friends from now on. Did you see that video? Hilarious, she always seemed so quiet. Who knew she could swear up such a storm? And that was supposed to be a family reunion banquet? What a joke it's become. Did you catch her parents' expressions yesterday? Their faces were absolutely livid. Judging by her family's attitude, she's not as doted on as she pretends to be. Could it all just be an act? Oh my god, how absurd is this? Hey, stop talking about it. Why can't I say? Before she could finish speaking, Tang Zi was seen standing by the door, tightly gripping the straps of her backpack. The two exchanged guilty glances and quietly dispersed while the others bowed their heads, pretending to pick up their books. At this tense moment, Manhwa walked in from outside. The classroom was filled with an eerie awkwardness as Manhwa ignored Tang Zi, clearly unwilling to get involved. Are you satisfied now, Manhwa? Tang Zi's voice came from behind, yet it struck Manhwa as somewhat amusing. She turned her head and looked directly into Tang Zi's eyes. Have you done anything that would please me? You must be so pleased with yourself for ruining the family reunion banquet. Manhwa couldn't help but laugh, though the mirth clearly didn't reach her eyes. So you don't dare confront the person who humiliated you, and instead you drag me into this? I must say, Tang Zi, your way of thinking is quite peculiar. Do you need me to recommend a psychiatrist for you? Tang Zi was left speechless. She instinctively raised her hand to strike Manhwa, but Manhwa effortlessly caught it. Yesterday, I could understand your actions as a victim acting out of emotion. But what's your excuse now? Randomly picking someone to be your punching bag? Manhwa forcefully shoved her hand away, the strength sending Tang Ziyi stumbling back a couple of steps. Only then did she finally see the expressions on everyone's faces as they looked at her: shock, disdain, bewilderment. Tang Ziyi knew it was over. Everything was ruined. For 17 years she had sailed smoothly through life, yet these past 2 days had brought her more grievances than she'd ever known. Clenching her teeth, she turned and ran out, leaving behind a room full of bewildered faces. Manhwa watched her retreating figure with cold eyes, only returning to her seat after the girl had left. She shoved her backpack into the desk and leaned back casually. What happened? We were just discussing how Tang Ziyi got scared by a dog at yesterday's recognition banquet. Pungsha rubbed his nose. And then what? At first we just thought it was funny, but then seeing her kick and curse at the dog was genuinely frightening. Considering how she's always bragging about how much her family dotes on her, we started thinking it might all be an act anyway. Yeah, the whole persona just completely collapsed. The people around began to chime in. Sis Wan, is it the second young master of the Tang family standing up for you? Standing up for me? Ruining the Tang family's recognition banquet just for an outsider like me? That person realized they'd spoken out of turn and quietly sat back down. Miss Wan, that's not what we meant, Pungsha explained somewhat awkwardly. Don't worry, this matter isn't important enough for me to dwell on. Manhwa didn't comment further. While Tang Ziyi was indeed the victim here, her actions were truly hard to judge. With that kick and those curses, if she couldn't quickly prove her worth to Tangxing, she wouldn't be far from being abandoned as a pawn. As the protagonist left, the group switched topics. Gossip always has its expiration date, and Tang Ziyi's incident was at most just seasoning in their lives. Once everyone had said their piece, there was nothing left to discuss. Amidst it all, no one noticed a certain someone quietly slipping away. In the school's back garden, Tang Ziyi sat alone in the pavilion, muttering incessantly to herself, her school bag tossed carelessly on the ground where she occasionally gave it a kick or two. Sun Lu observed everything silently, yet felt no urgency to approach. She smoothed her hair twice, then the very next moment called out Tang Ziyi's name with feigned urgency. Ziyi, are you here? Hearing the sound, Tang Ziyi immediately turned her head to find its source. Spotting Sun Lu running toward her, she hurriedly picked up her backpack, patted it down, and placed it beside her. She turned her back and pinched her thigh hard. Her eyes quickly reddened, and tears soon began rolling down her cheeks. Ziyi, Sun Lu called her name cautiously as she arrived. Tang Ziyi seemed startled and hastily wiped her face with the back of her hand, but she didn't turn around. Ziyi, are you okay? Sun Lu approached cautiously, tentatively asking. I'm fine. Tang Ziyi sniffled but stubbornly kept her back turned. Don't be too upset. People are like this, they say a few words, but by tomorrow after a couple of classes, they'll have forgotten all about it. I know. I just feel so wronged. I don't know what I did wrong. My own brother and younger brother would ruin a family reunion banquet in public for Manhwa, making me a laughingstock. And I don't understand why our classmates are so hostile toward me. I thought coming home would mean having parents and siblings who love me. I thought I could get along with my classmates. Tang Ziyi spoke in hiccups, her hand constantly wiping away the rolling teardrops. Sun Lu pressed her lips together and handed her a tissue from behind. Thank you. Tang Ziyi took it, whispering her gratitude. Sun Lu sighed softly and gave her shoulder a gentle pat. It's okay, I'm here for you. I won't laugh at you. You did nothing wrong. Having 17 years of your life stolen and being treated this way, of course it's normal to feel heartbroken. How could any of this be your fault? If not for the baby swap, you should have been the one being cherished all along. Suanlu's voice was soft, carrying a soothing power. She gently patted Tang Ziyi's shoulder, like a mother comforting her child to sleep. Tang Ziyi finally turned her face, tear stains still visible. Do you really mean that? Of course, why else would I come all the way out here looking for you? Suanlu smiled as she smoothed Tang Ziyi's bangs. Thank you. In this school, you're the first classmate who's shown me genuine kindness, because I see myself in you. Manhwa is like someone with a protagonist's halo. Anyone who doesn't bend to her will get ostracized and isolated. I don't want to see a second person end up like that. With that, Sun Lu let out a bitter laugh. You? Tang Ziyi couldn't quite believe what she was hearing. Sun Lu didn't speak, just nodded. The two women seemed to have encountered versions of themselves from parallel universes, finding unexpected solace in each other's presence at this moment. Tang Ziyi held her and patted gently, while Sun Lu reciprocated the embrace, and only after a long while did they finally separate. They gazed at each other, when suddenly Sun Lu burst into laughter. What? Tang Ziyi questioned with confusion. I came here to comfort you, so how did it end up with you comforting me instead? Tang Ziyi spread her hands in feigned helplessness. Ah, who wouldn't agree? Then it's settled, we're friends from now on. Chapter 42, is this what you wanted? Under Sun Lu's persuasion, Tang Zi returned to the classroom with unease. At first she still felt somewhat awkward, but when she realized no one was paying her any particular attention, she finally relaxed. Yet she was nothing like her former cheerful and confident self. Instead, she moved carefully, trying desperately to avoid drawing notice. Several times when I accidentally made some noise, I immediately looked at Sun Lu and only relaxed after receiving her response. This behavior was naturally noticed by others. Her victimized demeanor was too obvious, so people naturally gave her a wide berth. By the end of the day, fortunately no further trouble had been stirred up. After school, swarms of students poured out of the school building. Isn't that Tang Chi? Who? That person who's always posted on the official website. You didn't go to that family recognition banquet yesterday? Hearing this, the companions suddenly realized, slapping their friend several times in excitement. He's even more handsome in person than on the photo wall. No wonder no one's been able to shake his position all these years. How could he possibly come? Let's make a bet. Who's at 4, Manhwa or Tang Zi? I bet on Tang Zi. Yesterday, he was the one who wrapped things up. Besides, we're talking about his own sister. Look how long Manhwa has been studying here. When has Tang Chi ever shown up? A doting brother act? Her friend's eyes sparkled, unconsciously stopping in her tracks while repeatedly glancing toward where Tang Chi stood. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. The friend was instantly convinced, and quite a few who witnessed yesterday's drama also gathered around with tacit understanding. After all, humans are creatures brimming with gossipy curiosity. Fortunately, the wait wasn't long before one of the anticipated protagonists of the story appeared in public view. Z, isn't that your brother? Sun Lu nudged her, and Tang Zi had obviously already noticed. Her expression visibly brightened, assuming Tang Xing had sent him to salvage her dignity. Just as Tang Chi had said, they all bore the Tang surname and couldn't afford to lose face. No matter what, they had to keep up appearances in front of outsiders. Moreover, he'd been the one to resolve yesterday's banquet incident. This alone gave Tang Zi every reason to believe Tang Chi had come specifically for her. Yes, because my little brother was causing trouble yesterday, my older brother comforted me all evening and promised to take me out for a big meal. Tang Zi tucked her hair behind her ear with a faint smile on her face. Sun Lu understood and nodded. Then you should hurry, don't keep your brother waiting too long. Wait, come with me. I want to introduce my brother to you. Tang Zi grabbed Sun Lu's hand. Sun Lu was shocked and seemed a bit shy. This isn't appropriate, is it? You're my only friend here, what's so bad about it? Don't be nervous, my brother won't eat you, Tang Zi said with some pride. Whether in the Meng family or the Tang family, her brother was always her bragging right. At this point, Sun Lu couldn't really say anything more and had to let Tang Zi drag her along. Brother, Tang Zi called out with a bright smile, waving at Tang Chi under everyone's gaze as she pulled Sun Lu along towards him. Brother, why did you come? Didn't I say there's no need to pick me up specially? Worried that Tang Chi might let something slip, Tang Zi deliberately spoke more carefully and fully. Tang Zi let go of Sun Lu's hand and turned to embrace Tang Chi, but he dodged away. His slightly furrowed brows revealed his current state of distress. Tang Zi's expression froze. Instinctively, she looked toward Sun Lu, who appeared to have been lost in thought, now gazing at Tang Zi with a puzzled expression. Seeing this, Tang Zi relaxed somewhat. Brother, have Dad and the others arrived at the restaurant yet? Caught between a rock and a hard place, Tang Zi had no choice but to bring up Tang Xing, certain that Tang Chi wouldn't dare defy him. Tang Xing might not care if she lost face, but losing face in front of so many people from their circle wasn't just about her. It was about the Tang family's reputation. Oh, isn't this my dear little sister? Tang Chi suddenly reacted as if he'd just noticed her presence. Tang Zi clenched her back teeth but still forced out a smile. Brother, must you always tease like this? What a pity, little sister. I am indeed here to pick someone up for dinner, but it's not you. Tang Chi curled his lips in a smirk, walking right past her toward the school building. Oh my god, he's here to pick up Manhwa. After all, they've lived together for 17 years. Seems like even a biological sister can't compare. I'm so envious of Sister One. Her life is too blessed with so many people protecting her. Hey, look at Tang Zi's face. This is too brutal. I can't help feeling a bit sorry for her somehow. Tang Zi stood rigid, slowly turning her head as her hands unconsciously clenched into tight fists. She listened to the whispers and undisguised laughter from those around her, staring fixedly as Tang Chi walked toward Manhwa. Meanwhile, Manhwa, the center of attention, simply wanted to return to the classroom. Tang Zi's gaze was too intense to ignore. It wasn't that she feared her. Instead, she preferred to maintain neutrality and treat her as a stranger whenever possible. In this world, there will always be people one dislikes or can't get along with, and yet Manhwa would try her best to avoid confrontation rather than willingly antagonize others. In this respect, she was deeply influenced by the Tang family's principle: no need to cut off all ties unless absolutely necessary. Now it seems there's no choice but to go all out. With someone like Tang Ziyi, once you make an enemy of her, she'll stop at nothing to see you fall. When there can only be one winner, the victor must be her, Manhwa. Trouble had come knocking, and avoiding it wasn't Manhwa's style. She stopped in her tracks and watched as Tang Chi approached her. Did you do this on purpose? On purpose making an appearance at the school gate, on purpose stirring up gossip, on purpose humiliating Tang Ziyi, on purpose making herself the center of attention. If you had just obediently listened yesterday, naturally there wouldn't be this little drama today. Manhwa laughed in exasperation. You're still as domineering and autocratic as ever, even a dog would feel ashamed in comparison. Let's go, it's time to eat. Tang Chi's face remained calm, showing no reaction to Manhwa's words. If anything, this was simply the dynamic between them. The harsher Manhwa's retorts, the more it delighted him, making him all the more eager to push her into a corner just to see what weapons she'd brandish against him. Knowing that Tang Chi wouldn't let it go if she refused, and with things having come to this, there was no need for pretense. Manhwa followed Tang Chi, walking one after the other, familiar yet estranged. Wan. Mangjili appeared at the school gate at some point. Brother, I won't be home for dinner tonight. Are you sure? Mangjili sounded a bit worried. Manhwa nodded. Don't worry, I'll head back right after dinner. Although Mangjili was uneasy, he couldn't very well continue to stop them, and could only watch as Tang Chi and Manhwa got into the car. The crowd of onlookers dispersed, but Tang Ziyi remained standing where she was, with Sun Lu by her side. Mangjili naturally noticed her and pressed his lips together. Is this what you wanted? Chapter 43. This is the life I want. Mangjili's words were the final straw that broke Tang Ziyi. She glared at Mangjili, her expression somewhat distorted. Yes, this is the life I want. Sun Lu tugged at her, but Tang Ziyi shook her off. She stepped forward, moving closer to Mangjili, who remained rooted in place, looking down at her. My room is bigger than the entire rented apartment. Every day, custom-made clothes are delivered to my room, with dedicated attendants to serve me. I even have a chauffeur to take me to and from school. Just by changing my surname, my life has undergone a dramatic transformation. This is the life I want. That tiny, sour-smelling rental apartment, just thinking about it makes me sick. You have no idea how happy I am to have escaped that kind of life. Mangjili pressed his lips tightly together, his face somewhat pale. He didn't understand what had gone wrong to make Tang Ziyi turn out like this. As if making a final decision, Mangjili looked at her, his eyes filled with disappointment and sorrow. Fine, then as you say, from now on we'll act like strangers. Mangjili's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Wishing you happiness. With that, he turned and left without the slightest trace of hesitation. Tang Ziyi stood in place, murmuring to himself as if bewitched. Yes, this is the life I want. As long as I can ensure my wealth and luxury, what else really matters? Nowadays, whatever I want can be delivered with just a word, whether it's 30k, 300k, or even 3 million. Ziyi, are you okay? Sun Lu stood beside her, calling out timidly. I'm fine, Lulu. My family's driver is here, so I'll head out first. I'm sorry about all the unpleasantness today. Let me invite you over to my place this weekend. Though Tang Ziyi was smiling, it sent an inexplicable chill down Sun Lu's spine. Don't overthink it. It's fine. Sun Lu forced a smile as she watched Tang Ziyi get into the car. See you tomorrow. Tang Ziyi waved her hand, and Sun Lu waved back mechanically, only getting into the car after Tang Ziyi had left. By the end of the day, she roughly understood the Tang family's attitude toward Tang Ziyi. Apparently, who bore the Tang surname didn't matter much, but since things had come to this, she might as well try to squeeze out some benefits. No one does business at a loss, right? Manhwa. The commotion at the school gate finally died down, and Mangjili boarded the bus home alone. Brother, there are seats in the back. A child's voice caught Mangjili's attention, and he looked up to see two children around 7 or 8 years old. Little sister, you sit on the inside. The older brother held his sister's hand, protecting her like a knight. In a daze, he saw his younger self in Tang Ziyi, who was still surnamed Mang at that time. Brother, over here. Mang Ziyi sat on the chair and beckoned to Mangjili. Mangjili carried a backpack while holding a delicate pink one in his hand. After swiping his card, he took the seat next to Mang Ziyi. Today I told them I have 3 older brothers, but they didn't believe me. Can you come with third brother to walk me to the classroom tomorrow? Most of the time, the 4 of them went to school together, but after school, it was Mangjili who accompanied Mang Ziyi. This was partly because Mang Ziyuan, as class monitor, had to stay behind to supervise cleaning duties, while Mangjilian was simply too prone to mischief and often got detained by the teachers after class. The 4 siblings got along very well, but if one had to choose, Mang Ziyi trusted and adored her brother Mangjili the most. The eldest brother was rather stern, the third brother too mischievous. Only Mangjili was the most easygoing and doted on her the most. Alright, I'll talk to them when they come back. As expected, Meng Jili agreed without hesitation. Tian said her mother brought her chocolate from abroad. I want some too. But I thought you didn't like chocolate? You always say it's too bitter. I don't care. I want it anyway. The imported kind from abroad, not the regular stuff. Meng Jili sighed and nodded reluctantly. Upon closer reflection, similar scenarios had occurred quite a few times before. However, as Meng Zi was the only girl in the Meng family, adhering to the principle of raising girls with indulgence, her family had always granted her every request. Back then, they never saw anything wrong with it. Although they occasionally admonished Meng Zi not to compare herself to others, they would ultimately abandon their lectures whenever she threw a coquettish tantrum. Up until elementary school, Meng Zi hadn't crossed any serious boundaries, only minor instances of wheedling and acting spoiled. But when she entered middle school, it was as if she had become a completely different person. She grew tired of taking the bus to school every day. I don't care, get me a driver. The bus stinks so bad, all those people with their sweat smells, I'm gonna puke. Daddy, Mommy, you love me most, just get me a driver, please. But your older brothers went through the same thing, said the Meng family. Although well off, they were never extravagant. From childhood onward, the children had been encouraged to take public transportation to and from school, all to prevent them from growing up spoiled. But it really is uncomfortable. Besides, they're boys and I'm a girl, how can we be the same? Tang Ziyi shook Qingyi's arm as she whined coquettishly. If it really won't work, just hire a driver for Ziyi. Middle school has started running exercises. And with the hot weather lately, when the buses get crowded, there really is this sour, unpleasant smell. It's normal for Ziyi not to handle it well. We boys are used to it, so it doesn't bother us much. Meng Jili stood nearby, chiming in with his persuasion. She's always been delicate anyway, and it's not like our family can't afford it. Just get her one, Meng Jilian said, dribbling the basketball twice before making a shooting gesture. Then let's get her one, Meng Buichuan declared with finality. At that time, the Meng family's business was still doing quite well. Hiring a driver wasn't a significant expense for them, and coupled with their doting on their daughter, they agreed. But after that, Meng Zi began demanding designer clothes and bags. It's just 80,000 yuan, buy it for me, won't you? 80,000? Zi, I know girls your age care about looking pretty, but is it really worth spending 80 grand just to buy a dress? But I really like it, and it's not like we can't afford it. Please, pretty please? Tang Ziyi cooed at Qingyi as usual, but this time, Qingyi didn't relent with a soft heart and agree right away. It's not that mom doesn't want to give you the money, but think about it, that 120,000 yuan bag, the 30,000 yuan shoes, and all the things you've bought recently add up to about 200,000 yuan. How many times have you actually used them? Qingyi's voice was soft and lacking in authority, yet it still made Tang Ziyi's expression change. She flung her hand away, her eyes quickly turning red as her voice grew choked with emotion. Will you buy it for me or not? Didn't you always say girls should be raised in privilege? Yet when all I want is one dress, you keep making excuses. You're clearly favoring boys over girls. What's going on here? Meng Buichuan had just returned from work when he witnessed this scene. Dad, I want to buy a dress, but mom won't let me. Third brother's cram school costs tens of thousands, and she signed him up without hesitation. All I'm asking for is one dress. That's not. Qingyi found herself at a loss for words. Alright. It's just a dress. If Ziyi wants it, let's buy it. It's not like our family can't afford it. Tang Ziyi always got her way by deploying her threefold tactic of acting obedient, whining sweetly, and throwing tantrums. Chapter 44, Meeting Again as Strangers. I want to go to that private academy. I don't want to attend first high school. Darling, your grades weren't good enough to get into number 1 high school in the first place. Your dad went through so much trouble paying extra fees to get you in. Just behave yourself. Yeah, at least we have each other to look out for you here at school. If you go to that college all alone and end up crying from bullying, no one will be there to help you. You know perfectly well how things are at home right now, so why must you go to the academy? As the eldest, Meng Ziyuan's words carried enough weight to make Meng Ziyi feel a twinge of fear. I just want to go, Meng Ziyi murmured hesitantly, unable to articulate a proper reason. The tuition's already paid, just study properly at first high for now. If our family situation improves later, you can transfer then. But your elder brother makes a good point. Besides, the academy isn't somewhere you can just enroll in whenever you please. Given our current circumstances, we might not even meet their minimum requirements. Moreover, First High's teaching standards aren't inferior to the academy. Focus on your studies instead of wasting energy on idle pleasures like you did in junior high. Getting into a good university will serve you far better than anything else. Meng Buichuan looked visibly exhausted. Having said his piece, he turned and left. Meng Ziyi naturally refused, but this time no matter how much she threw tantrums or rolled around, her family no longer indulged her. From then on, whenever she felt the slightest discontent at home, Meng Zi would either smash things or scream and curse. The Meng family's situation grew worse with each passing year. At that time, everyone was already overwhelmed, especially since Meng Zhili and Meng Jiao's personal expenses were substantial. Meng Zhilian's tutoring classes were cancelled, and Meng Ziyuan, as the eldest son, began working part-time to cover his studies. Yet, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Under such circumstances, Meng Zi showed not the slightest consideration for her family, continuing her extravagant lifestyle until the Mengs officially declared bankruptcy and the entire family moved into a cramped, dilapidated apartment. Within less than a week, Meng Zi somehow obtained 2 paternity test reports, one proving she bore no relation to the Meng family, while the other confirmed she was the true daughter of the Tang family, which had risen to prominence in recent years. After raising a daughter for 17 years, she suddenly presents a paternity test report and declares she wants to cut off all contact. No one could possibly accept this. Z, what do you mean by this? Chini asked, her face filled with disbelief. Isn't what I said clear enough? I'm Tang family's real daughter. I found my biological parents. Shouldn't you be happy for me? Don't worry, after all, you raised me for so many years. When the time comes, I wouldn't mind giving you a couple million to help with your living expenses. Meng Zi held her head high, her eyes brimming with fantasies of her future life. It seemed as if merely leaving this place would guarantee her entry into a dazzling, high society existence. Her eyes brimmed with uncontrollable greed, oblivious to the disappointed gazes the entire family directed at her. It's good that you found your birth parents. The Tang family is wealthy and powerful. You'll undoubtedly fare better with them than suffering alongside us, Meng Buchuan said, his face looking noticeably more aged. As for that couple million, forget it. Although the Meng family has fallen on hard times, we haven't sunk so low as to need financial aid from our adopted daughter's wealthy biological parents. That suits me perfectly. I was originally planning to spend $1 million to sever these family ties. Since you're refusing, it saves me the trouble. Just don't come crawling back later trying to leech off me. Meng Zi. Unexpectedly, it was Meng Zhili who shouted this name, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could their beloved younger sister, the apple of their family's eye, utter such hurtful and resolute words? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Z, do you have some difficulties you're hiding? If so, you can tell us. Mom, Dad, and your brothers will find a way to help you. What exactly can you help me solve? Meng Zi's face was openly mocking. The academy won't accept me. I can't afford a 30,000 yuan dress, and now you're making me live in this tiny, stinking residential building. What can you possibly help me with? What can you possibly provide for me? Those words drained the color from their faces repeatedly. Are these words truly sincere? As the eldest, Meng Ziyuan remained more composed. His abyss-like eyes stared directly at Tang Ziyi, yet her expression showed no trace of evasion. At this point, he had already understood. So, when did you first know you were the eldest daughter of the Tang family? Meng Zhilian voiced the question none of them dared dwell upon, causing Tang Ziyi's gaze to instinctively falter for a moment. You don't need to know that. Meng Ziyi stood up, his expression growing impatient. I came only to inform you that from today onward, we each go our separate ways. If we meet again, we'll act like strangers, stay out of each other's way. As for the 1 million I promised you, you're the ones who refused it. Don't come begging for it later when you regret it. She stood up, her chin held high with pride. Fine, we'll leave each other alone. As far as the Meng family is concerned, we never had a daughter named Meng Zi. As for that million, you can rest assured, even if our family were starving and sleeping on the streets, we'd never come begging for your money. Meng Buchuan's tone was eerily calm. He closed his eyes, concealing all emotions. You should go. From now on, let's pretend we don't know each other if we meet again. Since that day, Meng Zi never returned. The bus announced the stop, and Meng Zhili got off instinctively, still looking somewhat dazed. He glanced up at the sky, the sunset was slowly descending, and the glow of dusk spread across the horizon, yet for some reason, it left him with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Meanwhile, though not entirely by Meng Wan's own will, she was still brought to the restaurant by Tang Chi. The two were seated under the waiter's guidance. Since Tang Chi had reserved the entire restaurant in advance, the vast dining hall was empty except for the staff and themselves. See what you'd like to order. After all, you'd never get to come here at the Meng family's place, Tang Chi said as he handed her the menu. Meng Wan wasn't angered in the least. She merely curved her lips slightly and pushed the menu back toward him. With you around, even an imperial feast would be tasteless. Tang Chi gave a soft chuckle, showing no sign of anger. The waiter stood nearby, pretending not to hear. Fortunately, neither of them made things difficult for this humble worker, and the food was smoothly ordered. Sir, your order has reached the amount for a complimentary item. Would you like to try our shop's latest eggnog? No need, this will suffice. Tang Chi closed the menu. Very well, please wait a moment. The waiter took the menu and withdrew. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Going to all this trouble, I refuse to believe it's just for a meal. Dear sister, after 17 years of living under the same roof, is it wrong to treat you to dinner? Manhwa gave a cold laugh. 17 years before you finally remember to invite your sister to dinner. What a dutiful brother you are. And lest you forget, given your lofty status tends to make you forgetful, your real sister is the one you just abandoned at the school gate. Thanks to you, my uneventful life has gained another sworn enemy who'd love to tear me apart. You're welcome. Tang Chi raised his brow and lifted his glass of plain water to clink it against hers in a toast to thin air. Chapter 45. Talking would spoil the fun. When it came to sharp tongues, Tang Chi was the master of piercing others' hearts with the most casual tone. Truth be told, Manhwa's current way with words was at least partly Tang Chi's doing. Did you deliberately provoke Tang Zi to make her hate me, just to indulge in your damn twisted amusement? Only 6 months left until I return home, so let me give you a little appetizer, just in case you've had it too easy these past 2 years and forgotten how to sharpen your claws. Then I wish you a smooth journey ahead. Thanks. They exchanged words, neither yielding to the other. Though both were smiling and their tones were perfectly calm, there was something chilling about it. Just as someone was about to speak again, the sound of a small dining cart approached. The waiter turned slightly, placing dishes from the cart onto the table. Sir and miss, these are the dishes you ordered. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Manhwa looked up in surprise. Big brother, why are you here? The waiter who heard the voice was also startled, looking at Manhwa with a somewhat stunned expression. Yet his hands remained steady as he carried the tray of dishes. Wan, shouldn't you be at the law firm at this hour? Chini had previously mentioned that apart from regular classes and sleep, Meng Ziyuan spent nearly all his time at the internship law firm, so he hardly ever came home even on weekends. Meng Ziyuan tugged at the corner of his mouth, not daring to look at Manhwa as he kept his head down to arrange the dishes. The law firm hasn't been busy lately, so I came out to see if there are any part-time jobs. Manhwa nodded. If she believed Meng Ziyuan's nonsense, she'd be a fool. Still, she didn't call him out on it. Oh, let me introduce you, Tang Chi. The introduction couldn't have been more perfunctory, yet Tang Chi chuckled all the same. Young Master Tang, of course I know him. The two were the same age and often compared when their families were equally influential. But after the Meng family declined, people naturally forgot there was once an outstanding young Master Meng as well. Let's go back together after work, Manhwa said, using the term after work, which made it clear the invitation was meant for Meng Ziyuan. Meng Ziyuan concealed his surprise and nodded. Alright, I'll get to work then. Manhwa nodded with a smile, not wanting to disrupt Meng Ziyuan's work. Only after Meng Ziyuan had wheeled the meal cart away did Tang Chi finally speak in a leisurely tone. Calling him big brother comes quite naturally to you, doesn't it? Tang Chi's smile was perfectly polished, yet it inexplicably gave the impression of sarcasm. Of course, blood runs thicker than water after all. Manhwa didn't hold back either. Whatever attitude he gave, she matched it tit for tat. With her, it was always meeting fire with fire. Enough bickering, the conversation still had to continue. So this time you're back to take over the Tang Corporation? Manhwa suddenly asked, watching the silver glint reflected off the knife blade. What's the matter? Want to give your little boyfriend a heads up? Exactly. Bringing you down would be quite interesting. Manhwa's frankness unexpectedly entertained Tang Chi. Really not coming back with me? Can't bear to leave your little boyfriend? Or is it those cheap brothers you can't part with? Hey, Manhwa glanced at him. Going on about it makes it less fun. Tang Chi tilted his neck slightly and said no more. Without her noticing, he had already cut up the steak and placed it before Manhwa. Didn't Mr. Tang arrange any homecoming gifts for you? Does setting me up on a blind date count? Manhwa raised an eyebrow. That does sound like Mr. Tang's character. Feeling glad you escaped the Tang family? Knowing you still want to drag me back. Is not being human your life motto? The conversation came to a halt as Tang Chi stood up and headed to the restroom. Manhwa was happy to enjoy the meal alone. Though Tang Chi could be a bit of a jerk, his taste in ordering dishes was spot on. Every item was a hit with her palate, with no disappointing choices. But whether it was due to Qingyi's exceptional culinary skills, Manhwa actually found that although the dishes here tasted excellent, they still couldn't compare to Qingyi's cooking. Sir, miss, I'm sorry, but the restaurant has been reserved for a private event by another gentleman today. And since you didn't make a prior reservation, we can't accommodate you. Darling, didn't you say we could get in? The woman clung to Li Qingshan, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness that sent shivers down one's spine, yet inexplicably, it was precisely what men adored. Of course we can get in. The man planted his thick, sausage-like lips directly on the woman's cheek, then suddenly shifted his expression to glare at the waiter. Reserved to enter? What kind of bullshit is this? Private booking? It's just a matter of money. Tell them to get out. I'll pay double. Sorry, sir. The waiter bowed slightly, but the man only felt slighted, an intolerable blow to his hypermasculine pride. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Believe it or not, I can make sure your shop never opens again. The most important aspect of a Western restaurant is its ambience, and clearly, that ambience had been disrupted. Yet Manhwa didn't seem to mind, savoring the dishes on her own. She frowned slightly and set down her spoon. She raised her hand, and the waiter immediately approached. How may I assist you, miss? This is overcooked. The meat has become tough and lost its original freshness. We sincerely apologize for the unsatisfactory dining experience. Let us replace your meal with a fresh one immediately. Would that be acceptable? Manhwa nodded, while the noisy man outside was drawn to the commotion. Li Qingshan shoved the waiter aside. With his burly frame, the waiter was knocked to the floor. Others hurried over to help him up. Hearing the disturbance, Meng Ziyuan immediately stepped forward, only to be stopped by a gesture from Manhwa. Seeing this, Meng Ziyuan had no choice but to turn around and head to the warehouse to find the manager doing inventory. Well, if it isn't the Tang family's eldest daughter? Oh wait, look at me, my mistake. The real Tang family heiress is back home with the Tangs. Certainly not you, this imposter squatting in someone else's nest. Manhwa remained unmoved, picking up a napkin to daintily dab the corners of her lips before setting it down again. Li Qingshan, finding himself ignored, was easily provoked. He wanted to grab Manhwa's face but recoiled at the sight of the fork she raised. Haunted by past shadows, he instinctively flinched, and this realization only fueled his anger further. Tangwan, do you really still think you're the esteemed Tang family heiress? Rumor has it your biological parents are drowning in debt, forced to live in a shabby tenement. How did you even manage to dine here? Did you shack up with some sugar daddy? The insult in his words was blatant, yet he clung to his female companion, too cowardly to lay a finger on Manhwa. Manhwa curled her lips, thinking to herself that this was the extent of his courage. Li Qingshan had tried to curry favor with her several times before, hoping to use her to find a big tree for the Li family to enjoy its shade, but Tangxing looked down on the Li family and chose the Hu family instead. When people panic, they easily do foolish things, especially someone like Li Qingshan, who only knew alcohol and women and had no brains. He actually tried to lay hands on her when she was 16. Manhwa drove a fork into his palm, and naturally, he hadn't dared to appear before her since. Of course, Manhwa never told anyone about this. Otherwise, whether he could still be standing here today would be a big question. Tangwan, if you knew today would come, why did you act so foolishly back then? I'll give you another chance, follow me, and I'll guarantee you a life of luxury. What do you say? Manhwa smiled. You refused the path to heaven, yet barged through Hell's Gate yourself. If I let you walk out of here today, then I, Manhwa, would be at fault. At this thought, Manhwa's smile grew even brighter. Chapter 46. How long will this commoner's game last? Eating the fragrant and drinking the spicy? Manhwa's smile bewitched Li Qingshan. The woman beside him shook his arm, trying to draw his attention back, but he mercilessly pushed her away. The woman glared venomously at Manhwa, yet there was nothing she could do but watch the scene unfold before her eyes. Of course, I'm handsome and rich. Why settle for an old man when you could be with me? Though I can't marry you, having you as my little mistress isn't entirely out of the question. Li Qingshan's voice wasn't exactly quiet, and with the restaurant being completely empty, each word he uttered spread to every corner of the dining hall as if amplified by a loudspeaker. Manhwa chuckled lightly. Money and good looks? She unabashedly sized up Li Qingshan, yet he seemed oblivious to her implied meaning as he flipped the few greasy, sparse bangs on his forehead, wearing a proud expression. Waiter, Li Qingshan suddenly called out. No one moved. Just as his face was about to darken, Manhwa clapped her hands. Sir, bring me a bottle of your finest and most expensive wine. Ignoring Li Qingshan's loud demands, the waiter glanced at Manhwa, who gave an almost imperceptible nod, a subtle gesture meant solely for the waiter's notice. Upon receiving confirmation, the waiter wasted no time. Swiftly, he returned with a 1945 Romani Conti, valued at 3.43 million yuan. Manhwa acknowledged the waiter's sharp judgment with silent approval. The waiter uncorked the bottle, let the wine breathe, and finally poured it into a goblet. Yet Li Qingshan directly downed the contents of his glass in one gulp and then slammed the bottle in front of Manhwa with a loud thud. Finish this bottle, and I'll magnanimously let bygones be bygones. If you whisper a few sweet words, Big Brother here might even spare you some cash. Consider it my way of helping you out. Li Qingshan settled into Tang Chi's seat, propping his legs up on the table. Manhwa frowned, watching as an entire table of dishes went to waste. So, what do you say? Is 100,000 yuan enough? Or should we make it 200,000? Li Qingshan was completely unaware of the impending danger. After fumbling for a long time, he finally threw his wallet onto the table, acting unbearably arrogant. Li Qingshan. Mengwan crossed her arms. You know I'm not yet an adult, right? So what? If anything, it's better. Big brother will teach you how it feels to become an adult in advance. The words were too crude, combined with that disgustingly smug face. Even Mengwan found it somewhat nauseating. But before she could speak, a figure emerged from behind Li Qingshan. Without any hesitation, he grabbed Li Qingshan's already sparse hair and yanked it backward. Li Qingshan's stubby legs couldn't withstand the force as they dangled off the table. His hands instinctively reached up to pry away the grip on his hair, but Tang Chi gave him no chance to resist, yanking his head down and smashing it straight into the table. With a loud thud, accompanied by the woman's scream and the sharp clatter of plates hitting the floor, the wine bottle rolled off, staining the pristine white tablecloth crimson. Ah! Li Qingshan roared, his plump face contorted in agony, his features scrunched together. Bloodstains mixed with alcohol spittle on his face made him look increasingly repulsive. Who dares hit me? I'll kill you, you're finished. I'll have my father throw you in jail. Tang Chi wore an expression of disgust but didn't release his grip. Then you'd better look closely, lest you can't even find the right door when seeking revenge. In stark contrast to his frenzied actions, his tone remained utterly calm, his lips even curled in a faint smile, with a glimmer of madness lurking in his eyes. Tang Chi, why is it you? Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you make her drink? Tang Chi arched an eyebrow, pressing the back of his head against the table for another forceful slam. The female companion screamed, but one glance from Tang Chi sent her collapsing to the floor, hands clapped over her mouth, too terrified to make another sound. Big brother, you think you qualify? Treating me like I'm dead, is that it? Each sentence grew softer than the last, the final words whispered so close to Li Qingshan's ear they sent an icy shiver down his spine. Accompany you? I wouldn't mind sending you on a one-day trip to hell. Again and again, as if pulling at a lifeless doll in her hands. I was wrong, Tang Chi. I didn't know she came with you. I didn't do anything to her. Spare me, please, I beg you, spare me. I originally thought that after being abandoned by the Tang family, who favored sons over daughters, Mengwan could still afford to eat here. She must have landed some sugar daddy. Little did I know she actually came with Tang Chi. They're famously known in their circle as the most incompatible siblings. Whenever public appearances were necessary, the two wouldn't even show up in the same venue. Who could have imagined Mengwan would be dining out with Tang Chi? Had he known, no amount of courage would have made him step foot in this restaurant. He kept begging for mercy. If Tang Chi were to release him, Li Qingshan might even kneel and kowtow several times to him. Wan, are you alright? Just as the standoff continued, Meng Ziyuan arrived with the restaurant manager. Miss Meng. The manager paled at the scene before him, nearly fainting on the spot. Time to clean up. Remember to add this bottle of wine to Mr. Li's tab, he ordered it. Mengwan remained perfectly calm in her seat, not moving an inch. Even when she saw Tang Chi throwing punches, she observed with icy composure, utterly unfazed. Yes. The manager wiped the sweat from his brow and immediately signaled Meng Ziyuan beside him to summon help. Only after confirming Mengwan was unscathed did Meng Ziyuan leave. Well then, call the police, she said naturally, addressing Tang Chi. With a flick of his arm, Tang Chi sent Li Qingshan crumpling to the floor like a sack of dead meat. The female companion rushed over, frantically calling his name in sheer panic and confusion. The test results came out, and by the time the statement was completed, the sky had darkened beyond recognition. Li Qingshan had a minor concussion. When his father arrived, he had been shouting about suing them until they landed in jail, but the moment he saw Tang Chi, he didn't dare say another word. In the end, Mengwan turned the tables by filing a counter-lawsuit against Li Qingshan on charges of sexually harassing a minor. As Tang Chi and Mengwan stepped out of the police station, Meng Ziyuan was waiting under the streetlight outside. He was still dressed in his restaurant uniform. Evidently, he had rushed over in a hurry. How long do you plan to keep playing your commoner game? That's quite interesting, isn't it? Mengwan glanced at Meng Ziyuan standing not far away. Let's go. She waved at Tang Chi and walked toward Meng Ziyuan without looking back. Tang Chi blended into the night, his abyss-like pupils gleaming like a black panther stalking its prey in the darkness. He watched the pair of intimate biological siblings under the streetlight intently until they left, only then getting into his car. Big brother, have you been waiting long? Seeing Mengwan before him, Meng Ziyuan's heart was filled with mixed emotions. If it were Tang Ziyi, she would probably be crying and screaming in fear right now, yet Mengwan appeared completely unfazed. Meng Ziyuan couldn't help but recall the look in Mengwan's eyes when she watched Tang Chi beat Li Qingshan. Calm as stagnant water. Meng Ziyuan had every reason to believe that even if Tang Chi beat Li Qingshan to death right before her, Mengwan's heart would not waver in the slightest. Chapter 47. You're surprisingly nice, big brother? Seeing Meng Ziyuan distracted, Mengwan called his name again. Meng Ziyuan snapped back to attention and ruffled Meng Wan's hair. How's it going? It's almost done, let's go home. Alright, sorry about that. I was right there, yet I couldn't help at all. Meng Ziyuan felt like he was failing as an elder brother. Meng Wan had been back for so long, and he hadn't really shown much concern for her. Now, she was being harassed right where he worked, and he couldn't even do anything about it. You're unusually nice, aren't you? Meng Wan found it amusing, but Meng Ziyuan was momentarily confused, not understanding what she meant by that. You saw how I watched Tang Qi beat up Li Qingshan, didn't you? Most people would think I'm cold-blooded. How come you're the one blaming yourself here? Besides, wasn't it me who told you to go get help? Meng Wan disliked misunderstandings. Whenever something arose, she would clear the air on the spot. Meng Ziyuan hesitated for a moment, his lips parting briefly before he chose to remain silent. Oh yes, Mom and Dad mentioned the shop matter. How's the progress coming along? Jixing is handling the arrangements, and Mom and Dad have been staying on top of it lately. At this pace, everything should be settled by next weekend. That's good then. Meng Ziyuan seemed somewhat distracted. Did something happen at the law firm? Not really. Meng Ziyuan sighed, finally voicing the frustration that had been weighing on him. He always felt that Meng Wan possessed a maturity beyond her years, so when speaking with her, he naturally tended to adopt the tone of an equal, as if conversing with someone his own age. So originally you were about to get promoted after wrapping up that case, but then some parachuted newcomer swooped in, took over the case you'd almost finished, stole the credit, and snatched the only full-time position meant for interns. That's what happened, right? Right. Meng Ziyuan's expression was full of resignation. In the past, he might have fought back fiercely, but ever since his family's fortunes declined, he'd endured too many betrayals and kicks when he was down. Now such things couldn't even spark anger in him anymore. I was supposed to get a decent commission after closing that case. Meng Wan frowned and stopped in her tracks. They didn't pay you? No, they did pay me, Meng Ziyuan hurried to explain. From Meng Wan's tone, it sounded like she might drag him to the company to raise hell any second. The base salary came through as usual, but the case commission went to another intern since he was the one who wrapped it up in the end. Meng Wan pondered. Which law firm was this again? Shuaqin. Seeing Meng Wan unusually bewildered, Meng Ziyuan found it endearing. It's just a small firm anyway. I originally planned to stay there temporarily, gain some experience, and then move to a bigger law firm. At this point, a glimmer of light finally appeared in Meng Ziyuan's eyes. Have you heard of Lieber Firm? They say it was originally a group of top lawyers cultivated by Y Corporation specifically for their needs. But 2 years ago they suddenly branched out and established an independent practice. While they still mainly serve Y Corporation, they also take cases from all walks of life. Rumor has it they win nearly 90% of lawsuits they handle. Do you want to go? To be precise, every lawyer wants to go. It's just that they haven't publicly recruited for a long time. They operate on a master-apprentice model, usually through internal referrals rather than campus recruitment. This approach ensures maximum stability in hiring, with character and ability being more directly observable. How do you know all this? Don't tell me you've got connections there too. Even as he said this, Meng Ziyuan already believed about 80% of it. Meng Wan has this kind of magic about her. It doesn't matter how casual or offhand she sounds, anything that comes from her mouth carries an undeniable persuasiveness. Meng Wan rubbed her nose. Do you have a resume? Of course I do. Then send me an electronic copy. Ebook? What do you need that for? Just planning ahead for the future. Meng Ziyuan was amused by her childish remark. Alright, I'll send it to you in a bit. Don't tell Mom and Dad about what happened tonight. As they reached the foot of the building, Meng Ziyuan stopped Meng Wan. Keep quiet about me getting arrested. Meng Ziyuan nodded, and thus the siblings shared their first mutual secret. I heard Tang Qi left Tang Zi at the door yesterday and took you away instead. What was that about? No sooner had Meng Wan sat down than Lan Xing leaned in to ask. What else? Just stirring up trouble for me when life gets too peaceful. Hearing this, Lan Xing turned her head and happened to catch Tang Zi stealthily glaring at Meng Wan as she entered through the door. The action was subtle, with her head slightly tilted downward. Had Lan Xing not been seated right next to Meng Wan and blessed with 20/20 vision, she might have missed it entirely. True, Tang Zi probably wants to skin you alive right now. I'll leave after having lunch with you this afternoon. Huh? Where to? I'm coming too. What are you going to do? Cause trouble? Despite saying this, Meng Wan still briefly explained Li Qingshan's situation to her. What? How dare that fat pig? Lan Xing abruptly stood up, startling Pungsha behind her who was playing with a ball, causing the basketball to roll to Tang Zi's feet. What's up, Miss Lan? Pungsha asked while running to retrieve the ball. Sorry about that. He wanted to pick it up, but Tang Zi was quicker. She handed it to Pungsha with a smile, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Here you go. Thanks. Pungsha scratched his head, caught the ball, then tossed it to his teammate before returning to his position. Did Tang Ziyi lose it or something? She's acting creepy, Pengzhe whispered. Relax. Look at her. Nobody dares mention yesterday's incident now, do they? Meng Wan's remark made Pengzhe suddenly understand. He looked over to see Tang Ziyi already seated. As for those who had been discussing yesterday's after-school incident, seeing the protagonist unaffected naturally dampened their interest in continuing the topic. None but you, Sister Wan. Pengzhe flashed a thumbs up without waiting for Meng Wan's reply before turning his head toward Lan Xing again. So, Miss Lan, what were you shouting about just now? Go play with your ball. Blue Star brushed off Pengzhe as she leaned closer to Meng Wan. Was that what you were doing this afternoon? Tang Qi only gave him a minor concussion. Seems his temper has improved quite a bit. Meng Wan recalled the brutality of his actions yesterday and chose not to comment. So this afternoon was about dealing with Li Qingshan's matter? No. Without elaborating, Lan Xing already knew it was related to the Meng family again. I feel like you've been constantly busy ever since returning to the Meng family. Really? Meng Wan looked completely innocent. Aren't you? Regardless of whether she was or not, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Meng Wan and Meng Ziyuan were sitting comfortably in a cafe not far from Zuojin Law Firm, leisurely enjoying their afternoon tea. Chapter 48. 5 minutes is enough. Wan, who are we waiting for here? Aren't you supposed to be in a critical period? Is taking time off really okay? Don't worry. Just as she spoke, a man in a tailored suit walked in through the door. Miss Meng. Su Xingjin extended his hand, and Meng Wan rose slightly to shake it lightly. Attorney Su, I didn't expect it to be you. Su Xingjin had spent his entire life studying various cases and legal codes. Regardless of a case's scale, as long as he found it interesting, he would tirelessly research it. With exacting standards and an interest focused solely on cases, he paid little attention to anything else, which is precisely why Meng Wan was so surprised by his arrival. The others wanted to, but you mentioned another matter that caught my interest, so I decided to take them both on together. Su Xingjin glanced at Meng Ziyuan standing nearby. I reviewed your resume. That economic dispute case was quite exemplary. I didn't realize you were involved. Young people these days are truly remarkable. You flatter me too much, Attorney Su. I was only responsible for some preliminary investigation, evidence collection, and document organization. Meng Ziyuan was overwhelmed by the unexpected praise from the legendary figure in the legal profession, a scenario he had never dared to imagine. But without your pivotal final statement that turned the tide, we would likely have lost the case. Oh, is this the case you mentioned earlier that seemed particularly interesting? Within just a few sentences, Meng Wan had already grasped the topic of their conversation. Indeed, it wasn't complicated, but the opposing side's approach was very cunning, easy to be led astray by if one wasn't careful. Had it not been for his last-minute submission of new evidence, defeat was certain. So which issue should we tackle first? Su Xingjin always got straight to the point. Even in casual conversation, he swiftly steered topics towards substantive matters. Go and retrieve what's rightfully yours first. Got it. The two had already gotten up to pack their things, yet despite following suit, Meng Ziyuan couldn't hide his bewilderment. Wan, what's the meaning of this? Do you actually know someone from Libra? And its attorney Su no less? Settle things. Settle what exactly? You're not planning to go to Zuokin, are you? Meng Ziyuan led the way while Su Xingjin followed behind. You won't need to say anything later, just stand there. After that, behave as you normally would. As for the rest, I'll explain everything to you once it's all settled. Meng Ziyuan nodded to show he understood and didn't press further. Soon, the three of them arrived at the building. Didn't you say it was a small company? It's pretty big, isn't it? Meng Wan glanced at Meng Ziyuan. Meng Ziyuan patted Meng Wan's head. Most commercial buildings lease spaces individually. Shuya simply rents one of the shops inside. For once, Meng Wan found herself receiving an unexpected bit of knowledge, and it struck her as rather novel. This is the place, Meng Ziyuan said, gazing at the characters Shuka visible through the glass window, his heart awash with complex emotions. During his 4 years of college, he had poured nearly all his free time into this very establishment, only to be told in the end, we're sorry, you're very capable, but Wei Song is the son of our biggest client. Wait for us on the first floor. This won't take more than 10 minutes. Meng Ziyuan was about to step inside when Meng Wan pulled him back. Miss Meng, just 5 minutes is enough. Su Xingjin tugged at his tie, carrying a natural sense of humor despite being nearly 50. Are you sure I don't need to go in with you? Yeah, if you went in there, it'd be doing them a favor. Alright then, I'll leave it to you. Meng Ziyuan actually acquiesced to Meng Wan's words without a single word of opposition, completely unconcerned about whether she might escalate the situation, nor feeling the slightest embarrassment over making a fuss for such a trivial amount of money. To him, his sister cared about his hard-earned wages and was fighting for him. As her elder brother, he already felt ashamed for not being able to help. How could he possibly dampen his sister's enthusiastic spirit? but just before leaving, he still called out Su Jingjin. What's wrong? Is there something else you need? Su Jingjin adjusted his glasses. No, Attorney Su, I'll wait for you guys on the first floor. In the meantime, could you kindly keep an eye on my sister? I don't mind if she acts up, just make sure she doesn't get hurt. Attorney Su looked bewildered. Miss Meng is far more composed than her peers. She wouldn't resort to violence easily. Meng Ziyuan's lips twitched. I meant that my little sister shouldn't get hurt. Ah, Sulu nodded, patting Meng Ziyuan on the shoulder. Don't worry, even if this company explodes, she'd walk out without a scratch. Ah, Meng Ziyuan found it hard to comment. What did my brother say? Meng Wan casually asked as she saw Meng Ziyuan leave. Seems your brother doesn't know you very well. Let's go in. Meng Wan rubbed her nose and tactfully changed the subject. Su Jingjin nodded and pressed the doorbell. The receptionist activated the switch, and the glass door slowly slid open. Hello, do you two have an appointment? No. The moment Su Jingjin stepped inside, his expression became extraordinarily stern. May I ask what business brings you here today? I'm Su Jingjin, attorney from Libra Law Firm. I'm here today to discuss the matter regarding my client Meng Ziyuan's completed case for your company, for which he hasn't received the compensation he rightfully deserves. Meng Ziyuan? Before the receptionist could respond, a young man approached holding a file folder. Listen, Xiaomei, you can't just let anyone in. What if they disturb our visiting clients? Oh? Meng Wan curled her lips. So you must be that parachute appointment, huh? Wei Song's expression darkened. Young lady, you'd better watch your tongue. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't be this blind. To let you replace Meng Ziyuan's position, this company must be on its last legs. Who are you to Meng Ziyuan? His sister. Meng Wan tilted her head slightly, looking both adorable and mischievous. Full-blooded. Wei Song chuckled. So it's you. Meng Ziyuan left quite decisively. I thought he had some backbone. Who would have guessed he'd send his little sister to fight his battles? What a disgrace to manhood. Listen, little girl, the poor ought to know their place. Making a scene over the final payment of a case, aren't you ashamed? And dragging in some lawyer from who knows what backwater for support. Seriously, old man, can you even read the fine print on those documents? Much obliged, I can see perfectly clear. Su Jingjin adjusted his glasses, showing no trace of annoyance at the sarcasm. Xiaomei, please print this document. At a stalemate, a middle-aged man set down his documents and turned to leave, only to step back after taking just 2 steps. Attorney Hong, do you know who she is? She's Meng. Attorney Su. Attorney Hong's face lit up with excitement, starkly contrasting Wei Song's stunned expression. What brings you to our humble firm? Xiaomei, quickly prepare 2 cups of tea for my office. Attorney Su, right this way. As Attorney Hong bent over, practically scraping and bowing, to usher Su Jingjin into his office, Meng Wan looked at Wei Song, her expression unmistakably spelling out the words, clueless idiot. Chapter 49, I'll leave this case to you. Attorney Su, what brings you here today? Despite the air conditioning running, Attorney Hong couldn't stop sweating. Unwelcome guests never come without reason. He certainly didn't believe that Su Jingjin, the legendary figure in their field, would know about his small firm. Su Jingjin didn't mock him though, merely repeating what he had said at the beginning. Meng Ziyuan? Hong Lu found it hard to believe. Correct. My client is quite busy, so he has entrusted his sister and me to handle matters in his stead. We prefer to settle this privately, but if you refuse to cooperate, we won't hesitate to initiate legal proceedings. Private settlement it is. I'll have the finance department come over right away to calculate and transfer the full compensation owed to Meng Ziyuan. Hong Lu didn't hesitate for a second, but Wei Song was far from pleased. Hong Lu, I was the one who handled the case to its conclusion. Doesn't company policy state that whoever closes the case gets the credit? Wei Song, let's discuss this privately later, Hong Lu said through gritted teeth. Seems someone isn't satisfied with the outcome? Meng Wan crossed her arms and legs. Oh, considering litigation? Su Jingjin's eyes lit up, making Hong Lu turn pale with fright. No, nothing of the sort. Hong Lu waved his hands repeatedly. That case was handled by Meng Ziyuan from start to finish. It was only at the very end that Meng Ziyuan was temporarily reassigned, so Wei Song stepped in to wrap things up. A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Wei Song, go tell the finance team to come here. Don't you have cases to handle? Go on, get busy. This was essentially telling Wei Song to leave quickly, but unfortunately, he was completely oblivious, compounded by Meng Wan provocatively egging him on with her stare. Attorney Hong, you promised my father you'd polish up my resume. Besides, what can Meng Ziyuan do? He's got no money or connections. Even if he files a lawsuit, does he really have the time and energy to drag this out with us? He's just trying to scare you, that's all. I recall Wei Yuanbin's company has been involved in multiple economic dispute cases over the past 2 years. After receiving the client's entrustment yesterday, I made a special visit and already submitted the materials to the relevant departments this morning. Your father should be busy handling it right now. Mengwan sat to the side, feeling quite pleased with such a capable assistant, someone who could arrange everything properly without her having to say a word. What do you mean? Wei Song frowned but was pulled aside by Attorney Hong. Wei Song, you better tone it down. Do you even know who he is? He's a legend in the legal world, no one wants to be his opponent. Instead of fussing here, you should hurry and call your dad to check the situation. My dad is a major client of the company. If something happens to him, the company would lose a third of its funding source. That's exactly why I told you to hurry up and check on your dad's company. Lawyer Hong looked utterly exasperated. Wei Song was clearly just here to slack off. Initially, the plan was to let him gain some experience while Meng Ziyuan guided him. But instead, Wei Song got into a feud with Meng Ziyuan and stubbornly insisted on driving him out. Now, not only has his dad's company been dragged into this mess, but my small law firm has to fend for itself as well. After finally managing to shoo Wei Song out, Lawyer Hong dared not waste any time. He quickly settled the remaining payments, fearing those two hotheads would sue his firm too. Alright, would you like to check if there are any other questions? Miss Meng, please review this. Attorney Su finished reading and handed it to Meng Wan, but she merely nodded without taking it. Miss Meng, do you have any other concerns? Attorney Hong's heart began to race with nervousness. My brother is quite busy and doesn't pay much attention to these matters, but as his younger sister, I have plenty of free time, and I can't stand to see my brother being wronged. Yes, this time it's my fault. I truly apologize. Although Attorney Hong didn't know Meng Wan personally, he understood that anyone who could mobilize Su Jingjin shouldn't be underestimated. After all, which of Su Jingjin's cases wasn't newsworthy? The fact that such a minor matter could summon Su Jingjin only highlighted how intimidating she truly was. At this realization, Attorney Hong grew even more remorseful. Instead of nurturing promising talent, he had left himself with such a massive hidden threat. Unconcerned with Hong's private calculations, Meng Wan spoke in a calm, unhurried tone, serene yet impossible to ignore, compelling him to listen with utmost deference. The Wei Song's father is currently your major client. There's no guarantee he'll remain one in the future. Securing the payment is non-negotiable, but as long as Wei Song stays here, Tiancheng has the power to ensure Zhuqing doesn't land a single deal. Attorney Hong, being so shrewd with calculations, surely understands what needs to be done, no? Meng Wan spoke bluntly. Wasn't it because of money and power that forced Meng Ziyuan out? Now she would use the same method to make Wei Song reap what he sowed. Fair enough, isn't it? Hong Lu looked at Su Jingjin. There's no doubt about it, Miss Meng holds absolute decision-making power at Libra. Attorney Hong knew Su Jingjin had no reason to lie, but precisely because he knew Su had no reason to lie, the revelation shocked him all the more. That this underage girl held unquestionable authority in a law firm renowned both domestically and internationally. Had someone else made such a claim, he'd have dismissed it as pure fantasy. I understand. After today, Wei Song will no longer be employed at our firm. Miss Meng, I sincerely apologize for what happened to your brother. Attorney Hong would have liked to bring Meng Ziyuan back, but he knew that was impossible. The two of them stepped out precisely 5 minutes later. Alright, Ms. Meng, now it's time we address the second matter. As the elevator descended, Meng Ziyuan sat upright in the lobby. His phone dinged with a notification, a new deposit had arrived. Moments later, another message appeared. Attorney Hong's letter of apology slid into view. A whirlwind of emotions churned within Meng Ziyuan. Over these 4 years, Attorney Hong had offered him considerable assistance. He never imagined their connection would end in such a manner. Bro, did you get it? As expected of Wan. Meng Ziyuan stood up and only sat back down after the two had taken their seats. Alright, now let's tackle the second issue. Is it Li Qingshan's case? Meng Ziyuan guessed immediately when he noticed Su Jingjing's gaze lingering on Meng Wan. That's right. I heard you were here too. Perfect timing to hear your thoughts. For some reason, the atmosphere suddenly felt like an interview. Despite this, Meng Ziyuan quickly composed himself and, after some thought, shared his perspective. The case involving Li Qingshan can be approached from the angle of sexual harassment against a minor. Verbal abuse inflicted severe psychological harm on the victim. On another note, we could examine his daily life. That day, I noticed he brought a female companion with him, so the possibility of soliciting prostitution can't be ruled out. When the first point was mentioned, Su Jingjing showed no reaction. However, he nodded slightly at the second point. Then this case is yours to handle. Chapter 50, You Really Have Twisted Taste. What? Meng Ziyuan was stunned. This is the third matter I came for, and also my purpose for being here. Su Jingjin pulled a contract from his briefcase. Miss Meng recommended you to Libra, and after reviewing your profile, I'm quite impressed with you. I'll be retiring in a few years myself, and during this time, I've thought about taking on an apprentice. You know Libra follows a one-on-one mentorship system, right? Meng Ziyuan nodded. Wan mentioned it to me. I've considered several young candidates before but never found anyone particularly satisfying. It just so happened that Miss Meng recommended you, and I think you're a good fit. So, would you like to be my apprentice? If you agree, you can sign this contract after reviewing it. May I take a look at it? Of course, as a lawyer, one must maintain a completely critical attitude toward every contract. Su Jingjin pushed the contract forward. Meng Ziyuan's mind was muddled, but he forced himself to stay composed, carefully scrutinizing each clause. If you have any other thoughts, feel free to voice them. No, it's my honor to become your apprentice. After verifying all the terms, Meng Ziyuan didn't hesitate further and picked up the pen on the table to sign his name, with sharp edges yet a touch of smoothness at the lifting hook, much like the man himself. Alright, come in next Monday to report. Later I'll send you the required documents for onboarding. Got it, thank you, Attorney Su. When you see me this Monday, you'll have to call me Master. Su Jingjin smiled, and Meng Ziyuan followed suit, showing an uncharacteristic shyness reminiscent of a young boy. Alright, let's call it a day here. See you Monday. Miss Meng, I'll head back first. Meng Wan nodded. You've worked hard. My pleasure. I'll walk you back. Meng Ziyuan stood up, only to be stopped by Su Jingjin. No need, there'll be plenty of chances for that later. Seeing this, Meng Ziyuan didn't press further. He watched Su Jingjin leave before sitting back down. Wan, am I dreaming? Meng Wan nearly choked on her water. She thought Meng Ziyuan, as the eldest, was handling things far more calmly than Meng Zhili. Turns out he'd just been putting on a brave front all along. It's not a dream, don't worry. The matter's settled, let's go too. Not giving Meng Ziyuan a chance to ask more, Meng Wan stood up and followed him out of the building. Let's go. Where to? Go check how the shop renovation is coming along. At some point, they had ceased to confine themselves to polite yet distant phrases like thank you and sorry, gradually growing more relaxed in both their actions and speech. This was absolutely not because they took everything Meng Wan had done for granted. On the contrary, precisely because they understood her painstaking efforts, they knew mere words of gratitude would be empty. It was far better to strive upward and become both shield and spear for Meng Wan themselves. Mom, Dad, Wan, Ziyuan? Meng Buchuan was moving a box with the workers when Chini removed her gloves and walked over. Shouldn't you be in school right now? Big brother had something to say, right, big bro? Meng Wan had enjoyed carefree freedom for 17 years. And this was the first time she'd ever been questioned about skipping school. For some reason, she suddenly felt rather guilty. Oh, right. Meng Ziyuan instinctively glanced at Wan hiding behind him, but quickly turned back to Chini and nodded. What's the matter? It's dusty here. You two should head home first. We can talk about it later tonight. Where's Jixing? Meng Wan asked. Seeing her like this, Chini realized they must have come for a reason and didn't press further. She simply handed them masks to put on. It should be on the second floor. And your dad is there too. Okay, Mom, you should rest for a while. Let me help you instead. Meng climbed up to the second floor as the conversation between the mother and son trailed behind her. Not in a hurry to find Jixing, Meng Wan took the opportunity to scan the shop. It wasn't particularly spacious, but the layout was well proportioned. The original decorations had been removed and replaced with fittings more suited to a breakfast diner. The ground floor had an open entrance, making it convenient for customers whether they wanted to dine in or take away their orders. The second floor was directly arranged as a proper restaurant, allowing guests with more time on their hands to leisurely enjoy their breakfast. Considering the habits of the elderly couple and the needs of customers, the kitchen was designed with transparent glass, with every small detail thoughtfully accounted for. So, what do you think, young mistress? Satisfied? The 3 million was worth spending after all. Of course, you got way more than your money's worth with me. Jixing flicked his hair. I heard from Lanxing that Tang Chi beat up that Li family guy for you. Never expected them not to sue you, but instead you sued them? You're quite well informed. Can't your tavern open a men's session? I feel so awkward going there every time. Speaking of this, Jixing grew somewhat agitated. If you're so awkward, why do you keep going every day? Meng Wan glanced at him with undisguised disapproval. It's not like I have a choice. Doesn't your ladies' tavern insist on hiring a male singer? Lanxing just watches him all day, eyeing him like he's a sack of money. There was a grievance in Jixing's tone. Watch your words. That's my third brother. Jixing rubbed his nose, still not daring to say much more. Don't worry, he's not Lanxing's type, and he'll be replaced after tomorrow's performance anyway. If it's not Meng Jillian, there'll still be a Li Jillian or Chen Jillian. Jixing mumbled under his breath, only shutting up when Meng Wan shot him a glare. Instead of shadowing people every day, you'd be better off doing something practical. Stop provoking everyone. If you push Lanxing too far, just know I'll stand by her unconditionally. Meng Wan made her stance clear. I know. How many more days until it's finished? Soon, it should be done by next Wednesday. That's faster than expected. Money makes things move fast, no surprise there. But honestly, you've got quite the twisted sense of fun, clearly capable of giving them a comfortable life outright, yet insisting on tormenting them bit by bit. Jixing didn't quite understand Manhwa's methods, but he respected her approach nonetheless. The Meng family is different. They'd rather rely on their own hands than accept charity. And, Manhwa paused, looking down from upstairs where the Meng father and son were hauling things on the ground floor while Chini wiped the counter nearby. And what else? Jixing also followed her gaze. And if they're truly willing to accept such charity, I might actually have to reconsider. Is it that so-called pride again? If you can still hold on to your pride at this point, it's not bad, is it? At their level, they've witnessed too many people who built towering achievements only to come crashing down, countless faces streaked with tears, kneeling on the ground begging for salvation. Jixing understood Manhwa's meaning and nodded. Alright, let's call it a day here. Alright, good work. Oh, right. Tang Chi left tonight, but Tang Yu didn't go for some reason. Got it. With the message delivered, Jixing clocked out. The team wrapped things up, and the four of them walked home chatting and laughing, a rare warm moment in Manhwa's life that even brought genuine smiles to her face. Chapter 51. Wait, the music was composed by her. Looking forward to our next meeting, my dear sister. At the Meng residence, Manhwa snorted coldly as she read the text message on her phone. Never knew you could be so affectionate. What a twisted sense of humor. Wan, what are you murmuring about? Dinner's ready. Coming. Manhwa put away her phone without replying. In the still of the night, the young girl tossed and turned in bed without waking, her brows tightly knit as if trapped in some haunting scene. Young master, this is the wine the gentleman asked me to bring back. Put it in the wine cellar. Yes. Wait. Leave it here. The young Tang Chi pointed at the table. Here? Any problem? Tang Chi raised an eyebrow, and his assistant immediately shook his head. And no problem. By the time 5-year-old Tangwan woke up and came downstairs looking for something to fill his stomach, Tang Chi had already opened the liquor. The crimson liquid swirled in the stemmed glass. Tang Chi took a casual sip. He'd been wanting to try the wine-tasting methods his etiquette teacher had taught him for ages. Tang Chi, what are you drinking? The childish voice gave Tang Chi an idea. Grape juice. Was it good? Back then, Tangwan was still innocent. Though Tang Chi often tricked her, in this empty home where their parents were frequently absent, Tang Chi remained the only person she could talk to and trust. It's a bit sour. Tang Chi pretended to take it away, but the little short legs were quicker, wrapping around his leg like a limb accessory. Even when Tang Chi pretended to shake his leg, the little one refused to let go. I don't believe you. You'll secretly drink it again. Little rascal, looking for a spanking, aren't you? Give me some. Back then, little Tangwan still had a hint of spoiled willfulness. Alright, let go. I'll pour it for you. Tang Chi seemed annoyed by the pestering and replied half-heartedly. Hearing this, Tangwan finally released Tang Chi. She climbed onto her special little chair and watched as Tang Chi poured just a tiny bit of drink into her special little cup. Tang Chi, you're such a miser. Little Tangwan's face fell as she saw the mere drop of drink in her cup, glaring at Tang Chi angrily. Such a big appetite for such a little radish sprout. Tang Chi teased, then poured her another minuscule amount, just for show. Little Tangwan still wanted to argue her point, but Tang Chi pretended to take it back, prompting her to immediately shield it with her chubby little hands before hastily gulping it down. She drank too quickly and ended up choking herself. Tang Chi was startled and patted her back to soothe her while grabbing some tissues in a fluster to wipe her mouth. What's the rush? Tang Chi said with a frown. Tang Chi, cough. It's not juice cough, you. Cough tricked me again. Little Tangwan's face turned bright red, which only amused Tang Chi further. You're the one who wanted to drink it. Itchy, so uncomfortable. Tang Chi smiled, but noticed little Tangwan's face growing increasingly red as she kept scratching her arms, appearing to struggle for breath. Hey, kiddo, are you okay? A flicker of panic flashed through Tang Chi's eyes. He pressed down on little Tangwan's flailing hand and rolled up her sleeve to find dense red rashes covering her once jade-like arm. Clutching at Tang Chi's clothes, she desperately tried to say something, but no words would come out. Aunt Lu, fetch the doctor. Aunt Lu. In Tang Chi's memory, he had never raised his voice so loudly before, but by then, little Tangwan's consciousness was already fading. Her lips moved soundlessly, her voice too faint to be heard. Little one, Tangwan. Tang Chi leaned closer, catching only the faintest whisper of the word brother. Damn it. Tang Chi gritted his teeth, scooped up Tangwan, and dashed outside, nearly knocking over Aunt Lu who was rushing in. When little Tangwan woke up again, she was no longer at home. Strangely enough, her tiny hand was still tightly gripping Tang Chi's index finger. Hey, little one, how are you feeling? Little Tangwan, wearing an oxygen mask, opened her mouth slightly before drifting back to sleep. In her dazed state, she faintly heard what sounded like an apology whispered from some distant place. Beep beep beep. The vibration of her phone startled Manhwa awake. She reached out to turn it off, sat up, and scratched her head, wondering why she had dreamed about those old memories. It was 8:30, still an hour before her scheduled meeting with Mang Jilian. Wanwan, why are you up so early on a weekend? Mang Buchuan was eating breakfast at the dining table. I need to go out today. Mangwan sat down, seeming mentally absent. Why so listless? Didn't sleep well? Chini touched her forehead, perfectly normal temperature. No, just dreamed about some unpleasant memories from long ago. Suddenly she grabbed Chini's hand with such solemn intensity it startled her. Mom, you almost couldn't see me again, you know. What's this kid talking about? Chini rubbed her head and glanced at Mang Buchuan. Still half asleep? Here, eat this egg for some protein. Mang Buchuan placed the peeled egg in Mangwan's bowl. Without refusing, she picked it up and started eating. By the time Mangwan arrived at Twilight Entertainment's building, Mang Jilian was already waiting for her in the lobby. You're early. There were still 10 minutes before their agreed meeting time. I came over first since there's nothing else to do. Let's go. Everyone in the company knew Mangwan, so no one stopped them as they easily took the elevator to the 22nd floor. Sister Bai. After knocking lightly twice, Mangwan pushed the door open and entered. I say, young lady, it's been months since you've graced us with your presence. Sister Bai was dressed in an elegant white suit that fit her perfectly. Her bold red lipstick and manicured nails, paired with 7-centimeter heels, gave her a striking and stylish presence full of authority. How could I not feel at ease knowing you're here? Did you like the gift I brought you? I absolutely love it. Bai Liling pinched Mangwan's cheek. If only she hadn't known Mangwan had no intention of entering the entertainment industry. With her talent, Bai could have molded her into a superstar no less renowned than He Tong. Let me introduce you to my brother, Mang Jilian. That's actually why we're here this time, for his sake. Hello, Bai Liling. Hello, Mang Jilian. The two of them behaved like formal business partners, completely devoid of the liveliness and ease they had exhibited when Mangwan was around. I've got a general picture now. Your physique, appearance, and vocal tone are all quite good. Are you only interested in pursuing a career as a singer? Yes. Mang Jilian's words were as cold as his silver hair. Let's do a sound check in the recording studio first. By the way, He Tong is recording a new song there right now. Want to go take a look, Wanwan? Of course. Bro, I composed the music and your idol sang the song. This trip wasn't a waste, was it? Mang Jilian had the highest comprehension ability in the entire Mang family. After hearing about the things Mangwan had done at home, he had now grown completely calm. After all, nothing could be more shocking than discovering his idol worked beneath his younger sister's company. Wait, she composed the tune? Chapter 52, got too much free time? Wait, you composed this? You mean this piece was composed by you, or have you always been the composer? Mang Jilian wore an expression of disbelief, yet deep down, he vaguely felt that if it were Mangwan, it might actually make sense. Didn't you tell him your moon? Bai Liling tilted her head, looking somewhat surprised. Mangwan, on the other hand, wore an innocent expression. Seems I forgot to mention it. No worries, telling him now works just as well. Wanwan, you are 17 years old, right? Mang Jilian pinched her chin and examined her face from side to side, but no matter how he looked, she appeared to be just an ordinary 17-year-old girl. Of course. Mangwan rubbed her cheeks. Are you Moon? The Moon who created countless hit songs? The Moon who gave He Tong a legendary debut single? Yes, my dearest third brother. I am Moon, the Moon who created countless hit songs. The Moon who gave He Tong a legendary debut single. Mangwan repeated Mang Jilian's words verbatim. But, how old were you back then? 13, 14? I can't quite remember. At the time, she was just writing for fun when she happened to find someone willing to be her guinea pig. The two spent nearly a week fine-tuning it, and fortunately, the results were surprisingly good. He Tong became an overnight sensation, and thus began her journey as a lyricist and composer, paving her way into the music production scene. However, as she got busier later on and He Tong also shifted his focus toward acting, she gradually withdrew from the industry, maintaining only a pace of 1 or 2 compositions per year. I told you, the only one who can compose for me is Moon. Who else is even worthy? They had just stepped out of the elevator when they heard the noisy commotion coming from the recording studio. Who else is here? Judging by the voice, it must be that newly signed internet influencer again. Comes from a wealthy family, bears a slight resemblance to He Tong, and has been singing snippets of He Tong's songs online, earning herself the nickname Little He Tong. Xiao Zhu signed her recently when she already had nearly 1 million followers. Then why is she in the recording studio? Isn't this He Tong's scheduled time? Since it's a new track, entry is prohibited for anyone except authorized staff. Let's go ask about this. Clearly, Bai Liling hadn't received any notification either. The trio headed toward the recording studio, where the minor influencer continued making a racket inside. He Tong remained in the room but wasn't recording anymore. the disturbance from the influencer had significantly disrupted his progress. Mangwan raised her hand to greet him, prompting Hitong to remove his headphones and step out. Call security, have him escorted out, Mangwan said to the staff member, who visibly relaxed and immediately complied. Who do you think you are, calling security? I'll post this online and expose you, you watch. The raging influencer showed no restraint even upon seeing Mangwan and Bai Liling, while Xiaozhu's face turned pale as she desperately tugged at his sleeve. What's wrong, Xiaozhu Jia? Xiaozhu remained silent as security arrived and unceremoniously dragged him away. Mangwan watched calmly. The moment he was removed, she waved at him with a smile before shutting the door decisively, her expression instantly turning stern again. You're as decisive as ever, aren't you? Truthfully, I didn't expect all of you just standing around watching him lose it. Too much free time on your hands? My apologies, Miss Meng. Xiaozhu immediately apologized. Alright, tell me what happened. In the morning it's Yitong's recording session, and in the afternoon Jingsu's new song recording. He's been causing trouble over this new song these past 2 days. Never expected him to barge into the studio this early. He wants Moon to compose for him? Does he even deserve it? Just because fans called him Little Hitong once, he actually thinks he's on Hitong's level? The speaker was the producer in charge of Jingsu's new song, the same person also serving as Hitong's recording supervisor for his current project. If he doesn't want it, then he won't get it. Push back his debut date. If he still refuses to cooperate, we'll start termination procedures. His father is the CEO of the Mecra brand. If we could secure sponsorship from him, didn't you understand what I said? Mangwan turned to Xiaozhu, who immediately clamped her mouth shut. Sponsorships and ads are the PR department's business, understand? A rookie who hasn't even debuted causing this much trouble. Will we need to hire a whole team to clean up after him once he actually debuts? Or has our company fallen so low that we need an endorsement deal to save the firm? Of course not. Hitong alone already has endorsements from 3 top-tier brands. Mecra's sponsorship is practically dispensable for us. Bai Liling had lost her initial ease, now adopting a strictly professional demeanor as she methodically reported on this year's endorsement deals secured by various artists. Got it, Xiaozhu? Mangwan shed her usual casual demeanor. Yes. Little Zhu picked at her fingers as she admitted she had momentarily let greed cloud her judgment. Meng Jilian watched the scene unfold in silence. The last time he'd felt this suffocating pressure was when witnessing Meng Buichuan managing subordinates during his tenure as CEO. Get out. If you can't properly manage the artists you brought in, you can leave with him. Little Zhu didn't dare argue, keeping her head bowed as she exited. The atmosphere turned rigid, yet Hitong appeared utterly at ease. Lounging on the sofa with a faint smirk, his face remained radiant despite the dim lighting. Want some candy? Though phrased as a question, the speaker had already tossed the sweet over. Mangwan caught it deftly, unwrapped and popped it in her mouth, then casually threw the wrapper into the trash bin by the door. How far along is the recording? Just started. Where's that song for what's his name Jing? Right here, Miss Meng. The producer handed his manuscript to Mangwan, his expression still somewhat disgruntled. Mangwan took it and casually sat down in the seat next to the producer. Let's record first. With Mangwan's single remark, Hitong and the producer sprang into action, while Bai Liling and Meng Jilian settled onto the sofa vacated by Hitong, observing as the trio slipped into work mode. Hitong had been collaborating with the producer for 2 years now. Their dialogue flowed swiftly back and forth, while Mangwan remained silent beside them, quietly flipping through the manuscript and occasionally making annotations with her pen. After about half an hour, the recording session concluded smoothly. Alright, Hitong, great job. I didn't expect your singing skills to still be this polished after all this time. After all, it's my original expertise, can't forget my roots. You've worked hard. Hitong took off his headphones and walked out. His white t-shirt paired with denim shorts gave him a youthful vibe. How was it, young mistress? Hitong asked. If you've regressed, don't waste my music anymore. That's quite a unique way to compliment someone. Though he said this, Hitong still let out a slight sigh of relief. By the way, who is this? My third brother, Meng Jilian, also a new artist we're preparing to sign. So you didn't come specifically for me? Hitong's voice carried a hint of disappointment, his face showing a trace of grievance. If fans saw this, they'd surely be clamoring heartache for our idol. Unfortunately, the only fan present here was Meng Jilian, who didn't even glance at his face. Sure enough, Mangwan shot him a "What nonsense are you spouting?" look before turning her attention back to the sheet music. Chapter 53 wouldn't mind breaking it off. There's no issue with the composition. Since it was created according to Hitong's vocal range, how about including it in the album together? If Hitong can sing it, we'd of course be delighted. The producer also had his own little temperament. Of course your composition works. Hasn't it been a year since our last collaboration? Yes, this song was originally customized for you. It was only because Xiao Zhu said he wanted me to make it the lead single for Jingsu's new album that I changed it and gave it to him. Guess what's meant to be yours will always find its way back to you. He Tong's words made the producer's eyes crinkle with laughter. Alright, problem solved. He Tong, take the demo and lyrics to the next room to practice first. We'll start recording in an hour, sound good? Okay. He Tong didn't waste time either. At their level, regardless of how solid their skills were, time was literally money. Once a deadline was set, no matter how difficult the task, they had to give it their all. Other companies might be different, but at least at 1 Yen Entertainment, artists were absolutely not allowed to be lazy or slack off. The moment an artist was found overstepping boundaries, they'd receive a warning. If they didn't comply, their contract would be terminated immediately, swift and decisive. Because of this, fans specially created a ranking list, declaring that the least likely artists to have scandals were all from 1 Yen Entertainment, since 1 Yen would kick them out before any scandal could happen. Alright, let's test your vocal range first. Brother, step into the recording booth. Okay. 2 hours later, they were all seated in the conference room. The new song is almost done, and the dance instructor has choreographed the routines. By Jia, please coordinate the schedule and make sure to allocate time for He Tong's training. Later, I'll assign another manager to handle Meng Jilian's daily activities, but you'll still be primarily responsible. By Jia. Any issues with that? Meng Wan twirled her pen in her hand. No problem. Bro, for your new album, are you planning to compose the title track yourself and collaborate with Jason on the rest? Would that work? Meng Wan swiftly moved through the agenda. She preferred concise meetings that didn't drag on for hours. Sure. This progress had already exceeded Meng Jilian's expectations. Watching Meng Wan command the room effortlessly, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. For these 3 months, the company will arrange dedicated dance coaches and music instructors for you. In addition to regular classes, you'll undergo a series of artist training programs. The schedule is tight and the workload heavy. Can you handle it? I can. But let me make this clear. If you fail the assessment after 3 months, your debut will be postponed. In your late debut era, we won't tolerate artists with subpar skills embarrassing themselves in public. Business was business. Meng Wan never went easy, even on her own people. Exactly because of this, she commanded towering authority that earned others respect. Okay. Influenced by Meng Wan, Meng Jilian also became somewhat more serious. Good, then Sister Bai can handle the rest. With the matter settled, Meng Wan's tone lightened somewhat. Understood. Alright, any other issues? Meng Wan rested her chin on her hands and glanced at the quietly shaking heads of the others. Since there are no issues, Brother Jason, could you please show my third brother around the company? Also, have Xiao Zhu and that new recruit come in. Got it. Jason and Meng Jilian exchanged a glance, understanding this was no longer their business, and tactfully exited the conference room. Should I leave? Though asking this, there wasn't the slightest intention of actually going. As you wish, after all, we're talking about little He Tong here. Understanding the teasing in Meng Wan's words, He Tong became even more unwilling to move. Miss Meng, Sister Bai. Xiao Zhu's face was barely able to hide his unease. In contrast, Jingsu beside him wore an expression of disdain, one leg bouncing restlessly, standing with no semblance of proper posture. If you keep bouncing that leg, I don't mind breaking it first. Don't worry, I'll reattach it after we finish talking. Meng Wan didn't humor him either. Her light remark, accompanied by a faint, mocking smile, inexplicably made Jingsu swallow hard. He awkwardly scratched his nose and unknowingly stopped bouncing his leg. Sit down. Meng Wan tilted her head slightly upward, her casual movement oddly carrying an air of undeniable authority. Jingsu wanted to argue back, but Xiao Zhu tugged at his sleeve. He clicked his tongue impatiently but sat down nonetheless. You said you wouldn't accept any piece except Moon's composition, right? Of course. No one but Moon is worthy of me. Jingsu draped his arms behind his head, tilting his chair back with a cocky swagger, showing not the slightest regard for those present. He Tong sat opposite him, seemingly unintentionally lifting his long leg and just as casually bumping against Jingsu's foot with his own. Jingsu instantly lost his balance. With a panicked cry, he desperately grabbed onto the table. The table jolted with a scraping sound, drawing disapproving frowns from others around them. But for Jingsu, it felt like clutching at the final lifeline as he exhaled in relief. Sorry, my legs are just too long. Meeting Jingsu's glare, He Tong wore an innocent expression. Though he offered an apology, not a shred of remorse could be detected. Jingsu gritted his teeth, about to speak when Meng Wan interrupted him again, while Xiao Zhu had already stood up and straightened the table. In that case, when was his original debut scheduled for? End of the month. Xiao Zhu hung his head even lower. How long has he been signed with the company? Less than a month. Zhu's voice grew even fainter. Miss Bai, company policy states that newly signed trainees must undergo at least 3 months of training and pass assessments before debut, right? Unless he's already an experienced artist with achievements? Xiao Zhu, what's going on? Bai Liling's heart skipped a beat. She never imagined Zhu would dare go this far, abusing authority to rush Xingsu's debut. He's trained for a month, plus he's already built some fanbase online, so Xiao Zhu, how long have you been with the company? You joined right after graduating from college, didn't you? Meng Wan tapped the table, but it felt like she was tapping directly on Xiao Zhu's heart. She stood up, looking at Bai Liling with a plea in her eyes. Bai Liling's eyes were filled with disappointment. Xiao Zhu was someone she had personally mentored, diligent, willing to work hard, meticulous, and well-organized, someone who had genuinely won her favor. She had even consciously groomed Xiao Zhu to become the next top agent. Never did she expect Xiao Zhu would exploit her trust and blatantly abuse her authority. Bai Jia, this is a failure in your professional oversight, Meng Wan said, her voice devoid of any personal sentiment. Yes, I'll go register with HR. Bai Liling couldn't complain about having her bonus deducted this month. Let's handle Zhu's matter later. Jingsu, is it? Meng Fan flipped through the documents about Jingsu in her hand. I'll give you 3 options. First, return to training until you pass the re-evaluation before debuting, and accept all company arrangements. Just hearing the first option made Jingsu restless. He abruptly stood up, but Meng Fan remained composed, giving him a cold stare. Do you need me to take you to the hospital for your ADHD? Chapter 54, just gave him a beating. Sit down. Xiao Zhu tugged at his clothes and whispered urgently, her voice brimming with helplessness as if she were on the verge of tears any second. Jingsu shook her off impatiently, but it seemed he'd also found an excuse to back down. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he finally sat. Second, after passing the evaluation, you'll write lyrics and compose music yourself. The company will give you 1 year. If there's no progress, you'll terminate the contract voluntarily. Third, leave right now. Meng Wan placed his documents on the table, her eyes fixed on him. Which one do you choose? I choose neither. Ignoring Xiao Zhu's attempts to stop him, Jingsu stepped forward to face Meng Wan. What's going on with you? How dare you point fingers at me? Is there no one in charge at this company that they sent a teenage girl to manage things? Let me tell you, call Moon here, I'll talk to her. If it's just about money, whatever He Tong can offer, I can too. I have 1 million followers, you know. He Tong, whose name was mentioned, crossed her arms and shrugged with a look of amusement, clearly enjoying the drama. As for you, quit pretending to be an adult, kid. Hurry back and take your exams, unless you want to fail and get a beating from your parents while crying your eyes out. So, you're choosing the third option, is that right? Meng Wan said calmly, showing no sign of irritation despite the provocation. Didn't you hear me? I won't choose. Jingsu pounded the table, his eyes bulging unnaturally as if they might pop out any second. Meng Wan had lost all patience. Sister Bai, prepare the contract termination. Yes, I'll have someone bring it over right away. Sister Bai didn't dare delay, rising to make the call outside. The meeting room had transparent glass walls, and from where she stood, she kept glancing back inside. Hey, what do you mean? You're firing me? Do you know who my father is? Terminate me, and I won't lose a thing. You're the ones who'll suffer. Jingsu was hysterical. They were close enough that Meng Wan could even see the spittle flying from his mouth. Her hands were tightly clenched together, yet Jingsu remained completely unaware of the impending danger. Well, we're screwed. He Tong said this, but the expression on his face suggested he was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. True enough, no sooner had the words left his mouth than Meng Wan's fist came swinging towards his face. Jingsu was knocked to the ground by the punch, taking 2 chairs down with him. Xiao Zhu let out a startled cry and immediately crouched beside Jingsu to check his injuries. Jingsu himself clutched his rapidly swelling cheek with an expression of utter disbelief. Bai Liling, who had just finished making a phone call, hurriedly hung up and rushed in upon seeing the scene, but ultimately could only sigh before stepping back out to make another call. You crazy woman, do you know how much my face is worth? I'll sue you. I'll sue your unethical company. Jingsu pointed at Meng Wan, but jerking his injured lip made him gasp in pain. The lawyer from Libra law firm has arrived. If you need a medical injury assessment, please wait until our attorney gets here. Xiao Zhu, accompany Mr. Zheng to the hospital, then report back to me afterwards. Bai Liling calmly handled the arrangements without a trace of panic. He Tong, appearing accustomed to such situations, took a tissue packet from her bag and handed it to Meng Wan. The lawyer arrived quickly, and Bai Liling went along for prudence's sake. In the blink of an eye, the meeting room was left with only Meng Wan and He Tong. Not bad, you've grown up and can endure quite well. Dirty as hell. Meng Wan's voice dripped with undisguised disdain. Though I thought you'd compose for your brother. He hasn't established himself yet. Right now your fans think we're a package deal. If I composed for him now, your fans could destroy him with just 1 comment each. I wouldn't have guessed you'd care so much about your brother. Manhwa ignored his remark and continued, besides, he wants to pursue a career as a singer, which could perfectly fill the gap left by your career change. You've heard his demo, what do you think? Not bad, quite distinctive, completely different from my style. That's exactly what we need. Heetong's voice had a cooler tone, while Meng Jilian's carried a unique depth, so he wouldn't be anyone's replacement, only Meng Jilian. You sound quite confident in him, certain he can stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Surpassing you isn't out of the question, Manhwa replied without hesitation. Oh? These are songs he wrote. Manhwa pulled out several sheets of paper from the folder, about a dozen in total. Heetong raised an eyebrow but took it and began reading. Just then, Meng Jilian suddenly rushed in, startling both of them instead. Wan, are you okay? Meng Jilian hurried toward Manhwa, tilting her chin left and right with a worried expression. Heetong lifted his gaze from the A4 paper and spotted Jason panting heavily at the door, immediately understanding the reason. I'm fine. Manhwa's words came out slightly muffled with her chin being held, but she didn't brush away Meng Jilian's hand. I see Jingsu's face is all swollen. What happened? Nothing much, just beat him up, that's all. Beat him up? Meng Jilian's voice rose slightly. Manhwa thought he was going to scold her for being too impulsive, but to her surprise, the next second he grabbed her hand and started examining it closely. Didn't your hand hurt? No, it doesn't hurt. Manhwa was also somewhat stunned. Seeing Manhwa in this state was rare. Heetong let out a soft chuckle. Don't worry, this guy has trained before, the only one hurting would be him. Force works both ways, and besides, a young girl's skin is naturally more delicate to begin with. Meng Jilian felt dissatisfied with his idol for the first time. Relax, brother, I'm really fine. Have you finished touring? That should be about right. Alright, I've still got some things to attend to here. You can head back first. Don't you have your final performance at the tavern tonight? But what about you? Go on. Sister Bai will handle the follow-up arrangements with you. Alright, I'll head off then. Call me if anything comes up. Meng Jilian was still a little worried, but since Manhwa had said so, he didn't want to argue with her. Got it. Manhwa waved at him. At last, Manhwa breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Meng Jilian off. It's the first time I've seen you with that expression. Heetong found it somewhat amusing. Manhwa ignored him, just rolling her eyes inelegantly. Finished reading? Just skim through it. And? We'll see. Heetong arched an eyebrow and pushed the A4 paper back. Stubborn till the end. Manhwa muttered criticism, which Heetong blatantly ignored. Where are you going? Seeing Manhwa pack her things, Heetong instinctively asked. None of your business. I'm off. Hand these documents to Sister Bai later for me. Heetong could only sigh in resignation. Manhwa breezed out freely, passing the files to him before making her escape without a second thought, leaving Heetong alone shaking his head at the documents. That little girl, still as self-centered as ever. Even as he said this, he was already getting up and heading towards Bai Liling's office. Chapter 55, Buying You a Wooden Fish. At the airport, Manhwa scrolled through her phone absent-mindedly. It wasn't until people started emerging from the arrivals gate that she finally put away her phone and peered inside. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait much longer before spotting the person she'd come to meet. What brings you here? Yen's eyes lit up, his fatigue seeming to dissipate visibly. He quickened his pace, heading straight toward Manhwa. Yao Qinglin appeared accustomed to this, taking Yen's suitcase and greeting Manhwa from a distance before stepping out. Felt like coming, so I came. She naturally opened her arms, and Yen naturally embraced her. He buried his face in the crook of her shoulder and neck, letting out a long sigh. Looks like it's been a tough battle. I spotted those dark circles under your eyes from miles away. Talking to a bunch of old men who only know how to sit on high and judge so-called young people makes me want to punch them in the face every minute. Shall I buy you a wooden fish? Manhwa's abrupt remark made both of them burst into laughter. Yen straightened up, cupping her face in his hands and giving it a little shake. Then you should buy me a kasaya robe too, and I'll just become a monk right away. Alright, we'll arrange it for our young master Yen first thing tomorrow. Yen ruffled her hair, his eyes filled with affection. Have you eaten? Manhwa shook her head. I went to Wanyan this morning and came straight here after finishing my work. Let's go eat. Manhwa nodded, and the two walked out of the airport hand in hand. After they finished eating, it was still early. Where do you plan to go? Yen had gotten his driver's license as soon as he turned 18. There's nothing else to do today. You're going to visit your aunt, right? I'll come with you. The seatbelt was tangled, and Menghan was somewhat distracted, failing to buckle it several times. Yanian reached over, patiently straightened it, and with a click, it fastened smoothly. The car started, everything proceeding effortlessly as if they had done it countless times before. Familiar suburban streets stretched before them, and both fell into a comfortable silence. Young master, Miss Mang, the butler waited at the doorstep. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Yan dismissed him to attend to his duties. Mengwan glanced at the woman lying on the hospital bed and skillfully began massaging her. Without interrupting, Yan simply poured a glass of water and placed it on the bedside table beside Mengwan before settling onto the opposite side to assist with the massage. Almost done. The old man just had his acupuncture treatment, and the next session won't be for another month. Mengwan gently placed Jiang Yu's arm back under the covers, tucked in the edges, and then stood up. Okay. As soon as Yan entered the room, his mood plummeted rapidly. Mengwan didn't say anything, merely giving his shoulder a comforting pat. Yan grasped her fingers and played with them for a while, forcing a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Mengwan didn't say anything, just ruffled his hair before leaving. Only Yan and the slumbering Jiang Yu remained in the room. He stayed silent too, just sitting there quietly, holding Jiang Yu's hand while gazing blankly out the window, until the last remnants of the sunset faded away and the room plunged into darkness. 2 years now. Never thought I'd last this long. Turns out managing a company is this exhausting. I'm sorry for making you worry so much before. His voice was subdued, yet in the dark and silent room, every word rang with aching clarity, including that drawn-out sigh. On the way back, Mengwan recounted everything that had happened over the past 2 days. It seems they're promising talents to have caught old Chen and lawyer Su's attention as mentors. Are you planning to groom them as new connections? Someone has to become their successors, no point wasting their potential. What's the plan for tomorrow? I'm taking Meng Jiao to meet Qianixuan. Hearing the name, Yan pursed his lips but said nothing. Though irritated by someone seemingly keeping tabs on him, Yan wouldn't interfere with Mengwan's social circle. No matter what Mengwan did, he would always be her steadfast supporter. But the downside was that sometimes his own bitter little feelings had to stay quietly hidden away. Should I pick you up? No need. Qianixuan is coming tomorrow. Oh. Upon hearing this news, Yan's spirits visibly plunged downward. Mengwan naturally noticed the shift in Yan's mood immediately, only letting out a soft chuckle in response. What's so funny? Are you already looking forward to meeting tomorrow? The words weren't spoken aggressively. Instead, they were filled with grievance and brimming with barely contained jealousy. Yes, we might even go to an amusement park, have a meal together. When you think about it, it's been almost half a year since we last saw each other. Though I still receive postcards and little gifts from every place visited. I'll bring you something even when I'm on business trips. It's just that this time's gift is special and not ready yet. Just as they hit a traffic light, Yan slammed on the brakes, staring intently at Mengwan with utmost sincerity in his eyes. Mengwan found Yan's expression utterly adorable. She cupped his face in her hands and gave it a playful shake. Her face lit up with obvious delight. All right, Mengwan reassured him. She knew perfectly well, she was just teasing Yan on purpose. By the way, help me find a house, nothing too extravagant, just big enough for a family of 7, an ordinary one will do. Finally decided to stop roughing it? You've never really suffered much hardship to begin with, yet you insisted on making life difficult for yourself. Yan's voice carried a trace of heartache. Mengwan had known Yan, who was a year older than her, since she was 5 years old. There were no secrets between them when it came to each other's lives and habits. Mengwan simply smiled without offering any rebuttal. On the other side, the tavern opened for business as usual. Jixing was sitting in their usual private booth, watching Lanxing talking with Meng Jilian through the glass window below. Meng Jilian was tuning his guitar when Lanxing approached. He merely nodded at her with an expression that couldn't be called cold, but wasn't exactly warm either. The performance fee for tonight has been transferred to your card. Please confirm it and sign here. Got it. After confirming it, Meng Jilian swiftly signed his name. The strokes were sweeping and flamboyant, yet not messy. Rather, they carried a distinctive flair. To be honest, I'm really going to miss you. Lanxing's casual remark made Meng Jilian pause briefly, but he quickly regained his composure. The easygoing Lanxing didn't notice anything amiss. The new one isn't bad, but it still feels like something's missing. Lanxing stroked his chin, frowning in thought. Ahau is quite good too. He'll get the hang of it after a few more tries, Meng Jilian said, lowering his eyes with an even tone. Lanxing didn't argue back. May your star rise smoothly from now on, and may everything go well for you. Feel free to come back for a limited-time encore at the little tavern whenever you're free. Meng Jilian curled his lips into a faint smile. All right, and thank you for everything these past days. Ah, no need for such formalities. Lanxing grinned broadly and gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder. What's the bond between me and Wanwan? Don't worry, if you ever hit rough times in the future, just come back. I, Lanxing, will have your back. Meng Jilian's lips quirked as he prepared to respond, but Lanxing continued her one-sided chatter without pause. Wanwan has always had great taste, so you can't go wrong as long as you follow her advice. Meng Jilian's smile faded as he nodded silently. Xing, didn't you say there's a new batch of liquor? Give me a bottle. Jixing's voice rang out. Following the sound, the two turned to see him approaching, casually resting his hand on Lan Xing's shoulder. Chapter 56, sorry about that, went a bit too hard. The possessiveness was glaringly obvious. Meng Jilian's gaze swept past Jixing's hand resting on Lan Xing's shoulder, betraying no visible emotional fluctuation. Would waiting a moment kill you? You could have asked someone to bring it up for you, or just gone to the storage room yourself if it was so urgent. Lan Xing elbowed Jixing, who winced in pain but stubbornly refused to let go. After all these years, how come you're still this heavy-handed? Jixing hunched over, his face contorted in pain. Lan Xing didn't show the slightest bit of pity, raising her hand as if to strike, but ultimately just gave him a scare without actually doing it. The timing is about right. I'll adjust the equipment to start the performance. Facing the couple's intimate behavior as if no one else was present, Meng Jilian kept his head down while adjusting the microphone angle. Lan Xing glanced at the time on the wall, then get busy. Come on, let's get the wine. The first half of her sentence carried politeness, while the latter part held a touch of helplessness. Jixing cast a seemingly casual glance at Meng Jilian, the corners of his mouth curling into a smug arc. What are you grinning about? Aren't you coming? Lan Xing walked a few steps before realizing Jixing was still rooted to the spot, chuckling to himself for some unknown reason. Coming. It's been ages since I had tea with Uncle. How about we go visit him tomorrow? Go if you want. It's not like anyone's stopping you. What are you planning to do tomorrow? Their voices gradually faded, and the figures leaning against each other slowly disappeared from Meng Jilian's sight. Only then did Meng Jilian raise his head. The final night ended perfectly. After bidding farewell to his colleagues, Meng Jilian quietly left, carrying his box on his back. Hey, where's Meng Jilian? Lan Xing scanned the room but didn't see him before leaning against the bar. Just left a moment ago. You didn't even say hello, Blue Star muttered, but made no move to chase after them. Meng Jilian wandered down the street, hesitating briefly by the convenience store before finally stepping inside. When he emerged again, he held an ice cream bar in his hand. Compared to his two older brothers, Meng Jilian didn't consider himself a rational person. Most of the time, he would force himself to appear rational through aloofness, but in truth, this was more of an evasion. Just like that night, it clearly wasn't his business, but upon seeing a drunk man harassing a girl, he still stepped forward. He needed that job, he had to stay calm, he had to turn a blind eye. These words played in his mind countless times, yet his body reacted instinctively. He pulled the drunk customer away, but the other guy wouldn't back down, and it was at this very moment that Lan Xing appeared. In the dimly lit bar, she shone bright, bold, and dazzling. Lifting a bottle, she smashed it directly onto the drunk customer's head. Screams erupted one after another, yet Lan Xing, standing at the center circle, smiled innocently and radiantly. Sorry about that, got a little carried away. She grinned, revealing a small canine tooth. Perhaps it was at that very moment, Meng Jilian, who had never believed in love at first sight, felt his heart flutter. But that was only momentary. He thought they would never cross paths again, yet by some strange twist of fate, he ended up working at her little tavern. Neither had he expected his own younger sister to be her closest friend. He understood they were from two different worlds. Now that he had left the tavern, he actually felt relieved. Perhaps keeping some distance would help end these impractical fantasies. The next day, with Meng Jiao's permission, Meng Wan sat beside him watching him paint. When Meng Jiao painted, he would become utterly immersed in his own world. So even with Meng Wan sitting beside him staring intently, he felt not the slightest discomfort, going about his business completely at ease, without any trace of unease. Take a walk with me. Meng Jiao ignored her and continued applying color to his painting. In return, I'll buy you the latest set of paints from Kaysen. Meng Jiao's hand paused briefly as the magazine lying open beside him happened to feature Kaysen's newest collection. Speaking of this magazine, it was Meng Wan who had Chini pass it on to him. Meng Jiao didn't go out much, but loved reading and painting, so Chini would occasionally scour second-hand bookstores for art books or materials to entertain Meng Jiao. By mixing them in with other magazines when presenting them to Meng Jiao, things would proceed much more naturally. By the way, do you know Qian Yishuan? Meng Jiao closed the magazine, its cover featuring a photo of Qian Yishuan. He'll be the one picking you up later. Meng Jiao finally gave Meng Wan a proper look in the face. Having spent years indoors, his skin glowed with an unnatural pallor. Combined with his youthful complexion, he resembled an adorable white kitten, utterly endearing. Unable to resist, Meng Wan pinched his cheeks. Meng Jiao instinctively flinched away, mouth opening as if to bite. Yet when her hand made contact, he froze obediently in place, his earlobes turning pink, a sight that melted anyone's heart. Let's go, change your clothes, we'll be back soon. If you don't feel comfortable going out with me, I can ask Mom to accompany you instead, and I won't go. Meng Wan rubbed his head and was about to get up to discuss with Chini, when Meng Jiao suddenly grabbed her hand. Meng Wan paused her movement. With, "You go." Meng Wan's lips curled into a charming arc. "Good boy." She lightly poked Meng Jiao's cheek with such gentle force that not even a faint red mark remained. When Meng Jiao finished packing his bag and emerged in the lobby wearing fresh clothes, he completely startled Qin. "Wan, how on earth did you manage this?" Qin asked in a hushed tone, watching Meng Jiao changing his shoes. Meng Wan didn't answer, only blinked her eyes, full of liveliness. Qin felt genuinely happy inside. She straightened their clothes for them and stood by the door watching them leave, her eyes slightly moist. As they stepped out the door, Meng Jiao, who hadn't been outside for a long time, instinctively grabbed Meng Wan's sleeve, keeping her head lowered with slight nervousness. "Do you want to hold hands?" She opened her palm, speaking softly. Meng Jiao glanced up at her briefly, then quickly averted his gaze. He pursed his lips slightly before finally loosening his tight grip on Meng Wan's sleeve and placing his hand in hers. Meng Wan curved her lips into a smile and grasped his hand firmly. Warmth flowed between their palms as they walked through the alleyway, one tall figure and one small. When they encountered neighbors returning from grocery shopping, Meng Wan would openly introduce him as her younger brother, yet never forced Jiao to greet anyone. Instead, she was attentive to his discomfort, exchanging just a brief greeting before continuing on their way without lingering. Wan. If Tong's voice was like the crisp clarity of a winter spring, the owner of this voice resembled a summer brook, effortlessly soothing to the senses. "Xuan, long time no see." Meng Wan raised her hand in greeting while keeping her other hand firmly entwined with Jiao's. Xuan closed the car door and wanted to hug Meng Wan, but when he caught sight of the little bundle of energy she was holding hands with, he had no choice but to lower his arms. "Is this your little brother?" "Yes, Meng Jiao." Hearing Meng Wan call his name, Meng Jiao didn't look up. He just quietly took a step back to let Meng Wan shield him. Chapter 57, Well done. Today's all up to you. Since when do we stand on ceremony between us? Xuan flicked her forehead affectionately, his demeanor as familiar as the neighborhood's big brother. "But the amusement park might be off the table. Didn't you mention before that he enjoys painting?" Meng Wan nodded. "Can you let me talk to him?" Meng Wan raised an eyebrow. The answer was self-evident. Seeing this, Xuan crouched down to meet Meng Jiao at eye level. But when Meng Jiao saw him crouch, she loosened her grip on Meng Wan's hand and immediately hid behind her back. Meng Wan wasn't in a hurry to pull her out from behind. Instead, she just patted the little head peeking behind her with her free hand. "Meng Jiao, you should at least listen properly when someone's speaking to you." Her voice was soft, barely even lecturing, yet somehow carried a calming reassurance that could soothe anyone's nerves. Meng Jiao stopped trying to hide herself completely and instead clung to Meng Wan's sleeve, timidly peeking out just a little. "Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Xuan. It's a bit hard to remember, so if it's alright with you, you can call me Brother Xian. Xuan met his gaze directly, his gentle voice and unassuming appearance effortlessly winning people over. He extended his hand, patient even as Meng Jiao hesitated to respond. A warm smile lingered on his lips, his eyes tender like a tranquil pool one could easily lose themselves in without realizing. In the end, Meng Jiao gave a symbolic handshake, withdrawing almost instantly, barely a touch before pulling back. "You did great," he whispered. Meng Jiao's ears flushed slightly as he retreated further behind Meng Wan. Xuan didn't push further, instead standing up to open the car door for both of them. "So your studio is still running?" Xuan smiled with a touch of indulgence. "Just because I'm not there doesn't mean it would shut down. I still have the cleaning lady come by occasionally." "When are you planning to leave this time?" "Probably not for a while. I've got an art exhibition coming up. You should bring Yao Yao when you have time." "How was it?" Meng Wan turned to look at Meng Jiao, who was clutching the seatbelt while staring blankly at the scenery outside the window. Only upon hearing Meng Wan's voice did he slowly turn his head back. Meng Wan chuckled lightly and didn't press further, instead smoothing out the slightly tousled hair for him. After roughly 40 minutes, the trio finally arrived at their destination. Xuan, ever the gentleman, opened the car door for them and led them into his private domain. The front yard flourished with well-maintained flowers and greenery thanks to the caretaker. The studio, built with retro red bricks, carried a hint of romantic European castle style from the last century. Ivy climbed along the walls, yet the huge glass windows remained spotlessly clean, unobstructed by any plants that might hinder the view. Meng Jiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but she didn't dare to wander off, obediently staying by Meng Wan's side. With a beep, the fingerprint authentication succeeded. The door unlocked with a click, bumping against the wind chime hanging there, producing cheerful tinkling sounds that inadvertently lifted one's spirits. "Go on in." Xuan held the door open, allowing the two to enter. "Darjeeling?" Meng Wan nodded, and only then did Xuan start brewing the tea. It had been a long time since she last visited, yet the place remained as bright and artistic as ever. Come to think of it, this place was also jointly designed by Jixing and her. At that time, Qian Yishuan happened to have an unavoidable art exhibition abroad, so he asked Manhwa to handle the interior decoration for him. Surprisingly, after all this time, the layout here remained unchanged. What's the matter? Has it been so long that you don't even recognize the place? Qian Yishuan set the tea in front of Manhwa, while a glass of plain water was placed before Meng Jiao. After all, I did contribute some effort. This remark served as a rebuttal to Qian Yishuan. You have the password, and your fingerprint is registered too, yet I never see you come. Qian Yishuan placed his own tea on the table, the same as Manhwa's, a Darjeeling. The aroma of Darjeeling slowly drifted through the air. Manhwa took a whiff and then a sip. Other than Auntie Lu, you make the best brew. Realizing Manhwa was changing the subject, Qian Yishuan didn't call her out on it. He turned his gaze to Meng Jiao instead, only to find her eyes fixed on a painting hanging on the wall. Has Yao Yao ever studied painting? Meng Jiao withdrew her gaze and shook her head. I've got some art supplies here. Want to give it a try? Meng Jiao looked at Manhwa, who nodded in response, before turning back to Qian Yishuan and nodding as well. The easel and paints are all inside. My studio is quite beautiful. I don't usually let others in, you know. Qian Yishuan always maintained eye contact when speaking with people. His gentle features carried no hostility, making others unconsciously follow his lead. But Meng Jiao proved far more guarded than expected. Seeing that Manhwa remained still, he averted his gaze from Qian Yishuan and returned his attention to the paintings on the wall. Qian Yishuan and Manhwa exchanged glances, and the latter immediately understood his meaning. Let's go. I was the one who set up that painting room. You'll love it. Manhwa gently patted Meng Jiao on the back of his head, her tone full of certainty. Meng Jiao blinked his eyes but still followed along. Qian Yishuan continued to lead the way. He pushed open the door to the studio, while Manhwa gave Meng Jiao a nudge, ushering him in first. Sunlight flooded the entire studio, casting shadows of trees outside onto easels and bookshelves. A gentle breeze made the shadows dance, unpainted yet already resembling a painting. The interplay of light and shadow, the glass windows, the trees, the wooden shelves exuding timber fragrance, everything was in perfect harmony. Meng Jiao stood motionless, his eyes blinking repeatedly. Manhwa rested a hand on his shoulder, yet her gaze wasn't directed at him. I told you, you'd love it. Long before she uttered the words, the view outside the window is even more splendid. Manhwa knew that Meng Jiao would adore this place. Everything's ready. Wouldn't it be a shame not to paint something here? Qian Yishuan had somehow already prepared the tools without anyone noticing. He half crouched down and handed the paintbrush to Meng Jiao. This time Meng didn't refuse. Taking the brush, he sat on the chair Qian had adjusted for him. After only a brief pause, just staring blankly out the window for a moment, he immediately began mixing his paints. Though the scenery outside the window was bright and beautiful, Meng Jiao covered the entire white canvas with black. In the next instant, he slathered on the mixed yellow paint with reckless abandon, no discernible composition, yet carrying an inexplicable sense of distortion. Manhwa had gone out at some unknown time, leisurely sipping black tea, while Qian Yishuan sat beside Meng Jiao with a slight frown. It wasn't until lunchtime, when Manhwa called them out to eat, that Meng Jiao finally set down her pen. The other two had nearly finished their meals, yet Meng Jiao's bowl remained more than half full. Qian Yishuan exchanged a glance with Manhwa, who understood immediately and packed the leftover takeout box to set aside. Can you stay by yourself for a while? I'll be right over there. Just move a little closer, and you'll see me. Meng Jiao glanced in the direction Manhwa was pointing and nodded. Good boy. Manhwa ruffled his hair, her smile full of approval. When she went to sit down, she deliberately waved at Meng Jiao, who, after making sure he could still see Manhwa, peacefully started eating his meal. Well, Manhwa turned her head, her smile fading. Without a doubt, he's a genius when it comes to painting, but... Chapter 58 quite amusing in a strange way. Qian Yishuan pressed his lips together and placed the artwork Meng Jiao had just finished in front of Manhwa. Dark, twisted, oppressive. A 7-year-old child with so much negative emotion. It startled you too, didn't it? Manhwa merely glanced at it. She had seen Meng Jiao's paintings before, so she knew all too well. You've noticed it too, haven't you? He's different from children with true autism. What do you think? Manhwa didn't answer Qian Yishuan's question but instead posed a new one. Rather than autism, it's more like he suffered some form of abuse, very wary of others. But judging by his current state, at least he's willing to go out and communicate with people, which proves his condition isn't too bad. Qian Yishuan rested his chin on his hand, his long eyelashes casting shadows beneath his eyes as he pondered something deeply. But according to what you've said, he's had almost no contact with outsiders, and his family has protected him very well. So where could he have been abused? Yes, where indeed? A suspicion flashed through Mengwan's mind, but without any evidence to support it, no matter how strong her doubts were, she wouldn't voice such an accusation lightly. It seems you have an idea. Qianixuan understood Mengwan's thoughts with just one glance at her, but Mengwan just glanced at Meng Zhiyao, who had already finished eating and was obediently imitating Mengwan by tidying up her own lunchbox. He really likes it here. Can I bring him over occasionally? Staying cooped up in the room all day isn't good for anyone. Of course, I'll be here for the next few months, and even if I'm not, you're welcome to come anytime, Qianixuan said without hesitation. And moreover, he's willing to go out. That's a very good sign. Staying cooped up in his room would only make his world smaller, which does him no good at all. Although the painting is quite gloomy, I really like this style. How should I put it? If only I could get closer to him. Just like her own redeemed self, she wanted to save her brother as well. Give it a try. At least I don't feel like he dislikes you. Mengwan withdrew her gaze from Meng Zhiyao, her words carrying a deeper meaning. Qianixuan paused for a moment before rising and walking toward Meng Zhiyao. After spending the morning together, Meng Zhiyao no longer avoided him, but she didn't acknowledge him either, keeping her gaze fixed on the magazine covers on the shelf without reaching out to touch them. Unlike Tang Li, who was also 7 years old and at that universally troublesome age, Meng Zhiyao was quiet and well-behaved. Even when ill, she remained docile, neither fussing nor disturbing anyone. These are all available to read, said Qianixuan, kneeling down as he pulled out 2 illustrated books from the stack. Would you like to look at this? He waved one gently, and Meng Zhiyao's eyes followed its movement. Your sister won't be back so soon. If you're bored, you can go paint in the art room or look at picture books. Mengwan emerged at some point, nodding at Qianixuan's words. She had expected Meng Zhiyao to shake his head in refusal, but surprisingly, he took the sketchbook and walked toward the art room by himself. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Qianixuan followed him quietly, setting up a fresh canvas without disturbing him, and began working on his own painting. One big, one small, each immersed in their own activity. Mengwan glanced around before picking up a book to read as well. The quiet afternoon, a rare leisurely moment, left all 3 of them feeling relaxed. The clock ticked away, and when they looked up, it was already 4 o'clock. Meng Zhiyao, time to go back. Mengwan walked in, only to find that at some point, Meng Zhiyao had already settled beside Qianixuan, clutching a sketchbook while her gaze seemed glued to Qianixuan's painting. Do you want to stay a little longer? Seeing this scene, Mengwan knew this trip wasn't wasted. Meng Zhiyao shook his head, gripping the picture book, his expression slightly frustrated at not being able to finish reading it. Qianixuan put down his paintbrush and ruffled the boy's hair. Instead of resisting, Meng Zhiyao even handed the book back to him. If you like it, you can take it home with you. Meng Zhiyao shook her head. Qini had warned her not to take others' things casually, because what she liked might be someone else's favorite too. So even if someone offered to give it to her, it might not come from genuine sincerity. Meng Zhiyao didn't fully understand these words, but she still promised Qini not to casually take others' belongings. Qianixuan was somewhat surprised. Most children would have happily accepted upon hearing such an offer, yet Meng Zhiyao clearly loved it but still refused his suggestion. He glanced at Mengwan, who paused momentarily, probably also realizing what kind of educational principles the Meng family had instilled in Meng Zhiyao. Her eyes subtly darting, Mengwan mouthed silently to Qianixuan, who immediately understood and averted his gaze. Do you know about the library, Yao Yao? Qianixuan asked, looking into Meng Zhiyao's eyes. Meng Zhiyao nodded. Qini had taken him there before. It was filled with endless books. Sometimes Qini would exchange a card with the librarian to borrow stacks of books, and he'd always loved the library. You can think of my place as your own library. Return the books you've finished next week, and exchange them for new ones. How does that sound? Qianixuan had gentle eyes and brows, spoke softly and tenderly, and was endlessly patient. Even after knowing him for so long, Mengwan still found it extraordinary. She hadn't interacted with many children, just Tang Li and Meng Zhiyao, and their personalities happened to be polar opposites. Pretending it wasn't a headache to communicate with them would be a lie, yet Qianixuan displayed immense patience with either child, even though he himself was thoroughly weary of social interactions. Meng Zhiyao instinctively looked at Mengwan. Then you must take good care of it. If it gets damaged, you won't be able to borrow new books in the future. Hearing this, Meng Zhiyao nodded eagerly, her little face flushed pink and eyes sparkling brightly as she clutched the picture book tightly to her chest, clearly overjoyed. Qianixuan ruffled her hair, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let's go, I'll take you home. In the car, Meng Zhiyao held onto the bag containing the picture book with great care, treating it like a treasure. Mengwan gently stroked her head before turning her gaze outside. A familiar figure flashed past, causing her to frown. Stop the car. Qianixuan reacted swiftly, pulling over steadily by the roadside. What's wrong? I think I saw Tang Li. Mengwan rolled down the car window and glanced backward. Tang Li, the second son of the Tang family? Meng Wan unbuckled her seatbelt, but paused with her hand on the car handle, turning to glance at Meng Jiao, who was absorbed in his own world. Are you coming with me, or waiting in the car with Brother Yishuan? As she asked this, Meng Wan didn't hold much expectation. Subconsciously, she thought Meng Jiao would choose to stay in the car and wait for her. Unexpectedly, however, Meng Jiao grabbed the corner of her clothes. Meng Wan froze for a moment. She wasn't an overly sentimental person, yet now she felt inexplicably touched. She couldn't quite put the feeling into words. It was like when Tang Li first called her elder sister, that peculiar sense of happiness. Chapter 59 New Little Brother. It might get a bit crowded, do you think you can handle it? Meng Wan made her voice sound especially gentle. Meng Jiao didn't answer, but stubbornly refused to let go. Alright, let's go. Meng Wan gave his soft cheek a little pinch and led him out of the car. The three of them walked back along the road, and sure enough, they spotted a familiar dog by the entrance of the fast food restaurant. Through the glass window, the dog's owner was engrossed in scrolling through his phone, with fries, burgers, and cola laid out on the table, appearing rather carefree and comfortable. Meng Wan calmed the excited dog after noticing her, then tugged Meng Jiao along and headed straight for the dog owner's seat. Qian Yishuan, however, didn't rush to follow them and instead stopped at the counter to order some food. Completely oblivious to the impending confrontation, Tang Li was still passionately playing a mobile game, muttering curses non-stop. Meng Wan was amused and exasperated at the same time, reaching out to snatch his phone away. Oh, Wan? Tang Li looked up, his bravado instantly deflating the moment he recognized Meng Wan. I didn't curse anyone. Meeting Meng Wan's teasing gaze, Tang Li's first instinct was to stand up and defend himself. But the next second, when his eyes caught sight of Meng Jiao standing nearby, Tang Li bristled like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Tang Wan, you actually brought this little brat to a fast food restaurant. You've never taken me here, and you confiscated my phone. Now you're planning to scold me too. Tang Li's eyes widened as his voice grew louder and his tone more indignant. Meng Wan couldn't take it anymore and directly stepped forward to cover his mouth. Fortunately, the fast food restaurant wasn't crowded at this hour, with only a few scattered glances directed their way. Quiet, or I'll delete your gaming account. Tang Yu's eyes were full of accusation, but he did quiet down. Meng Wan patted Meng Jiao to make him sit down, then casually took the seat beside him and resumed the interrupted game battle. The chat box was filled with curses about him going AFK. Meng Wan didn't reply, his fingers flying across the screen as special effects exploded across the display. Within mere seconds, he had taken down 2 enemies, successfully silencing his ranting teammates. Tang Yu puffed up his cheeks, staring fixedly at Meng Jiao with undisguised resentment. Meng Jiao pressed his lips together and hugged the bag in his arms tighter, looking vulnerable, helpless, and pitiful. At that moment, Qian Yishuan came over carrying a kid's meal and sat down beside Tang Yu. Eat up, just to tide you over for now. Children can hardly resist the temptation of such fast food, but Meng Jiao merely licked her lips and didn't reach for it. Eat up. Meng Wan ruffled his hair without ever lifting her gaze from her phone. With permission granted, Meng Jiao finally began eating, slowly and methodically, with an air of elegance, as if savoring steak in a high-end Western restaurant. In contrast, Tang Li, seeing Meng Wan's movements, snorted coldly at Meng Jiao before grabbing a handful of fries and shoving them into his mouth as an act of retaliation, puffing out both cheeks. The game didn't last too long. As soon as the word victory appeared, Meng Wan flipped his phone face down on the table. Playing for so long and still being this bad is one thing, but your trash talk is next level, huh? I told you before, if I hear you cursing again, I'd sell your gear. You sold them? Tang Li instinctively reached to snatch his phone back, but Meng Wan was faster, his palm slammed down on the device. Tang Yu clenched his teeth, seething with anger but not daring to speak out. Speak up. Since Tang Chi has already returned, why are you still here? The old man thinks I'm uncivilized and wants me to stay in the country for a while. Tang Yu pouted, his face clearly displaying the words I'm not convinced. So, you skipped etiquette class and ran away? Tang Yu was called out by Meng Wan, and knowing he was in the wrong, he scoffed but didn't argue. Eat up. When you're done, I'll have someone take you back. I won't. You just want me gone the moment you see me, yet you're happy to take him out to play and eat. Tang Yu pointed at Meng Jiao, his voice dripping with grievance. I had business to attend to. Meng Wan didn't even know why she was explaining herself. It made her feel like a guilty mistress caught in the act. Stop changing the subject. If you're not going back, what do you plan to do? Stay up all night here? Meng Wan rubbed her temples, her tone slightly weary. Tang Li snorted, don't you have a new little brother now? Why bother with me? New little brother. He's my actual younger brother. Tang Yu puffed out his cheeks, poking at the straw in his cola while sulking alone. Qian Yishuan glanced at Meng Wan, silently asking if she needed help, but Meng Wan shook her head in response. Should we take him back with us? Leaving Tang Yu alone here wasn't an option. Kidnappers were rampant these days, and besides, this youngster had grown too wild from staying abroad. Letting him wander alone was bound to lead to trouble. Tang Yu paused for a moment before letting out a humph, neither agreeing nor objecting. In front of the car, Manhwa was at a loss. All right, in front, the two of you can sit in the back. I don't want to sit with him. Let him right up front. Manhwa looked toward Meng Jiao, who refused to let go of her hand. Then you'll sit in the front? I don't want to. Why does he get to sit in the back? Tang Li glared angrily at Meng Jiao, who puffed out her cheeks and gripped Manhwa's hand even tighter, as if saying, she's my sister. Unable to suppress his frustration, Tang Li also tugged at Manhwa. One tug from the left, another from the right. Finally, Manhwa closed her eyes, barely holding back her temper. In the end, the three of them were crammed into the back seat together, while the Tyrannosaurus sprawled at their feet. Manhwa sighed, while Chanishwan ahead of her instead chuckled lightly. It seems you'd be more suited as a psychologist. Cut it out. Right now I can feel the veins at my temples throbbing. Rare to see you like this. Seeing each other all the time? Are you out of your mind? Manhwa widened her eyes, her expression screaming, what nonsense are you talking? But it only made Chanishwan burst out laughing. Suddenly, the Tyrannosaurus nudged Meng Jiao's foot. Startled, she jerked her foot back. Scaredy cat, Tang Li mocked Meng Jiao without mercy upon seeing this. Meng Jiao was visibly annoyed. Her plump, fair hand rested on the Tyrannosaurus's head as she stared at Tang Li, saying nothing yet seemingly saying everything. Now it was Tang Yu's turn to be annoyed. Tyrannosaurus, Tang Yu called out, but the giant reptile not only ignored him, it even licked Meng Jiao's palm. Giggle giggle giggle. Whether from ticklishness or sheer delight, this was the first time Manhwa had ever seen Meng Jiao laugh. The girl and the dog were playing so well together that Tang Yu refused to give up and tried calling Tyrannosaurus again. The moment he opened his mouth, Manhwa pinched his cheeks between two fingers and gave them a playful shake. Tang Yu was forced to shake her head but didn't swat Manhwa's hand away, merely glaring at her discontentedly. After getting out of the car, the velociraptor kept circling Meng Jiao, wagging its tail energetically. Traitor, Tang Yu muttered in displeasure. Yet despite feeling somewhat jealous, with one hand held by Manhwa, she didn't pull away to grab the leash tied around the velociraptor's neck. Chapter 60, Just Not Talking to You. Thank you for today, Manhwa said to Chanishwan as they parted ways at the alley entrance. Are you sure you'll be alright alone? Maybe I should still go with you? Chanishwan asked with concern. Don't worry, you should head back. See you next week. Knowing Manhwa's temperament, Chanishwan said no more and had to drive away under her watchful gaze. Only 3 people remained at the alley entrance. Manhwa held hands with both of them, while the dinosaur crouched obediently at Meng Jiao's feet, neither moving nor making a sound. Can he hold your dinosaur for a moment? Without making the decision herself, Manhwa first sought Tang Li's opinion. Fine by him. His family's so poor, it's no surprise he's never seen such a handsome dog. Tang Li turned his face away, his tone not exactly disdainful but more tsundere in nature. Manhwa glanced at his reddened ears, let out a tch, and ruffled his hair. Little brat, can't you speak properly? Tang Li pouted in protest with another humph. Manhwa couldn't be bothered to argue with a kid and shifted her gaze to Meng Jiao, her voice softening noticeably. The T-Rex really likes you. Could you please help hold its leash? Meng Jiao's eyes lit up as he grasped the rope in his hand, looking at Manhwa with an expression that seemed to say, look what I did. Well done, Manhwa said, ruffling his hair. Meng Jiao lowered his head, a little shy from Manhwa's praise. Beside them, Tang Li watched with jealousy boiling over. You only know how to lecture me. I'd praise you too if you did well. Manhwa calmly countered Tang Li's half-hearted accusation. So he did well? Remaining silent like a mute? I'm just not talking to you. The two bickered noisily, while Meng Jiao, who had been somewhat cheerful moments before, abruptly lost her smile. Her eyes fixed on the rope, her cheeks puffing up unconsciously. Manhwa could easily pick up on shifts in people's moods, but she said nothing about it. She simply gave Meng Jiao's palm a gentle squeeze. Though the gesture was subtle, it carried the magic to make Jiao happy again in an instant. When Chini opened the door, she was startled by a dog suddenly leaping at her. T-Rex, sit. Manhwa scolded, and the Tyrannosaurus actually sat down immediately, wagging its tail while panting with its tongue out, its black pupils sparkling with eager excitement. Chini let out a sigh of relief. Wan, what happened here? It's a long story. Let's head inside first. Manhwa looked visibly exhausted, which made Chini's heart ache. You must be worn out, huh? Lucky it's just this guy causing trouble. Manhwa pulled Tang Li forward from behind her. Say hello. Manhwa rested her hand on the back of Tang Li's neck. Auntie. The tone was somewhat reluctant, but at least the greeting was made. Ah, come in. I just made some water chestnut cakes. Have some. Worried about Manhwa and Meng Jiao all day, Chini had been preoccupied, so Meng Buichuan had her return home early. Chini worried about the children, restless whether sitting or lying down, so she simply made some water chestnut cakes while waiting for their return. The two children sat at the dining table eating the water chestnut cakes. The Tyrannosaurus finally recognized its owner and lay motionless at Tang Li's feet. Wan, what's going on here? Chini pulled Meng Wan into the kitchen. The kid just threw a tantrum. I've already informed the Tang family, and they'll come pick him up soon. How is Yao Yao doing today? Chini's eyes were filled with worry and unease. Meng Wan shook her head. Don't worry, the results were much better than expected. By the way, Mom, I'll need to take him there again next week. Is that okay? Of course. Chini's expression visibly relaxed. To be honest, I find it incredible that Yao Yao is willing to go out with you. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He completely ignores everyone else, even Ji. Chini paused for a moment, then quickly changed the subject. You've only known Yao Yao for a short time, yet he listens to you so well and is willing to go out with you. It seems he really likes you. As parents, seeing their children get along harmoniously brings them great comfort. I'll take him to the Chinese medicine clinic after seeing him off later, so don't expect me back for dinner tonight. Chinese medicine clinic? Are you feeling unwell? Chini frowned and reached her hand toward Meng Wan's forehead. A slight smile curved Meng Wan's lips. From initially feeling flustered by such concern, she had now learned to accept it calmly. Isn't second brother studying at the clinic? I'm going to visit, and I'll check on Master while I'm there. Alright, I'll pack some water chestnut cakes. You can take them along. I deliberately used less sugar so the elderly can enjoy them too. Chini immediately set to work, hastily packing the pastries while remembering to place one on a small plate and hand it to Meng Wan. Have a piece to fill your stomach first. Looking after children is exhausting. Take a short break. With that, she ushered Meng Wan out of the kitchen. Both children turned their gaze toward Meng Wan, who shook her head with resigned amusement, a faint smile playing at her lips. This kind of casual domestic conversation would have been unthinkable back in the Tang household, yet now it had become an undeniable part of her everyday reality. At the dining table, the three enjoyed afternoon tea. Tang Li kept eating while his eyes darted between Meng Wan and Meng Jiao. I've already informed the Tang family driver. I'll see you out later. I'm not going back. Tang Li's face scrunched up. Don't you want your account anymore? You only know how to threaten me with this. Tang Wan, can't you come up with something new? Tang Li pouted, stabbing a piece of pastry with her fork and shoving it into her mouth, chewing angrily. If it works, it's enough. Meng Wan didn't even glance his way. Tang Li seemed to lose her temper, puffing out her cheeks as she stopped eating. She threw down her fork and sprawled out like a spoiled young master, arms crossed defiantly. Meng Wan glanced at Tang Li out of the corner of her eye. Next time come properly instead of sneaking out like this. What if you get kidnapped one day? No one would even know to mourn you. Got it, Tang Yu responded softly, certain images flashing before her eyes. Seeing that Tang Yu still remembered that incident, Meng Wan felt slightly relieved. Fear would keep her from being so reckless next time. The phone vibrated just as Meng Wan finished eating. Let's go, I'll walk you down. Meng Wan grabbed the leash and extended a hand toward Tang Li. Despite trying to act composed, Tang Li's childlike nature betrayed him. The corners of his mouth kept quirking upward uncontrollably. When she took his hand, he shot a triumphant glance at Meng Jiao. The latter remained expressionless, silently setting down his fork without leaving the dining table. Meng Jiao, go to your room when you're done eating. Dragged along by the boy and the dog, Meng Wan only had time to toss out these words before heading out. Don't pull it, go close the door properly, careful not to pinch your fingers. Got it, nag. Mom, I'm leaving. Meng Wan remembered to say goodbye just before the door shut. Chini acknowledged with a sound, emerging just as the door clicked shut behind her. Turning around, she found the dining table already deserted. That kid. Chini glanced at the closed door and muttered to herself, but instead of going after him, she began clearing the dining table. Inside the room, Meng Jiao placed the bag aside and picked up the complete set of paints on the desk, the newest Cass art series that Meng Wan had promised to buy him as long as he went out with her. They had spent the entire day together, so Meng Wan couldn't possibly have had time to prepare it. The only explanation was that she had already purchased it beforehand. Chapter 61, It looks like you have wonderful family. At the alleyway entrance, a black car was parked to the side. Miss Meng, long time no see. Long time no see. Meng Wan hadn't expected it would be Butler Chen who came. Butler Chen looked at Meng Wan. He had originally thought arriving here would leave her utterly devastated, but seeing her now made him realize how narrow-minded he'd been. Meng Wan's back remained ramrod straight. Even living here, her innate elegance still stood distinctly apart from the surroundings. The only difference was that she now carried a subtle gentleness, something absent during her time with the Tang family. It seems you found wonderful new family, Steward Chen remarked, sincerely delighted for Meng Wan. The corners of Meng Wan's lips curled faintly, but she gave no reply. I'll return him to you now, Meng Wan said, ruffling Tang Li's hair. Sorry for the trouble. Steward Chen bowed to Manhwa before opening the rear car door. As the car started, Tang Li rolled down the window, revealing both a person and a dog peeking out. Manhwa, just tell me if you want to leave. Small body, big attitude. Manhwa flicked his forehead. Though the gesture was light, it still left a faint red mark. Buckle your seatbelt. And, I haven't changed my number, so don't sneak out anymore, but you can call me. Tang Li sat in the car, his phone somehow already slipped into his pocket. His gaming gear hadn't been sold off, and the latest battle replay showed victory. He exited the game and opened his contacts. The empty list contained only 2 characters, Manhwa. Tang Li turned off his phone, feeling a twinge of envy toward Meng Jiao. His mother was wonderful. She baked delicious pastries and spoke to him with gentle warmth. Though their home was shabby and small, he seemed genuinely happy. But Tang Li also felt a prick of jealousy, because the only person who had ever treated him unconditionally well now seemed to have been taken away. 2 years earlier. Young master, your tutor is waiting for you. Steward Chen stood outside Tang Li's bedroom door and gave it a soft knock. Meanwhile in the room, Tang Li was curled up on the bed, playing casual games on his tablet. Young master, no studying. Tell him to go back wherever he came from. Annoyed by the nagging, Tang Li hurled a pillow straight at the door. Blocked by the barrier, the pillow fell limply to pile up by the doorway. Head butler Chen sighed helplessly before calling Tang Xing for instructions. The response was characteristically blunt. He ordered Chen to simply unlock the door with a spare key, or break the lock if necessary. By the time the butler returned with the key and opened the door, the room stood completely deserted. Butler Chen immediately had the driver take him downhill to search, never expecting that the cunning Tang Li would squat hidden in the roadside bushes until the Tang family car had driven off before staggering out onto the road. The successfully escaped Tang Li hummed a tuneless melody as he walked down the mountainside. What would have been a 10-minute drive took forever on his little legs, but he stubbornly made the journey. The road was empty on both sides as Tang Li strolled along the sidewalk, pausing every few steps carefree as a lark, completely unaware that someone had already set their sights on him. Whose little runaway master is this? Finally caught one after staking out for so long. Just look at those expensive clothes he's wearing, definitely worth a big score. Keep your voice down, or you'll scare him off. How far could that short stump run anyway? Tell Asan to bring the car and wait at the foot of the hill. 2 men followed not far behind Tang Li, their eyes fixed on him, afraid they might lose him if they weren't careful. Tang Li glanced back at the 2 men and, seeing them walking normally, ignored them and continued on his way. Suddenly, the 2 men rushed forward. One of them hoisted Tang Li onto his shoulder and ran downhill while the other kept close, watching their surroundings warily. Let me go. Who are you? Let me go. Tang Li screamed, kicking his stubby legs furiously and thrashing his head around to avoid the man's attempt to cover his mouth. Be quiet, or you're in for a real hurting, young master. Exactly, we just want the money. Stay quiet and we'll let you go once we get it. Let me go. Let me go. Help, we'll help, MMPH. Tang Yu screamed as the large palm pressed against his entire face. Refusing to submit, he viciously bit down. The assailant yelped in pain, flailing their hand wildly in the air. Seizing the moment, Tang Yu screamed louder than ever. His eyes were bloodshot, but he held back his tears, thrashing and shouting for help incessantly. The car's here, stuff him in quick. This brat's slippery as an eel, damn hard to catch. The man simply clamped Tang Li under his arm. Suddenly, a school bag smashed into his back. With a muffled grunt, the man loosened his grip and Tang Li immediately broke free. As another man reached out to grab him, a flying kick came out of nowhere and sent him sprawling to the ground. Fuck. Who's there? The man crashed onto the concrete floor, scraping off a patch of skin. The sudden kick and the surge of pain made him curse out loud. Hey, what's going on? A black car stopped, and another man in black stepped out. Damn brat, how dare you ruin our plans? The man who got hit by the backpack angrily flung it aside. The 3 men stood in front of Manhwa, closing in step by step. Manhwa stared them down, one hand shielding Tang Li behind her as she slowly backed away. Manhwa. Tang Li tightly clutched Manhwa's sleeve, her voice trembling uncontrollably. I've already called the police. The station is less than 5 minutes away. You'd better leave now if you know what's good for you. The frail-looking girl's eyes shone with determination, showing not a trace of fear. Under her steady gaze, the 3 men grew hesitant, exchanging uncertain glances with each other. Suddenly, police sirens wailed in the distance. Though 2 men took automatic steps backward, the black-clad man descending from the car remained unwilling to retreat. Just 2 kids, grab them and get them in the car quick. The other 2 hesitated, but the man in black gritted his teeth and charged forward first. Fortunately, Manhwa reacted swiftly, aiming a kick at his groin. Yet the man clearly knew his way around a fight. He caught her foot and yanked her toward him. Her face tense, Tang flipped with emotion, using his own strength to hurl him to the ground. Seeing this, the other 2 rushed to help. Even Tang Wan found it somewhat challenging to handle 3 grown men alone. Tang Li shrank to the side, glancing around furtively, then disregarding the sting of the grass, he burrowed into the bushes. When he emerged again, clutching a long, slender branch in his grasp, it bristled with jagged thorns. "Ah," he howled, waving his arms wildly as he charged straight toward the 3 figures. "Damn it!" The branch's thorns snagged the exposed skin of the man clothed in black, the intermittent stinging fueling his rising irritation. The man cursed and grabbed the swinging branch with one hand. Seeing Tang Li about to be yanked away, Tang Wan chose to stop resisting and reached out to pull Tang Li back, only to be shoved hard to the ground by the other man. The concrete ground scorched under the blazing sun, its rough surface scraping bloody scratches across the girl's delicate skin. Tang Wan hissed in pain as the sting from her arm twisted her features into a grimace. Tang Li, tightly shielded in Tang Wan's embrace, stared wide-eyed in shock. Seeing this, the 3 men stepped forward, reaching out toward the pair. Chapter 62 I'm sorry. Tang Li instinctively closed his eyes, yet he could feel Tang Wan holding him even tighter, as if saying, "I won't let them take you away." The embrace inexplicably comforted him. When he opened his eyes, he noticed Tang Wan's clenched jaw and her gaze firmly locked onto the man in black, radiating a desperate resolve to fight to the death. "Hey, what are you doing there?" A security guard from halfway up the hill came running down with a baton. "Damn it." The man in black gritted his teeth, forced to leave. The car started up, and the remaining 2 hastily followed, scurrying away from the spot. "Student, are you okay?" The security guards gathered around. "Please call the police." Tang Wan released Tang Li and slowly stood up, her expression already returning to its usual composed state. Even when she saw her own bloodied arm, she merely furrowed her brows slightly. "Tang Wan, are you alright?" Tang Yu watched as Tang Wan's vision gradually blurred, the tears she'd been holding back now spilling uncontrollably from her eyes. He wiped his tears, but it was futile. The tears kept rolling down uncontrollably. His hands were covered in tiny cuts, his hair was a tangled mess with a few leaves stuck in it, and his clothes had a tear in them somewhere along the way. His face was smeared with a messy mix of snot and tears. At first glance, he looked like a little beggar. Tang Wan had wanted to scold him a few more times, but in the end, she just plucked the leaves from his hair and absent-mindedly ruffled it. "Student, is this your phone?" The security guard, following the noise, had found Tang Wan's phone. "Yes, thank you." Tang Wan took it and turned off the siren. "Who do you belong to?" "Tang family. We've already called the police. Given your condition, I'll call an ambulance for you." "No need, calling the family doctor would be faster." Tang Wan took out a tracksuit from her backpack and, with the security guard's help, roughly wrapped it around her bleeding arm. The guard also knew that wealthy families like theirs had their own private doctors on call, so he didn't say anything more. However, he couldn't help but admire how Tang Wan remained so composed despite such a severe injury. "Let's get in the car first. I'll drive you back, and we'll need to discuss the details later." Tang Wan didn't refuse. Holding Tang Yu's hand, she got into the car. Throughout the ride, Tang Yu remained silent, only gripping Tang Wan's hand tightly. "Mr. Tang, here's the situation. Your younger son ran out and encountered human traffickers, but, don't worry, he's fine now. He met your daughter. Your daughter was very brave, though she got hurt." "Oh, I see. You're busy now? Fine." The security guard hung up the phone, looking somewhat awkward. His 2 children had nearly been kidnapped, yet the father only cared about his business. The guard glanced at the siblings, thoughts drifting to his own 3-year-old daughter, his eyes brimming with sympathy. "Mr. Tang is occupied and said to discuss specifics with your housekeeper. Please have a seat for now. Housekeeper Chen should be arriving shortly." Tang Wan seemed accustomed to this, settling onto the sofa without fuss. Aunt Lu looked heartbroken, hastily bringing over a first aid kit while simultaneously contacting their family physician. "Oh dear, this. Aunt Lu gasped at the sight of the wound, momentarily frozen, unsure how to proceed. In contrast, Tang Wan remained remarkably composed, as if she weren't the injured party, calmly guiding Aunt Lu through cleaning her wound. Soon after, Butler Chen entered with the police to gather details. Tang Wan cooperated coolly throughout, even providing the license plate number and descriptions of 2 attackers. That was quick thinking, but still too reckless. If security hadn't arrived when they did, they could have taken you both away. "Thank the police uncle and the security uncle." Tang Wan patted Tang Yu's head as the latter seemed still dazed, obediently following Tang Wan's instruction. "Don't run off like that next time. Look at what your sister went through for you. A little man like you should be the one protecting his sister." The police officer ruffled his hair and then followed Butler Chen out. Only Aunt Lu, Tang Yu, Tang Wan, and the family doctor, who was dressing Tang Wan's wounds, remained in the hall. "All done now. Don't get the wound wet for the next couple of days. Contact me immediately if you develop a fever, and avoid spicy foods." "Alright, thank you for your trouble. Don't mention it. Aunt Lu, please see the doctor out." Only the siblings remained in the hall. Tang Wan crossed her legs and looked at Tang Yu, who was huddled in a corner of the sofa. Now you're scared? Tang Li didn't speak, his eyes darting away. Seeing this rare timid look from the mischievous troublemaker, Tang Wan lost his urge to lecture him. Judging by Tang Li's current state, he'd probably behave better for quite some time. The doctor's medication wasn't very effective. He'd have to visit the Chinese medicine clinic tomorrow, though he'd inevitably endure some scolding from the old man. I'm sorry. Tang Wan, lost in thought, jerked to attention. What did you say? I'm sorry, I didn't know it would turn out like this. I just didn't want to go to class. I never meant to hurt you. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Tang Li broke into loud sobs, chanting I'm sorry over and over. Watching him with his face smeared in snot and tears, Tang Wan felt a twinge of disgust, but it ultimately melted into a sigh. Come here, Tang Wan beckoned, and Tang Li crawled over on all fours across the sofa. Though they were supposedly close, their relationship was more like that of two ferrets in a sack, playing pranks on each other, never letting the other have peace. Love was scarce, but playful antagonism was abundant. After all, Tang Li was only 5 years old, and Tang Wan had long since been toughened by Tang Chi's trials, so she never came out on the losing end, yet the boy still made it a daily ritual to circle around her without fail. Tang Wan knew he just craved attention, and when boredom struck, she'd sometimes indulge him with a game or two. This incident might not be a bad thing for Tang Li, who had been spoiled to the point of becoming somewhat capricious. Enough, you're not even hurt. Crying like this is so embarrassing, Tang Wan complained, yet still took 2 tissues to wipe his face. I won't play any pranks on you these few days. Tang Li had cried so hard that his entire body was shuddering with each sob. Tang Wan flicked his forehead and said nothing. During that period, Tang Li behaved like a remorseful child desperately seeking forgiveness, keeping a straight face as he fetched snacks for Tang Wan, poured her water, then left immediately without lingering. At first, Tang Wan wondered what was wrong with him, but eventually she just let him be. The 3 men were captured soon after, but shockingly they turned out to be repeat offenders who had already taken 2 lives prior to this incident. Their first victim bled to death en route to the hospital after having limbs severed during extortion, while the second was executed when the ransom wasn't paid. Tang Li became their third. It was only after seeing the news that Tang Yu realized how close he had come to never making it back alive. After that, Tang Yu woke up terrified several times. By the time Tang Wan found out about the incident, the dark circles under Tang Yu's eyes were practically dragging on the floor. Later, Tang Wan passed by a pet shop and, for reasons even he couldn't explain, brought home a dog. The smart little pup kept circling around Tang Yu. Disloyal little thing, you can have it, he said. Considering Tang Li's injury, Tang Hao didn't argue and happily accepted it. Miraculously, Tang Hao never had nightmares again. That dog turned out to be the current Tyrannosaurus. But shortly after this, Tang Hao was sent to Country M. Chapter 63, Compared to Tang Wan, are you even worthy? Young master, we've arrived. The butler opened the car door as the boy and his dog stepped out. The mansion felt utterly lifeless, with only a handful of scattered servants breaking the stillness. Won't anyone be home for dinner tonight? The childish face wore a chilliness that didn't match his age. Both the master and mistress are attending evening banquets, but the young mistress is upstairs, Aunt Lu said as she took out and arranged the shoes. Have my dinner sent to my room. Come on, Rex. Tang Li's tone was devoid of inflection as he changed shoes and tugged on Rex's leash heading upstairs. Just when he was already in low spirits, he happened to bump into Tang Zi, who was coming downstairs. In no mood for mischief as usual, Tang Li kept descending with Rex in tow. After all, I am your own sister. Couldn't you at least greet me when we meet? Tang Zi's tone dripped with undisguised irritation at Tang Yu's indifference. At the Meng family's home, how would Meng Jiao dare treat her like this? Tang Li halted his steps and let out a mocking laugh. Calling you young mistress once, and you really think you can compare to me? Tang Zi's face fell instantly. The 2 brothers undermining her dignity one after another had already put her in an extremely foul mood. Is Mengwan even worthy? Don't forget she bears the Meng surname now. Tang Zi clenched her fists tightly. Anger overpowered her fear as she reached out, while Tang Li remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. So what? You certainly know how to flatter yourself. Compared to Tang Wan, are you even qualified? As soon as Tang Li finished speaking, a piercing scream echoed through the entire villa, accompanied by the sight of a figure tumbling uncontrollably down the staircase. On the other side, Meng Wan, who had just seen Tang Yu off, boarded a bus heading to the Chinese medicine clinic. The alley remained as quiet as ever, even on a weekend. It didn't become any livelier. Stepping into the backyard, the door remained wide open as carelessly as ever. Qin Xiong lay reclined in his mandarin chair, listening to Peking opera while humming a few lines intermittently, looking utterly at ease. Didn't eat anything this time? Good heavens, am I seeing things in broad daylight? What brings you here, little one? Qin Xiong sat up, teasing Manhwa with his words though the corners of his mouth were practically reaching his temples. Coming to see my brother, Manhwa deliberately provoked Qin Xiong. You heartless brat. Heartless? Well then, I'll just give these to Qinlu and the others. Manhwa shook the bag in her hand. What's this? Qin Xiong's eyes lit up. Ever since Manhwa had cleared out the snacks last time, his mouth had been feeling quite lonely. My mom asked me to bring this water chestnut cake, freshly made. Manhwa opened the box and set out the forks. Qin Xiong didn't stand on ceremony either, picking up a piece and eating it, savoring it with narrowed eyes. Really good. Don't eat too much, save some for Qinlu. I know. Qin Xiong waved his hand dismissively. Where are the two of them? Though asking about them, Manhwa didn't move to find them. Instead, she pulled up a chair and sat down beside Qin Xiong. They're in the front courtyard. So, your thoughts? Not bad at all, learns quickly and accurately, treats others with kindness and courtesy. Quite a promising seedling. In the time it took to utter those 2 sentences, Qin Xiong had already devoured 3 pieces of water chestnut cake. Manhwa nodded slightly. It was pretty much what she had expected. Has that brat Yanian come back? She's back. She went to see Aunt Jiang as soon as she arrived. Qin Xiong put down his fork and sighed. The situation isn't very optimistic. I believe I don't need to elaborate for you to understand. Manhwa pressed her lips together and lowered her head in silence. She knew it, of course. Yan Yan must have known too. But since Yan Yan remained silent, she wouldn't be the one to voice it aloud. People always need something to hold on to. They firmly believed perseverance outweighed miracles. Whatever goals they set, they would exert their utmost effort, pouring 200% of their energy into achieving them. But now, she finds herself hoping for a miracle. Master, here's the inventory list for restocking. Could you verify? Wan? In the midst of the silence, Meng Zhili hurried over with a list in hand. When he spotted Manhwa, he paused briefly before smiling. Bro, how are you feeling? Getting used to things yet? Manhwa waved at him. Without realizing it, Manhwa had grown closer to the Meng family, though she herself seemed oblivious to this change. It's good. When did you get here? Just now. Mom made some water chestnut cakes and asked me to bring some for Master to try. How's Yao Yao? Pretty good. Manhwa raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Meng Zhili found it adorable and ruffled Manhwa's hair. You've worked hard. Meng Zhili, have you signed the form yet? Before Qinlu even arrived, his voice rang out first. Startled by the shout, Meng Zhili suddenly remembered the task at hand and chuckled sheepishly. Master, forgive me. Been running around all day, about time to close up and grab a meal. Qin Xiong took the pen and paper, signing his name with a flourish. Alright. No sooner had Meng Zhili left than Qinlu stepped out right after. Oh my, isn't this our stunningly beautiful and extraordinarily brilliant sister Wan? You're quite comfortable calling me by my full name, aren't you? I was wrong. Qinlu clasped his hands together and immediately apologized, without the slightest hesitation. Manhwa had long grown accustomed to Qinlu's sly ways, giving him a playful tap on the head. Go have a piece of water chestnut cake. Your sister Wan's mother made these by hand, flavor that gives Yuan Fengzhai a run for its money. Well then, I simply must try some. Qinlu took one bite, and his eyes instantly lit up. Before long, he'd polished off over half the plate. Hey, I said have one piece, not demolish the whole plate. Where's your respect for etiquette? Alright, enough, stop eating, there's hardly any left. Qin Xiong tried intercepting him, but Qinlu kept finding ways to sneak pieces, one from the left, another from the right. The small courtyard was bustling with noise, yet Manhwa made no attempt to stop it, simply watching with a smile so unconsciously tender that it made one's heart melt, wishing they could lay all the world's beautiful things at her feet. When Meng Zhili arrived, this was the scene that greeted him. He knew Manhwa was living well, yet somehow, whenever he saw her wear such an expression, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. To others, it might have been just another ordinary day, but to Manhwa, it seemed extraordinarily precious. She appeared carefree and unrestrained, yet only those who truly knew her understood just how deeply, how profoundly she cherished those around her. Let's go, move the table. While lost in thought, Qinlu approached him unnoticed, pulling him toward the central courtyard. That room is reserved for Wanjia. If she's willing, the entire traditional Chinese medicine clinic could be hers, Qinlu said, pointing to the largest and brightest room in the courtyard, second only to Qin Xiong's quarters. You're implying something, aren't you? Meng Zhili naturally caught the underlying meaning in Qinlu's words. If Wanjia hadn't brought you here, you wouldn't have lived past 25. Qinlu's words left Meng Zhili momentarily stunned. Qinlu shot him a glance, showing no surprise whatsoever. Figured you wouldn't know. If you don't believe, I believe you. Meng Zhili cut Qinlu off mid-sentence. He knew his own body well. He'd thought at best he might extend his life by a few years, so he'd never mentioned it to his family and held no hopes himself. But according to Qinlu's tone, it clearly meant his condition could be cured. Looking at his slightly stunned face, Chenlu curled his lips. Whether you know or not, what I want to say is, I admit you're capable, but if sis one suffers even the slightest grievance in your main family, forget about master definitely kicking you out. I, Chenlu, will be the first to beat you to a pulp before throwing you out. Chapter 64, Then Beat Me Up. The 13 or 14-year-old boy, devoid of his usual nonchalance, spoke with utmost seriousness, his eyes brimming with unwavering determination. Alright, if I really let Wanwan down, you can just beat me up and throw me out. Meng Jili could sense the young man's sincerity, so he didn't respond casually either. He gave his answer with genuine seriousness. As dinner was drawing to a close, a low rumble of thunder suddenly rolled across the sky. It's going to rain. Qin Xiong glanced at the sky, dark and indistinguishable. Then we won't linger either. Right, school's tomorrow. Take an umbrella when you leave, don't get caught in the rain. Qin Xiong, who had initially wanted Meng Wan to stay the night, suddenly remembered tomorrow was Monday. Go fetch me one. Meng Wan didn't specify who, but Chenlu immediately shoveled the last bite from his bowl, set it down, and strode toward the front courtyard. No sooner had the two left than another low thunderclap rolled in. Within moments, the patter of rain began to fall. Chenlu sat on the doorstep, watching raindrops fall into the courtyard and gradually form small puddles, his gaze growing increasingly unfocused. The sky darkened as the rain intensified. A boy barely over 10 years old hurriedly dashed into the alley, splashing water from the puddles onto his shoes. Those already worn through soles finally chose this moment to give up completely. Glancing at the delaminate canvas shoes, then back behind him, the boy clicked his tongue in frustration and huddled against the corner wall, deciding to wait out the storm. He removed his ruined shoes, confirming they were beyond repair before setting them aside. With his hair dripping wet, the boy made no pretense of propriety. He tugged at his oversized, ill-fitting t-shirt, pulled it over his head, and casually wiped his face before gazing blankly at the falling rain. It happened to be the rainy season, with frequent showers falling intermittently. The umbrella-less boy had already been drenched several times. Nestled in a corner, he found a more comfortable spot to lean against and was about to take a nap when someone disrupted his plans against his will. Frowning, the boy got up, carrying his shoes, and walked toward the source of the noise. How about it, young miss? Just transfer us some money, and we'll let you go. After all, you're from a prestigious academy, this amount should be nothing to you, right? That's right, have mercy on us, young miss. I haven't eaten for 3 days, the blonde-haired guy said, exchanging a glance with his companion before bursting into laughter. Two boys encircled a girl in an elegant school uniform, taking turns to jeer at her while emitting disgusting laughter. The girl held an umbrella, her expression obscured from view. Hey, what are you doing? The young man rubbed his head, visibly annoyed. The two boys jumped in fright, then relaxed upon seeing who it was. Scared us there, if it isn't little orphan Lou. Hey now. Don't say no, mother, she just ran off with another man, that's all. Right. The undisguised mockery and laughter from the two made Chenlu's face darken. Yellow hair, did I not hit you hard enough last time for you to remember your lesson? Xiaoluzi's glare made Yellow Hair instinctively shrink back. What a lunatic, Yellow Hair spat in disgust. Last time, he just said your mother's a whore, and that guy went crazy, picking up a brick and smashing it right on his head. He still feels his head buzzing from it. So he's the one who hit you? The companion sized up Xiao Lu with disdain in his eyes. I suggest you mind your own business and get lost. Xiao Lu's temper flared, and he hurled the shoe in his hand. The blonde companion blocked it with his hand, sending the shoe flying to a lonely corner. Tangwan tilted her umbrella slightly backward, locking eyes with Xiao Lu. Just go straight and you'll be out. Little Lu's words only made his blonde companion more irritated. Huh? Trying to play the knight in shining armor? The blonde companion moved to grab Tangwan's shoulder, but the latter casually blocked him with an umbrella. Whether I'm playing knight or not, I just fucking can't stand you. The malnourished boy barely over 10 years old looked frail, yet his presence didn't diminish an ounce facing two teenagers twice his size. With no meeting of minds even in half a sentence, little Lu glanced around before picking up a stick near the trash bin and testing its weight in his hand. Brother Long, that kid's a total lunatic, let's get out of here. The blonde-haired guy sized up the situation and lost his nerve, whispering urgently to his companion. Unlike them, Little Six was completely alone in the world with no ties holding him back. Naturally, he fought like a wild animal. Anyone who deliberately mocked him regretted it. None ever walked away unscathed. Over time, people in the neighborhood learned not to provoke him intentionally, limiting themselves to just harmless verbal jabs. What's there to be afraid of? Two grown men can't take down a kid? If this gets out, how the hell am I supposed to keep my reputation? Long shoved the blonde guy, thoroughly disgusted by his cowardice. Enough. Long cut him off impatiently. Keep an eye on that girl, don't let her get away. Seeing this, the blonde gritted his teeth, took a few steps back and blocked the alley entrance. At that very moment, Xiaoluzi raised his stick and charged forward, swinging straight at Along's shoulder. After all, Along was much stronger than Xiaoluzi, and taller too, quickly overpowering him. The stick was flung aside, but Xiaoluzi showed no intention of backing down. Along threw punch after punch, but Xiaoluzi dodged each one using his height and size advantage. Every missed strike made Along increasingly frustrated. Cursing under his breath, he abruptly reached out and locked his arm around Xiaoluzi's neck. Ah! Along's back was suddenly jabbed by the sharp tip of an umbrella, who knows where it hit, and his strength instantly drained away, allowing Xiaoluzi to slip free. Aragon fumed, turning around to settle scores with Tang Wan, just as Xiaoluzi seized the moment to pounce, wrapping his arms around his neck to pull him backward. Damn it, come help. At Aragon's furious shout, Blondie hastily rushed forward only to be tripped flat on his face by Tang Wan's umbrella. Useless bastard. Aragon cursed, one hand clutching Xiaoluzi's wrist while the other fumbled for something in his pocket. A cold glint flashed as Xiaoluzi gasped and was thrown to the ground. Clutching his calf, blood seeped through his fingers and dripped down. Trying to fight me? Drop dead. Along's voice was vicious as he flicked his knife and lunged toward Xiaoluzi on the ground, but with a gentle flick of an umbrella, the blade was sent flying from Along's hand. Along immediately reached to grab the umbrella, but Tang Wan swiftly retracted it first. The umbrella spun in Tang Wan's grip, and as Along turned around, the handle struck him square on the bridge of his nose. Something warm trickled from his nostrils. Along touched his nose, his fingers came away stained crimson. Along was furious, yet Tang Wan remained utterly composed, strikingly so, as the crisp sound of splitting air accompanied her swing of the umbrella. Along instinctively stepped back, about to call for Blondie's help, only to find him already lying on the ground, his hand twisted at an unnatural angle, his face contorted in agony. Without another thought, Along cursed under his breath, "Damn it," and bolted for the alley's exit. In his haste, he tripped over Sixth Boy, nearly face-planting. Seeing this, Blondie gritted his teeth, forced himself up, and staggered after Along as they fled the alley. The alley fell silent again, and the rain, at some point, had stopped. Chapter 65, One sentence shatters two defenses. Can you still walk? Tang Wan extended her hand, but the sight of this immaculately clean girl made Xiao Lu withdraw his own outstretched palm. Gritting his teeth, he tried to stand, only to sway backward uncontrollably. Fortunately, Tang Wan reacted swiftly and caught him by the arm. Thanks. Xiao Lu leaned against the wall. Sorry, got you dirty. He couldn't bring himself to meet her eyes as he spoke. Her outfit alone screamed privileged young miss from a happy family. He could throw punches at street thugs without hesitation, yet the sight of these spotless school uniforms always choked him with unstirrable shame. Dirty? Where? The girl's voice was like a clear spring. Xiaoluzi looked up to see Tang Wan staring at her own school uniform in confusion, perfectly clean without a single stain of mud. Xiaoluzi's mouth opened and closed wordlessly. Filthy. Where did this little beggar come from? Mom, he stinks so bad. You poor thing. Are you okay? Get lost. Parentless kids are truly pitiable. Fatherless, motherless wild child, bastard. His mom ran away, abandoned him. These words and countless sneering faces kept replaying in his mind. Little Lu's expression twisted in pain, his head throbbing as if swarmed by bees. Hey, you okay? Tang Wan frowned as she observed little Lu's flushed face. Tang Wan crouched down, rummaged through her backpack for a silk scarf, and bandaged Xiaoluzi's wound. Hey, kid. Tang Wan gently patted Xiaoluzi's cheek. The boy mumbled something without opening his eyes, his breathing growing rapid. Tang Wan touched his forehead, sighed, then slung her backpack over her front and resignedly hoisted him onto her back. Fortunately, Xiaoluzi was much lighter than an average 10-year-old. Even 14-year-old Tang Wan could carry him effortlessly. Where did you pick up another kid this time? Found it. Let me hold him while you go change. I'll just go buy something and be right back. In my days, I heard two voices conversing, one slightly aged, the other ethereal and crisp, yet both seeming to drift over from somewhere far away. When I woke up again, I found myself lying in a completely unfamiliar place. The blanket carried the comforting scent of sunshine, easing my mind. Xiaoluzi's eyes slowly closed, only for him to bolt upright the next second. The sudden movement brought a wave of darkness before his eyes, sending him collapsing back down. Still running a high fever, best lie still. Your leg isn't badly injured, it'll heal in a few days. Only then did Xiaoluzi notice an elderly man standing by the table in the room, carefully sorting medicinal herbs with a small scale in hand. I don't have any money. The clothes on my body had been changed. Without even looking, I could tell, nothing pricked against my skin, so comfortable, so perfectly fitted. What should we do then? How about staying and working for me? The old man chuckled cheerfully, placing the scale on the table as he walked over. I'm very strong, I can help you carry things. The speaker meant nothing by it, but the listener took it to heart. Xiao Liuzi lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes empty and hollow. Quite strong. You look much skinnier than kids your age. These are wooden crates filled with precious medicinal herbs. What if they get damaged? Qin Xiong said as he draped a damp towel over the boy's head. Xiao Liuzi was forced to close his eyes, his senses instantly heightened. I'm really good at fighting. This isn't some gangster den. What do you want me to do? What to do? That requires careful consideration. As he spoke, the old man's footsteps grew distant. Where are you going? I'm not going anywhere. Just rest easy lying there. This old man has no intention of hiring an invalid to work for him. Where's the person who brought me here? You mean Wan Wan? She went to change clothes. That little girl is quite strong. She carried you all the way here. What happened? Xiao Lu fell silent. I can guess. Young as she is, she's quite responsible. Where are your parents? He's dead. Xiao Liuzi's tone was so flat it showed no trace of fluctuation. Now it was Qin Xiong's turn to fall silent. You don't need to act this way. Being dead is actually quite alright. What's your name? Little Six. Little Six? Six for smooth sailing? Just rolls off the tongue, that's all. Didn't even have a proper surname. Lying on his bed, Little Six chuckled wryly to himself. Then where do you live? Where do you go to school? Anywhere would do. Being alone, what difference did it make where he lived? Not going to school anymore. It's pointless. Whether teachers or classmates, good or bad, they all made him feel weary. Qin Xiong fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. The door creaked as Tang Wan walked in, holding a shoebox in her hand. Master. Did you drink the ginger tea? I did. Tang Wan opened the shoebox and placed the shoes by the bedside. Standing up, she removed the towel only to realize Xia Luzi was already awake. You're awake? Your shoes met a heroic end, so I got you a new pair. Thanks for your help. Her tone wasn't condescending at all, as natural as asking about the weather. It was already broken. Well then, it works out. You've got new shoes now. Tang Wan draped the towel back over his head. Xiao Liuzi hadn't expected such a response and was momentarily speechless. Qin Xiong, however, burst out laughing. This girl's always like this. Just wear them, the tags are off already. Besides, there aren't any other kids your age around her. You're the only one who can wear them anyway. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Liuzi whispered his thanks. Tonics? For him to drink? Tang Wan picked up one of the medicines, sniffed it, then put it back. His physical constitution isn't bad, just somewhat malnourished. Let's regulate him first. Once his nutrition improves, then he can grow taller. No need, I'll be leaving shortly. Xiao Liuzi knew they were talking about him. Leave? Where to? Will you come back tomorrow then? I'll need to prepare the tonic in advance. A young man won't find a wife if he ends up only 5 feet tall. Not coming back. I'll repay you once I've earned the money. Xiao Lu removed the towel from his head. Having learned from experience, he sat up slowly this time. You're underage, you can't legally work. Planning to rob or steal then? Even if we count you as 18 when repaying, that's 8 years away. Factor in inflation, TSK, seems like a bad deal. Mengwan turned around, crossing her arms as she studied him. What do you want me to do? Xiao Liuzi pressed his lips tight. I actually have an idea. Tang Wan's words made Xiao Liuzi instinctively look at her. Seeing you like this, you must be struggling to make ends meet. Want to stay here? Tang Wan sized him up. Are you pitying me? Is there anything about you that needs my pity? Tang Wan's rhetorical question left Xiao Liuzi speechless, yet she continued talking as if completely unaware. Judging by your condition, you seem decent enough. My master's getting old and needs an assistant. Want to give it a try? Let me be clear up front, room and board are covered, but no wages. To put it simply, free labor. Free labor. Getting old. A single sentence shattered both their defenses. Chapter 66, Taking You Home. I'm not reduced to this point yet. Good. Before Qin Xiong could finish speaking, Xiao Liuzi immediately agreed. He wasn't stupid, nor did he think this wounded his pride. For a 10-year-old kid like him, having a place to eat and sleep, something that could keep him alive, was already good enough. What more could he possibly expect? Would wandering outside like a stray dog and fighting others really protect his so-called self-respect? Tang Wan was satisfied with his sensible attitude. Had he insisted on leaving, she would never have stopped him. Opportunities came only once, whether to seize it or not was entirely up to him. Forcing someone to stay would just be meaningless. Do you have things like a household registration booklet? Xiao Liuzi looked confused. What's that? Tang Wan frowned as Qin Xiong motioned her over and whispered a few words in her ear. Xiao Liuzi watched the two of them, feeling inexplicably uneasy. He didn't want to see expressions like pity or sympathy. He had seen them far too often. People were always self-righteous, assuming he must feel a certain way. The truth was, he got along just fine on his own and never considered himself pitiable, yet others constantly projected their own imagined emotions onto him. But from start to finish, Tang Wan never showed any such expression. Her tone remained calm and businesslike, yet it wasn't overbearing. Instead, it put him at ease. In a couple of days, I'll take you to register for residency and enroll you in school. If you fall behind in any subjects, I'll arrange for someone to tutor you separately. Go to school? Got a problem? If you want my help, you should at least be literate. Don't worry, the investment I'm making in you now will automatically extend your work duration here. Cruel taskmaster, Xiaolu muttered under his breath, though he was secretly happy. Extended work meant he'd have a place to stay, food to eat, and most importantly, he could attend school too. My surname is Tang, not Zhou. Tang Wan's rare attempt at humor only made the atmosphere freeze. Xiao Liuzi gave her a somewhat disdainful look, causing her to rub her nose awkwardly and pretend to glance outside. Qin Xiong watched the two children and chuckled softly before continuing to prepare the medicine. Would you like to change your name? Tang Wan asked before leaving. Anything is fine. If you don't have any ideas, how about taking my surname? Qin Xiong said with a kindly smile. Chenlu doesn't sound too bad, does it? 666s bring great fortune, everything will go smoothly, all your wishes will come true. Looked at this way, it's actually quite a nice name. Chenlu. I have no wife, let alone children. If I did have a wife, my grandson might be about your age. If you don't mind, you could bear my surname. Xiaoluzi picked at his nails, head bowed, uncharacteristically shy. He sniffled, swallowing down the lump in his throat. I don't mind, thank you. Tang Wan worked with remarkable efficiency. In less than a week, she had not only completed all the necessary paperwork but also successfully enrolled Chen Lu in school. Another day arrived, and as Tang Wan stepped into the clinic, she saw Qin Xiong holding an umbrella, about to head out. Master, where are you going? Little Wan's here? It's about to rain. Xiolia rushed off to school this morning without his umbrella. I'm going to take it to him. With those stiff old arms and legs of yours, you might slip and fall on the wet road. I'll go instead. Stiff old arms and legs, I'm perfectly fit. Qin Xiong raised the umbrella as if to hit her, but only tapped her lightly. Tang Wan didn't dodge, just stood there obediently taking it. Yes, you're as spry as any 20-year-old, can hop and jump with the best of them. Qin Xiong chuckled with playful exasperation as he handed her the umbrella. Be careful on your way, it's slippery. Got it, you should go rest now. Tang Wan waved without turning back as she walked away. Halfway through her journey, the rain began pattering down. Though not heavy, the persistent drizzle made for an unpleasant soaking. Oh, it's raining. I've got an umbrella. Let's go together. Students were gradually filing out of the teaching building. Chen Lu stared blankly at the increasingly heavy rain. Chen Lu, didn't you bring an umbrella? I forgot. I didn't bring one either, but my mom will pick me up. Let's go back together. No need. Chen Lu shielded his head with his school bag. Isn't your mom coming to get you? Chen Lu didn't speak. He disliked discussing his personal matters. I'll take my leave first. Just as Chen Lu was about to step out, a voice stopped him. Chen Lu. Chen Lu withdrew his outstretched leg looking up to see Tang Wan holding an umbrella while carrying another, strolling through the rain toward him. Chen Lu, who's that? Your sister? She's so pretty. Chen Lu vaguely responded, his eyes following Tang Wan. What brings you here? Chen Lu took the umbrella Tang Wan handed him. To take you home. Chen Lu pursed his lips, his pupils contracting slightly. It had been so long since he'd last heard the word home. Did he have a home now? Let's go. Tang Wan took 2 steps forward, only to realize Chen Lu hadn't moved from his spot. Chen Lu responded and followed, but after just a few steps, he paused again, glancing back at his classmate. My family is here to pick me up, I'm heading home first. Alright, see you tomorrow, the classmate said with a smile, waving at him. See you tomorrow, Chen Lu replied, copying the wave with a grin on his face. By the time they reached the clinic entrance, the rain had stopped. Tang Wan closed her umbrella and pushed open the door. You're back? Qin Xiong stepped out. Tang Wan took the umbrella from Chen Lu and placed it in the umbrella stand by the door. Yes, I'm back. I'm home, Chen Lu said softly. The rainy season seemed to have passed already. Xiao Lu, what are you doing sitting at the door? Come inside quickly before you catch cold. Qin Xiong's nagging pulled Chen Lu's wandering thoughts back to reality. Coming, replied Chen Lu as he stood up, brushed off his clothes, and walked inside. Outside, the rain fell heavier and heavier. The two waited at the bus stop for its arrival. A ringtone sounded. Meng Wan took out her phone, gestured to Meng Zhili, and stepped aside to answer the call. Wan, as you said, Jingsu has posted comments targeting the company online. It's already trending. Should we do PR damage control? No need. Let him make a scene a little longer. What about He-Tong and the others? He-Tong is on his way here, and Meng Jilian is still training in the practice room. Good. Contact Tianwei to pick me up. I'll head over now. Prepare for a meeting in half an hour and have the PR team join. Should we inform President Yan? Meng Wan pondered for a moment. Never mind, he just finished a project. Let him rest for a few days first. Understood. I'll contact Tianwei to pick you up right away. Hanging up the phone, Meng Wan put her mobile away. What's the matter? Something came up, so I won't be heading back with you. Is it serious? Can I help? Meng Jili asked with concern. Just a minor thing. Someone will come pick me up later. I won't be home tonight. Please let mom and dad know for me. When did she ever need to report her own itinerary? The moment the words left her mouth, Mengwan herself felt astonished. Chapter 67. To solve the most important matter. When Tianwei arrived, Meng Jili still wore an expression of unease. Let me go with you. No need, I'm just worried about disturbing my parents' rest if I come home too late. They've been exhausted lately with the renovation work. Don't worry, it's nothing to be concerned about. I know you're excellent, but don't push yourself too hard, okay? Meng Jili grabbed the car window to give last-minute advice before leaving. Mengwan looked somewhat helpless, yet the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She nodded slightly. Good night in advance, see you tomorrow. Meng Jili gently ruffled her hair. Good night, see you tomorrow. The car started moving, and Meng Jili stood at the bus stop, his gaze fixed on the direction the vehicle had departed, his expression still clouded with lingering worry. In the car, Mengwan browsed through the latest trending topics. Jingsu still had some sense. He deliberately chose a time when most people were free and even included the diagnostic record. He concealed his own actions, instead emphasizing that the company had deliberately provoked him into terminating his contract for the sake of Hitong and to promote a rookie who got in through connections. He argued his case forcefully but was still beaten. His sincere words would evoke sympathy from any onlooker, let alone his devoted fans. But Hitong's fans were no pushovers either. The two fanbases clashed fiercely, all now demanding a statement and the truth under the company's official account. Some were even rallying to boycott the rookie's debut. How are things with the Jing family collaboration progressing? As per your instructions, we halted the signing meeting yesterday. It seems the other party remains unaware of what their son has done. We'll know soon enough. Everyone should pay some price for their actions. Mengwan put down her phone and looked out the window. The lawyer is already on his way. All the relevant evidence has been collected. 3 victims have agreed to appear on camera, while the others are willing to provide voice testimony. No need for video appearances. Remember to pixelate and modulate the voices of those already recorded. Some wounds are deep enough after one hurt. We must never subject them to secondary trauma. Tianwei's grip on the steering wheel tightened subtly, her professional composure allowing her to expertly rein in her temper. I understand. Mengwan exhaled deeply, rubbing her temples. She had only intended to dig up his scandals, yet she stumbled upon these vile things as well. The world has so much garbage. Tianwei's throat tightened as she thought of her mother still lying in a hospital bed. Yes, how could there be so much garbage? The two walked in silence. By the time they reached the company building, Tianwei had already composed herself. The high-rise blazed with lights as they took the private elevator straight to the conference room. Everyone had already arrived. There were even 2 extra people present. Yanni raised his hand to greet her and pointed to the empty seat of honor beside him. Without much small talk, the group got straight to the point. You're all probably aware of what's happening online. It's not a big issue. The PR department can go ahead and release a statement immediately, highlighting Jingsu's non-cooperation with company policies and Zhu Shi's abuse of authority in violation of corporate terms at the forefront. Make sure to include all relevant evidence and videos, ensuring there are no loopholes that could be exploited. As soon as Mengwani took her seat, her commanding presence filled the room. Yes, responded the PR manager, jotting down key points in her notebook with a serious expression. Xiao Zhu. After all, he was someone she had personally mentored, and Bai Liling still felt somewhat reluctant. Bai Jia, you don't need me to tell you who wrote Jingsu's statement, do you? Mengwan glanced sideways at Bai Liling, who froze for a moment before lowering her head in silence. If there are no objections, the PR department can start drafting the relevant copy now. Mengwan clasped her hands together, resting them beneath her chin with an air of casual authority that somehow demanded attention. As the PR manager withdrew, Mengwan turned her gaze to Hitong. He was already accustomed to such matters, especially since he had been dragged into this situation for no reason. Nothing could feel more frustrating. Haven't you been building a sharp-tongued persona lately? Calling it building a persona is going a bit too far, Hitong countered, though there wasn't a hint of anger in his tone. Bai Jia, assist Hitong with starting the live stream. Now, what should I say? Hitong was slightly taken aback by the sudden instruction. Say whatever you want. Just go all out? Hitong raised an eyebrow, a faint excitement visible in his eyes. Just confront them directly. Mengwan directly answered Hitong's question. Hitong whistled and slowly rose to his feet. Let's go, my dear white-clad agent Bai. Sister Bai. Before Bai Liling could leave, Mengwan called out to stop her. Miss Meng. When it came to business matters, Bai Liling wouldn't address Mengwan by her nickname. Keeping professional and private affairs separate was precisely why Mengwan valued her so much. This is the last chance. I don't need an indecisive agent. Bai Liling looked at Mengwan, her eyes filled with solemnity. She knew she had disappointed Mengwan this time, but she felt no self-pity. A mistake was a mistake. What she needed to do now was cut it off at the root and correct her course. Yes, Miss Mang, Bai Liling responded with a solemn expression, her tightly pressed lips revealing her determination and resolve. Mangwan was quite pleased with the look in her eyes. Go on, but remember to keep things under control. Though she had allowed He Tong to speak bluntly, she still feared he might say something outrageous or off-script, leaving room for others to exploit. The meeting room had emptied by 2 more people. Mang Jilian and Mangwan locked eyes across the room. Though the former tried to maintain his composure, his clenched jawline betrayed his tension. Don't worry, I'm just casually asking about your progress. Recently I've been discussing some composition ideas with Jason. It's been going fairly smoothly. Company rules can't be broken, but since Xingsu has prematurely revealed your existence, we'll just ride this wave. What do you mean? Like Xingsu, singing while playing an instrument on social media and then releasing it through the official website. The only difference is not showing your face. Okay, does it need to be an original song? If it's just a short clip, about 1 song per week to retain fans should suffice. Tian Wei, you lead the publicity department to draft a proposal first, then we'll discuss further. Let's push it out while the hype hasn't faded. Yes, Tian Wei responded. There's nothing else, brother, you can go rest now. Mang Jilian looked at Meng Wan, hesitating to speak. What's the matter? Mang Jilian shook his head and walked out. What could he say? Don't overwork yourself, get some rest? Or it's okay, your brother is here? Empty words, all of them. Mang Jilian closed the door and once again felt his own weakness and incompetence. No matter the situation, he couldn't be of any help. Instead, he might just become a burden or deadweight to others. Without hesitation, he stepped off the elevator and headed straight for the practice room. He needed to grow stronger quickly. Only then would he have a voice powerful enough to protect those he wished to guard. 5 people remained in the conference room, the lawyer, Tian Wei, Yao Qinglin, Yen Yin, and Meng Wan. Alright, let's address the most critical matter now. Meng Wan stretched her neck, a smirk playing at the corner of her lips, radiant enough to hold anyone's gaze. Chapter 68, Trending Topic. We've gathered all relevant evidence. Once the PR department releases their statement, I'll submit the materials first thing tomorrow morning to file a lawsuit against Xing. The lawyer handed the documents to Meng Wan, who took them, skimmed through briefly, then passed them to Yen Yen. Tian Wei, suspend the collaboration with Mekara. Replace the originally scheduled spokesperson with an A-level endorsement for her instead. Will there be future cooperation? That depends on whether Chairman Xing values the company or his son more. Understood. In his later years, the company under He Tianwei's responsibility itself served as a connecting link, with Bai Liling leading the helm during his senior years, while Tianwei's company was in charge of publicity and conducting collaboration negotiations with other firms. Each handled their own duties, yet overall they remained a cohesive entity. Alright, brace yourselves, we'll have to pull an all-nighter today. I'll go make preparations now. Tianwei's expression remained completely unchanged, while the lawyer merely adjusted his glasses and exited the conference room alongside her. Go see if there's anything you can help with. Yao Qinglin nodded and followed out. With a monthly salary of 200,000, doing these small tasks was the least he could do. In the blink of an eye, only 2 people remained in the conference room. What brings you here? Meng Wan leaned back in her chair as Yen Yen walked behind her and began massaging her temples with practiced ease. The perfect pressure combined with professional technique instantly made Meng Wan relax. I came as soon as I saw the trending topic, figured you'd try to handle it alone. He understood Meng Wan's capabilities, having personally trained her himself. While he felt proud seeing her excel so brilliantly, privately he didn't want her pushing herself too hard, but he also knew Meng Wan's temperament too well to stop her. Instead, he'd step in at just the right moment, giving her space to shine while ensuring she never overexerted herself. And wasn't Meng Wan equally determined to lighten his burdens? This company was their shared life's work after all, its purpose remaining unchanged since day one. Go get some rest, I'll take care of the rest. In the early days when the company was just starting out, Meng Wan often stayed here, which naturally led to her having her own office and lounge. Although she stopped coming as frequently after the company took off, her things remained, with a dedicated cleaning lady keeping them in order. Meng Wan opened her eyes and met his gaze. Who's the tired one here? Your dark circles are practically dragging on the floor. Meng Wan's words carried a hint of gentle reproach and concern, which Yen Yen found rather endearing. He pinched Meng Wan's cheek. Yeah, my handsomeness has taken a hit. Hearing this, Meng Wan pulled his arm away and sat up straight, then led him to her office. Yen Yen obediently followed, grinning foolishly as he watched Meng Wan holding his hand, feeling a bit disappointed when she let go. Unaware of this, Meng Wan kept her head down, rummaging through a drawer for something. Still here. What? Yen Yen had just opened his mouth when a pair of sunglasses was placed on his face. There we go, the handsome is back. Meng Wan rubbed his face, cooing, oh my, whose handsome young man is this? Suppressing a laugh, Yen Yen imitated Manhwa by cupping her face in his hands. So small, it didn't even cover his palms. Yours. A bit greasy. Manhwa wrinkled her nose in distaste, though her eyes curved into crescents. It can get even greasier. Yen Yen slid his sunglasses down his nose and gave Manhwa a wink. Manhwa couldn't help but laugh, turning her face away. The two of them giggled foolishly, finally showing some of the immaturity and youthful silliness befitting their age. By the way, I've already picked out the house. I'll send you the address later. When are you planning to move? It's not time yet. Yen Yen ruffled Manhwa's hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness. In the live streaming room, Heetong started the broadcast. After Bai Liling confirmed with the staff, she took her position off camera to oversee everything. Everyone, good evening. Heetong casually brushed aside her hair, looking relaxed and free. The livestream kept welcoming new viewers, with gifts flying across the screen. Heetong signaled to the staff, who quickly disabled the gifting function. Instead of diving straight into the main topic, Heetong first answered some casual questions from fans to warm up the atmosphere. Just as the mood peaked, Jingsu's fans flooded in. What had been harmonious comments instantly turned into a spat. Bai Liling kept an eye on the official updates. When the notification popped up, she immediately gave Heetong a signal. Heetong withdrew his gaze and remarked, "Never thought the day would come when I, Heetong, would be accused of bullying juniors. Truly, live long enough and you'll see everything." As he spoke these words, the corners of his mouth remained upturned, as if he hadn't taken the matter seriously at all, instead treating it as nothing more than a joke. The younger generation these days really lacks quality. Me? I'm already an old man now. Xiao Heetong? Though I'm getting old, I'm still alive. No need to find me a replacement already, right? The company issued a statement. Good kids, don't go picking fights. Has my face lost its charm that you'd rather argue than look at me? Just wrapped up filming recently. New song? The better you behave, the faster it comes out. Though casual with his fans, Heetong's sincerity shines through. In the entertainment industry, few remain genuinely engaged, with 2/3 fading into obscurity by their later years, yet Heetong stands out as a paragon of hard work, embodying the very essence of fan devotion. With both good looks and professional skills, plus being nurtured through a growth system, it's only natural that they have many loyal fans. However, they never became complacent because of this, instead continuously improving their professional abilities, even gaining widespread public approval among casual viewers. The livestream lasted almost an hour. Before ending the broadcast, Heetong once again emphasized not to pick fights or cause trouble, promising to interact more frequently before signing off. Soon, there were new changes trending on the hot search list. Hashtag Heetong livestream. Hashtag later years statement. Hashtag no arguing. Hashtag Jingsu injured. Hashtag Jingsu. Hashtag late life assault incident. Hashtag Jingsu statement. Hashtag late career newcomer. Hashtag say no to nepotism. After the company issued a statement, Jingsu came forward directly with a video explanation as well. They wanted to go live, but found most viewers were drawn to Heetong. Forced to settle for second best, they recorded a video instead. However, Xiaozhu thought this might actually be a blessing in disguise, given Jingsu's temperament. She worried he might start arguing with netizens at the slightest provocation. She knew Wan Yan's influence, but Jingsu was now her only fallback. Besides, they were in a relationship. No matter how she looked at it, she had only one choice left. Good evening, everyone. I apologize for occupying public attention, but as a working professional facing unfair contracts and unjust treatment, I've decided to stand up and defend my rights through legal means. Even as a blogger with 1 million followers, I was treated this way. Imagine how others might fare. On August 15th, I signed a contract with Wan Yan Entertainment. My agent assured me that with my existing fanbase, I could debut within a month and release a single. But just as my debut approached, the company snatched away my song to promote a new artist. When I protested, the company representative assaulted me, dislocating my arm. I'm not asking for compensation, but I hope your company can give me an explanation. Give my fans an explanation. I just want an apology, that's all. In the video, Jingsu looked somewhat haggard. The statement was brief, but its simplicity worked in its favor. Combined with the doctor's diagnostic report, it carried undeniable credibility. In the blink of an eye, the trending topic reached new heights. Chapter 69, You Can't Make a Silk Purse Out of a Sow's Ear. The official website was instantly overwhelmed, with everyone demanding an explanation for Jingsu's case. Some pointed out the discrepancies between the company's statement and Jingsu's account, but their voices were quickly drowned out. To them, Jingsu represented the underdog, while Wan Yan symbolized capitalism, the enemy that must be defeated. It's about time. The video can be released now, Yao Qinglin said coolly after glancing at the trending metrics. The PR manager understood immediately. With a click of the mouse, the video was sent out. There are 2 clips in total. The first features Jingsu speaking in the recording studio with an arrogant attitude that makes one frown. The second discusses the entire incident, and at the end of the video, there's blurred footage where only Jingsu's face remains strikingly clear. He was seen pointing his finger at a young girl, making a threatening gesture as if to hit her, only to be outmaneuvered instead. The video concludes with Jingsu's screams of pain. Before Jingsu's side could react, Jason also made a statement on his social media. Certain people explicitly declared that only Moon is worthy of composing for them, while my work isn't even worth their attention. A single statement, without mentioning any names yet unmistakably pointing to one person, effortlessly dispelled the rumor about Meng Jilian stealing Jingsu's composition. Although Moon is formidable, he only collaborates with Tong, whereas Jason happens to be one of the most sought-after producers in the industry, having worked with many. As soon as the statement was released, numerous collaborating artists rushed to voice their support, some out of genuine concern, others seizing the chance to forge closer ties. The situation continues to escalate, with online disputes growing louder by the minute. Post-it. Yao Qinglin had barely finished speaking when another statement appeared on the official website. No images, no videos, just 3 words. See you in court. Immediately following this came a statement from Libra Law Firm's official website. Acting on behalf of Ms. Yao and multiple other victims, we will file rape charges against Jingsu. Before Jingsu could react, the Libra agency released another edited video featuring statements from the victims, detailing how Jingsu had drugged and assaulted them. One revelation followed another. As Jingsu, his eyes glued to the screen, saw the final piece of evidence, his expression darkened instantly. Xiao Zhu, what should we do? What's this about rape? What have you been hiding from me? Zhu Shi's hands trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. It's all lies. They're slandering me. You have to believe me. Jingsu frantically reached for Zhu Shi's hand, only to have it violently shaken off. How could it be slander? Wasn't she exactly the same? Before Jingsu became famous, she was among his earliest fans. It was precisely because of her fondness for him that she kept accepting his dinner invitations. Somehow, after these meals, they'd invariably end up together by the next morning. Jingsu would shower her with apologies, sweet nothings, and luxury gifts. Half resisting, half yielding, Zhu Shi became intoxicated by his charm. In exchange for an early debut opportunity, they officially became a couple. Watching this video, Zhu Shi suddenly understood everything. She clenched her teeth, her eyes instantly turning red. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, her gaze was eerily calm. A lawyer from Libra Law Firm has stepped in. You'd better call your dad to bail you out. I can't help you anymore. One wrong step leads to more. She had such a bright future ahead, yet she destroyed it with her own youth. How ironic is that? Jingsu also panicked, failing to notice the shift in Zhu Shi's emotions, and frantically searched for his phone. The phone rang abruptly. It was Zhang's father. Jingsu swallowed hard, his trembling fingers nearly hanging up the call. Dad, you useless waste. What the hell have you done? Before Jingsu could finish speaking, his father's furious roar came through. Even without the speakerphone on, it still reached Zhu Shi's ears. Without hesitation, she picked up her bag and prepared to leave. Zhu Shi, Jingsu instinctively reached out to stop her, but the stream of curses from the phone kept coming, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. Dad, please listen, I'm your son. Help me. I was wrong, I swear. Jingsu begged his father while reaching for Zhu Shi, only to have his hand shoved away. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, separating the two. Jingsu punched the door and cursed, damn it. Are you throwing a tantrum at me now? No, Dad, I'm not. No, I'm your son. You can't give up on me. I don't want to go to jail. You expect me to clean up the filthy mess you made? Do you have any idea how many partnerships the company lost because of you? Save you? You've driven the company to the brink of bankruptcy. Do you even realize that? Dad, I was wrong. I swear I'll turn over a new leaf and be a decent person from now on. Dad, you can't give up on me. I'm your son, your only son. Jingsu pleaded in a groveling tone, his face visibly panicked. Useless trash that can't be helped. From now on I'll consider myself sonless. Dad. Ignoring Jingsu's desperate pleas, the call was ruthlessly disconnected. What awaited Jingsu now would be the judgment of the law. When Mengwan woke up, it was almost noon. She stepped out of the lounge to find Yan Yan handling the final details outside. I've already asked for leave on your behalf. Drink some water to soothe your throat first. Yan Yan handed Mengwan a glass of water. It was warm. How are things going? Everything's settled. This is Tian Wei's team's proposal. I've reviewed it and had them start preparing. Mengwan nodded, picked up the documents on the table, glanced at them briefly, and then set them down again. Are you going to school this afternoon? Yan Yan looked at Mengwan, twirling her hair around his fingers, utterly delighted by the playful gesture. When the two were together, they always created a unique atmosphere, one that made outsiders feel as if they couldn't intrude. Yeah, Lan Xing just messaged me, saying she has something to talk about. I'll take you there. Manhwa pinched his cheek and said, you should go to sleep instead. Drowsy driving? That's pretty brave of you. Yan Yan pressed his lips into a thin line, ultimately choosing not to argue with Manhwa. Let's go. I'll take you to eat first. Yan Yan smoothed out the hair that Manhwa had messed up moments earlier. In the afternoon, Manhwa was driven to school by Tianwei. Wan, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Did you oversleep this morning? Do you think Sister Wan is like you? Passing classmates greeted Manhwa, who responded to each one. Sister Wan, I thought you weren't coming this afternoon. Pungsha emerged from behind Manhwa, holding a basketball. Where's Lan Xing? I just saw her at the supermarket. Manhwa nodded and had just put her backpack away when Lan Xing came in, holding 2 bottles of water. Wan. Lan Xing placed the water on her desk. What did you want to tell me? Who else is missing from the class? Blue Star raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on one spot. Tang Zi? Blue Star nodded with feigned seriousness. I heard the second young master of the Tang family pushed her down the stairs. She's in the hospital now. Chapter 70. She, bad. Tang Li? Manhwa was taken aback. Yeah, it seems the Tang family's second young master truly detests his own sister, Lan Xing remarked with some emotion. No matter how much Tang Li dislikes her, he wouldn't push her down the stairs. Manhwa's pupils shifted as her fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, deep in thought. You mean there's more to the story? Lan Xing didn't doubt Manhwa's judgment for a second. I need to make a call, Manhwa said, standing up and walking out without waiting for Lan Xing's response. Lan Xing arched an eyebrow, acts like she doesn't care, but she's actually worried. Wanjia came and left in such a hurry. What's going on? Mind your own business. Pungsha leaned in, only for Lan Xing to push him back with a finger to his forehead. At the stairwell, Manhwa was just about to make a phone call when Chini beat her to it with an incoming call. Mom, what's wrong? Wan, Tang Li suddenly showed up at our house. He seems off, won't answer any questions. Should you come home and check on him? Is Tang Li at home? Yes, he just arrived and is sitting in the living room. I cut some fruits for him but he won't eat, just sitting on the sofa hugging the dog in a daze. It's quite unsettling. I see. Mom, keep an eye on him. I'm heading back now. Alright, but don't rush. I'm watching over him, don't worry. Okay. Manhwa hung up the phone and returned to the classroom. I'm leaving first. Manhwa slung her backpack over her shoulder. Where to? Tang Li is at my place. I'm heading back. Your place? I'll walk with you. I came by motorcycle. Lan Xing hesitated but instinctively followed Manhwa as she stood up. Alright. Manhwa didn't refuse. Pungsha, cover for us and get us some leave. Leave? Wait. Where are you two going? How come as soon as one arrives, two leave? Pungsha looked utterly confused, but no one paid him any attention, merely waving in response before swiftly disappearing into the school building. Lan Xing tossed the helmet to Manhwa, who caught it with practiced ease. With a graceful swing of her long legs, she settled firmly into the seat. The engine roared to life, and in the next instant, the duo shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. What should have been a 30-minute journey was completed in under 15 minutes as Lan Xing delivered Manhwa right to her doorstep. I won't head up. Call me if you need anything, Lan Xing said as she took back the helmet. Manhwa fist bumped her and turned to go upstairs. Lan Xing watched Manhwa ascend until she disappeared from view before lowering her visor. The roar of the motorcycle engine sounded again, then quickly faded away. The door wasn't closed, so Manhwa pushed it open and walked straight in. Hearing the noise, Chini came over and pointed behind her. Manhwa nodded, changed her shoes, and stepped inside to see a human and a dog monopolizing the entire sofa. The seated one looked like her soul had left her body, while the sprawled-out canine wagged its tail with its tongue lolling, dutifully keeping company to its moody owner. Surprisingly, Meng Jiao was sitting nearby, quietly observing the peculiar pair. The scene was eerily unsettling. Just as Manhwa was pondering how to broach the topic, the phone rang again. It was Steward Chen. Without hesitation, Manhwa answered it directly. He's here with me. No need. I'll have someone send him back tomorrow. Let him stay here for tonight. Father won't stop us, don't worry. The call ended, and Manhwa let out a sigh. She threw her backpack aside, unsure why she had made the trip back at noon just to retrieve it. What happened? Manhwa sat down to meet his eye level, softening her usual imposing presence. It wasn't me who pushed him. Tang Li's abrupt statement carried an unmistakable hint of grievance. I know it wasn't you. Manhwa ruffled his hair. But you need to tell me what happened. Tang Li pouted. I wish I'd been the one who pushed him. Manhwa pinched his cheek. Come to the room and explain everything properly. She patted the Tyrannosaurus plush, which immediately jumped off the sofa. Though reluctant, Tang Li still stood up. The two entered the room one after the other, just about to close the door when Meng Jiao and the Tyrannosaurus stood at the doorway, staring pitifully at Manhwa. With a sigh, she decided to let both the person and the dog in. The three humans and the dog sat on the floor. Meng Jiao settled beside Meng Wan, while the Tyrannosaurus dutifully positioned itself as a backrest for its little owner. Alright, tell me what happened. That woman is downright vicious, always putting on that weepy, miserable act normally. When she couldn't win an argument with me, she tried to push me down the stairs. But Tyrannosaurus scared her instead. Luckily it reacted quickly and roared. She got frightened, her foot slipped, and she tumbled down by herself. Are you okay? Meng Wan frowned, never expecting Tang Zi to be this crazy. I'm fine. Tang Li lowered his head, hiding his hurt feelings. His voice was very soft, mumbling so quietly it was hard to make out what he said. Meng Wan could tell at a glance that she had been wronged. Given Tang Zi's habit of always portraying herself as the victim, and considering Tang Li's usual behavior, it was no wonder she had been misunderstood. It wasn't you who pushed, so what are you afraid of? Weren't you quite cocky with your usual pranks? Meng Wan patted his head, her tone completely indifferent. Who's scared? Tang Li suddenly shouted, startling Meng Jiao, who instinctively grabbed hold of Meng Wan's sleeve. Meng Wan didn't turn her head, just rested her hand on Meng Jiao's head and gave it a gentle pat. I just can't stand it. Why does everyone blame me? Not a single person believes what I say. Tang Li's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper. Didn't the surveillance cameras catch anything? The view was blocked by the handrail, Tang Li replied, his tone dripping with frustration. The whole crowd was staring at him with accusatory eyes, immediately assuming he'd taken the joke too far without even thinking. They swarmed around that howling woman, cooing and comforting her instead. He demanded to see the surveillance footage, but not a single person paid him any attention. Everyone crowded around her, escorting her to the hospital instead. Only Aunt Lu stayed by his side to accompany him. She was the one who fell while trying to pull off her dirty scheme. Why didn't she just die from the fall? Disgusting. The more Tang Yu thought about it, the angrier he became. If this had happened back at the estate in M country, who would have dared treat him this way? He'd fire them all, every last one of them. Playing a dirty trick only to end up worse off. Damn Meng Zi. Meng Wan didn't bother to correct his mistake, while Meng Jiao seemed to have some switch suddenly flipped within him, gripping tightly onto her sleeve. What's wrong? Her. Bad. Meng Wan froze. Who's bad? Tang Yu? Tang Li wore a puzzled expression and was about to question Meng Jiao when Meng Jiao grew increasingly agitated. She. Bad. Meng Wan seemed to grasp the situation. Do you mean Meng Zi? To help Meng Jiao identify the right person, Meng Wan deliberately said Meng Zi. Meng Jiao widened his eyes and nodded. Did she do something to you? Meng Wan lowered her voice, coaxing him to speak further. Tang Li was clever and caught on immediately, shutting his mouth to wait for Meng Jiao to speak. But Meng Jiao suddenly became panicked. Covering his mouth, he backed away until he reached the corner, then curled up into himself. Chapter 71. You won't feel pain anymore. What happened to him? Tang Li wore a puzzled expression. Meng Wan pressed a finger to her lips in a hushed gesture as she slowly walked toward the corner. Drawing from prior experience, she didn't presumptuously reach out, but instead sat down opposite Meng Jiao. Jiao. Meng Wan softened her voice. Tang Yu saw it all, her lips pouting so much you could hang an oil bottle on them. Yet she restrained herself from speaking, silently turning her head away in a classic case of out of sight, out of mind. Did Meng Zi do something to you? Can't say. Hurts. After years of silence, Meng Jiao's linguistic ability had deteriorated. Though she could comprehend speech, her articulation was less fluent than a 3-year-old child's. Nevertheless, Meng Wan and Tang Yu understood Meng Jiao's meaning perfectly. Was he bullied by that woman? That's quite possible. If it weren't for Tyrannosaurus, I'd be the one lying in the hospital right now. What a vicious woman, even more vicious than me. Meng Wan couldn't help but laugh helplessly at the last sentence. You're quite self-aware, aren't you? Tang Yu let out a disdainful humph, wearing his shamelessness like a badge of pride. Looking at him now, who could possibly believe this was the same pitiful, aggrieved person from moments ago? Meng Wan shifted her focus back to Meng Jiao. She extended her hand, palm facing upward. Come here, it won't hurt anymore from now on. Meng Jiao's gaze was as clear and innocent as a fawn in the woods. Watching Meng Wan, his fear gradually faded as he placed his hand gently into her waiting palm. Meng Wan curled her lips, her eyes and brows softening as well. She raised her hand and mussed Meng Jiao's hair, her expression lightening slightly. Come here. Meng Wan beckoned to Tang Yu. What? Tang Yu was in a bit of a sulk, but still obediently shuffled over. His movements were slow, but Meng Wan didn't rush him, merely watching as he scooted inch by inch without lifting his bottom from the ground. How is she now? Word has it she broke a bone and is lying in Renan Hospital, Tang Yu said with a curl of his lip, his tone dripping with disdain. I want to go back to M country. This place is terrible. Meng Wan knew he was throwing a tantrum and reached out to pinch his cheek. Don't run around, stay put. You're going? Tang Li immediately realized. Didn't they frame us? At the very least, we should return the favor. Besides, Meng Wan stood up, her expression shifting. Some things need to be clarified properly. Tang Li's eyes lit up. I'll go with you. Go where? Stay put. Mengwan pushed him back down. Get along well with each other, no quarreling or fighting. I'll be back soon. The two children exchanged glances, then with tacit understanding averted their eyes. Neither seemed particularly eager for friendly relations with the other. Mengwan let out a sigh, but didn't say anything more as she quietly walked out the door. Mom, I'm heading out for a bit. Keep an eye on Tang Yu for me, and if he causes any trouble, just give me a call. Where are you off to in such a hurry? By the way, he's staying overnight tonight. I'll take him back tomorrow. The kid had a little disagreement at home and is acting up. Alright. Chini glanced at the open bedroom door before hastily calling after her. Will you be back tonight? Yes. Mengwan slipped on her shoes and opened the front door. I'm leaving now. That child, why so hasty and restless? Chini muttered to herself. Yet her face still wore a worried expression as she leaned over the balcony, watching Mengwan make a turn while talking on the phone. Only then did she hesitantly step back inside. The two clearly weren't getting along, but fortunately, it didn't seem like they would come to blows. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stared at Chini while wagging its tail ingratiatingly. Chini could only manage an awkward smile, not daring to step into the room. Lele. It was the first time someone had called him that, and Tang Li nearly didn't react in time. Are you hungry? How about I cook you something yummy? Tang Li had initially wanted to put up a tough front, but his stomach chose that inopportune moment to growl audibly. He hadn't eaten anything since last night, slept poorly, and woke up feeling increasingly depressed, so much so that he stormed out without breakfast. He'd originally been holed up in a fast food restaurant, but left after the staff kept asking where his parents were. The streets swarmed with people, leaving him unsure where to go. Hailing a cab on impulse, he somehow ended up in this neighborhood, then retraced fragments of memory from a prior visit until, against all odds, he actually found the place. I want to have water chestnut cake. Tang Li couldn't bring himself to look at Chini. Chini watched his reddening earlobes and nodded with suppressed laughter, belatedly realizing he couldn't see her response. Alright, Auntie will make it for you now. Be good, okay? Having said that, she turned her gaze to Meng Ziyao. Yao Yao, get along well with Lily, understand? Mom's going to make water chestnut cakes now. Both of you play nicely in the room, no running around, no quarreling. Meng Ziyao nodded. Though Chini still seemed slightly uneasy, she headed toward the kitchen. Only the two of them remained in the room, neither acknowledging the other. Meng Ziyao walked to her desk, arranged her paints, and prepared to start drawing. Feeling bored, Tang Li began inspecting every corner of the small room, divided into two spaces, with her dog in tow. Does Tangwan even have a sound mind? Refusing to stay at the estate with me, insisting on squeezing into this tiny place instead, Tang Li grumbled, pursing her lips and shaking her head with hands clasped behind her back like a little grown-up. No wonder Alan said women are the most incomprehensible creatures in the world. Muttering to himself, Meng Ziyao paid him no mind, sitting obediently before her easel as she carefully brushed the canvas with colors to her liking. With no one to bicker with, Tang Li grew bored, his pupils darting about. He slowly shuffled over and plopped down beside Meng Ziyao. What are you painting? The mix of red and black made him somewhat uneasy to look at. Meng Ziyao ignored him, quietly applying colors by himself. His long, curled eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath his eyes. Tang Li sat beside him, watching for barely 2 seconds before growing restless again. He glanced left and right, then casually picked up a book from the pigment cabinet. Flipping through a couple pages filled with various illustrations, he quickly lost interest. Just as he was about to return it, Meng Ziyao noticed Tang Li's furtive movement. For some inexplicable reason, Tang Li felt a pang of guilt, clutching the book against his chest as he momentarily forgot to put it back. What do you want? Tang Li gulped nervously. Meng Ziyao didn't respond, simply reaching out to snatch back the book, while Tang Li instinctively raised his hand higher. Meng Ziyao's big eyes stared fixedly at Tang Li, filled with accusation. He put down his pen and reached for it again, but Tang Li gave a mischievous grin, standing up to hold the book even further away. Hey, I'm not giving it back, just not giving it back. He stuck out his tongue at Meng Ziyao, waving the book with one hand, looking smug and full of himself. Meng Ziyao stood up and reached out his hand. Tang Li immediately raised his hand high. When Meng withdrew his hand, Tang Li teasingly placed the book back in front of him, repeatedly playing this back and forth game to amuse Meng Ziyao. Breathing heavily, Meng Ziyao suddenly lunged at Tang Li. Tang Li retreated a step but nearly lost his balance. Instinctively, he grabbed onto Meng Zhiyao's outstretched hand for support, only to find that Meng had instead seized hold of the book. With a loud rip, the book tore in half just as Tang Li tumbled to the ground. Chapter 72. Remember to apologize properly, okay? The air seemed to freeze solid as the two of them stood there in stunned silence. Meng Zhiyao's lips trembled, his expression wavering on the verge of tears. Tang Li panicked. All his mischief had been directed at those older than him. He had never once bullied someone his own age or younger. He had just wanted to tease Meng Jiao for a bit of fun. He never expected it to turn out like this. Swallowing hard, he hurriedly gathered the scattered books into a stack and offered them to Meng Jiao. When Meng Jiao refused to take them, Tang Li simply grabbed his hand and pressed the books into his palm. I didn't mean to do it, please don't cry. I'll buy you a new one, okay? Or do you want 10? 100? Oh man, I really didn't mean it, please stop crying. Tang Li was on the verge of tears himself. If you really have to cry, then go ahead, but you can't snitch to Tang Wan afterward, or she'll definitely delete my gaming accounts. Yes, when Tang Li was young and foolish, he bullied a peer. Upon finding out, Tang Wan deleted all his gaming accounts without a second thought and dragged him over to apologize. Since then, he's never bullied anyone his age or younger again. Seeing Meng Jiao remain silent, Tang Li was filled with regret. Even the Tyrannosaurus Rex circled around Meng Jiao and gently nuzzled him with its head. With that nudge, Meng Ziyuan finally moved. He stood up, put the book back on the shelf, didn't cry either, but sat back down in front of the easel. He picked up his brush, and the one small yellow flower was painted over in black, turning the entire composition chaotic and disordered. Tang Li grew even more frightened seeing him like this. He carefully touched Meng Ziyuan's arm, causing the line he'd been drawing to veer wildly off course. Meng Ziyuan gave Tang Li a faint glance, his eyes still slightly red but devoid of any emotion. Tang Li averted his gaze. Don't be angry, okay? I really didn't mean it. It's just a notebook, I'll give you 100 tomorrow. Meng Jiao ignored him. Tang Li gritted his teeth, as if making an extremely difficult decision. Otherwise I'll lend you Tyrannosaurus for 2 days? 3 days max. I've never lent Tyrannosaurus to anyone before. Tyrannosaurus seemed to understand, nuzzling Meng Jiao's hand again. The painstakingly restored painting had strayed off course once more. With a loud bang, the door was shut. Hearing the noise, Chini came out from the kitchen and saw a person and a dog standing face to face in front of the door. What's wrong, Yaya? Did you have a fight with Yao Yao? Tang Yu didn't answer, or rather, he didn't know what to say. After all, Chini had raised 5 children. When conflicts arose among kids, unless fists were thrown, she normally wouldn't interfere. She preferred letting them work things out on their own or waiting until both sides cooled down before offering any guidance. This time she still intended to use the same approach. Want to help Auntie out? Tang Yu gazed at Chini. That gentle expression was something he'd never seen on Su Yao's face. In his memory, Su Yao always wore a cold expression, always appearing in haste and disappearing just as abruptly. They'd barely even shared meals together. He couldn't remember if their last meal together was when he was 3 or 4 years old. Even when he went to Country M, Su Yao never once visited him, not even when he fell ill. He nodded slightly and replied in a low voice. The two stood in the kitchen. To make it easier for Tang Li to help, Chini had specially brought him a small stool to stand on. In truth, this pampered young master Tang Li couldn't be of much help. Keeping 2 bowls from breaking was already an accomplishment. Noticing his subdued mood, Chini started talking to herself, though her hands never stopped moving. Yao Yao doesn't just lack friends his own age, he hardly even talks to us. He's like a little monk who's taken vows, spending his days in silence. The fact that you managed to make him angry actually made me quite happy. Tang Li wrinkled her nose, too embarrassed to speak. But it's too dangerous for you to sneak out alone. Next time you want to go out, you must tell your family, or at least tell Wan Wan. She rushed back from school the moment she heard you'd run away. Tang Li froze, desperately fighting to suppress the corners of her upturned lips while pretending to complain. She's just afraid I'll cause trouble for her. Every time I'm around, she can't wait to get rid of me. Chini laughed lightly. Although Wan Wan hasn't been back for long, there's a special bond between mother and daughter. I can tell she cares deeply about you as her younger brother. She just doesn't express it very openly. Really? Tang Yu's eyes shimmered with faint hope. Of course it's true. Chini met his gaze directly. So next time you're upset, don't run off alone. Wan Wan would worry about you. If you don't know where to go, just come to Auntie's place. I'll cook you something delicious. Thank you. Tang Yu flushed red, lowering his head to vigorously scrub the dishes, using the action to ease his bashfulness and awkwardness. And yeah, you're so smart and cheerful. It would be even better if you could become good friends with Yao Yao. I accidentally tore his book. But I didn't mean to. I just wanted to tease him. It was an accident. I really didn't mean to tear it. I even said I'd compensate him, and then I got kicked out. Tang Yu spoke faster in his urgency. He didn't understand. It was just a book. Was it really worth getting so angry about? But Chini nodded in understanding, showing that she got it. Yao Yao's only hobby is drawing, so he takes great care of books related to it. It's perfectly normal for him to get upset. Just imagine, if Auntie broke your favorite toy while trying to play with you, wouldn't you be angry too? Tang Li pouted and stopped what he was doing. So what should I do then? The horsehoof cakes are ready. Chini scooped out a piece onto a plate, then handed Tang Li a tissue to wipe his hands clean, her movements meticulous and gentle. Tang Li froze in place, letting Chini wipe his hands before she placed the small plate into them. Eat with Yao Yao, and remember to apologize properly. Chini gently ruffled his hair, her voice soft and warm like winter sunlight, bringing a comforting glow straight to the heart. Tang Li pressed his lips together. He was beginning to understand why Tang Wan didn't want to go to country with him. Nodding, he picked up the small plate and knocked on the door. The Tyrannosaurus sat beside Tang Li, staring intently at the closed door, its tail swaying back and forth. The door still opened. Meng Jiao, hearing such a gentle knock, had thought it was Qini, but the moment she opened it and saw a man with a dog, she instinctively tried to shut it again. Luckily, Tang Li reacted quickly, blocking the door with a plate. Fresh out of the oven, let's eat together, he said, poking his head in with a slightly goofy grin. At that moment, the little bulldog, Tyrannosaurus, let out a bark. They stood in a brief stalemate before Meng Jiao finally relented and let them in. Tang Li exhaled in relief, offering her an apologetic smile. The thought struck him, since when had Tang Li, always so free-spirited, ever resorted to groveling like this? Even if Meng Wan were here, she'd probably be quite surprised, let alone anyone else. Meanwhile, the moment Meng Wan stepped out the door, her first instinct was to call Lan Xing. Chapter 73. Did Meng Wan incite Tang Yu? Going to find Tang Zi? Lan Xing guessed before Meng Wan could even speak. I'm at the coffee shop by the alley exit. Meng Wan curled her lips into a smile. Be right there. Their friendship dating back to elementary school meant their tacit understanding needed no words. By the time Meng Wan arrived, Lan Xing was already waiting in the car. Which hospital? Renan. Meng Wan had barely fastened her helmet and placed her hand on Lan Xing's waist when the latter twisted the motorcycle's throttle. The roar of the engine erupted, and the wind howled past their ears. Meanwhile, at the hospital, someone else had arrived even earlier. Sun Lu had taken leave at noon after hearing the news that morning. When she arrived, Tang Zi was in the midst of losing her temper. The hospital room held only Butler Chen, no one else was present. Get my dad on the phone. Tang Li pushed me down the stairs. He's trying to kill me. Get him out of here now. Fortunately, this was a VIP single room, so Tang Zi's screams didn't disturb anyone else. Hearing the noises from inside, Sun Lu didn't push the door open immediately. Instead, she leaned against the wall and quietly waited for the right moment. Visiting the patient wasn't her idea. It was her father who demanded she come. As father's son put it, this was the perfect opportunity to get closer to Tang Zi. If they happened to run into Tang Xing, she could even make a good impression, which would benefit the Sun family's future business dealings. Although she no longer held any expectations of her father, if she wanted to maintain the current wealth and luxury for herself and her mother, and prevent that mistress from taking their place, she had no choice but to follow father-son's arrangements and forge a friendship with Tang Zi. Unfortunately, despite all his calculations, Mr. Sun never imagined the Tang family would show absolutely no concern for this daughter they had abandoned 17 years ago. Hoping to climb the Tang family's social ladder through Tang Zi was nothing more than a pipe dream. Of course, Sun Lu wouldn't tell her father he was wasting his efforts. Her mother was already gathering evidence of his affairs. Once the timing was right, the mother-daughter pair could take half of Mr. Sun's assets and move abroad. Mr. Tang is currently occupied and unavailable to take your call. The doctor assured us your injury is just a fracture. You'll recover fully with a month's rest. There's no need to worry. Steward Chen remained perfectly composed in the face of Tang Zi's hysterical outburst. What about Tang Li? Are we just going to let this slide? Don't I deserve an explanation? This was attempted murder. Murder? Young miss, the surveillance footage does not show that it was second young master who pushed you. Steward Chen spoke without a hint of expression, his tone strictly businesslike. Does the lack of surveillance footage mean he didn't push me? Or do you think I just fell down all by myself? Butler Chen remained silent, only fueling Tang Zi's anger further. She grabbed the glass from her bedside and hurled it at him. The cup shattered at his feet, splashing water onto his trouser legs. Yet Butler Chen still didn't move a muscle. Young mistress, please get some proper rest. Once the observation period is over, I'll have someone come to escort you back. Let me talk to my father. The master is busy, young mistress. You should rest properly. I'll have someone come in to clean up now. The door opened. Sun Lu straightened up and gave a slight nod to Butler Chen as a form of greeting. Butler Chen bowed slightly and stepped aside to let her pass. Her previously expressionless face instantly filled with anxiety the moment she stepped inside. Z, are you okay? What happened? Sun Lu glanced at the fragments on the floor, her face filled with astonishment as she carefully stepped around them and sat down on the chair by the bed. Lulu, what brings you here? Tang Zi, who had been fuming moments ago, smoothed her hair and forced a slightly stiff smile. I came as soon as I heard something happened to you. Are you all right? Just as Tang Zi was about to vent her frustrations, the housekeeper entered with a cleaner. They didn't leave until all the fragments on the floor had been cleared away and the door shut behind them. The door clicked shut, and Tang Ziyi's face instantly fell. What's wrong? Sun Lu asked, her eyes brimming with concern. Tang Ziyi's eyes welled up with tears in an instant. Clutching Sun Lu's hands miserably, her expression spoke of deep grievance. Seeing this, Sun Lu promptly embraced her, gently patting her back in comfort. Don't cry now, I'm here. What's upset you so much? Or are you hurt somewhere? After a symbolic moment of consolation, Sun Lu released her and handed over a tissue. Tang Ziyi clenched the tissue in her hand. I know I can't compare to Manhwa in terms of closeness with them, but we're the real family. I just wanted to get along with them peacefully, yet he actually pushed me down the stairs. He's only 7 years old, how could he be so malicious? Are you suggesting that Manhwa instructed Tang Li to do this? Sun Lu caught the implication in Tang Ziyi's words. I don't know, but he had just come back from my adoptive parents' house that day, and then he pushed me down the stairs. At that time, I was about to go downstairs for supper when I ran into Tang Li by the stairwell. I simply greeted him, but not only did he let his dog scare me, he pushed me down. Tang Ziyi's eyes were filled with terror. This time, I was lucky enough to only break a bone, but next time, will I be this fortunate again? As she spoke, she pinched Sun Lu's shoulder, her nails digging into Sun Lu's flesh, causing her face to twist momentarily in pain. Despite this, Sun Lu quickly regained control of her expression. She grasped Tang Ziyi's wrist and pulled her hand away, though her expression remained full of feigned concern. Ziyi, calm down first, don't be afraid. After all, we don't have any evidence, Sun Lu said with a frown. Have you told your parents about this? No, the housekeeper won't let me contact my father. I suspect they all look down on me. They all want Manhwa to come back. The household staff ignore me completely. Lulu, this is supposed to be my home. It was Manhwa who stole everything from me. Tang Ziyi clutched Sun Lu's hand tightly, as if grasping the last lifeline. It's not just them, but also our classmates. Lulu, why is this happening? What else could it be? Because you're stupid and worthless. Naturally, Sun Lu didn't voice this thought aloud. Aren't I still here? Manhwa has been the Tang family's young mistress for 17 years after all. It's normal for people to be temporarily deceived. If you suspect Manhwa but can't produce evidence, even if you speak up, people might not believe you. So I'm supposed to just swallow this insult? Don't act hastily now. Let's wait until your injuries heal before we think of a solution. Manhwa currently resents you for taking her position. If she really did instigate Tang Li to harm you, there will surely be a next time after this failed attempt. Next time. Tang Ziyi suddenly grew calm. Seeing this, Sun Lu abruptly changed the subject. The sports meet is next month. Focus on recovering from your injury first, and we'll participate together when the time comes. Sports meet? Do 12th graders participate too? Yes, our school is different from regular high schools. We emphasize balancing work and rest. Even 12th graders must participate in the sports meet. Parents will be invited to watch, and various companies will sponsor outfits and equipment. Every student takes this opportunity very seriously. You haven't participated before, right? Make sure to rest well. It gets really lively when the time comes. Yes, evidence. If there isn't any evidence, then create some. In front of everyone, Manhwa, this time I'll make sure your reputation is ruined. A fake will always be a fake. You should have spent your whole life like a rat in the slums. Chapter 74, want to take a guess? Just as Tang Ziyi was lost in his fantasies, the door suddenly swung open. Both men were startled and instinctively turned to look. Manhwa, Blue Star? Sun Lu stood up, looking at the two of them. Manhwa, what are you doing here? Tang Ziyi wore a defensive expression. Manhwa remained silent, but Blue Star strode forward without hesitation. She raised her hand, causing Tang Ziyi to instinctively shrink back. Blue Star let out a mocking laugh before wrapping an arm around Sun Lu's neck. What do you want? This is a hospital, you know. Sun Lu gulped nervously. Don't be nervous, let's go out and talk? Though phrased as a question, Lan Xing didn't wait for Sun Lu's agreement before steering her out with an arm around her shoulders. Sun Lu glanced at Tang Ziyi, who opened her mouth to speak, but immediately closed it upon receiving a warning look from Lan Xing. Lan Xing smirked, letting out a derisive snort, her eyes brimming with contempt. Left with no choice, Sun Lu reluctantly followed her out. As the door clicked shut, the spacious hospital room held only Manhwa and Tang Ziyi. Manhwa wasn't in any hurry to speak. She settled into the chair Sun Lu had vacated, crossing her legs with an air of nonchalance that somehow made hearts skip a beat. Tang Ziyi stared straight at her, clenching her teeth tightly, unconsciously gripping the blanket in her hands, her face full of wariness. What do you want to do? Is that injury of yours from your own fall? Manhwa couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. Hearing this, Tang Ziyi calmed down. She sat up straight, all traces of her previous panic gone. Is that what this is about? You came here to silence me because you're afraid your scheme to push me down the stairs through Tang Li will be exposed, aren't you? Manhwa, how could you be so vile? Actually manipulating a 7-year-old child to harm someone. This is murder. Tang Zi recited word by word, as if trying to pin this accusation firmly on Mengwan. Mengwan instantly understood Tang Zi's intention, but her expression remained calm, without a trace of panic. Then tell me, when did I incite Tang Yu? How did I make him push you down the stairs? And how did you know it was me who incited him? 3 rapid counter-questions left Tang Zi momentarily speechless. Just as Tang Li had no way to explain that she didn't push her down the stairs, she also couldn't prove that Mengwan had incited Tang Li to do it. Returning the favor in kind was Mengwan's guiding principle. Rather than exhaust herself proving her innocence, it was better to make the other party prove their guilt. Tang Zi, I'm quite curious, when exactly did you find out you were a child of the Tang family? You timed it perfectly, returning to the Tang's right when the Meng family was declared completely bankrupt. Mengwan raised an eyebrow, the corners of her lips curling faintly. Take a guess? Let's just say you're out of luck. You missed the good times of the Meng family, and now you won't get a taste of the Tang family's golden era either. Tang Zi's triumphant expression failed to stir even a ripple in Mengwan's composure. Tang Zi, I have no interest in playing this game of real versus fake heiress with you, but if you keep pushing my limits again and again. Mengwan stood up suddenly and closed the distance between them. Before Tang Zi could dodge away, Mengwan clamped a hand behind her head with unshakable force. Their noses nearly touched, close enough to feel each other's heated breath. I don't mind playing with you either, as long as you're willing to bear the consequences. Her voice dropped to a sinister whisper, like tentacles emerging from hell, making Tang Zi instantly break out in a cold sweat. You, what do you mean? Starting today, everything you've done to Meng Jiao will be repaid to you in kind. Tang Zi stiffened her neck, her pupils slightly contracting. What did Meng Jiao tell you? Before Mengwan could respond, she quickly composed herself again, putting on an air of disdain. So what if he's just a mute fool? It's not my doing. How dare you flap your lips and try to pin this on me? Mengwan's eyes grew even colder upon hearing her words. Well then, you'd better hold tight to your position as the Tang family's eldest young miss. For every hair that falls from Tang Yu's head in the Tang household, I'll pluck 10 from yours. Wherever Tang Yu feels discomfort, you'll know no peace either. I, Mengwan, keep my promises. As she spoke, Mengwan hooked a finger through her hair, giving it a slight tug, a gesture brimming with menace. Mengwan's voice was like a demon's whisper, sending shivers down Tang Zi's spine. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a sudden, overwhelming dread. Tang Zi's lips trembled slightly. Mengwan noticed and curled her lips before releasing her. Standing tall, the school uniform accentuated her elegance and beauty. With her chin slightly raised, she looked down proudly like a queen surveying her realm. So, Miss Tang, from now on, I, Mengwan, will play this game with you. Mengwan, I won't lose. I am the Tang family's young mistress. The glory, the wealth, they're all mine. I won't lose. The door opened, and Tang Zi's voice came through, sharp and piercing. Lan Xing and Sun Lu both turned to look. Finished talking? Lan Xing raised an eyebrow and released Sun Lu. Mengwan nodded and shut the door, cutting off Tang Zi's voice. Her face showed no emotion, but Lan Xing knew she was angry. I'm going to beat her up. Lan Xing turned to march in without another word but was stopped by Mengwan. She shook her head, and Lan Xing obediently stopped. Pouting her lips, unable to vent her dissatisfaction, she could only glare at Sun Lu. To her, the two of them were birds of a feather, accomplices in evil, utterly worthless. Let's go. Mengwan didn't even spare Sun Lu a glance. She draped an arm over Lan Xing's shoulder and strode out. Sun Lu stared at their retreating figures, only snapping back to reality after they disappeared around the corner. She took a deep breath and pushed open the door to run inside. Z, are you okay? Sun Lu's face was full of worry. On the bed, Tang Zi lay with a pale face, her heart pounding violently, filled with unease. It's nothing. Tang Zi forced a faint smile when she saw Sun Lu. What did Mengwan say to you? Nothing. She just warned me not to speak carelessly, probably afraid my dad would find out about her instigating Tang Yu. I see. I hadn't expected her to still act so arrogantly after leaving the Tang family. She probably doesn't realize who's the rightful mistress now. Sun Lu naturally knew Tang Zi was hiding something, but she didn't press further. After all, that was between her and Mengwan. She had no intention of getting involved. Yet clearly, her words had pleased Tang Zi. I don't know why she has to treat me this way either. The two of them exchanged careless remarks back and forth, while Lan Xing and Mengwan had already left the hospital. What did she say? It's rare to see you angry. She said I incited Tang Li to push her down the stairs. Before Mengwan could finish, Lan Xing exploded. What? How shameless can she be? No way. I won't rest until I give her a beating. Lan Xing stopped in her tracks, her voice drawing glances from passers-by. Mengwan directly pinched her mouth shut. Calm down. With her lips squeezed into a duck's bill, Blue Star nodded and made a zipper gesture across her mouth. Only then did Mengwan release her grip and continue the interrupted conversation. And Meng Jiao, I probed a little. His current personality is probably connected to Tang Ziyi too. You mean, she abused your younger brother? Blue Star rubbed her goosebump-covered arm, her face twisting in disgust. Chapter 75, I prefer to speak with evidence. He's only 7 years old too, right? Is this woman insane? She must be psychologically disturbed to harm a child. Even if we give her the benefit of the doubt, wasn't he still her biological brother at that time? As far as I know, the Meng family never did anything to her, did they? Jealousy is terrifying indeed. Mengwan remained notably calmer, which is precisely why I suspect she had known all along that she was actually a child of the Tang family. But neither family knew about this. How could she have known? Although Lan Xing was puzzled, she never doubted Mengwan's judgment for a moment. That's exactly my point of confusion. What do you plan to do now? Lan Xing asked in a lowered voice. Play with her a little. Blue Star's eyes lit up with a mischievous grin. But what? But first, I need to figure out what she did to Meng Jiao. Mengwan frowned. Are you going to tell the Mengs? Words are wind. Are you afraid they won't believe you? Lan Xing immediately grasped the implication behind Mengwan's words. A daughter raised for 17 years versus a biological daughter who just returned home less than a month ago. What do you think? Mengwan smiled, though the warmth didn't reach her eyes. But what if? Lan Xing's voice trailed off uncertainly. She rubbed her nose, trying to mask her discomfort. Mengwan patted her head with a chuckle. I prefer to let the evidence speak for itself. The heart is hidden behind flesh and blood. What can be proven with evidence requires no further words. Lan Xing pursed her lips. Sometimes one can't see the forest for the trees. She might not even have realized it herself, but unconsciously, she had already formed ties with the Meng family. Wanting to find evidence before explaining the situation was probably because she didn't want to see expressions of doubt or scrutiny on the Meng family's faces, right? Is there anything I can help with? The determination in Lan Xing's eyes shone through. At the very least, she trusted Mengwan unconditionally. Mengwan shook her head. She's not worth this much attention from us. You've always got ideas. Lan Xing handed the helmet to Mengwan. By the way, the homeroom teacher mentioned the sports meet today. How many events are you planning to sign up for this time? Do I have to participate? Pungja will probably nag in your ear for a whole month then. Are you okay with that? Lan Xing raised an eyebrow, feigning seriousness as she asked. Mengwan stiffened her expression as well. No, I'm not. With that, the two chuckled softly. As they said, Tang Ziyi alone wasn't enough to capture their attention. Shall we go up? Below the stairs, Mengwan invited. Lan Xing shook her head as she secured her helmet. Next time. We should bring gifts next time. It wouldn't be proper to visit empty-handed. Basic etiquette must be observed. With ordinary friends, they could be casual, but Mengwan's situation was special. The more polite they were, the more it showed their regard for her, and the Meng family would know better how to treat Mengwan accordingly. Though she knew Mengwan wouldn't let herself be wronged, as a friend, she also wanted to be part of the reason Mengwan could remain untouched by grievances. Mengwan understood Lan Xing's intention and responded with a they bumped fists in silent understanding, their unique way of greeting. I'm off. Lan Xing waved and walked away with ease under Mengwan's gaze. The house was eerily quiet as she went upstairs. I'm home, Mengwan called out as she switched her shoes. Welcome back. Wash your hands. Dinner's ready, Mengjili said, coming out with a plate. Did you settle the matter? Yeah, Mengwan knew he was referring to last night's incident. Where are Tangli and Jiao? They're in the room, Chini responded to Mengwan's question. Wan, go call them out for dinner. Okay. Even though it was her own room, Mengwan still knocked before twisting the doorknob to enter. Surprisingly, Tangli, who was always restless, actually sat quietly beside Meng Jiao, clutching a pencil as he doodled something on paper. Clearly, he had no artistic talent. Only a few ambiguous, unrecognizable creatures emerged from his scribbles. Meng Jiao, on the other hand, was absorbed in flipping through a picture book, his expression solemn as if scrutinizing some profound work of art. Beside him lay a freshly finished drawing, upon closer inspection revealing a faintly sketched flower in the corner. As for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was curled up in a corner, fast asleep. Quite well behaved, aren't they? Tang Yu instantly lit up with excitement, then suddenly seemed to remember something and cast a guilty glance toward the bookshelf beside her. Mengwan grew suspicious and started walking toward the bookshelf. Tang Yu gulped nervously, about to say something, when Meng Jiao abruptly stood up and placed a sketchbook over another book. What's wrong? Mengwan noticed this and stopped in her tracks. Hungry. Yes, hungry. I'm hungry. Tang Li hurriedly blurted out the answer, while Meng Jiao merely gave him a faint glance. Children have their own ways of resolving matters, and it was immediately clear that Meng Jiao was deliberately covering for Tang Yu. Given that, Mengwan saw no need to insist on getting to the bottom of things. Let's go out to eat, Jiao. Take Tang Yu to wash her hands. Meng Jiao nodded, upon which Tang Li immediately clung to him, only to be dodged rather disdainfully by Meng Jiao. Mengwan followed behind the pair, watching their interaction, it was quite amusing. At the dinner table, Tangli swung his little feet while eating with relish. Qi, delighted, rearranged the dishes and placed his favorite ones right in front of him. If it's tasty, eat more. Next time you come, Auntie will make it for you again. Tangli nodded and was just about to pick up some food when Manhwa blocked his chopsticks. Thank you, Auntie. Tangli was quick-witted and caught on immediately. What a clever child, Manhwa remarked with admiration. That's right. Yao Yao seems to like Lily very much too. This must be her first real friend, right, Yao Yao? Qi turned to Meng Zhiyao, who froze for a moment before averting her gaze and focusing on her meal. The Meng family had long grown accustomed to Zhiyao Meng's silence. But Yaya, what made you rush out so suddenly? Meng Wan paused, but Tang Yu had already blurted everything out. It was that Tang Zi, she couldn't win our argument, so she tried to push me down the stairs. But then the Tyrannosaurus Rex stopped her, and whoops, she fell down herself and blamed me for pushing her. What a shameless liar. Children speak frankly without understanding the complicated tensions between families, yet Meng's parents and Meng Zhili all set down their chopsticks at these words. Li Yue, what did you say? Tang Li Yue, oblivious to the tense atmosphere, swallowed the meat in her mouth and looked directly into Qin Yi's eyes. I said, Tang Zi tried to push me down the stairs but ended up slipping herself. Then she told the villa staff it was me who pushed her. I got so angry I just ran away. Qin Yi couldn't take in another word of what followed. The chopsticks clattered onto the table, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Bad, hit people, bad. Chapter 76, Are you crying? Meng Zhiyao's words made the scene even quieter. Yet, Tangli hadn't noticed at all and nodded with great seriousness. She even bullied you? That's truly wicked. But don't worry, with me, Tangli, around, she'll definitely dare not bully you again. If she dares do anything to you, I'll have Tyrannosaurus bite her. Tyrannosaurus, who had been burying his head in his meal, growled upon hearing Tangli call him. Tangli was pleased and tossed him the leftover bones from his own plate. Bully Yao Yao? Qin Yi's voice trembled. Yeah, Tangli responded. Meng Wan was encountering this kind of situation for the first time and had no idea what to say. Fortunately, Tangli was blissfully unaware. After speaking, he immediately dug into his meal. Among the entire table, only he was eating with gusto. Meng Zhiyao was more perceptive. The moment the words were spoken, she sensed the shift in atmosphere. Lowering her head, she began counting grains of rice with her chopsticks, not daring to speak again. Yao, you mean? Qin Yi didn't even know how to phrase the words. Meng Buochuan patted the back of her hand gently. Don't worry, it might just be a misunderstanding. With that, he glanced at Meng Zhili, who understood immediately. He stood up and walked over to Meng Zhiyao, crouching down beside her. His eyes were filled with tenderness and encouragement. Yao Yao, who bullied you? What did they do to you? Meng Zhiyao shook her head, refusing to speak again, but Meng Zhili didn't give up. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. Your brother's here. Can you tell me what happened? I can't say, it hurts. Meng Zhiyao lowered her head, avoiding Meng Zhili's gaze. Yet it was precisely this obvious act of avoidance that shattered Qin Yi's heart. Tangli wanted to speak up but was stopped by a glance from Meng Wan. Left with no choice, he continued eating while stealing glances at Meng Zhiyao. Yao Yao. Meng Zhili tried to ask again, but Meng Zhiyao remained silent. Pressed too hard, she put down her chopsticks and ran back to her room. Hey, why'd she run off? Coward, can't even speak up when bullied. Tang Li's words were cut short as Meng Wan pressed a hand to his head. He cast a dissatisfied glance at Meng Wan, who raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes carrying a hint of warning. Tang Li felt inexplicably guilty, though he couldn't pinpoint what he'd done wrong. Let's go inside and check. Afraid Tang Li might say something shocking again, and also worried about Meng Zhiyao being alone in the room, Meng Wan decided to send Tang Li away first. But I haven't finished eating yet. Tang Li felt somewhat aggrieved, but Meng Wan showed no intention of letting him continue his meal. Reluctantly, Tang Li quickly shoveled the last bite of rice from his bowl into his mouth before hopping down from the chair with Meng Wan's assistance. T-Rex, let's go. The T-Rex was too engrossed in its meal, completely ignoring its little owner's words. Tang Li took 2 steps, noticed the T-Rex was still eating, and then walked back. He crouched halfway down, wrapped an arm around the T-Rex's neck, and half-dragged it into the room. Outside, the sun had already set behind the mountains, leaving the room shrouded in darkness. Tang Li fumbled along the wall to switch on the light, finally catching sight of Meng Zhiyao curled up into a ball on the bed. What's wrong with you? Tang Li kicked off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and tugged at the blanket. When it didn't budge, he gave up and sat down beside the little bundle. The T-Rex circled the bed once before flopping down beside it. Are you crying? Be a man. If someone bullies you, fight back. What's there to cry about? You crybaby. If it's that bad, I'll take you to settle the score with her and let you hit back too. With that, Tang Li climbed down, ruthlessly tugging at the blanket until he created an opening to wiggle inside. The two little ones squeezed together in the dark, where nothing could be seen. Meng Jiao, tell me quietly, how did that woman bully you? If you don't dare to get back at her, I'll help. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. In the darkness, Tang Li lowered his voice, yet his words rang crystal clear in Meng Jiao's ears. He lifted the blanket, and the sudden flood of light made them both squint. What are you doing? Tang Li opened his eyes, only to find Meng Jiao suddenly gripping his hand, silencing the rest of his words in his throat. Meng Jiao remained silent, merely shaking his head. Tang Li understood the unspoken message, to refrain from seeking out Meng Zi. Got it. Mimicking how Meng Wan would pinch his cheeks, Tang Li reached out and pinched Meng Jiao's face in turn. Then don't be scared anymore, I'll protect you. Tang Li didn't believe he needed companionship, but having a little sidekick wouldn't be so bad. The atmosphere inside had eased slightly, while outside it remained just as stiff. Meng Wan quietly set down her bowl and chopsticks, and Meng Zhili had already returned to his seat. Wan, do you know something? Meng Buchuan's lips turned downward, his expression carrying a trace of helplessness and frustration. He didn't understand where things had gone wrong to reach this point. Chini also looked at Meng Wan, her gaze both hopeful and fearful. She hoped all this was just a misunderstanding, yet feared it might not be. She had always believed Tang Zi was merely somewhat materialistic, not someone who would do such things. But Meng Wan's silence gradually drained the hope from her eyes. Chini forced a stiff smile, her expression brimming with disbelief, tears rolling uncontrollably down her face. Why would Ziyi do this? I've asked myself for 17 years, never did I wrong her. Even when our family declined, I tried every means to meet her demands. How could she turn out like this? Chini pounded her chest in anguish, her heartbroken expression making Meng Buchuan and Meng Zhili equally distressed. To speak nothing of others, Meng Zhili had doted on Tang Ziyi the most in the family. Though he'd resolved to sever ties with her after hearing the accusations from Meng Jiao and Tang Yu, 17 years of affection couldn't vanish without pain. Tang Ziyi had clung to him since childhood, insisting on attending the same school year to avoid bullying. Yet this carefully protected younger sister turned out to be the mastermind behind his biological brother's tragic condition. Anyone would feel their heart seized by such betrayal. It's still just speculation at this point, with no concrete evidence. Meng Wan touched her nose. She struggled to feel empathy. After all, no matter how complicated the relationship between the Meng family and Tang Ziyi might be, it had nothing to do with her. While she could understand their distress, she found it difficult to respond emotionally. Instead of that, when did you find out that Tang Ziyi wasn't your daughter? Only by clarifying this question could they determine where to begin the investigation. Chini shook her head, and Meng Wan casually handed her a tissue. She suddenly confronted us with the paternity test results. None of us had any idea before that. Meng Wan frowned thoughtfully. Wan, do you think Ziyi knew about her origins long ago? Meng Zhili asked with a furrowed brow. It's strange, isn't it? Meng Wan raised an eyebrow. Without either set of parents ever suspecting that the children might have been switched, it was Tang Ziyi, the one you all doted on and cherished in your palms, who first found out. Logically speaking, with no mistreatment or favoritism, why would she suddenly think to take a paternity test? And the timing was just perfect. When the Meng family was in decline and the Tang family was rising, she produced the paternity test results. Chapter 77, Then I'll just upset her more. Meng Wan's words left the three of them in silence. The issue she had been unwilling to acknowledge or dwell on in her heart was laid bare so directly by Meng Wan, leaving her with mixed feelings. If you feel offended, then I apologize. Just pretend I never asked that question. Meng Wan's eyes shifted subtly as she reached her own conclusion. With a shrug, she spread her hands in an indifferent gesture. Wan. Meng Buchuan called out to stop Meng Wan as she made to leave. She remained silent, quietly waiting for Meng Buchuan to continue speaking. We don't mean to doubt you. The reason we've been avoiding this issue is more because we didn't want to admit our failure in parenting. Meng Buchuan let out a bitter laugh. Since things have come to this, we also want an answer. Chini nodded with red-rimmed eyes. Is it a misunderstanding or? She paused, steadying her breath. We don't know exactly when Ziyi learned about her origins, but her personality began showing changes around middle school. A mother always notices changes in her child first. But at that time, we just thought it was normal for girls to become more beauty conscious as they entered middle school, so we didn't think too much of it. Later, as the family gradually declined, her demands became increasingly unreasonable. She would throw tantrums at the slightest dissatisfaction. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. The memories of Tang Zi calling her mom for the first time, taking her first steps, and her first day of school still felt like yesterday, yet all of it had vanished like flowers in a mirror or the moon in water, disappearing completely as if it had never existed. Where did it all start going wrong? Chini-san's heart ached with throbbing pain, yet she had no choice but to accept this reality. So, the turning point was in middle school? Mengwan's indifference stood in stark contrast to the other three. Yes, ever since Yao Yao was born, she has been subtly or overtly asserting her presence. We understood that girls can be more emotionally sensitive, so we indulged her more than before. When we were in middle school, Yao Yao kept having health issues, so naturally everyone paid more attention to her. We thought that was what caused Ziyi's personality to change. When did the company start having problems? Mengwan asked like a detective interrogating a victim about the incident, calm and rational. 3 years ago, Meng Buchuan answered Mengwan's question. Yeah, around the summer after we graduated from 9th grade, Meng Jili added the detail. The times are changing too fast, and our company failed to transition in time. We struggled to secure business, especially with the Tang family's successful transformation. Armed with technology and innovation, they quickly eclipsed us. Despite our desperate efforts to turn things around, we only managed to hold on for 3 more years before declaring bankruptcy. Speaking of these past events, Meng Buchuan had already begun to let go. Reaching middle age, he had experienced both glory and hardship, but his family remained safe and healthy by his side. That was enough. Strangely enough, even though she clearly knew the family's circumstances had worsened, she seemed intent on squeezing the last drop of value from home. Far from showing restraint, she only made increasingly outrageous demands. Meng Jili's words were filled with disappointment, unwilling to believe that the younger sister he had doted on could be so calculating. Mengwan's fingers tapped rhythmically against the desk, one tap after another, creating the only sound in the otherwise silent room. During the summer vacation after 9th grade, did Tang Ziyi show any unnatural reactions or strange behavior around that time? The three of them fell into a heavy silence. During that time, we were often away from home and didn't pay much attention. Just as Meng Jili finished speaking, Chini suddenly seemed to remember something and tugged at Meng Buchuan's sleeve. Buchuan, do you remember when I once told you Ziyi has been absent-minded these past few days? Seems like something's on his mind or something similar? Meng Buchuan frowned deeply. I think you did mention that. During that period, he was buried in company affairs, overwhelmed with work every day. How could he possibly spare the mood to pay attention to such things? Moreover, Chini had only mentioned it in passing at the time, and the detailed circumstances were long forgotten. Did anything happen during that time? Mengwan tapped the table surface more rapidly, her intuition telling her the truth was just one step away. Did anything happen? Nothing really? Meng Buchuan and Meng Jili nodded in agreement. The trail went cold here, and even Mengwan couldn't help feeling frustrated, but at least they now had a direction for further investigation. I'll ask my elder brother and Jillian later to see if they remember anything. Mengwan nodded and stood up. Turning around, she saw 3 people with bowed heads and let out a slight sigh. You don't need to worry too much. Qianixuan said Jiao's condition is much better than other children with autism. It seems his current state is due to psychological trauma. I'll take him to Qianixuan for counseling sessions these coming weeks. As for Tang Ziyi, Chini and Mengwan locked eyes. I went to see her today. She has a fractured calf and will need a month to recover before being discharged. Let me make this clear up front. If she pulls anything like this against Tang Li and the others again, don't blame me for not sparing your feelings. Tang Ziyi's petty schemes weren't worth her attention, but this time, Tang Ziyi had squarely crossed her bottom line. She should be grateful it was her who took the fall. If Tang Li had to lie in bed for a month, Mengwan would make sure Tang Ziyi spent the rest of her life confined to one. At this thought, Mengwan's gaze turned even frostier. I, Mengwan, am no saint either. Some might even say I hold grudges. There's no such thing as forgive and forget in my book. If someone makes me unhappy, I'll make sure they're even unhappier. I understand that you've spent 17 years with Tang Ziyi and can't let go of these feelings. But that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. So I'll lay my cards on the table. If there's a next time, even if you plead for mercy, I won't spare Tang Ziyi. Mengwan knew her words sounded rather resolute. If it had been anyone else, she wouldn't have phrased it so absolutely. Leaving some leeway for both parties had always been her principle, a lesson she'd learned thoroughly from the Tang family's way of doing things. Yet for some reason, she now felt extremely irritable, simply wanting to equally destroy everyone who displeased her. As for whether the Meng family would feel unhappy hearing these words, sorry, that wasn't within her consideration. Wan. Meng Jili momentarily found himself at a loss for words, yet felt that if he didn't say something, the fragile thread of kinship they'd painstakingly nurtured might vanish completely. Chini was also stunned. Mengwan's icy demeanor sent an inexplicable panic rippling through her, as though something precious was slipping irrevocably through her fingers. Ziyi severed ties with us the day she returned to the Tang family. If she truly committed these inhuman acts, then she's merely reaping what she sowed. Meng Buchuan's words struck Chini and Meng Jili like a bolt of clarity, jolting them back to reality. They almost became estranged from their own daughter/sister, all because of an ungrateful wretch. Chapter 78. Aren't you going to school? That's right, Wan, do whatever you want to do, we're family. We were just being foolish earlier. To think Yao Yao turned out like this, and we still. Jeannie clenched her teeth, her face full of frustration at her own inability to change things. Meng Jili also wore a look of shame. For 17 years, while they had showered their favor on another person, they hadn't even known what kind of life Meng Wan was living. In the end, to Meng Wan, they were nothing more than strangers connected by blood. Overnight, she had fallen from being the young mistress to her current state, yet she never complained and selflessly helped every member of the family. They called Tang Zi an ungrateful wretch, but what did that make them? Meng Wan responded with a faint saying nothing more. To her, the Meng family was merely a temporary shelter before adulthood, something she shouldn't have cared about in the first place. Building connections is one thing, but investing too much emotion is another. The Meng family was decent enough, so helping them was simply returning the favor, nothing more. At night, the two little ones squeezed onto a single bed. The bed so narrow and cramped, Tang Li complained, pressing closer to Meng Jiao. Displeased but unable to shove him away, Meng Jiao could only retreat further inward. Tossing and turning, the two made the bed creak incessantly. Keep moving and you'll end up sleeping on the floor like the T-Rex. Behind a curtain, Meng Wan's voice came through. Tang Li froze, then obediently lay still, not daring to complain anymore. The room finally fell quiet for a while. Meng Wan, not feeling sleepy, half reclined against the headboard while scrolling through her phone. Tang Wan, are you asleep? Tang Yu's voice drifted over faintly. Speak. What did you say to that woman today? Boys who gossip too much won't get any girls to like them. Tang Yu pouted, but I'm so handsome. Meng Wan didn't speak, the corners of her lips curving upward in an arc. If she does something to you, do you know what to do? Have the T-Rex bite her. Good, that's exactly right. Meng Wan nodded with an approving look that said the student has learned well. Showing mercy to such people would be cruelty to oneself. Sleep now. First thing tomorrow, Butler Chen will come to pick you up. Tang Li knew resistance was futile and said nothing more. The room fell silent again, the steady breathing sounds indicating the two children had finally drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Jeannie tossed and turned restlessly before finally sitting upright and switching on her bedside lamp. Still thinking about Z? Meng Buchuan also sat up and drew Jeannie into his arms. I just can't understand why she would do this. Jeannie leaned against Meng Buchuan, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Before Yao Yao was born, I indulged her in everything, letting her do whatever she wanted or didn't want to do. After Yao Yao was born, fearing she might feel insecure, I became even more accommodating, terrified she'd think we were neglecting her. Even if she knew she wasn't our biological child, any shred of conscience should have stopped her from doing something like this. At this point, she straightened up. But I must have disappointed Wan today. My first reaction was disbelief. I kept questioning Yao Yao and Yaya. That was practically announcing I didn't trust Wan. It's good you realized that. You and Jilly doted on Z the most. It's natural to struggle with acceptance. But the moment she repeatedly crossed our boundaries until finally presenting that DNA report and insisting on severing ties, we shouldn't have harbored any illusions about her anymore. How could Meng Buchuan not feel disappointed? After all, she had been the apple of his eye for 17 years. But as the head of the family, he had to grasp reality clearly, knowing exactly who were his true family members, who were the ones he needed to protect. He had to take a firm stand. Think about it, the Tang family raised Wan for 17 years, yet they cast her aside so casually. That shows how little they truly cared for her. But we, as her biological parents, not only cherished our adopted daughter with utmost care but also, in doing so, ended up hurting our own flesh and blood. Meng Buchuan sighed, his heart heavy with sorrow. Neither her adoptive parents nor her biological ones made Wan feel the warmth of a true home. Tell me, what kind of absurdity is this? Wan may seem a bit aloof, but she's an exceptionally insightful child. She's been running around tirelessly for our family. Do you really think eldest and third's matters would have been resolved without her help? Where everything was hitting walls before, with Meng Wan around, not only did things go smoothly but they reached heights several levels beyond before. Even if a lucky star had descended, it couldn't have aligned so perfectly. Meng Buchuan could guess with his toes that Meng Wan had a hand in making things happen behind the scenes. Forget about them, just look at our stall, the now completed shop renovation, and Jili's health. Without Wan, with all these burdens weighing on our hearts, how could we possibly feel as content and carefree as we do now? The more Meng Buchuan spoke, the more Jeannie felt guilt and self-reproach. So, what should we do? What have I done? Jeannie burst into tears, and Meng Buchuan hurriedly grabbed 2 tissues to gently wipe her tears, his movements tender and meticulous. He hugged Jeannie and patted her back. Don't worry too much. Wan is a good child. Since we made a mistake, let's make it up to her properly. We need to make Wan feel the warmth of family, to make her truly feel like she belongs in this home, which is still unfamiliar to her. Equally unable to sleep was Meng Jili. He had told tonight's incident to his two sworn brothers, and without a doubt, received a stern scolding from both. One criticized him for being muddle-headed, while the other berated him for being indecisive and overly merciful. True to their brotherhood, their reprimands grew increasingly harsh and cutting, each one more biting than the last. Watching the continuous stream of messages popping up in the group chat, Meng Zhili let out a bitter laugh. He thought to himself that this time he really ought to let Chen Lu punch him twice. When they woke up the next day, all three of them had dark circles under their eyes, looking as if they'd been completely drained of energy. Upon seeing each other, they sighed simultaneously, regret reflecting plainly in everyone's gaze. Meng Buqiong fared slightly better. Qini and Meng Zhili had the most similar personalities, kind and gentle if you put it nicely, but indecisive and overly hesitant if you wanted to be blunt. After discussions with Meng Buqiong and the two brothers, their regret now ran as deep as it could possibly go. Do I have to leave now? I don't want to go back yet. At the dining table, Tang Li swung his legs, scooping up and setting down the porridge in his bowl. Cutting class every day. Are you planning to become an illiterate with no manners? Meng Wan wrapped his hand with her chopsticks, warning him not to waste food. What's illiterate? Anyone who has to ask that is illiterate. Tang Yu pouted his lips. He had never been able to out-argue Meng Wan. He turned his head to glance at Meng Zhiyao. Do you know what illiterate means? Meng Zhiyao ignored him. You're illiterate too. Having received no response, Tang Yu delivered his verdict. Hurry up and eat. Butler Chen is waiting downstairs. Got it, got it. Tang Li put on a pitiful face at this long unheard bickering, but his feet swung lightly with hidden delight. But Meng Zhiyao, aren't you going to school? How about coming to ours? If you become my lackey, I might reluctantly agree to protect you. The three who hadn't dared speak finally looked up at Meng Zhiyao upon hearing this remark. The spoon in his hand paused momentarily before he remained silent. Too much talk? Eat up. Meng Wan tapped him on the head and placed 2 peeled eggs into their respective bowls. The next moment, Qini and Meng Zhili each put their own peeled eggs into her bowl. Feeling both exasperated and amused, Meng Wan glanced at the clock. Seeing there wasn't enough time to finish eating, she decided against having any and stood up to pack her bag instead. She took Tang Li out the door, while Qini and Meng Zhili simultaneously turned their gazes toward Meng Buqiong. The latter shrugged helplessly, indicating there was nothing he could do. Without time for further discussion, Meng Zhili hastily grabbed his school bag and hurried after them. Chapter 79. Did you really give me a choice? After seeing off Tang Li, the two walked in silence to the bus stop, boarded the vehicle wordlessly, and sat side by side without uttering a single word. Meng Wan gazed at the receding trees outside the window. Having spent 3 consecutive days juggling countless tasks without rest, the sudden return to normal school life finally allowed the tense strings in her mind to loosen slightly. When Meng Zhili turned his head, he immediately noticed the faint dark circles beneath Meng Wan's eyes. Her fair skin, intensified by the bright lighting, made even the slightest discoloration strikingly apparent on her face. Remembering how Meng Wan had been running around taking care of family matters these past couple days while still handling her own affairs, Meng Zhili felt increasingly like he'd failed as a human being. Not only was he an unqualified older brother, he wasn't even qualified as a proper person. Last night he kept tossing and turning over this issue, and late at night he even sat up and slapped himself twice before barely managing to fall asleep. Now, seeing Meng Wan's expression, that overwhelming guilt came rushing back. What a despicable person he was. Meng Zhili cursed himself in his heart. Must be exhausting these past days? After wrestling with himself for a while, he finally spoke up. But the moment the words left his mouth, he felt he'd asked something foolish. Sure enough, Meng Wan froze for a moment. I'm alright. An inexplicable silence fell between them, thick with awkwardness, as neither spoke another word until they parted ways at their respective schools. Lan Xing raised a hand in greeting the moment she spotted Meng Wan, while Pengzhe waved even more enthusiastically, his bright eyes fixed intently on her approaching figure. Need something? Senior Wan, the annual sports meet is coming up again, Pengzhe said, presenting the registration form with both hands. Which events does your majesty plan to grace this year? Did you ever give me a choice? 1500 meters, high jump, long jump, would those work for you? Pengzhe flashed an ingratiating smile. There was no way around it. Nobody wanted to sign up for the 1500 meters, while the high jump and long jump were dominated by trained athletes from other classes. Without Meng Wan competing, they stood no chance of winning. Securing victories in these 3 events would guarantee them a top 3 ranking in the entire school. If only one person could register for more than 3 events, Pengzhe would have eagerly scribbled Meng Wan's name for every single competition. Words were unnecessary. Meng Wan took the registration form and signed her name in just a few strokes, bold and decisive, exuding unrestrained confidence. Miss Lan Xing, we're counting on you for shot put again this year. Pengzhe smoothly handed another form to Lan Xing, who didn't bother with small talk either and promptly signed her name. Oh, wait. Pungja's backside had barely touched the chair when he sprang up again, leaning between the two girls. What now? Launching tapped Pungja's head with her pen. Pungja gasped in pain and immediately ducked his head back, sitting up straight while rubbing the sore spot with one hand. The paragraph count and format match the original 1:1. The freshman design contest has concluded. In the final moments, one overtook Su Ping by 3 votes, clinching this year's top prize in the competition. Congrats, Wan. Thanks. The ranking was about what she'd expected, so Mengwan wasn't particularly surprised. Miss Wan, this time it's not just about the bonus. Rumor has it that WP will grant you one clothing-related request. Seeing Mengwan's unchanged expression, Pungja clasped his hands together and gazed at her with pleading eyes. Miss Wan, I have a request to make. Mengwan raised an eyebrow. Go on. It's about designing our class uniform again. After discussing with Su Ping, we both think the t-shirt you designed perfectly matches our sports meet theme this year, vibrant and bold. For us stuck in the dreary grind of senior year, it represents pure vitality and youth. Pungja stood up straight, looking ready to burst into poetic recitation at any moment. Mengwan gave a somewhat speechless laugh. Sit down already, quit acting crazy. Hee alright. Pungja was all about taking advice. So, you want WP to mass-produce my painted t-shirt designs for this year's sports team uniforms? Only top scorer Siswan could figure it out so fast. You're brilliant. Pungja laid on the flattery, but Lanxing couldn't take it anymore. You're quite the schemer, aren't you? Didn't we always have Su Ping design it and outsource production to other companies in previous years? True, we used Su Ping's designs in past years, but didn't Sister Wan win first place this time? Pungja scratched his head. So you're being this opportunistic, just abandoning a 2-year tradition? I'm telling you, Pungja. Are you trying to make extra work for our Wan? If you'd contributed to the class for 2 years only to be kicked out just because you didn't win first place in the final year, would you be happy? Lanxing was so furious with Pungja she could practically hear her teeth grinding, already raising her hand to teach him some life principles. Seeing the misunderstanding, Pungja quickly raised his arms in defense. Oh dear, Miss Lan. Do you really think I'm that kind of person? This idea was Su Ping's own suggestion. I actually advised her against it, but she insisted I use Sister Wan's design. That's why I'm bringing it up to Sister Wan now. Really? Lanxing eyed Pungja suspiciously. Pungja looked utterly helpless as he glanced around, just in time to see Su Ping returning to the classroom with a freshly filled water bottle. Su Ping. Pungja's sudden outburst gave Su Ping quite a start. She walked over, holding the cup in her hand. What's wrong? Hurry up and explain to these 2 young ladies. They think I've had my conscience eaten by dogs and are about to teach me how to be a proper human. Su Ping frowned, looking utterly puzzled. Seeing this, Mengwan briefly summarized the situation. Yes, it was my suggestion. Mengwan's design this time is really good, and since it's our final year, I thought being a bit more bold would make it look more youthful, a fitting finale. But this is your reward, so I sent Pungja over to discuss it with you. Mengwan glanced at Su Ping, then turned her gaze to Pungja. Then let's do as you suggest. Su Ping nodded her head, as if she had already anticipated that Mengwan would agree, and then returned to her seat. Out of the 4, Pungja reacted the most intensely. He clasped his hands together prayerfully, gazing at Mengwan with profound gratitude. Sis Wan, you're literally my savior. Mengwan frowned slightly in disapproval and silently turned away. Lanxing curled her lips disdainfully as well, then swiveled around to lean closer to Mengwan's ear. Are we really going into mass production? Mengwan nodded. By the way, take a look at this. Lanxing took out his phone and opened a video to show it to Mengwan. The screen was black at first, then slowly revealed a pair of slender, fair, and well-defined hands holding a simple guitar, as if a TV had just been turned on. The image paused as the guitar strings were lightly plucked, and the melodious tune instantly captivated the mood of the viewer. Bullet comments continuously floated across the screen, some praising the hands, some the melody, while others called it mediocre, but overall, the reviews were mostly positive. After about 10 seconds, a slightly deep voice accompanied the melody. It felt as if the singer was leading you through a rainy night, dancing a romantic waltz together on the streets beneath the rain. Bullets kept flying over the screen, and within less than a day of being posted, it had already garnered nearly 1 million views. I knew it was your third brother the moment I heard the voice. Look at those views, it's definitely gone viral. Gaining 300k followers overnight? Amazing. Chapter 80 only because you care, that's why you get angry. Compared to Lanxing's surprise, Mengwan remained much calmer, as the outcome was largely in line with her expectations. Meng Jilian was bound to gain popularity. Jingsu's million followers were 80% active fans. Before his scandal, he had mentioned that the company was pushing a new artist. Out of curiosity and a critical mindset, fans were bound to keep an eye on Meng Jilian's movements. Of those million views, a conservative estimate would attribute at least half to Jingsu's fans. Mengwan scrolled through the comments section again. Some were curious about the songs, others about his appearance, and a few even took digs at Jingsu. Overall, the feedback was mostly positive, so she handed the phone back to Lan Xing. After lunch, Mengwan headed alone to the art studio, where Su Ping was already waiting. "You're quite early." Mengwan sat to the side, watching Su Ping trace out the lines. "Why the sudden decision to use my design? Weren't we supposed to go with your proposal for the meeting? It fits the sports event theme perfectly, plus it won first place in the design competition, plenty of hype, and we can naturally use up the prize reward too. Kills multiple birds with one stone." Su Ping spoke as if it were the most obvious thing, her hands never pausing as the dress slowly took shape under her fingers. "You've got me all figured out, huh? The plan remains unchanged, only the protagonist has been switched. As long as the goal is achieved, it's fine. The branch company arrangements are already in place. This sports event just happens to serve as a lively advertisement for the branch, without affecting the parent company's high-end bespoke line." At this point, Su Ping put down her pen and turned to look at Mengwan. "You really are something else." Mengwan expected her to say something else, and let out a slightly exasperated chuckle upon hearing this. With matters settled, she didn't linger. Giving the design drafts one last glance, she stood up and stretched. Using savorites for the slanted collar would have a better effect than emeralds. With that, Mengwan got up and left, leaving Su Ping alone to stare blankly at the design draft. Only after a long while did she erase the marginal note with an eraser and wrote down the words savorite. She was quite grateful that Mengwan couldn't draw, otherwise there'd be an insurmountable mountain standing in her path. After school, Mengwan had to stay behind to discuss matters regarding the sports uniforms, so she asked Lan Xing to relay a message for Meng Jili to go home first. By the time she finished, it was already nearly 6 o'clock. "I'll give you a ride." Su Ping rolled down the car window. Mengwan shook her head. "It's nothing, I'll take the bus back." Neither of them were the type to insist. One offered, the other declined, and that was that, no excessive politeness between them. It was quite unexpected that these two had ended up starting a company together. Aside from family gatherings, they had practically no interaction, yet one day they suddenly decided to launch a clothing company. Even more surprising was that the idea had come from Su Ping, who was usually aloof and preferred solitude. Mengwan agreed outright. Lan Xing grew jealous over this, suspecting that Mengwan and Su Ping might have secretly gotten together behind her back. But in reality, it was just a casual decision. One proposed, the other readily agreed. One was drawn to Mengwan's competence, the other admired Su Ping's designs. Most students in their college came from wealthy, well-connected families with ample free time. Launching startups whenever inspiration struck was perfectly ordinary for them. From small bubble tea shops to large investment firms, many people do this, and schools don't stop them. After all, most of these individuals will eventually take over their family businesses. As a form of experiential learning, it's beneficial in every aspect. Schools even organize various activities to let students gain hands-on practice. That's why, although their academic performance might not be as outstanding as #1 high schools, their talent cultivation rate is as high as 95%. Though they somewhat absurdly began their entrepreneurial journey, the two turned out to be surprisingly compatible in how they handled things. Their first fashion show was a complete success, immediately establishing their brand, hence the now well-known WP in the industry. As she approached the bus stop, messages in the group chat popped up asking Mengwan how long until she got home. Just as Mengwan finished replying, her phone rang. It was Meng Ziyuan calling. "Wan." The steady voice came through the phone. "Big brother, Li Qingshan's matter is settled. He got 3 years for group debauchery." "Okay. As for Jili, I've already scolded him, but I'd rather recommend you beat him up, include my share too. Doesn't matter if he's injured or maimed, I'll defend you in court." Mengwan arched her lips in a smile. "Big brother, as a lawyer, are you teaching me how to commit a crime now?" "No, as an older brother, I'm teaching you how to properly vent your emotions." A deeper smile curved Mengwan's lips. "Got it. I'll handle it carefully," Mengwan replied, sitting on the bench at the bus stop. She lowered her head to glance at her toes and gave them a slight shake. "But if I accidentally take it too far, you'll have to use everything you've learned to bail me out. 24 hours at my sister's service." Meng Ziyuan's voice always carried a reassuring quality. Third brother called too. "All right, be careful on your way back. Message me when you arrive, understood?" Mengwan acknowledged with a reply before ending the call and dialing Meng Jilian. "Haven't gone back yet? We were discussing the sports meet." The bus arrived, and Mengwan tapped her card before boarding. At this hour, there weren't many passengers. She randomly chose a single seat and sat down. "Sports meet? Are you participating in any events? Can I come watch? I'm pretty good at photography, and with my little sister being so photogenic, we're bound to get some amazing shots. Alright, I'll save you a spot. Each student could invite 2 outside guests to attend. In previous years, those invitations had always gone directly to Pungsha. Mangjili has always been this slow-moving type. Don't let his good grades fool you. His reactions in daily life are painfully delayed. Half the time, he only realizes things after the fact and starts regretting. I bet he's been stammering all day without daring to speak to you, hasn't he? This is exactly how he acts whenever he messes up. Recalling Mangjili's odd behavior today, Mangwon nodded with a smile, then belatedly realized her cousin Mangjilian couldn't see her gesture over the phone. Just as she was about to respond, someone seemed to be calling for Mangjilian on his end. Can't stand it? Wait till I get back, I'll punch him twice for you. Let's be clear though, you're the only sister I acknowledge, my one and only. Yeah, even Mangwon herself didn't notice how tender her smile had become at this moment. The instructor's here. Brother's going to practice now. Remember to tell me about the sports meet. I'll definitely come back to cheer for you. Be careful walking home alone at night. If you get hungry, grab some snacks you like at the intersection first. I've transferred you some money. Okay. The moment Mangwon responded, Mangjilian hung up on the other end. Clutching her phone, she gazed out the window and exhaled a long, heavy breath. Text messages came one after another. Phone calls followed in quick succession. For 17 years, Mangwon had always believed she had little connection to the word family. Yet now, she had unexpectedly become the object of her family's concern and longing. Coming home late would prompt someone to call checking if she'd eaten. Walking home alone, there would always be waiting at the alley's entrance to accompany her. Someone would worry whether she'd eaten properly or slept soundly. They'd recognize her efforts without taking them for granted. Mangwon froze momentarily, suddenly understanding why she had been angry yesterday. Because she cared, that's why she'd been angry. Chapter 81. I'll grow to 188 centimeters. After getting off the bus, Mangwon walked home alone with her backpack. The once unfamiliar route had now become so familiar she could practically find her way home with her eyes closed. The sky had grown somewhat dim, and the streetlights flickered a few times before casting their yellowish glow. Mangwon looked up to see a familiar figure standing beneath one of the lights. Wan, come home for dinner, Mangjili waved at her. Mangwon approached and only then noticed the dark bruise on Mangjili's face. What happened to your face? Mangjili shook his head but remained silent. Mangwon frowned but ultimately didn't press further. Have things been settled? That's about it. If we need to discuss more tomorrow, I'll wait for you in Ijong's classroom. I just happen to want to look for some exercises at the school library. Have you eaten? No, my parents just got back, so we can eat now. The two continued to chat about everyday matters, as if nothing had happened before. In the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived. The main couple was making final preparations before opening their business, while Meng Ziyuan and his siblings remained steadfast on their respective dream paths. Meanwhile, after breakfast, Mangwon was getting ready to take Meng Ziyao out. As soon as the door opened, they saw a familiar figure accompanied by a dog. Tangwan, you're secretly taking Meng Ziyao out to play behind my back again. Tang Li widened his eyes, his gaze full of grievance and accusation. Mangwon showed no expression at all and calmly closed the door. Why did you come running over here again? I told the butler this time. Tang Li straightened his back, looking quite proud. Mangwon curled her lips and ruffled his head with her hand. Well done. To his surprise, Mangwon actually praised him. Tang Yu blushed but pretended to be aloof. Humph, if I want to do something, I can do it well. The next second, his gaze landed on Meng Ziyao, who was holding a bag and obediently holding Mangwon's hand, and his face instantly fell. So, where are you two sneaking off to play without me? Returning books. Meng Ziyao suddenly spoke up, surprising Mangwon but making Tang Li visibly awkward. He rubbed his nose. This is for you. Tang Li handed the bag he was holding to Meng Ziyao, his movements somewhat hesitant, completely lacking his usual domineering air. Meng Ziyao looked puzzled and glanced up at Mangwon. Mangwon nodded, releasing Ziyao hand so he could reach out to take it. Meng Ziyao took it and glanced inside the bag. It was an unopened book, the very same one Tang Li had previously torn apart. Actually, Chini had later approached Meng Ziyao to ask about the reason for their argument. Meng Ziyao showed Chini the torn book, and Chini bought him a new one, instructing him to properly apologize when he went to see Qian Yishuan over the weekend. He had assumed Tang Li wouldn't remember, given his indifferent attitude toward everything, but unexpectedly, Tang Li showed up early Saturday morning just to deliver the book to him. Thank you, Meng Ziyao murmured softly, not mentioning that Chini had already bought him a new one. It was my fault from the start. I, Tang Yu, am not someone who'd stubbornly refuse to admit when I'm wrong. Tang Yu snorted, the tips of his ears turning red. What did you do wrong? Mangwon glanced at the bag, instantly making Tang Yu shrink back timidly. Adults shouldn't pry into children's matters. He stood in front of Meng Ziyao, though he wasn't much taller than her. Manhwa measured their heights with a glance and scoffed openly, the mockery in her tone unmistakable. I'll grow taller. Tang Yu's face flushed red with determination. You'd better drink plenty of milk then. If you don't hit 1.88 meters, no girl will give you a second glance. I'll grow to 1.88 meters, the little guy shouted. Manhwa suppressed a laugh. Alright then, go for it. Seeing Manhwa's disbelief, Tang Li was about to argue, but she didn't give him the chance. I'm taking him painting. It'll take the whole day, so I won't have time for you. Head back for today and come again tomorrow. I want to go too, Tang Li blurted out without thinking. It'll be boring. You wouldn't be able to sit still. I can sit still. The two stared at each other, wide-eyed. Tang Li puffed out her cheeks with a look that clearly said, if you don't take me along, I'm gonna throw a tantrum. What do you think? Manhwa deferred the decision to Meng Jiao. The latter tightened his grip on the bag and nodded. Manhwa shrugged. Let's go then. Tang Li's eyes lit up with a sly grin as he reached out ingratiatingly for the bag in Meng Jiao's hand. Remembering previous lessons, she refused to let go, and he dared not force it. Giving up, he grabbed the leash around the Tyrannosaurus's neck instead. Watching their playful interaction without interference, Manhwa walked ahead on her own, trailed by the two youngsters and an enthusiastically trotting dog. I knew I spotted the Tang family's car, so it's the second young master of the Tangs. Qian Yishuan had already been waiting downstairs and opened the car door for them. Manhwa raised her hand in a wave, which served as her greeting. Oh, I remember you. Tang Li pointed at Qian Yishuan with the demeanor of a social butterfly, creating a stark contrast to Meng Jiao. My name is Qian Yishuan, you can call me Brother Yishuan. I know you too, Tang Li, right? Qian Yishuan's eyes curved into smiles, his appearance completely devoid of any aggressiveness. Although Tang Li didn't say anything, it was clear he wasn't rejecting him. Yao Yao, good morning. Qian Yishuan crouched down to greet Meng Jiao at eye level. Having interacted last week, Meng Jiao no longer avoided him as before. He stood before Qian Yishuan, looking somewhat uneasy. Naturally noticing this, Qian Yishuan asked, what's wrong? Finished the books? I bought a few newly released picture books the other day, want to read them together? Hearing this, Meng Jiao's eyes brightened for a moment, but quickly dimmed again. He handed one of the bags in his hand to Qian Yishuan, his lips tightly pressed together, revealing his nervousness. Qian Yishuan was somewhat puzzled but still took a look inside. Inside was a book that had fallen apart but had been painstakingly repaired, and a brand new, unopened book. Did you ruin it? Qian Yishuan curved the corners of his mouth, his tone still gentle, showing no sign of blame. I'm sorry. Meng Jiao's fingers kept fidgeting with the bag handle Tang Li had given him. Qian Yishuan placed his hand on the boy's head, gently rubbing between his brows. Let's make a deal, alright? Next time you mustn't damage books again, you have to take good care of them. Can I, still, borrow it? Seeing that Meng Jiao could already engage in conversation with him, Qian Yishuan couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. Of course, if you promise me you'll take good care of these picture books next time. I will. The voice was soft but firm. Tang Li, standing nearby, naturally understood why Meng Jiao was upset. It turned out the books weren't his. He felt slightly embarrassed, just as Manhwa gave him a nudge. Tang Li stumbled slightly, drawing the attention of both of them. It was me who accidentally damaged the book. It has nothing to do with Meng Jiao. I'm sorry. Tang Li, who had always been arrogant, spoke with rare sincerity. Chapter 82. Do you want Meng Jiao to attend school with you? Qian Yishuan pressed his lips into a faint smile and also ruffled Tang Li's hair. Admitting your mistakes makes you far more admirable than most adults. It's getting late, let's set off. With the matter resolved, Manhwa finally brought up their main agenda. Qian Yishuan nodded. The trio and the dog settled into the back seat once more, this time completing the journey to the art studio without any fuss or commotion. Tang Li, visiting for the first time, found everything around him utterly novel. With the lesson from last time, Meng Jiao no longer clung tightly to Manhwa but was able to paint peacefully in the studio. Qian Yishuan busied himself with other tasks nearby, occasionally exchanging a few words with Meng Jiao. Unlike before, he didn't overwhelm him with constant chatter in an attempt to learn more about him, giving Meng Jiao plenty of space. Manhwa sat outside, flipping through the book she hadn't finished reading last time. Tang Li, however, wanted to enter the studio but was held back by Manhwa, leaving both the human and the dog sitting bored beside her, their eyes faintly resentful. I warned you it would be boring. Subtext, you insisted on coming yourself. Tang Yu lay sprawled across the desk, her cheek squished against the surface, causing a small bulge of flesh to puff out. How long do we have to stay here? The whole day. If you get bored, just ask Butler Chen to pick you up. No way. That woman's been crazy ever since she came back, making such a racket every day. I don't want to go home. Did she do anything to you? She wouldn't dare do anything to me. She just keeps picking on Butler Chen and the others every day, never satisfied with this or that. But, Tang Yu's tone suddenly shifted, his eyes lighting up. Before I left, I kicked her door and warned her that if she keeps acting crazy, I'll catch a few snakes to bite her. Manhwa rubbed his head. If it were Tang Chi, he would truly do something like that. There's a ball, go play with Tyrannosaurus in the backyard for a while. As long as he wasn't being kicked out, Tang Li was happy to comply. He immediately got off the chair, grabbed the ball and beckoned Tyrannosaurus to the yard. Manhwa glanced up at the boy and the dog, making sure they remained within her line of sight before lowering her head back to her book. In the art studio, the floor-to-ceiling windows framed the entire garden view. With just a turn of her head, Meng Jiao could see the boy and the dog pressing their faces against the glass window, peering inside. This was Qian Yishuan's first encounter with the second young master of the Tang family. Given Tang Chi's formidable reputation, he had assumed this Tang's second son would also be quite the character. Seeing that little chubby face now squished and distorted against the glass window, he couldn't help but curve the corners of his lips upwards. He closed his book and poked Meng Jiao. Meng Jiao turned to look at him, whereupon Qian Yishuan lifted his chin slightly, gesturing for him to look out the window. Noticing Meng Jiao's attention, Tang Yu grew even more excited, making several funny faces at him and shouting something, presumably inviting him out to play. But with the soundproof glass between them, Meng Jiao couldn't hear a word. Meng Jiao glanced at it twice, then averted her gaze and returned to her drawing. Tang Li glanced at it, pouted her lips, but didn't press the matter. Instead, she obediently played with the Tyrannosaurus in the garden. Qian Yishuan withdrew his gaze and caught sight of Meng Jiao's painting, his lips curling into an even brighter smile. Yao Yao, would you like to make more good friends? Just like your brother and sister, you could carry a backpack to school every day, play with friends during recess, go buy snacks together after class while chatting and walking home, and even arrange weekend outings with good pals, just like how you've become friends with Tang Li now. Meng Jiao blinked and looked out the window at Tang Li, who was having the time of his life outside. With a smile on his face, he playfully teased the stubborn dog with a ball, running freely through the garden. It was a life he had never experienced himself. It wasn't that he hadn't attended kindergarten, but he disliked talking, so he couldn't make any friends. He could only watch as others played. Later, he began fearing contact with people, growing increasingly withdrawn, until eventually he became the one everyone avoided. So he could only draw and draw. As long as he kept drawing, he wouldn't have to talk to anyone, wouldn't have to notice that he was alone. Yao Yao? Noticing Meng Jiao spacing out, Qian Yishuan softly called his name. Meng Jiao blinked at him, a fleeting spark of hope fading as his gaze dimmed. He shook his head and silently picked up his paintbrush again. Qian Yishuan felt a pang of sympathy but didn't force anything upon him. Quietly, he stepped out, leaving the studio to Meng Jiao alone. Separated by just a window, Meng Jiao painted in solemn silence while Tang Li beamed with a goofy, radiant smile. Why did you come out? Manhwa asked, surprised to see Qian Yishuan outside. How is it going? It's much better than last time. You can tell he's been in a good mood lately. He started incorporating brighter colors like yellow and orange into his paintings, shades he wouldn't have used before. The overall composition isn't as gloomy or oppressive as it used to be. Qian Yishuan placed a freshly brewed cup of tea in front of her. Has anything happened recently? Manhwa frowned, trying to recall if any factors this past week might have contributed to Meng Jiao's change. Tyrannosaurus, are you stupid? Give me the ball. Come back here. Outside came Tang Yu's voice, furious and flustered. Manhwa suddenly realized, it wasn't just Meng Jiao who had changed. Tang Yu, too, had shed his former air of oppressive indifference. Even the hostility he'd carried when first returning home, that the whole world is my enemy, I'll destroy everyone bitterness, had noticeably faded. Though their experiences differed, their similarly unhappy childhoods had shaped them into completely contrasting personalities. Strangely enough, these differences perfectly complemented each other. I suppose being with someone their own age might feel more relaxed and natural than interacting with adults like us. Qian Yishuan nodded, so I asked Yao Yao if he wanted to go to school, but he clearly envied the idea yet refused with a shake of his head. Go to school? There are too many people. Wouldn't sending him now be too risky? Having someone familiar by his side could greatly enhance his sense of security, Qian Yishuan said pointedly. Manhwa looked at the carefree Tang Li playing enthusiastically outside and felt a headache coming on. Tang Yu, Manhwa called out. Hearing her voice, Tang Yu stopped trying to snatch the ball from the Tyrannosaurus's mouth and came trotting over eagerly. What's up? Manhwa beckoned, and Tang Yu hurriedly moved closer. Would you like Meng Jiao to go to school with you? For some reason, Tang Yu smelled a whiff of conspiracy in the air. What do you want me to do? After all, he was a child raised by the Tang family, though usually foolish, his mind sharpened remarkably in crucial moments. Didn't you say you'd let him attend your school, and that you'd protect him? Tang Li paused. Those were indeed the exact words he'd spoken at the Meng family's dinner table. What? The illustrious second young master of the Tang family goes back on his word? Then how will you dare to keep shamelessly freeloading meals at the Mang house? Mang Wan's lips curved as a glint of mischief flashed through her eyes. Having lived a full 10 years longer than Tang Li in this world was certainly not for nothing. Chapter 83, Time to Give Up. It counts, of course it counts. Tang Li raised his voice. When Tang Li gives his word, he keeps it. If Meng Jiao goes to our school and anyone dares to bully him, I'll take him to settle the score. Fine, you said it. Meng Wan's eyes held a hint of amusement, yet her expression remained utterly indifferent. I said it. Poor Tang Li had unwittingly fallen into the trap Meng Wan had set, completely unaware. Meng Wan glanced at Qian Yishuan, raising an eyebrow with confident flair and a hint of smug satisfaction. Qian Yishuan smiled and lifted his hand as if to ruffle her hair, but for some unspoken reason, he ultimately let it drop. Because the movement was so subtle, Meng Wan didn't notice it at all. Just as she was about to say something, Meng Wan's phone rang. She glanced at Qian Yishuan and gestured toward Tang Li with her finger. Qian Yishuan nodded, and only then did Meng Wan step out of the living room. In the corner, Meng Wan answered the phone. Grandpa, craving some pastries? Wan. Qin Xiong's voice carried a hint of gravity. The smile vanished from Meng Wan's lips, and her tone turned serious. What happened? Jiang Yu's condition isn't looking good. My suggestion is it's time to give up, but this kid Yan Ian, Qin Xiong said with a sigh, his voice filled with exhaustion and resignation. Anyway, you'd better come over right away. We've managed to stabilize things for now, but who knows how much longer it'll hold. I'll be there now. Not daring to delay, Meng Wan hung up and returned to the living room. What's wrong? Qian Yishuan noticed something was off about Meng Wan's expression. Something urgent came up at Yan Yan's place. I need to get there right now. Could you please look after these two for me? Qian Yishuan was taken aback for a moment. Don't rush. How are you planning to get there? I've asked Assistant Yao to pick me up. He'll be here in 10 minutes. With that, Meng Wan called Tang Li and Meng Jiao over. I have something urgent to attend to and need to leave first. So today, you'll stay with Brother Yishuan. Wait for me to come back after I'm done, and don't wander off. Be good and listen to him, understood? Can I not go? Tang Li stared straight at Meng Wan, while Meng Jiao didn't speak but mirrored Tang Li's posture exactly. Meng Wan patted both their heads. I'm sorry. After all, she was the one who had brought them here. Though they were still young, Meng Wan didn't brush them off casually but apologized to them sincerely. Meng Jiao was naturally obedient and well-behaved. Though Tang Li was somewhat unhappy, he could distinguish between major and minor matters clearly and didn't make any further fuss. Go ahead, be careful on the way. Call me if there's anything I can help with. He placed his hands on the shoulders of the two children. Sorry to trouble you. Meng Wan forced a smile before turning and leaving the small building. Qian Yishuan smiled faintly with a trace of bitterness. She was even more courteous to him than to Chen Lu and He Tong, whom she'd met much later. With a slight sigh, Qian Yishuan put his smile back on. He crouched down to meet the two at eye level. Alright, your sister has some matters to attend to. What shall the three of us do now? The three of them seemed somewhat disheartened, resembling lonely elderly and left-behind children. Meanwhile, Yao Qinglin, who happened to be handling business nearby, arrived quickly and smoothly picked up Meng Wan. Originally, we were supposed to sign a contract today, but young Master Yan received a phone call and urgently asked me to take him to the side residence. How did he seem? Still quite composed, allowing me to handle the follow-up arrangements for the contract. But Miss Meng, you don't need to worry either. They said over the phone that the situation has stabilized. Yao Qinglin glanced into the rearview mirror, his expression still cool and detached. Strictly business, no unnecessary questions, no overstepping boundaries, was his code of conduct as an assistant. Meng Wan muttered a response, somewhat distracted, and silence fell in the car. Yao Qinglin quietly pressed harder on the accelerator, reaching their destination about 10 minutes earlier than usual. Before Yao Qinglin could even get out to open the door, Meng Wan had already stepped out on her own. Tossing out a cursory, thanks for the trouble, she hurried toward the villa. The door was opened by the butler. Before she could speak, Qin Xiong emerged from behind her. Wan, Master, how is everything? Meng Wan nodded to the butler and helped Qin Xiong into the living room. Qin Xiong sat down and sighed. I rushed over as soon as I got the news. Everything was fine during the resident doctor's routine check this afternoon. But while the butler went to fetch a basin of water to clean Jiang Yu, she nearly passed away. After the doctor stabilized her using my method, they urgently contacted me. I reapplied the needles, but this time I don't know how long it'll hold. It used to last longer, but now the duration keeps getting shorter. Wan, you know what this means. Meng Wan pressed her lips tightly together, avoiding Qin Xiong's gaze. Though pained, Qin Xiong could only continue speaking. Jiang Yu, she has no will to live herself. You all know she can hear you, yet after 2 years, she still longs for death. Even if I were the reincarnation of BNK, I'd still be powerless here. Qin Xiong patted Meng Wan's hand, his eyes filled with heartache. Jiang Yu was also a child he had watched grow up. She was the child his dear friend, one of his few companions, had entrusted to him before passing away. In his heart, he regarded Jiang Yu as his own daughter. When he advised Yan Yan to consider giving up, how could his own heart not ache just as much? After studying medicine for so many years and saving countless lives, he couldn't save his own friend, nor his friend's only daughter. What sins had he committed in his past life for heaven to treat him so cruelly? Qin Xiong's eyes were red as he repeatedly patted Meng Wan's hand. Meng Wan clenched her teeth tightly, her taut jawline revealing how hard she was struggling to control her emotions. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Master, this is an outcome no one wanted to see. Go check on Yan Yan, the boy hasn't left his room. Qin Xiong released her hand, pointing upstairs with a slightly choked voice. Alright, Meng Wan couldn't bring herself to say things like don't be sad or don't blame yourself, because she knew such words would offer no comfort. She stood up and walked step by step toward the room where Yan Yan was. Qin Xiong watched her retreating figure. Those two little brats had somehow grown up without anyone noticing. While other kids were out playing with friends after school, these two had shouldered the burdens of life, supporting each other and relying on their own strength to make it this far. 2 years ago, Yan Yan was only 16 years old. A car accident took his father without leaving even a final word, and left his mother in a vegetative state, still unconscious to this day. Overnight, he not only had to face the pain of losing his closest family but also grit his teeth and take on the entire Yan family business. These past 2 years, if it weren't for his belief that his mother would eventually wake up, if Meng Wan hadn't been by his side supporting him every step of the way, how cruel fate can be, to torment two such well-behaved and sensible children. Qin Xiong wiped his face, hating his own helplessness for the second time. Chapter 84, Am I being too selfish? Upstairs, Meng Wan's raised hand hovered in midair before she ultimately gave up on knocking and quietly pushed the door open to enter. The door closed with a slight sound. Yan Yan looked at her, his eyes rimmed red, appearing somewhat aggrieved, like an unwanted golden retriever, pitiful to behold. Without a word, Meng Wan stepped forward and embraced him. Yan Yan wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her tightly for a long while without letting go. Meng Wan gently patted his back again and again, just as she had done 2 years ago, offering him silent comfort and support. At this moment, no words of solace could bring as much reassurance as this embrace did. After what felt like an eternity, Meng Wan finally sat down. Their hands clasped tightly together, as if there were no one else in the world but them. Did Grandfather Qin tell you? Yan Yan's voice was slightly hoarse. Meng Wan tightened her grip on his hand. Am I being too selfish? Knowing full well how much pain Mom is in, yet still only thinking of myself. I know. Every thought of yours, all your unspoken suffering, I understand it all. Grandpa Qin said he has a way to wake Mom, but after that, nothing could bring her back. Dad left without saying a single word, so I want to at least be able to talk with Mom one more time. Whether the acupuncture was administered or not, Jiang Yu's life was steadily slipping away. Yan Yan knew this, yet he selfishly wished Jiang Yu could stay with him a little longer. But he also feared that even Jiang Yu might not have the chance to leave behind a single word. There's still time. Their hands clasped tightly together, yet both knew in their hearts that even if there was time left, it was no more than 3 months. That day, the three of them sat in the villa for a long while, the oppressive atmosphere weighing heavily on everyone. The sky gradually darkened as Yan Yan called a driver to take Qin Xiong back, and the two of them stood at the door watching him leave. Let's go, I'll take you home. Yan Yan wrapped an arm around Meng Wan, ruffling her hair gently, his tone soft. I need to make a detour to Qian Yishuan's place to pick up Tang Li and Meng Jiao. Alright, wait for me a moment. Yan Yan went upstairs and came back out with an extra coat in his hand. Put it on, the nights are getting chilly now. Yan Yan draped his coat over Meng Wan. Meng Wan didn't refuse. Instead, she tugged at the garment to settle it more securely around herself. Has anything been happening between the Meng and Tang families lately? No, but the school sports meet opens next month. Will you come? Of course, I heard from Pengzhi that you signed up for 3 events. Was he being annoyingly persistent again? If you don't want to participate, just ignore his nonsense. It's our final year, so I'll humor him. I won first prize in the design competition, and Su Ping and Pengzhi plan to use my design for our class uniforms. WP happens to be expanding its business right now. This would be the perfect opportunity for some live advertising. That's exactly what I was thinking. Pengzhi will be representing us to sign the contract in the next couple of days. Better have Tian Wei step in when the time comes. Otherwise, if Pengzhi finds out you're the one running things, word will spread across the entire circle within 3 days, and you'll definitely regret the nuisance it brings. At this point, a faint smile finally appeared on Yan Yan's face, perhaps already envisioning the adorable side of Meng Wan's helpless embarrassment mixed with annoyance. yet having no choice but to maintain a composed demeanor while handling trivial matters. That's exactly what I had in mind. I'll leave the rest to Su Ping to handle. After a brief pause, she continued speaking. The Su family really has no judgment. They're convinced that the good-for-nothing eldest son from the main branch is capable, while the most competent one gets completely overlooked. Not everyone has the keen eye for people like our Wanwan does. Yan Yan ruffled Meng Wan's hair, his tone dripping with affectionate pride. The car came to a smooth stop at the entrance, and Yan Yan got out to open the door for Meng Wan. In the courtyard, Tang Li was demonstrating the T-Rex's skills to Meng Jiao in a rather harmonious scene, while Qian Yishuan sat on a stone bench watching the two humans and dog play. At the sound of movement, all three humans and the dog turned to look. Tang Li spotted Meng Wan first with his sharp eyes. Tang Wan. Tang Li ran over, followed closely by Meng Jiao and the little Tyrannosaurus. Qian Yishuan shouted after them to slow down, but no one paid him any heed. When he finally emerged, he froze momentarily at the sight of Yan Yan, but still gave him a nod of acknowledgement. Yan Yan returned the greeting politely, yet instinctively took half a step closer to Meng Wan, his protective stance unmistakable. Qian Yishuan naturally noticed the coat draped over Meng Wan's shoulders. He forced a tight-lipped smile and averted his gaze, concealing his turmoil. Had dinner yet? Meng Wan's focus remained on the two children. She rested a hand on each of their heads with impartial affection, like rain evenly distributed between thirsty sprouts. I've eaten. Tang Li responded loudly, while Meng Jiao silently nodded. Sorry for coming to pick you up so late. Did we cause any trouble for Brother Yishuan? Meng Wan treated the two without any air of adult superiority. Whether it was an apology or praise, Meng Wan would say it openly and honestly. Of course not. As a reward and apology gift, how about taking us to the amusement park next time? Even though still young, as one of the heirs cultivated by the Tang family, they were first-rate in negotiations. Amusement park? Meng Wan seemed somewhat surprised. Tang Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yet this wasn't his first time visiting an amusement park. He'd actually been twice before. The first time, he'd sneaked out secretly. The place was crowded, filled with children around his age, but seeing other kids accompanied by their parents inexplicably dampened his mood. The second time, he booked the entire venue, thinking it would be fun to play alone, yet he ended up returning home within an hour. Meng Wan nodded, then turned her gaze to Meng Jiao. Would you like to? Meng Jiao picked at her fingers and nodded. Unlike Tang Li, who had booked the whole place for herself, Meng Jiao had never once gone alone to play in that solitary emptiness. Then how about you agree to one condition for me? Meng Wan half squatted down. What? A trace of unease flickered across Meng Jiao's face. How about going to school? With Tang Li? Tang Li, whose name had been called, tugged at Meng Jiao to get his attention and thumped her chest. Don't worry, I'll protect you. With me here, no one can bully you. Meng Jiao's pupils contracted slightly, his lips parting and closing, but ultimately failing to utter that single word of agreement. Okay. Puffing out her cheeks, Tang Li let out a sigh, exuding a palpable sense of frustrated disappointment akin to hating iron for not becoming steel. Meng Wan stopped pressing him, ruffled his hair, and stood up. Meng Jiao seemed worried she might be angry and tugged uneasily at her sleeve. No, I'm not angry, don't worry. She reached up to smooth Meng Jiao's hair, but her eyes stayed fixed on Qian Yishuan. Thank you for your trouble today. Since when do we stand on ceremony? Qian Yishuan teased, feigning nonchalance. Meng Wan smiled briefly, offering no further reply. It's getting late, we should head out first. Qian Yishuan nodded, watching as the 4 people and 1 dog departed. Returning to the living room, Qian Yishuan carefully sorted out each picture book, then went to the art studio to properly preserve the paintings Meng Jiao had created. After completing everything, he brewed a cup of black tea and sat in the courtyard spacing out. The garden at night looked somewhat eerie under the glare of incandescent lights. As the cicadas' chirping rose, Qian Yishuan took a sip of black tea and let out a faint sigh.